जो आपको जीवन जीने की कला बताए उसका नाम धर्म है।
काली इतना शक्तिशाली होगा कि उसको मारने के लिए विष्णु अवतार कल्कि को भी इन 7 चिरंजीवियों की मदद लेनी पड़ेगी।
इरेडिकेशन ऑफ द पॉवर्टी ये हमारी सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है।
लोग ईवी को नहीं समझ पा रहे हैं तो ईवी की कंपनीज को कहां से समझेंगे?
कोई भी फंड को आप 15 साल आंख बंद करके लेके नहीं बैठ सकते।
हुजूर आधा
ऐसी करते
जी।
आज नेशनल चैनल में गाना हो गया।
2 चीजें हैं, क्रिकेट और बॉलीवुड हमारे देश में।
पापा से भर के है कौन?
कुछ लोगों को पपीता बिल्कुल नहीं अच्छा लगता।
मैं साइंस कॉलेज में था, मैंने ग्रेजुएशन किया केमिस्ट्री से।
ओ तेरी
गजब बेइज्जती।
बॉडी बिल्डिंग प्रेप इज नॉट अ हेल्दी प्रोसेस।
मेरे बाल आपको दिख रहे हैं, चिट्टे काले और नेचुरली है।
आप फिट रहते हैं तो आप कॉन्फिडेंट रहते हैं।
DB12 इज समथिंग वेरी यूनिक और एस्टन मार्टिन के लिए यह है उनकी नेक्स्ट बिग स्टेप।
न्यू जेन BMW X1 में कई सारे चेंजेस देखने को मिले। ABP நாடு செய்திகளுக்காக தூத்துக்குடியிலிருந்து,
கோவையிலிருந்து,
திருவண்ணாமலையிலிருந்து,
கரூரிலிருந்து, காஞ்சிபுரத்திலிருந்து,
மதுரையிலிருந்து,
மயிலாடுதுறையிலிருந்து,
தேனியிலிருந்து, திருவாரூரிலிருந்து,
ABP பெருமை மிக்க வருகிறார்.
ABP நாடு.
ABP நாடு.
ABP நாடு.
ABP நாடு.
ABP நாடு.
ABP நாடு.
ABP செய்தி நிறுவனம்.
फेवरेट तमिल हीरो?
रजनीकांत।
आपका
ఏబీపీ గ్రూప్ ప్రయాణాన్ని ప్రారంభించి 100 ఏళ్లు పూర్తయింది. అందులో కీలకమైనటువంటి మజిలీ తెలుగు నేలపై అడుగు పెట్టడం. తెలుగులో ఏబీపీ ప్రారంభమై ఏడాది పూర్తయింది. ఏబీపీ గ్రూప్ కోర్ వాల్యూస్ను కొనసాగిస్తూనే నేటి తరానికి తగ్గట్టుగా నవ్యతతో కూడినటువంటి వార్తలను అందించడం అనేది ఓ రకమైనటువంటి సవాల్ లాంటిదే. అయితే ఈ టాస్క్ను అద్భుతంగా టేకప్ చేస్తున్నారు మా టీం.
ఇష్యూలను బ్రేకింగ్ రూపంలో ఇవ్వటం ఒకటే ప్రాధాన్యత కాదు, వాటి వెనుకున్న కథనాలను ఖచ్చితత్వంతో ఇవ్వటం మా ప్రయారిటీ.
ఫ్యాక్ట్ చెక్ స్టోరీస్ ఇట్లాంటివి కూడా ఇస్తూ జనాలకు నిజాలేంటో చెప్పడానికి ఏబీపీ దేశం ఎప్పుడు ప్రయత్నిస్తుంటుంది.
సిన్స్ వీఆర్ ద ఫేస్ ఆఫ్ ఏబీపీ దేశం, మేము క్లయింట్ల దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు చాలా వామ్ వెల్కమింగ్ ఉంటుందండి, బికాస్ ఆఫ్ ద కాంటెంట్ అండ్ ఆర్టికల్స్ పబ్లిష్డ్ బై అస్.
మేం పవర్ వైపు ఉండం, ప్రజల వైపే ఉంటాం, వాళ్ళనే ఎంపవర్ చేస్తాం, నిజాయితీగా ఉంటాం, నిష్పక్షపాతంగా వార్తలను అందిస్తాం, సమాచారాన్ని అందివ్వడంలో ఒక అడుగు ముందే ఉంటాం, సమాచారాన్ని పొందడంలో మిమ్మల్ని ఒక అడుగు ముందే ఉంచుతాం.
क्यों हम रोज सपनों से आंखें मिलाते हैं, जो अपनी ताकत से करते हैं पेड़ों को जमीन से जुदा, फिर समय आने पे उन्हीं को बोते हैं, उगाते हैं, जो अपने फौलादी पंजों से मिट्टी को तोड़ते हैं और प्यार से उसे मोड़ते हैं, जोड़ते हैं. क्या है भविष्य में इन हीरोज का, जो अपने लोगों को साथ में लेकर चलते हैं, हमारे कल, आज और कल को बुनते हैं, बदलते हैं. ऐसे हीरोज को हम सल्यूट करते हैं. काम हमारा भविष्य बनाता है. कैट, चलो काम करते हैं.
काश मेरे वक्त में भी इंफ्रा मार्केट एमडीएफ होता।
एमडीएफ सालों साल चलता है, कस्टमर्स वापस कैसे आएंगे?
हल्के लकड़े से कस्टमर नहीं, दीमक आते हैं।
क्वालिटी और सेफ्टी की मिसाल चले सालों साल।
इंफ्रा मार्केट एमडीएफ, नए जमाने के फर्नीचर के लिए
नए जमाने का वुड.
क्यों हम रोज सपनों से आंखें मिलाते हैं, जो अपनी ताकत से करते हैं पेड़ों को जमीन से जुदा, फिर समय आने पे उन्हीं को बोते हैं, उगाते हैं, जो अपने फौलादी पंजों से मिट्टी को तोड़ते हैं और प्यार से उसे मोड़ते हैं, जोड़ते हैं. क्या है भविष्य में इन हीरोज का, जो अपने लोगों को साथ में लेकर चलते हैं, हमारे कल, आज और कल को बुनते हैं, बदलते हैं. ऐसे हीरोज को हम सल्यूट करते हैं. काम हमारा भविष्य बनाता है. कैट, चलो काम करते हैं.
काश मेरे वक्त में भी इंफ्रा मार्केट एमडीएफ होता।
एमडीएफ सालों साल चलता है, कस्टमर्स वापस कैसे आएंगे?
हल्के लकड़े से कस्टमर नहीं, दीमक आते हैं।
क्वालिटी और सेफ्टी की मिसाल चले सालों साल।
इंफ्रा मार्केट एमडीएफ, नए जमाने के फर्नीचर के लिए
नए जमाने का वुड।
जो आपको जीवन जीने की कला बताए, उसका नाम धर्म है।
काली इतना शक्तिशाली होगा कि उसको मारने के लिए विष्णु अवतार कल्कि को भी इन 7 चिरंजीवियों की मदद लेनी पड़ेगी।
इरेडिकेशन ऑफ द पॉवर्टी, ये हमारी सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है।
लोग ईवी को नहीं समझ पा रहे हैं तो ईवी की कंपनीज को कहां से समझेंगे?
कोई भी फंड को आप 15 साल आंख बंद करके लेके नहीं बैठ सकते।
हुजूर आधा
ऐसे ही करते
जी।
आज नेशनल चैनल का गाना हो गया।
2 चीजें हैं, क्रिकेट और बॉलीवुड हमारे देश में।
पापा से भर के है कौन?
कुछ लोगों को पपीता बिल्कुल नहीं अच्छा लगता।
मैं साइंस कॉलेज में था, मैंने ग्रेजुएशन किया केमिस्ट्री से।
ओ तेरी
गजब बेइज्जती।
बॉडी बिल्डिंग प्रेप इज नॉट अ हेल्दी प्रोसेस।
मेरे बाल आपको दिख रहे हैं, चिट्टे काले और नेचुरली है।
आप फिट रहते हैं तो आप कॉन्फिडेंट रहते हैं।
DB12 इज समथिंग वेरी यूनिक और एस्टन मार्टिन के लिए यह है उनकी नेक्स्ट बिग स्टेप।
न्यू जेन BMW X1 में कई सारे चेंजेस देखने को मिले।
क्यों हम रोज सपनों से आंखें मिलाते हैं, जो अपनी ताकत से करते हैं पेड़ों को जमीन से जुदा, फिर समय आने पे उन्हीं को बोते हैं, उगाते हैं, जो अपने फौलादी पंजों से मिट्टी को तोड़ते हैं और प्यार से उसे मोड़ते हैं, जोड़ते हैं। क्या है भविष्य में इन हीरोज का, जो अपने लोगों को साथ में लेकर चलते हैं, हमारे कल, आज और कल को बुनते हैं, बदलते हैं। ऐसे हीरोज को हम सैल्यूट करते हैं। काम हमारा भविष्य बनाता है। कैट, चलो काम करते हैं।
काश मेरे वक्त में भी इंफ्रा मार्केट एमडीएफ होता।
एमडीएफ सालों साल चलता है, कस्टमर्स वापस कैसे आएंगे?
हल्के लकड़े से कस्टमर नहीं, दीमक आते हैं।
क्वालिटी और सेफ्टी की मिसाल चले सालों साल।
इंफ्रा मार्केट एमडीएफ, नए जमाने के फर्नीचर के लिए
नए जमाने का वुड।
क्यों हम रोज सपनों से आंखें मिलाते हैं, जो अपनी ताकत से करते हैं पेड़ों को जमीन से जुदा, फिर समय आने पे उन्हीं को बोते हैं, उगाते हैं, जो अपने फौलादी पंजों से मिट्टी को तोड़ते हैं और प्यार से उसे मोड़ते हैं, जोड़ते हैं। क्या है भविष्य में इन हीरोज का, जो अपने लोगों को साथ में लेकर चलते हैं, हमारे कल, आज और कल को बुनते हैं, बदलते हैं। ऐसे हीरोज को हम सैल्यूट करते हैं। काम हमारा भविष्य बनाता है। कैट, चलो काम करते हैं।
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Chief Minister has just arrived. May I request all of you to please be seated. అందరికీ నమస్కారం ఎల్లారికం వణకం ఎల్లారిక నమస్కార I am RJ Bhargavi and it gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you and I am a proud South Indian. Welcome to ABP Networks, the Southern Rising Summit 2024, which returns to Mana Hyderabad, Hamara Shahar, and a city emblematic of ambition and aspiration. The very first edition was held in Chennai, and this is the second edition of the summit, themed Coming of Age, Identity, Inspiration, Impact, and let's celebrate the political, cultural, and economic and social advances of the southern states. Ladies and gentlemen, along with the change makers and visionaries from the New South at the Southern Rising Summit 2024 in Mana Hyderabad, let's explore the region's transformative journey towards a brighter future. The Honorable Chief Minister will inaugurate the session from under the shadow growing into adulthood. Post that, Arvind Sanka, co-founder of Rapido, will be the speaker for the upward mobility, making transport accessible. So very interesting sessions coming up for the day. Revisiting history from Savarkar to Tipu Sultan will be, the spokesperson will be Mr. Vikram Sampath, author and historian. And we also have another interesting session, Resilience in Reinvention, a decade in Telugu cinema, by the popular actor Sai Durgatej. Post that, Creating Champions, Transforming Communities. This session will be addressed by former All India champion, Padma Bhushan awardee Pullela Gopichand. Rise of Regionalism, another interesting session, Empowering Federalism. We have four eminent personalities from various walks of life. Madam Jyotsna, National Spokesperson, Telugu Desam Party and ex-Telangana Telugu Mahila President. And Dr. Shama, National Spokesperson, INC. And we also have Kompelli Madhavilata, BJP leader, as well Dr. Kanimozi, DMK MP, Rajya Sabha. Four dynamic ladies will be speaking in this session, Rise of Regionalism. And this year, Coming of Age, Identity, Inspiration and Impact is the theme of the Southern Rising Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives us great pleasure to welcome our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Revanth Reddy Garu. On behalf of ABP Network, it gives us great pleasure to welcome you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, andarki namaskaram, ellarkum vanakkam, ellarukku namaskara. Bhashedaina bhavam okkate. We take the pleasure to welcome all of you to ABP Network, the Southern Rising Summit 2024, which returns to Mana Hyderabad, Hamara Shehar, a city emblematic of ambition and aspiration. The second edition of the summit themed Coming of Age, Identity, Inspiration and Impact. Let's celebrate the political, cultural and economic and social advances of southern states. Ladies and gentlemen, along with the change makers and visionaries from the New South, the Southern Rising Summit 2024 in Mana Hyderabad and let's explore the region's transformative journey towards a brighter future. All right. So what is that makes South India so special? What is that makes us exceptional? Is it our history? Is it our cultural significance? Or our undying love for tradition and the classics? What is it that makes us so special? Or is it the cutting edge technology, the progressive approach, the tech powerhouse, or the confluence of all, including the Oscars? Ladies and gentlemen, that is why we are here to celebrate, and it gives us great pleasure and pride to honor our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Revanth Reddy Garu, onto the stage to light the lamp and begin the proceedings. I also take the pleasure to welcome Mr. Dhruva Mukherjee, Director, ABP Network, Mr. Rajneesh Ahuja, Executive Vice President, News and Production, ABP News, Mr. Nageshwar Rao GV, Digital Editor, ABP Desam, and Shanmuga Sundaram, Editor, ABP Nadu.
Honorable Chief Minister Sri Revanth Reddy ji, distinguished audience in this auditorium, a very, very warm welcome to all of you to the second edition of Southern Rising Summit here in Telangana, Hyderabad. I think the two questions that probably is lurking in your minds, even though fleetingly, is why Southern Rising Summit and why ABP? So I thought in my address, I'll just address these two questions to set the context for the day's proceeding and move ahead. To that, I will refer to a very interesting article I came across in BC written by a very famous data analyst, R. Nilakantan. And just for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, I'll request you all to imagine that a child has just now been born in India. Just imagine a child has been born in India just now. I can assure you that the child which has been born is probably unlikely to have been born in south of India. And the reason being, south of India has one of the lowest fertility rates, hence has a much lesser population growth than the rest of India. But for argument's sake, let's assume that the child has been born in South India. If the child has been born in South India, then I can say with confidence that it's highly likely that child will celebrate its first birthday without losing her mother at childbirth. Right? If the child has been born in South India, it's highly likely that if she is unwell, she will have access to the best of health infrastructure than any child in the rest of the country. If the child has been born in South India, then it's highly likely that she will go to school, complete school, go to college, and will have a higher paying job than any child in the rest of the country. In summary, what I'm trying to say is, if it's a child who's born in South India today, then that child will be healthy, wealthy, more secure, and have a more socially impactful life than any other child in the country. But that was not the case when India got independent. When India got independence, the 4 South Indian states, at that time there were 4, Karnataka, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu, were somewhere in the middle or bottom of the list in terms of all these parameters. But today, when it comes to health, education, and economic performance indicators, South of India's average is way ahead than the national average or that of the rest of the country. And therein lies the genesis of Southern rising. You know, I would say I also read an Oxford economics report which said that in the next 5 years, India's GDP is supposed to grow at about 6.5 to 6.7% on an average. And the same report states that in today's South India, which now comprises of 5 states, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and Telangana, the GDP growth of these states will be at least 1 to 2% more than the India's national average. And not only that, that report also projects that within South India, the 2 states who will drive this growth is Telangana 1, followed by Karnataka. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the reason why we are doing Southern Rising Summit and why it's happening in Telangana today. It cannot be a more fitting venue. Hyderabad cannot be a more fitting city. It is also appropriate because this year, Telangana celebrates its 10th anniversary as a state, and Southern Rising Summit is a tribute to its 10 years journey. It is also appropriate because Telangana today has one of the most young, dynamic, and exciting Chief Minister at the helm, on whose shoulder lies the burden of expectation of this growth of Telangana that India and the state is looking forward to. So we are very, very honored to have you here with us today. Quickly, before I end, let me answer the second question, which is why ABP? ABP, as many of you know, is a 102-year-old media institution, which started in 1922 in Calcutta with newspapers. And then it moved into various other verticals, books, magazines, radio, television, had its journey from east to north to west. And then 3 years back, we finally came to south. We launched our 2 digital-only TV channels, ABP NAD and ABP Desam, in Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh respectively. And in the last 3 years, we are overwhelmed by the love and the response we have got from the audience in these 2 states. And we are very, very happy that we are here in South, ready to ride the wave, ready to contribute and grow with the region and be a part of a success story that is to be scripted in the years to come. And hence, why ABP? Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the city of Hyderabad. I'm told it's called City of Hyder, or Hyder means lion. We have a lion in the den today in form of our Chief Minister, Sri Revanth Reddy. And I know all of you, like me, are eager to listen to him. So am I. So I won't stand between you and him. I'll end with 2 lines from a very famous poet of Hyderabad, Dag Delvi. And he in a couplet wrote, सब लोग जो उधर है उसे देखते हैं, सब लोग जो उधर है उसे देखते हैं, हम देखने वालों के नज़र को देखते हैं. Right? सब लोग जो उधर है उसे देखते हैं, हम देखने वालों के नज़र को देखते हैं. Today, world is looking at Telangana. ABP as a media is looking at the world. And in this auditorium, all of you are looking at the Honorable Chief Minister Sri Revanth Reddy. And that's my signal, looking at you, to stop and hand over the proceedings back to the moderator so he can get onto stage and take the day forward. Wish you a great summit ahead. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Dhruva sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, no dream is too big for New India, quotes our Honorable Chief Minister. With an ambition, vision and goal for the state of Telangana, a dynamic leader learnt everything about leadership from politics and life. Courage and sacrifice are the 2 values that define great leaders. Undoubtedly, our visionary leader, our Honorable Chief Minister, is one of them. He believes if you have the courage and are willing to sacrifice, you shall succeed. Connect with people directly and meet everyone with an equal sense of respect and love and openness and feeling of friendship. Honorable Chief Minister has a larger vision indeed, and let's look at a brief video now. Charge up, guys. May I now request our Honorable Chief Minister, మా గౌరవనీయులైన ముఖ్యమంత్రి శ్రీ రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారిని వేదికకి విచ్చేసి మాట్లాడవలసిందిగా సవినయంగా కోరుతున్నాం.
Thank you, everyone. I wanted to congratulate ABP Network and team. Why? Because ABP Network, they have organized summit in Hyderabad, Telangana. Now, national media is looking towards Telangana. So first, ABP has taken a decision to organize a summit in Hyderabad. I'm welcoming to Telangana ABP network. आज़ादी के बाद हिंदुस्तान में बहुत सारे लोग इलेक्टेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स बने, मगर कुछ नेता लोग लीडर बनकर इस देश को आगे चलाने के लिए कोशिश की। उन्हीं में से बार बार लगातार इस जनता के लिए, देश को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए जो सोचा था, फर्स्ट राउंड ऑफ लीडरशिप इज पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू एज वेल श्रीमती इंदिरा गांधी। मैं इस देश राजनीति को आज़ादी के बाद लोग सोच रहे थे रोटी कपड़ा और मकान। पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी से लेकर इंदिरा जी तक 30 साल कुछ कम यही स्लोगन से इस देश के जनता तड़प रहे थे, लड़ रहे थे, हासिल करने के लिए कोशिश किए थे। तब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू हैज टेकन रेवोल्यूशन, एजुकेशन एंड इरिगेशन। इस देश जनता को irrigation is, agriculture is our culture. कल्चर से इस देश को जोड़कर देश तरक्की करने के लिए जो कोशिश किया, उनके कोशिश की वजह से बाक्रानंगल डैम से लेकर नागार्जुन सागर तक, श्रीशैलम डैम से लेकर श्रीराम सागर तक हिंदुस्तान में कोने कोने में जो इरिगेशन प्रोजेक्ट्स बना हुआ है और एजुकेशन के लिए यूनिवर्सिटीज, आज हिंदुस्तान दुनिया से जो मुकाबला कर रहा है, फर्स्ट प्राइम मिनिस्टर पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी ने जो एजुकेशनल रिफॉर्म्स, एजुकेशन रिवोल्यूशन लाने की वजह से कोने कोने में यूनिवर्सिटीज आए। आज के तारीख में नौजवान लोग डॉक्टर्स, लॉयर्स, इंजीनियर्स, आईएएस, आईपीएस, साइंटिस्ट, ये सब सारे बनने के लिए उन्हीं का कोशिश हासिल की। और इंदिरा जी ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन, नेशनलाइज्ड बैंक्स, बहुत सारे पॉलिटिकल रिफॉर्म्स ने इंदिरा जी ने किए। नेहरू जी से लेकर इंदिरा जी तक इस देश में गरीब हटाओ स्लोगन से लेकर हर जनता को रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान देने के लिए कोशिश की। उसके बाद राजीव गांधी, पीवी नरसिम्हा राव, another 30 years. They have taken a policy decision cautiously. Closed economy से लेकर open economy तक, कंप्यूटर से लेकर टेलीकॉम रेवोल्यूशन तक, वोटिंग राइट 21 ईयर्स से लेकर 18 ईयर्स बनाने के लिए इस देश यूथ को वोट देने का हक, चुनने का हक, इस देश का प्रधानमंत्री कौन बन सकता है, 18 साल का लड़का जो डिसीजन दे सकता है, प्रधानमंत्री से लेकर पंचायत प्रेसिडेंट तक पावर ट्रांसफर, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट 73, 74, लोकल बॉडीज को जो महात्मा गांधी जी ने सोच रहा था, गांव गांव में जो डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम इवॉल्व करने के लिए राजीव गांधी जी ने कोशिश की। राजीव गांधी जी ने इस देश में जो कंप्यूटर, जो टेलीकॉम रेवोल्यूशन लाए, उनके वजह से आज एबीपी नेटवर्क से लेकर जो भी नेशनल मीडिया या अदरवाइज वी आर कॉम्पिटिटिंग विद अदर वर्ल्ड जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ राजीव गांधी डिसीजंस। जब पीवी नरसिम्हा राव जी, यहीं के हम गर्व से कहते हैं कि पीवी नरसिम्हा राव इस धरती का पुत्र, तेलंगाना से ग्राम पंचायत सरपंच से लेकर इस देश का प्रधानमंत्री बने, इस देश को राइजिंग इंडिया जो स्टेटस दिए, दैट इज पीवी नरसिम्हा राव, वो हमारा इस धरती का पुत्र। क्लोज्ड इकोनॉमी को ओपन इकोनॉमी किए, एलपीजी, लिबरलाइजेशन, प्राइवेटाइजेशन, ग्लोबलाइजेशन, बाकी को दुनिया को मुकाबला करने के लिए इतना शक्ति दिए इस देश को। पीवी नरसिम्हा राव ने लिबरलाइजेशन पॉलिसी ले आकर इस देश को तरक्की करने के लिए बहुत कोशिश किए। उन्हीं ने इस देश को एक इंटेलेक्चुअल फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर को इंट्रोड्यूस किए, श्री मनमोहन सिंह जी। वही फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर इस देश का प्रधानमंत्री बनकर सोनिया जी के नेतृत्व में इस देश को आगे ले जाने के लिए कोशिश किए। जब राजीव जी से लेकर पीवी नरसिम्हा राव तक और 3 मुद्दा कांग्रेस पार्टी ने ले लिए, बिजली, सड़क, पानी, जो पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी से लेकर इंदिरा जी तक जो कदम उठाए, रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान। सेकंड जनरेशन ऑफ लीडर्स मिस्टर राजीव गांधी एंड पीवी नरसिम्हा राव ने ये कदम उठाए, बिजली, सड़क और पानी। अनदर 30 years almost they have driven like anything इस देश को आगे ले जाने के लिए। बिजली के बारे में गांव गांव में, कोने कोने पे, आदिवासियों के इलाका में बिजली ले जाकर इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन ले आने के लिए ये बिजली, सड़क और पानी का जो कदम उठाए राजीव गांधी जी, and P.V. Narsingh Rao ji. Another 30 years. We are midway of 30 years. Third round of 30 years. मनमोहन सिंह जी, श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी ने एक कदम उठाए, हेल्थ, एजुकेशन एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट. These नवरत्नास लाइफलाइन फॉर द कंट्री. ये नवरत्नास इस देश को दिए. 140 करोड़ लोगों को आज के तारीख में रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान, बिजली, सड़क, पानी, हेल्थ, एजुकेशन, एम्प्लॉयमेंट जो मिल रहा है, उसी के ऊपर आज देश चल रहा है. ये पूरा तैयारी ये प्लाटर ने, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने तैयार करके देने के बाद तीसरी बार नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इस देश का प्रधानमंत्री बने. मैं आज पत्रकारों के सामने ये सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री को. तीसरी बार आप प्रधानमंत्री बने, अच्छा है आपके लिए, आपके पार्टी के लिए, मगर देश में आप कौन सी रेवोल्यूशन लाए? इस जाति को आप क्या दिए? बार बार इमोशनल मुद्दों को उठाकर चुनाव जीतने के लिए कोशिश कर, एक चुनाव के बाद दूसरे चुनाव के लिए आप लोग तैयारी कर रहे हैं, मगर इस जनता के लिए आपने क्या किया? अब क्या देने के लिए कोशिश की आपके पार्टी ने? हर पार्टी को तोड़ने का, नहीं तो इमोशनल मुद्दों को राजनीति में ले आकर सरकार चलाने के लिए कोशिश किए. अब हां, जरूर कुछ किए. किसान के खिलाफ काला कानून लाए, बेरोजगारी दी है इस देश को. इस देश में साउथ नॉर्थ एक डिवीजन लाने के लिए आप कोशिश कर रहे हैं. जब जब कांग्रेस पार्टी सत्ता में थे, जब जब कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता लोग प्रधानमंत्री अगर बने, नॉर्थ इंडिया से अगर प्रधानमंत्री बने, तो साउथ इंडिया को राष्ट्रपति देने का एक रिवाज थे. दैट इज वाई सो मेनी प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया फ्रॉम तेलंगाना और साउथ इंडिया. नीलम संजीव रेड्डी से लेकर अब्दुल कलाम तक इस देश का राष्ट्रपति बने साउथ से. इसीलिए देयर इज एन gentleman agreement between north and south, but you have refused to give anything to south. हमारा वोट चाहिए, हमारे पैसे चाहिए, मगर वापस आप नफरत देने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं. और मनमोहन सिंह जी, सोनिया जी आने के बाद हेल्थ, एजुकेशन, एम्प्लॉयमेंट के साथ राइट टू एजुकेशन एक्ट, राइट टू इंफॉर्मेशन एक्ट, फूड सिक्योरिटी, नरेगा, बहुत सारे रेवोल्यूशन डिसीजंस सोनिया जी के नेतृत्व में मनमोहन सिंह जी सरकार ने, यूपीए 1, यूपीए 2 ने ये सब सारे इस देश को दिया हुआ है. 15 साल में नरेंद्र मोदी जी इस देश को क्या दिया, आज इस देश का युवता सोचना है. मीडिया मैनेजमेंट, डिजिटल मैनेजमेंट, व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी, ये सब सारे देश के लिए क्या काम के? कुछ अच्छा के लिए अगर आप कुछ कोशिश किए तो ठीक रहेगा, मगर वो कोशिश ही नहीं है. हर बार राजनीति में चुनाव जीतने का एक ही मकसद है उन लोगों का. चुनाव जीतने के बाद अगले चुनाव के लिए तैयारी कर रहे हैं. आप कभी भी देखो, चुनाव होते ही 2 दिन के बाद he has not reviewed anything. He has not reviewed any government policies. He has reviewed another state election or another political things he is doing. तो इसीलिए अभी ये नॉर्थ साउथ के सवाल, डिलिमिटेशन ऑफ पार्लियामेंट सीट्स, डिवोल्यूशन ऑफ रूपी, मैं 2 एग्जाम्पल्स देना चाहता हूं. खासकर तेलंगाना से केंद्र सरकार को अगर 1 रुपए हम बेच दिए तो केंद्र सरकार ने 40 पैसे हमको वापस दे रहा है. जहां उत्तर प्रदेश से 1 रुपए केंद्र सरकार को अगर टैक्स में मिले तो 7 रुपए उत्तर प्रदेश को जा रहा है. बिहार को 6 रुपए जा रहा है, केरला, कर्नाटका, तेलंगाना, आंध्र प्रदेश, पुदुचेरी, the entire south is paying much tax than North India. In return हमें क्या मिल रहा है? और दूसरी बात रहा delimitation. Government of India has taken decision to implement family planning. हम जो केंद्र सरकार ने जो पॉलिसी डिसीजन लिए, south part of India has implemented that policy, but government of India is not ready to appreciate south. They wanted to punish South India. Why? Because of Narendra Modi ji is the prime minister of this country, who is representing from north, from Gujarat. Straight I am asking Narendra Modi ji को, आप गुजरात में गिफ्ट सिटी दे सकते हैं, बुलेट ट्रेन दे सकते हैं, सब कुछ, सेमीकंडक्टर इंडस्ट्री जो भी आए आप गुजरात को ले जाने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं, मगर आप दूसरे हाथ से ये कह रहे हैं कि इंडियन इकोनॉमी $5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनाने के लिए कोशिश कर रहा है। खाली गुजरात से $5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बढ़ेगा इस देश में? वही अमेरिका इज हैविंग 35 crore population, but the American economy is $25 trillion economy, whereas China is $18.5 trillion economy. What about India? Bharat ne $3.5 trillion economy. Population wise, we are the biggest country in the world, but economy wise, we are lowest of this comparatively US और चाइना। क्योंकि इस देश का कोई भी प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद, बनने से पहले आप कई राज्य से रिप्रेजेंट किया होगा, मगर प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद आप इंडिया को विजुअलाइज करना, हिंदुस्तान को तरक्की करने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री कोशिश करना है, मदद देना है। अगर सचमुच इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री देश को $5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बढ़ाने के लिए अगर कोशिश करना है, तो इस देश में 5 मेट्रोपॉलिटन सिटीज आर देयर, दिल्ली, मुंबई, चेन्नई, बैंगलोर, हैदराबाद. Telangana is having one city, metropolitan city. You have developed Sabarmati riverfront in your Ahmedabad, but your people are opposing our Muse River Development Front. Why? Why you people are making this obstruction? Why? Because we are going to compete with Gujarat. They wanted to finish Telangana and Hyderabad. That is why BJP people are opposing my Muse River Development Front, my future city, my regional ring road, my radial roads, my irrigation projects. Why? Because I am going to compete with Gujarat. It is not vibrant Gujarat. It is a fact that vibrant Telangana, raising Hyderabad. They know that कांग्रेस पार्टी जनता की सरकार आज के तारीख में तेलंगाना तरक्की के लिए जो कोशिश कर रहा है उसको रोकने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी, भारतीय राष्ट्र समिति दोनों मिलकर कॉन्स्पिरेसी से तेलंगाना को रोकने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं। मैं पत्रकार मित्रों से मैं कहना चाहता हूं, पहला दिन बीआरएस कुछ मुद्दा उठाएंगे, दूसरे दिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता लोग किशन रेड्डी जी, बंडी संजय जी, being an union cabinet ministers, how come day to day they are opposing government policies? If they have any grievance, I openly said that come and discuss with the Telangana state government. I am there to explain to everything. I have appointed an international consultant for Muse River Development Front and my future city. I wanted to construct a future city. Why? What is the problem? You can construct your gift city. Why can't Telangana? Why can't Revanth Reddy cannot build a future city? What is the problem? Why you people are opposing? If you want to oppose everything, then how come India is going to reach 5 trillion economy? How come Narendra Modi dream is going to come true? इसका मतलब जो गुजरात को मुकाबला करने के लिए जो कोशिश करेगा उनको आप इनडायरेक्टली यू आर पुशिंग इन अ कॉर्नर, which is not correct. I have told everything. When Kanyakumari in Tamil Nadu, Mahatma Gandhi ji ka, it is very similar. Bapu Ghat is here. Musa Isa river front. दो नदियों का संगम से Bapu Ghat is there. I wanted to get Godavari water for Musa and Isa. त्रिवेणी संगमम मैं बनाना चाह रहा हूं, जहां पर बापू घाट है वहां पर 200 एकड़ में द वर्ल्ड बेस्ट डेस्टिनी ऑफ गांधी जी आइडियोलॉजी मैं कुछ बनाना चाह रहा हूं. आप वल्लभ भाई पटेल जी का स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी आप बनाए. हम कांग्रेस पार्टी रोकने के लिए कोशिश नहीं की. हम सरकार में थे, हम काम किए. हम अपोजिशन में थे, आप अच्छा काम किए तो हम मदद किए. वी आर नॉट डिस्ट्रक्टिंग फोर्स. We are a constructing force. We know how to run the government. We know how to develop the country. We know how to develop, how to build relation between state and central. I'm trying my best to perform. So these people are opposing Bapu Ghat also. Because of you people hate Gandhi ji. जब वल्लभ भाई पटेल जी का आप इतना बड़ा स्टैच्यू बना सकते हैं, वही गांधी जी का स्टैच्यू तेलंगाना में हम क्यों नहीं बना सकते? हम गांधी जी के वारिस है, इसीलिए हम गांधी जी के स्टैच्यू वी वांटेड टू बिल्ड वन ऑफ द बेस्ट डेस्टिनी इन द वर्ल्ड. गांधी जी आइडियोलॉजी के लिए कोई देखना है, कोई सुनना है, कोई दर्शन करना है तो बापू घाट इन तेलंगाना हैदराबाद आने के लिए हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं बनाने के लिए. मगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी, भारतीय राष्ट्र समिति दोनों मिलकर यह प्रोजेक्ट रोकने के लिए कोशिश कर रहा है. तो इसीलिए आज एबीपी माध्यम से मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं, डोंट बिकम एन डिस्ट्रक्टिंग फोर्स. इट इज नॉट गुड फॉर द कंट्री. वाई यू वांटेड टू फिनिश तेलंगाना? 60 years we have fought for Telangana state. 1200 youngsters have sacrificed their lives for Telangana. इतना आसानी से तेलंगाना राज्य नहीं बना. जैसा महाराष्ट्र से गुजरात बना, इतना आसानी से तेलंगाना नहीं बना. There are hundreds of youths, they have sacrificed their lives. That is how we have got this Telangana state. The youngest state of the India is Telangana. क्यों? हम गुजरात जैसा हम डेवलप नहीं होने. और दूसरी बात, कल्वकुंट चंद्रशेखर राव जी वो क्लेम करता है फ्रीडम फाइटर. मुझे कोई आबादी नहीं है. वो क्लेम करता है वे आर फ्यूचरिस्टिक सीएम. आई डोंट माइंड. बट व्हाई कांट एज अपोजिशन लीडर यू आर नॉट परफॉर्मिंग? आप जमींदार तोड़िए. 10 महीने से फार्म हाउस में रहकर उनके लोगों से तेलंगाना को जितना नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए कोशिश करना है, पैलेस में बैठकर पैलेस पॉलिटिक्स करने के लिए कोशिश कर रहा है. मैं आज पत्रकारों से पूछ रहा हूं, लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन कहीं पर इस देश में 10 साल मुख्यमंत्री सरकार चलाए सो वाले 10 बार सेक्रेटेरिएट को नहीं आया. 10 महीने से एक बार भी असेंबली को नहीं आया. एक दिन गवर्नर स्पीच में आया, 10 मिनट बैठकर उठ के चला गया. कोई लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन 10 महीने में एक बार भी असेंबली में आकर नहीं बैठा, जनता के तरफ आवाज नहीं उठाया. वो आदमी लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन बनने के लिए, रहने के लिए हक है कि आप लोग सोचो. उनको डेमोक्रेसी में अगर भरोसा है तो क्यों बाहर नहीं आ रहा है? कि उनका सोच है वो जमींदार है, हम लोग गुलाम हैं. गुलाम का दर्शन जब जमींदार चाहिए तो तब देने के लिए सोच रहा है. मगर ये तेलंगाना तो आर्म स्ट्रगल मूवमेंट, आप लोगों को पता है, निजाम सरकार के खिलाफ किसानों ने जो आर्म स्ट्रगल मूवमेंट बनवाया, निजाम सरकार को हटा दिए, उसके बाद लैंड रिफॉर्म्स में नक्सलबरी मूवमेंट आए तेलंगाना में। आज के तारीख में जितना भी नक्सलबरी मूवमेंट को लेफ्ट विंग एक्सट्रीमिस्ट लीड कर रहे, आउट ऑफ 19 सेंट्रल कमिटी मेंबर्स, आउट ऑफ 19 लेबर आर फ्रॉम तेलंगाना हु आर रिप्रेजेंटिंग लेफ्ट विंग एक्सट्रीमिस्ट। यहां के जनता लोग किसी नवाब को, किसी सरकार को, किसी जमींदार को ज्यादा दिन बर्दाश्त नहीं करते। इसीलिए आज के तारीख में मैं यहां से, यह मंच से मैं साफ कहना चाहता हूं नरेंद्र मोदी जी से, कल्वकुंट चंद्रशेखर राव जी से, आओ मिलो। हम सरकार से चुनकर आए, सो हम ऐसे वैसे आके कुर्सी में नहीं बैठे। जनता की आवाज सुनकर, जनता मैंडेट दिए तो हम लोग सरकार बनाए, जनता की सरकार बनाए हम लोग। सरकार को चलने दो, अगर आपको पसंद नहीं है तो घर में बैठ जाओ, हमको कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, मगर रोकने के लिए कोशिश की है ना, वो जनता देख लेंगे। क्योंकि आपको सरकार से उठा के अपोजिशन स्टेटस दिए, मगर पार्लियामेंट में 4 महीने में आपका बीआरएस का परफॉर्मेंस देकर पार्लियामेंट चुनाव में 0 दिए, 17 सीटों में हरा दिए, 7 सीटों में डिपॉजिट जब्त हो गए। 37% वोट से 16% वोट तक बीआरएस के सरकार, और 4 महीने में वोट गिर चुका है। तो जनता टाइम एंड अगेन दे आर गिविंग देयर वर्डिक्ट। ही हैज टू अंडरस्टैंड, ही हैज टू लर्न फ्रॉम द पब्लिक। जनता क्या सोच रहा है, जनता क्या चाह रहा है। तो आपको कुछ केसेस है, हमें पता है, आपको कुछ मजबूरियां हैं, वो मजबूरी से आप मोदी को जिताने के लिए जो कोशिश कर रहे हैं। 7 सीटों में इनका डिपॉजिट जब्त हो गया, 7 के 7 सीट भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जीता था लोकसभा चुनाव में। लोग इतना अंधा नहीं है, आप क्या कर रहे हैं, कहां पहुंचा रहे हैं आपके वोट को, आपके दोस्तों को। मैं चुनाव से पहले कहा था, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस बार पहले कहा था, वो लोग इस बार 400 पार, मैं कहा था 240। 2 महीने पहले मैं कहीं पत्रकार के इंटरव्यू में मैं कहा था डाट 240, आई हैव टोल्ड 240 डाट। नरेंद्र मोदी जी को 240 सीट्स मिले, केसीआर को 1 सीट भी मिलने वाले नहीं है। मैं कहा था चुनाव से पहले, 1 सीट भी नहीं मिला उनको। मगर इस बार ये 2 सरकार, राज्य में जो काम किया हुआ है, केंद्र में जो सरकार है, तेलंगाना तरक्की के लिए अगर आप लोग कोशिश नहीं किए तो अब दोनों को अपोजिशन स्टेटस भी दोबारा नहीं मिलने वाले। इसीलिए आज के तारीख में तेलंगाना राइजिंग हैदराबाद के लिए जो मदद करेगा, उन लोगों को तेलंगाना जनता वेलकम करने वाले हैं। आप हैदराबाद में आकर ये इतना अच्छा प्रोग्राम बनवाए, हम दिल से आप लोगों को बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि हैदराबाद इज वन ऑफ द मेट्रोपॉलिटन सिटी। हैदराबाद इज द प्लेस फॉर एवरीथिंग। पीपल आर सेइंग दैट यू कॉम्पिट विथ बैंगलोर, यू कॉम्पिट विथ मुंबई। But I don't want to compete with any city in India. I wanted to compete with world. I wanted to compete with New York, London, Tokyo. That is what my capacity, that is what my dream. Come and join with us. Dream हम पूरे करने के लिए आपका मदद जरूरी है। धन्यवाद मित्रों।
Thank you for that special address, sir. May we request you to kindly take your seat. Thank you so much for that inspiring address. And now I request Debang, senior journalist and anchor ABP News, to kindly come onto the stage and take our first session of the day, Under the Shadow, Growing into Adulthood. Mr. Debang, the senior journalist and anchor, and over to you. Thank you.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं दिबांग। हैदराबाद से सदर्न राइजिंग समिट में आपका स्वागत है और हमारे साथ बेहद खास मेहमान तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री रेवंत रेड्डी, आपका स्वागत है। चूंकि न्यूज़ चैनल है तो जो गर्म बातें आज हो रही हैं, जिसकी चर्चा देश भर में है, वहीं से शुरू करते हैं और साउथ से भी जुड़ी हुई बात है। हम देख रहे हैं कि प्रियंका गांधी पहली बार चुनाव लड़ रही हैं और दक्षिण के केरल राज्य से वायनाड सीट से लड़ रही हैं। 130 सीटें हैं दक्षिण भारत में लोकसभा की। आपको क्या लगता है कितना असर पड़ेगा इसका, कैसे देखते हैं आप इसको?
मैं राजनीति बेनिफिट के बारे में नहीं सोच रहा हूं। परिवार के जिम्मेदारी उठाने के लिए सोनिया जी कोशिश कर रही, क्योंकि जिस दिन केरला की जनता राहुल जी को चुनाव 2 बार जिताए, तो राहुल जी उत्तर प्रदेश से रिप्रेजेंट करने के बाद केरला जनता को ऐसी बीच सड़क में छोड़ने के लिए गांधी परिवार तैयार नहीं थे। इसीलिए प्रियंका जी को वायनाड से चुनाव लड़वा रहे। प्रियंका जी इज गोइंग टू परफॉर्म हर बेस्ट। मैं अप्रिशिएट करना चाहता हूं प्रियंका जी को। आई वांट टू कंग्रेचुलेट हर and I wanted to thank Gandhi Parivar. Why? Because they are trying to get South people to get equal share.
एक जब ये चुनाव हो रहे थे तो एक कोशिश ये भी थी कि सोनिया गांधी को चुनाव लड़वाएं और मरकाजगिरी जो आपकी सीट है वहां से लड़वाने की बात थी। आप लोगों ने रेजोल्यूशन भी पास किया, तो क्या हुआ फिर उसमें?
तो अनफॉर्चुनेट, क्योंकि सोनिया जी ने 70 साल के तेलंगाना दिया हुआ है। बिकॉज ऑफ हर वर्ड वी हैव गॉट दिस तेलंगाना। मैं बहुत कोशिश की है सोनिया जी को यहाँ से रिप्रेजेंटेशन करवाए, तो जनता का जो सोच है, सोनिया जी इस तेलंगाना 4 करोड़ जनता को उनके परिवार मानती है। वो परिवार के तरफ से लोकसभा में रिप्रेजेंट किए, तो हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा एक प्राइड। But because of other reasons, they have not contested from Telangana. Even I have proposed for Rajya Sabha from Telangana, but party has taken a decision to take Rajya Sabha from some other place. फिर भी यहाँ से रिप्रेजेंट नहीं किए, तो भी राहुल गांधी जी ने भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में कन्याकुमारी से लेकर कश्मीर तक जो 150 days 4000 किलोमीटर्स तब तेलंगाना में आया था। 22 days he has walked in from Telangana. तो तब ये कहा हम तेलंगाना के सिपाही बनकर दिल्ली में लोकसभा में हम आवाज़ उठाएंगे। तो जब भी ज़रूरत है, राहुल गांधी जी इज़ देयर टू रिप्रेजेंट तेलंगाना। वी आर हैप्पी फॉर दैट। मगर आज भी हम लोग थोड़ा दुखी में है, सोनिया जी यहाँ से रिप्रेजेंट नहीं किए।
इसका मलाल है आपको। एक बात जो हम दिल्ली से देख रहे हैं और दिल्ली के अखबारों
में,
मगर
दबांग जी अगले बार सोनिया जी को यहाँ से रिप्रेजेंट करवा देंगे।
जरूर करवाएंगे। अच्छा, इस पर ताली बजानी चाहिए। हैदराबाद के लोग हैं, मुख्यमंत्री साहब कह रहे हैं कि एक बात जो दिल्ली से हम जब देखते हैं तो एक बड़ी चौंकाने वाला बयान आया साउथ के एक मुख्यमंत्री का, स्टालिन साहब का। कह रहे हैं कि साहब 16 बच्चे पैदा कीजिए। और हालांकि उन्होंने बाद में कहा कि एक कहावत है तमिल की, उस पर उन्होंने कहा, और डीलिमिटेशन से एक बात जुड़ती है। जानकार बता रहे हैं कि अगर डीलिमिटेशन जो आबादी के हिसाब से होता है वो लागू हो तो केरल जिसकी 20 सीटें हैं वो 20 की 20 रहेंगी, और उत्तर प्रदेश जिसकी अभी लोकसभा में 80 सीटें हैं वो बढ़कर 143 हो जाएंगी। हाउस का टोटल साइज 848 का हो जाएगा। क्या रास्ता है इसका?
It's a policy decision. Our constitution is written constitution. हम लोग जो चाहिए वही हिसाब से बनाना है। अगर साउथ का फेयर शेयर नहीं मिले तो उसका मुकाबला करना पड़ता है। कोई भी डिलिमिटेशन का अगर बिल लाए, कुछ सोचे, इट्स ए सिंपल कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट फेयर शेयर देने के लिए। अगर 80 सीट्स वाले को कितना प्रोपोर्शनेट बढ़ रहा है, 17 सीट्स वाले को उतना ही प्रोपोर्शन से बढ़ना चाहिए, क्योंकि आप पनिश नहीं कर सकते। क्यों? जो सरकार जो रास्ता दिखाए, सरकार जो आदेश दिया हुआ है, हम तो पालन किए। सो माय गुड बिहेवियर को आप पनिश नहीं कर सकते। कि जो सरकार के बात नहीं सुना है, आप उन लोगों को फाइनेंशियली एंड पॉलिटिकली यू वांटेड टू एम्पावर जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ योर पॉलिटिकल रीजंस, तो ये मामला नॉर्थ साउथ का मुद्दा बन जाएंगे, तो वो देश के लिए ठीक नहीं है।
तो क्या करना चाहिए कि इसको?
नहीं, हम लोग तो रिप्रेजेंट करेंगे यहीं से, क्योंकि साउथ से हम लोग अक्रॉस द पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज है, सबका मुद्दा है। मतलब कोई पॉलिटिकल कोई पार्टी के लिए अलग अलग नहीं है, हर पार्टी के लिए, इंक्लूडिंग भारतीय जनता पार्टी हु आर रिप्रेजेंटिंग फ्रॉम साउथ, दे हैव टू रिएक्ट, दे हैव टू टेक ए पॉलिसी डिसीजन। नॉर्थ में जो हर प्रदेश का जितना सीट्स है, जितना बढ़ रहा है परसेंटेज ऑफ द सीट्स, इक्वली तेलंगाना के लिए भी उतना ही बढ़ना पड़ेगा, उतना ही आंध्र प्रदेश में, कर्नाटका में। अगर चुनाव में कौन जीतने वाले कौन हारने वाले वो बात अलग है। अगर आप लोग वो फेयर शेयर में अगर नहीं दिए तो विदाउट साउथ ऑल्सो दे कैन फॉर्म द गवर्नमेंट, देन वी डोंट गेट आवर रिप्रेजेंटेशन। तो हमारे वोटों से हमारे इलेक्टेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स का जब जरूरत नहीं है तो हम नेग्लेक्टेड कम्युनिटी बन जाएंगे। हम लोग राजी होने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। नेग्लेक्टेड कम्युनिटी जैसा काले स्पेक्टेटर देखते हुए हम प्रेक्षक नहीं बनना चाह रहे, हम हिस्सेदार बनना चाह रहे हैं। हिस्सेदारी के लिए, हमारे हिस्सा के लिए हम जम के लड़ेंगे।
एक और मुख्यमंत्री हैं, क्या हो रहा है साउथ में? एक और मुख्यमंत्री हैं आपके बगल के राज्य आंध्र प्रदेश के, चंद्रबाबू, वो भी कह रहे हैं कि साहब बच्चे पैदा कीजिए। वो बोल रहे हैं कि नहीं तो हमारी जो पॉपुलेशन है वो एजिंग हो रही है, उम्र बढ़ रही है, बूढ़े लोग ज़्यादा हो जाएंगे, यंग लोग कम हैं। और उसकी जो बात है वो इससे जुड़ती है कि आबादी का जो रिप्लेसमेंट लेवल है वो 2.1 है, 2.1 है। लेकिन हम देख रहे हैं कि दक्षिण भारत में, तेलंगाना में 1.8 है। उत्तर प्रदेश की बात करें तो वहाँ 2 से ऊपर है, बिहार में 3 है। तो क्या ये एक बड़ी समस्या है कि लोग बूढ़े हो रहे हैं और रिप्लेसमेंट नहीं हो पाएगा?
सही है, देश का मुद्दा है। तो मैं जब आज़ाद मिला था तब लाइफ स्पैन वाज एवरेज इज 32 ईयर्स। नो वन नोज दैट। जिस दिन हमको 1947 में आज़ाद मिला था, उस दिन लाइफ स्पैन ऑफ इंडियन एनी अदर पर्सन एवरेज वाज 32 ईयर्स। रिफॉर्म्स के बाद, हेल्थ के ऊपर कांग्रेस पार्टी ने जो लगातार जो कदम उठाए, 56 ईयर्स को आगे, आज के तारीख में ऑन एंड एवरेज लाइफ स्पैन इज 80 ईयर्स। तो धीरे धीरे लाइफ स्पैन बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। आने वाले 15-20 ईयर्स में इट विल रीच अप टू 100 ईयर्स। तो जो यंगर जनरेशन कम होते गए तो वी विल बिकम अनदर जापान। जापान में रोबो क्यों वो लोग इन्वेंट किए? नेसेसरी। तो इस देश में यूथ का बहुत जरूरी है। आज तो नियर अबाउट 50% इज द यंगर जनरेशन, मगर गोइंग फॉरवर्ड ये यंगर जनरेशन पूरा आफ्टर 20 ईयर्स दे बिकम एन 60, 70, 80 ईयर्स। सो इस देश का जो पॉपुलेशन है, ओल्ड एज का अगर पॉपुलेशन बढ़ता है तो इस देश में जो यूथ के कम हो जाएंगे। फैमिली प्लानिंग के वजह से हर परिवार को एक अगर लड़का लड़की कोई भी हो, तो ऐसे देखते देखते पॉपुलेशन कम होते जाएंगे, ओल्ड एज पॉपुलेशन बढ़ते गए तो देश के लिए नुकसान है। इसीलिए चंद्रबाबू नायडू जी ने कुछ कहा होगा, मगर यहां पर अब देश सोचना है। इट इज नथिंग टू डू विथ पॉलिटिक्स अकॉर्डिंग टू माय ओपिनियन। तो ये देश को जो अच्छा है, जिस दिन फैमिली प्लानिंग का जरूरत था, क्योंकि फूड सिक्योरिटी का मुद्दा था, एजुकेशन का मुद्दा था, पानी का मुद्दा था, सब कुछ मुद्दा था, हेल्थ का मुद्दा था, तब पॉपुलेशन कंट्रोल करने के लिए देश सोच रहा था। आज के तारीख में सरप्लस फूड हो गए, सरप्लस कंट्री, पावर सरप्लस। तो ये जगह में अभी आज के तारीख में देश के लिए क्या अच्छा है, हम लोग सोचकर अक्रॉस द पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज, पार्लियामेंट एज वेल असेंबली में चर्चा होना है। देश के लिए जो अच्छा है वो कदम उठाना है।
एक और बात है, जब हम ये दो मुख्यमंत्रियों की बात से तो आप सहमत लग रहे हैं, एक और बात है जिसकी भी दिल्ली में बड़ी चर्चा होती है और वो आपसे जुड़ी हुई है। वो बात इससे जुड़ी हुई है कि अगर आप देखें तो जीडीपी में कुल दक्षिण के 5 राज्यों का, केरल, कर्नाटक, आंध्र, तमिलनाडु, तेलंगाना, जीडीपी में करीब 30% जो हमारी जीडीपी है, हमारे देश की जीडीपी है, वो इन राज्यों से आती है। आबादी अगर हम देखें, पॉपुलेशन देखें तो 19.6% है, आबादी काफ़ी कम है। लेकिन जो आपको वापस मिलता है 30% देकर, वो करीब 16% है। आप कहते हैं कि मैं 1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनना चाहता हूं,
तो मैं
कैसे होगा?
फाइनेंस कमीशन आया हुआ था तेलंगाना को हमारे राय लेने के लिए, तब मैं ये कहा 50% फॉर मेरिट, रिमेनिंग 50% फॉर अदर थिंग्स बेस्ड ऑन द पॉपुलेशन। नाउ आज के तारीख में जो भी केंद्र सरकार को जो राज्यों से पैसे आ रहे हैं पॉपुलेशन के हिसाब से बांटने में लग गए। पॉपुलेशन के हिसाब से बांटने की वजह से उत्तर प्रदेश एंड बीमारू स्टेट्स, बिहार, मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, उत्तर प्रदेश, बीमारू राज्यों को ज़्यादा पैसे जा रहे हैं। जो साउथ के हम लोग हैं, पॉपुलेशन कम रहने के वजह से हमको पैसे कम मिल रहा है। इसीलिए आई हैव रिप्रेजेंटेड टू फाइनेंस कमीशन जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट गाइडलाइंस है, जजमेंट्स ऑन रिजर्वेशन, सुप्रीम कोर्ट इज सेइंग दैट 50% फॉर मेरिट, 50% फॉर अदर बैकवर्ड हिस्सा। तो मैं आज यही वाई कांट अप्लाई फॉर फाइनेंस थिंग, 50% फॉर मेरिट, हु आर कंट्रीब्यूटिंग फॉर द कंट्री, they have to get at least 50% on merit, remaining 50% on the population। क्योंकि एक बार आवाज उठाने के बाद, एक बार कदम उठाने के बाद, एक बार चर्चा शुरू होने के बाद ये मामला तो आगे आएंगे। इसीलिए मैं केंद्र सरकार को मैं साफ कह दिया कि 50% हैज टू गेट ऑन मेरिट। व्हाई? बिकॉज आई एम कंट्रीब्यूटिंग मोर देन एनी स्टेट, देन आई हैव टू गेट माई फेयर शेयर। नहीं है तो एक दिन ये मुद्दा बन जाएंगे। तेलंगाना भी ऐसा ही हो गया, आंध्र प्रदेश तेलंगाना के बीच में जो बंटवारा था सही तरीके से नहीं हो रहा था। बहुत बार बोल बोल के थक जाने के बाद हम लोग अलग राज मांगे। तो इस देश में अनरेस्ट किसी को आए तो केंद्र सरकार ने वो अनरेस्ट को अंडरस्टैंड करना, अनरेस्ट को दूर करने के लिए कोशिश करना है।
दक्षिण में कई जो राज्य सरकारें हैं वो विपक्षी सरकारें हैं। क्या कुछ मुख्यमंत्रियों की आप कोई ऐसी योजना कि सब लोग मिलकर बैठे हैं, इस पर सोचें, मंथन करें? क्योंकि मुझे मालूम है कि फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर तो केरल में बैठे थे, दक्षिण भारत के सारे। ऐसी कोई योजना है, आप कुछ करना चाहते हैं इस पे?
यस, आई हैव इनिशिएटेड दिस इशू। सिद्धरामैया जी से मैं कहा था, वाई? बिकॉज साउथ में वो बड़ा सीनियर नेता है। सिद्धरामैया जी अगर लीड किए तो साउथ के लिए अच्छा होगा, मगर अनफॉर्चुनेट ही इज फेसिंग सम पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा केसेस, तो नहीं हो पाया। साउथ में तो खाली चंद्रबाबू नायडू जी एनडीए सरकार में शामिल है और बाकी के सब लोग एंटी केंद्र सरकार के जो सरकार है। तो इसीलिए हम लोग सोच रहे हैं आगे अभी हम कदम उठाने का बहुत ज़रूरी है। अगर सिद्धरामैया जी अगर ये कदम उठाए तो ठीक रहेगा, नहीं है तो मैं आई विल कोऑर्डिनेट विथ एवरी चीफ मिनिस्टर टू कंडक्ट ए साउथ सेमिनार फॉर आवर फंडामेंटल राइट्स, वॉट एवर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल ऑब्लिगेशंस आर देयर।
लोग ताली बजा रहे हैं, लोग आपकी बात को अप्रूव कर रहे हैं। अब लौटें तेलंगाना पर। 2 साल पहले तो कोई सोचता नहीं था कि आप मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे। मुझे याद है 3 दिसंबर सुबह 2023 की बात है, सुबह सुबह हम लोग स्टूडियो पहुंचे और मैं सबसे कह रहा था कि भाई अनुमूला नाम का एक आदमी है, वो देखते हैं आज कमाल करेगा कि नहीं करेगा। और आपका पहला नाम अनुमूला ही है, आपने वो कमाल किया और एक तरीके से मेरी बात सही हुई, उसका धन्यवाद है। लेकिन मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं कि 3 बड़ी वजह क्या हैं आपको लगता है कि आपकी जीत हुई तेलंगाना में? 3 बड़ी वजह।
तो ये जीत मेरा जीत नहीं है। पहला यह जीत है तेलंगाना की जनता की जीत, क्योंकि बहुत उम्मीद से लड़कर शहीद होकर तेलंगाना हासिल किए। बहुत उम्मीद से चंद्रशेखर राव को 1 बार नहीं 2 बार मुख्यमंत्री बनाए, मगर 2 बार मुख्यमंत्री बनने के बाद जो बेरोजगार तेलंगाना आंदोलन में जो लीड पार्ट किया था, किसी तेलंगाना युवता को नौकरी देने के लिए कोशिश नहीं किए। उनके परिवार में बेटा बेटी दामाद उनके रिश्तेदारों को जितने भी है पूरे परिवार को हर 21 years plus who is eligible for nominated post or election, he has given everything to his family. He is thinking that तेलंगाना family का मतलब है उनके परिवार। He is thinking that KCR is तेलंगाना, तेलंगाना is KCR। तो वो तरीका से 10 साल यहाँ के 4 करोड़ जनता का जो उम्मीद था, उम्मीद तोड़ दिए। तो जनता ने डिसाइड कर लिए जब निजाम सरकार को हटाए, केसीआर कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है, तो जनता डिसाइड कर लिए केसीआर को हटाने के लिए। उसके बाद हमारे कार्यकर्ता 10 साल जितने भी केसेस, प्रॉपर्टी लॉस, वो लोग लड़ के जेल में गए, कुछ लोग डेथ हो गए। तो पूरा कांग्रेस कैडर ने रिजुनवेट हो गए कि इस बार केसीआर को हराना ही हराना, नहीं तो ये प्रदेश ये राज्य के लिए ठीक नहीं है। वो दो मिलने के बाद मैं आगे खड़ा रहा, क्योंकि आई एम ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द अफेक्टेड पर्सन. टाइम एंड अगेन आई वेंट टू जेल. Today also I am having 182 cases. So being an MP, being an PCC president, being an working president, he has booked hundreds of cases. तो वो नतीजा ऐसा निकला कि केसीआर ने एक फ्यूडल माइंडसेट से, अनडेमोक्रेटिक बिहेवियर से राज्य चलाने के लिए, सरकार बनाने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे, इस बार उनको हटाने के लिए. तो ये तीन मुद्दे कांग्रेस को, प्रजापालना, जो हम लोग మార్పు రావాలి, మార్పు కావాలి, కాంగ్రెస్ రావాలి, दिस इज व्हाट आवर तेलुगु स्लोगन. तो चेंज के लिए, कांग्रेस सरकार बनाने के लिए हम लोग 6 गारंटी दिए. सोनिया जी सितंबर 17, 2023 हमारे 6 गारंटी को तेलंगाना में आकर सोनिया जी ने जो वादा किए थे कि हम वादा किए, तेलंगाना दिया. इस बार मैं वादा कर रहा हूं 6 गारंटी. 6 गारंटी हम जरूर तेलंगाना जनता वेलफेयर के लिए, डेवलपमेंट के लिए बात दिया हुआ है. इसीलिए आज के तारीख में फ्री बस, हम फ्री बस दे रहे हैं. 1 करोड़ के ज्यादा महिलाओं ने ये फ्री बस फैसिलिटी यूज किए. आई हैव पेड टू आरटीसी 3,500 crores फॉर फ्री बस and 500 rupees cylinder and 200 units free, 10 lakh rupees for Rajiv Arogyasri. I have given last 10 months 50,000 government jobs. I am challenging in this country, any Rajya mein, including Gujarat, within 10 months I have given 50,000 jobs, government, not in private. तो जो बात दिया हुआ है हम लोग 6 गारंटी में, हर गारंटी को, एंड किसान कर्जा माफी, इस देश में आज तक, फ्रीडम से लेकर आज तक 18,000 crores विद इन 25 days आई हैव पेड टू किसान लोगों को. 22,22,365 किसानों को अप टू 2 लाख खर्चा माफी किए. आई हैव पेड 18,000 crores विद इन 25 days. इस देश में मैं सवाल कर रहा हूं नरेंद्र मोदी जी से, कोई राज्य सरकार ने 18,000 करोड़ रुपए कोई किसान कर्जा माफी कौन किया? मैंने किया, तेलंगाना सरकार कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया हुआ है. तो ये सब सारे बातें हम लोग जो वादा किए थे चुनाव के समय पर, हम कर चुका है, करके दिखाए.
पर आप ये जो बोल रहे हैं कि केसीआर अनडेमोक्रेटिक थे, उसमें तो हम देख रहे हैं कि आप भी कुछ कुछ वैसे ही नजर आ रहे हैं. केसीआर भी पूरा विपक्ष खत्म कर देता था. मैं गिन रहा था कि 9 हैं, फिर मुझे पता चला कि नहीं 10 एमएलए वहां से इधर आ गए. तो ये सब क्या हो रहा है?
कभी जो जीता वही सिकंदर.
अच्छा,
आपको तो पता है ना. तो मद्रास कैफे में आप ही कुछ कहा था ना.
जी बिल्कुल.
तो मैं सरकार मानने 30 दिन से पहले बीजेपी और बीआरएस ने यह कहा इसका सरकार को हम गिराने वाले हैं. तो मैं इतना लड़कर, हमारे कार्यकर्ता लोग इतना लड़कर सरकार बनाने के बाद 1 ही महीना में केंद्र सरकार और यहाँ के अपोजिशन दोनों मिलकर सरकार गिराने के लिए कोशिश किए. तो ये 10 एमएलए ये कहा अगर भाई आपको गिराने के लिए कोशिश करो, हम खड़ा करने के लिए कोशिश करते हैं, हम रेवंत जी को, कांग्रेस को मदद करने के लिए हम हाजिर है. तो इसीलिए 10 लोग वहां से इधर आ गए कि सरकार को जो गिराने वाले को मुंह तोड़ जवाब देने के लिए हमारे साथ में है.
ये बताइए कि अगर आप देखें चंद्रबाबू नायडू जिस तरह से वो थे, टेक्नोक्रेट जैसे थे, खुद को सीईओ तक बोलते थे. वाईएसआर बिल्कुल ऐसे जो बहुत पॉपुलिस्ट मेजर्स लगाते थे. ये उनके बाद जो आए वो बड़े बड़े सपने देखते थे. आप किस तरह का मुख्यमंत्री दिखवाना चाहते हैं? किस तरह की आपकी ड्रीम्स हैं? किस तरह की योजनाएं हैं आपकी अपने राज्य के लिए?
मैं मुख्यमंत्रियों से कंपैरिजन नहीं कर लेता हूं. मैं ये कंपेयर कर ले सकता हूं जरूर, इंदिरा जी, राजीव जी, पीवी नरसिंह राव जी. वेलफेयर एंड डेवलपमेंट 2 पैरेलल्स. सो वेलफेयर एंड डेवलपमेंट के साथ साथ माय पॉलिसी इज दैट हेल्थ, एजुकेशन एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट. सो आज के तारीख में लोगों को खाने का कोई ज़्यादा दिक्कत नहीं है. एवरीवन इज गेटिंग देयर फूड और देयर जॉब. बट हेल्थ इज वेरी एक्सपेंसिव, एजुकेशन इज वेरी एक्सपेंसिव, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, क्योंकि यूथ को एम्प्लॉयमेंट के बहुत दिक्कत आ जा रहा है, इसीलिए वी वांटेड टू एक्सपेंड अवर तेलंगाना। जो पॉलिसी है चाइना प्लस वन कंट्री, जो नेशनल इंटरनेशनल जो पॉलिसी चर्चा हो रहा है चाइना प्लस वन कंट्री, व्हाई कांट चाइना प्लस वन कंट्री इज तेलंगाना? तेलंगाना इज द डेस्टिनी ऑफ चाइना प्लस वन. So I wanted to urbanize. That is why I planned for regional ring road. Urbanization is the one solution for economic growth. तो इसीलिए हम मूसी रिवर डेवलपमेंट फ्रंट लिए, इसीलिए हम लोग फ्यूचर सिटी बनवाए, इसीलिए हम लोग रेडियल रोड्स ले रहे हैं, इसीलिए हम रीजनल रिंग रोड बनाने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं, इसीलिए हम लोग साउथ कोरिया गए, इसीलिए हम लोग यूएस गए, इसीलिए हम दावोस गए. सो इन्वेस्टमेंट लाना, यहाँ पर इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन लेकर आना, हर यूथ को नौकरी दिलवाना, यहाँ पर इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ करने के लिए, इसीलिए आई हैव टोल्ड दैट $1 trillion इकोनॉमी इज अवर टारगेट फ्रॉम तेलंगाना.
मैं वो कहता हूं जो मैं अक्सर अपने शोज में, जब आप जीते चुनाव उस दिन रात को भी मैंने कहा, बार बार मैं कहता हूं कि एक तरीके से आप कांग्रेस के लिए एक नया रास्ता खोलते हैं. कांग्रेस की राज्यों में इकाइयां हैं, वहां आप जैसा लीडर होना चाहिए, यानी एक एग्रेसिव लीडर जो जनता से जुड़ा हुआ हो, 24/7 पॉलिटिक्स करे. वो पार्ट टाइम पॉलिटिक्स की अब जगह नहीं बची है. 24/7 पॉलिटिक्स करे, बड़ी आक्रामक शैली में बात करे, यूथ को अपने साथ जोड़े. ये एक फॉर्मूला बनता है, रेवंत रेड्डी फॉर्मूला, और ये मेरे ख्याल से अगर और राज्यों में भी लागू करे तो कांग्रेस का झंडा वहां भी फहराया जा सकता है. आप अपनी तारीफ सुन के क्या कहेंगे? आपको लगता है कि ये इसकी गुंजाइश है?
शायद राहुल जी तो वही काम कर रहा है, 24/7 पॉलिटिक्स कर रहा है, हर दिन क्षेत्र में जा रहा है. सो जरूर वो देश की प्रधानमंत्री बनने वाले हैं, क्योंकि मैं एक बात साफ कहना चाहता हूं, नरेंद्र मोदी जी गरीबी से आए, गरीबी दिखा के प्रधानमंत्री बने. मगर राहुल जी, मोतीलाल नेहरू जी, जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी, दे हैव सैक्रिफाइस्ड thousands of crores. They have come from very rich family. And Indira ji, Rajiv ji, they have sacrificed their lives for the country. शहीद हुए इस देश के लिए. सोनिया जी, राहुल गांधी जी प्रधानमंत्री और राष्ट्रपति पदवी त्याग किए. तो 6 generation they have sacrificed their money, their lives, their positions. Now जब राहुल जी डिस्क्वालीफाई हुआ था एमपी, आफ्टर 75 years, great grandfather, grandmother, father, everyone was represented as a prime minister of India, but he doesn't have any house to stay. सरकार ने बंगला खाली करवाया तो राहुल जी को जाने के लिए घर नहीं था. अमीर से लेकर गरीब बन गए. मोदी जी गरीब में था, गरीब से प्रधानमंत्री बने. मगर यू कंपेयर विथ नरेंद्र मोदी जी एंड राहुल गांधी जी, जो सैक्रिफाइस किया था, दो रिचेस्ट फैमिली से लेकर पूरे स्टफ द पोर को भी आजकल हम तो इंदिरम्मा हाउस दे रहा है. राहुल गांधी जी को हाउस भी नहीं है. तो ऐसा नेता इस देश का प्रधानमंत्री बनने का बहुत जरूरत है.
रेवंत रेड्डी जी, आपने सभी सवालों के जवाब दिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. बहुत कम ऐसा होता है कि हम जो सोच के जाते हैं कि ये नेता इस तरह का होगा, इस तरह से बोलेगा, उस पर खरा उतरता है. लेकिन आप उन कुछ नेताओं में हैं मेरे अनुभव में जो उस पर खरे उतरे. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
थैंक यू. मैं एक बात कहना चाहता हूं दिबांग जी, 2006 June I have got elected as a Jilla Parishad member independent. 2007 I have got elected as a MLC independent from local bodies. 2009 June I have become an MLA first time. 2014 June I have become an MLA second time. 2019 June I have become a member of parliament. 2023 December में मुख्यमंत्री बने. ये 17 साल में एक दिन भी मैं छुट्टी नहीं लिए. एक बार मैं जनता के साथ गया. ये 17 साल में एक दिन भी छुट्टी नहीं लिए. जनता लगातार जनता से मिलकर, सुनकर, उनके राय से, उनके सोचधारा से हम लोग काम किए. कोई भी आगे अगर राजनीति करना है तो पार्ट टाइम पॉलिटिक्स से कुछ होने वाले नहीं है. पार्ट टाइम पॉलिटिशियन को लोग भी वैसे ही देखते, पार्ट टाइम. तो जिम्मेदारी अगर निभाना है तो कोई भी आगे राजनीति में तरक्की करना है, कुछ बनना है तो फुल टाइम पॉलिटिक्स करो, जनता से मिलजुल के काम करो. एक ना एक दिन मौका मिलने वाले. धन्यवाद.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. 17 ఏళ్ల నుంచి ఒక్కరోజు సెలవు తీసుకోలేదంటే ఖచ్చితంగా హాలిడే తీసుకోవాలి సార్ మీరు. I request Dhruba Mukherjee, Director ABP Network, to kindly come onto the stage and felicitate our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Revanth Reddy Garu. A special hamper from ABP Network and Tenali Double Horse, wishing Honorable Chief Minister a very happy Diwali. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was indeed a very, very interesting session from under the shadow growing into adulthood. Marosari, mana Mukhyamantri gariki kritagnyatalu తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాం. Next up, we move on to the second session, upward mobility, making transport accessible. It takes us great pleasure to invite our speaker for this session, Shri Arvind Sanka, the co-founder of Rapido, India's first and largest bike taxi app focused on making commuters' daily intercity travel affordable, faster and safer. At Rapido, Arvind plays a key role in realizing the mission and vision of the company besides spearheading the product development, strategy and finance division of the firm. Please put your hands together for Arvind Sanka. And this session will be chaired by none other than author and columnist Chetan Bhagat. A warm welcome to Arvind Sanka.
Hi Arvind, how are you? Hi everybody. So let me just introduce Arvind to you. You probably know his company more than him.
Yeah.
Rapido is, I think, rapidly becoming a household name. It is a household name, I think, for most of India, and even for the investment community. Let me just tell you, Arvind is 33 years old, and he has the last valuation, at least I see in the internet, I maybe, it's around $1.1 billion, which is around 9,000 crores. So you're 33 years old and you've created a 9,000 crore company. I mean, people are just somehow able to do one job, you know, and get a salary and feel that's very challenging. How does that even happen? How do you mentally reconcile with it? Does it hit you? From what you told me backstage, you were telling me there are 25 lakh Rapido rides a day, roughly, right? 2.5 million. And you are heading all of that. How does it feel?
Yeah, first of all, thank you. Thank you ABP for having me here. I think if you look at our journey, even I come from that background of comfortable job, maybe a high-paying job, graduating from IIT, and everything was working well as per plan, right? But somewhere want to do something big. I don't want to settle small. I think that one thought made us to just go out of our comfort zone and take the first step towards doing something big, doing something impactful, where majority of Indians can actually travel at lot more accessible price, affordable price, and creating accessibility. So I think that was the thought, and it's not a journey of 1 to 2 years. It's a 9 to 10 years of journey. Started this company 9 years back. And when we have started, the transportation options we felt was not affordable, and we wanted to create an affordable transportation option. If you just look at what the kind of impact that we create in the country, every month there are more than 20 lakh drivers who work on our platform in multiple modes of transport. We are from two-wheeler, three-wheeler to four-wheeler. So what makes us busy at night, and what makes us definitely feel motivated to do is to create employment at the scale that we are doing right now and creating local employment. So I think that is what keeps us moving and definitely keeps us motivated, especially during the tough times.
Right. I mean, bike taxis, I know many players tried, and around the same time as you came, most did not work. I mean, people said that, it's just the economics doesn't work. The bike rider, driving a bike all day is much more tiring than driving a car. The bike ride pays much less than a car ride pays. So a lot of companies didn't work. They closed down, but Rapido worked, and now you have gone to autos and cars and parcel deliveries, all kind of things. What made Rapido different?
Yeah, one of the big difference, at least how we started and where we stand through even now, is we are a supply first product where we also care about the drivers, we care about the captains who work on our platform, and we are the only platform who don't take any commission from the drivers. This is a globally, you don't find any platform like this where we don't take commissions and we charge a mere daily 20 to 30 rupees from a driver point of view. So I think that is what changed the way both the scale of Rapido and also giving back to the society or to the captains to earn more. And we made sure we worked hard for that, so that still we need to run the company, but at the same time we want to run the company with a very less cost and make sure that they get the most of the platform, right? So I think that is a big difference where we cared about the captains, which are our drivers, whom we call captains, and at the same time they make a lot more than what we make per every ride, and that's what changed the course.
So, I personally, anecdotal data, but when I sometimes sit in an Uber or a Ola, the driver says, "Arey sir, aap jo ride ka de rahe ho, company le leti hai." Matlab, the platform takes 25%. Yeah. So if it's a 500 rupee ride, one ride, they will take 100 rupees, right? If the driver does a business of, I don't know, 2,000 rupees or 3,000 rupees a day, they may take up to 500, 800 rupees, something like that. They were like really, and I was quite surprised. Yeah. And you are saying Rapido takes 20 rupees a day, 30 rupees a day, like that. Whatever, exactly. The numbers may change a little bit. How are you able to survive? And why do they charge so much? And how will you survive with like such a big difference?
Yeah, I mean, so this is more to do with how do we build the systems, how do we build the teams with the price that we charge, which is like, let's say we charge 30 rupees per day to a driver. We made sure the costs are less. I mean, the biggest problem with global companies or any other company was they made the cost very high to run the business, and hence they had to charge a lot. But we made sure our costs are less and charge less to the captain and make him earn more, because that also gives the consumer experience. Like if you're taking a ride, the cancellations, the experience the customers is going through are not as per what a global standards are, even though they are global companies, right? So I think that is the thing that where we try to change that. If drivers are happy, then generally they make the customers happy. And if we can figure out a way our costs are so less that even though we charge very less, we are still able to not lose money as a platform. So it's more to do with the rigor of execution with the low cost that we have. And obviously it's also because we come from a bike taxi world where bike taxi, the ticket size are very less, like it's a 50 to 60 rupee product. And we used to be profitable with that. And we made sure that we pass on that benefit to a cab and auto world as well by charging less commissions.
Okay. Okay, let's talk about something different from Rapido, but more about being an entrepreneur, unicorn entrepreneur. These days I've seen, like, there used to be Bollywood stars who would become stars. Nowadays, like, entrepreneurs are also celebrities, right? A lot of them are, okay, there are shows like Shark Tank and all, which may have triggered this, but also just the idea that a 33-year-old created a 9,000 crore company, what happened? Like, there are many, and I also know that many entrepreneurs of such companies, they have an active team that manage their image, right? I don't think you do. Clearly, you were in the back room lounge and people were like, okay, this is he's the Rapido guy. And I was like, okay, Rapido is known. In fact, you're not even in a B2B type company where like, nobody even knows the company. Rapido is very well known, but people don't know you. Today probably is one of the few times you are here and we are talking. But there are some who are out there posting reels and putting holidays and, they're building a brand about, the company is about the face. Elon Musk is doing that too. I mean, with his Twitter and everything. And in India also that culture is there. You don't do it. I'm not judging anybody. I mean, everybody. But how do you see it? What are the pros and cons of doing it, not doing it?
Yeah, definitely. Maybe at least I am a bit extreme that I'm not on any social media platforms.
You're not on. You don't even have an account.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe on LinkedIn a little bit.
LinkedIn
but,
is okay,
but not in any other social media platforms. But what I think, but I don't think that we should be that extreme as well. Where there are some things where we want to tell to our consumers about how I think, how Rapido as a platform thinks, how we think, what we want to do, how we can change the platform. So I think it's definitely a tool if used well. Can have its own benefits, but at the same time, definitely it's a two-sided thing where if you don't handle it well, it might impact your image, and that will impact the company as well, which is also a thing which need to be taken care of. But otherwise, I think if used well, it can be a great tool.
So I mean, full disclosure, like. One of the big entrepreneurs of India, who's a very good friend of mine, who's also come on this platform, not in the Southern Summit, but in Mumbai, we did a ABP event, and he was there. And there's a comedian on X or Twitter, what it was called, and he just made a few tweets about the company, and they got into I won't go into it, people can Google it, it's very easy to find. He got into an altercation with the comedian, which is also okay, fine, it happens, that's what X is. But the next day, the stock price dropped 8%. And that's a multi-billion-dollar company. From a few tweets with the comedian, who's not even like he's not like he's just a comedian on X. It's not like that. What is going on there? And like, what are we dealing with in this era? And how should entrepreneurs position themselves to handle situations like this? Like, I'm sure people, there may be, if there are 25 million rides, 5 guys had a very bad ride, right? In Rapido. They may say, oh my God, I got like scratched or whatever. How do you see that whole incident? Were you following that incident? You're not on social media, but...
No, definitely. It's definitely an incident where people forward what's happening. But I think one thing, as you started this conversation saying that like a Bollywood star or like a celebrity, entrepreneurs are also becoming like that. I would say it's more to do with there are a lot of people who are inspired by the journey of you or who you are, what you have done. And maybe they also want to take entrepreneurship. And that is where, ideally, that's what we can give back to the society then, that if we can take on incumbents, anyone can take on incumbents. Right? I think that is one way where I see why people are getting inspired by the stories of entrepreneurs like us, right? So I think that is, I would say, that is how maybe entrepreneurs has to use the platform in terms of inspiring people and getting feedback of their product and definitely hearing to the consumers, because that's a great channel to do it, right? But definitely, as I said, the impact, it can go both ways if it's not handled well. And it should be, because now you are no more just an individual, you're also a face of a company, right? I think if you can manage that well, then I think you can get the best out of it.
Could it take away from like making an image, being out there? It's a job.
Yeah.
You know, some people do it, it's a full-time job. To do that and to run a complex company, which like as a tech company with like millions of transactions happening every day, could it distract?
Yeah, I mean, there are ways to where definitely maybe there are teams who can handle on what you want to say, how you want to communicate. It can still hold true with that and then still be part of that community. It's just that if you are too much into it, then again you are taking your energy from your day-to-day work to something else which might impact.
Okay, coming back to Rapido, I heard you're one of the biggest employers in India. How many people, you're not employing them like a job with a salary and offer letter. Let's just to be clear, they are like partners. But how many people are getting their livelihood because of Rapido, let's say?
Yeah. So throughout the country, so we are operational in 100 cities throughout the country. And in the entire country, every month, 20 lakh people make money on Rapido. And only in Hyderabad, 4 lakh people make money on our platform in a month. I think that is, as I said, that is something which we are proud of, and that is something where, that is the impact that we want to create on the society. And it's just not in one city, we want to do throughout the country, and via multiple modes of transport.
Tell me something, while this is really good, is there, like, I've seen people sitting at a house, I need a toothpaste, I need it in 8 minutes or 9 minutes, and they order one toothpaste because they are too lazy to go down to the Kirana store, which is 3 minutes away. But who will go? Someone will ring the bell and give me the toothpaste. They're ordering one toothpaste, somebody's bringing them the toothpaste within 8 minutes. I heard yesterday people are ordering in office Diwali kurtas because they realized it's traditional day. 8 minutes kurta is coming, they're wearing. Is some human being is buying that toothpaste, getting it for you, or I don't know, however that is. You're not in quick commerce, so I understand that. But are a lot of tech companies in India running on the basis of the massive availability of cheap labor? That we have this society where there are some affluent people and there is millions and millions of people from villages, maybe farmers, families, whatever, their kids, and they are endlessly supplying labor which can deliver one toothpaste, and still it kind of works, the whole model. I mean, this wouldn't work many places in the world.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I think, definitely it's an unfortunate thing where there are very few jobs that are available for the kind of population that we have. But at the same time, people are also looking for convenience, and that convenience has to be delivered, and people are willing to pay, and there are people looking out for jobs. So I think, according to me, if we can deliver convenience by creating employment, but at the same time creating employment from an earnings point of view, we believe they need to make more than minimum wages, and at the same time taking care of their social welfare. If you're meeting all this, where they're making more than minimum wages, you are giving flexibility, and they are taking care of safety, they're taking care of their health, then I think, yeah, this is not a bad thing to do.
How much could a Rapido driver make? Bike, auto, car?
Yeah, so we see, again, one of the core philosophy of how we work is we want everyone to have their own flexibility on how they want to work on our platform, where they can work whenever they come, they can come anytime, they can leave anytime, and any number of hours in a day, etc. So a typical bike taxi captain make around 80 rupees per hour. An auto captain make around 120 rupees to cab around 150 to 160 rupees per hour.
Okay, so if they work 10 hours, then 800 rupees a day as a bike driver, 1200 as an auto driver.
Yeah.
And 1500 as a car driver. So you can make, if you're driving a cab, you can make 40-50,000 a month.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good, I think.
Yeah, after the fuel cost.
Number. What policies do you think are good right now for startup entrepreneurship in India from the government, and what else can they do? If you being in the business and actually, running it on, like for these fast growing tech companies, what policies, direction do you think it should, because this is kind of like a thought leadership event, so sometimes you never know whose ears we might reach.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think one big thing what as a platform we also have faced and at the same time have gone through is also every new category or every new business doesn't have an existing policies when you start, right? And as you progress and as you make the business big, that's where the policies generally follow to it. So how do you work during the journey of when there is no policy but you are creating certain business? or certain impact that you are creating, maybe an employment in this angle or traffic congestion in our side, and also climate impact that we are creating. So we think, how do you work in this transition? So can government have maybe a separate teams, have separate policies, just for you while they can handhold you till you become certain extent, and then maybe policies can follow after that. So I think traditional businesses and new businesses have to see in a different lens, and I think we are evolving in that for sure. A lot more dialogues have been open now compared to what it used to be 10 years back. It's just that maybe it can be much more faster.
Okay. What impact do you think AI, artificial intelligence, will have on your business and business in general?
Yeah, so in general, definitely, I think like everyone says, productivity is going to be the king. I mean, earlier you used to search and go through multiple articles to get an answer. Right now it is available in the fingertip. So I think, how do you leverage that and to make the decision making faster and then the process faster? So I think productivity is going to be the big thing. And even for us, at Rapido as well, developer productivity to call center productivity to the team productivity, like we are a 600-member team. So how do we be productive? I think that is the major thing that how we are trying to use. At least in transportation, we don't see beyond that for now, till the autonomous comes maybe.
Okay. My last question is, if a young person in India, young boy, young girl is watching this and they want to be entrepreneurs, they want to be at least, if not a unicorn, but at least have their own startup, have a profitable company, and they don't know, nobody in their family has done business before. Yeah. How would you tell them to get started?
Yeah, I think even when we have started, we didn't know anyone. We never know what to raise money means, how to take on incumbents, everything, no history, no friends who started the companies. But I think the biggest thing is your will to start. I mean, take that step of coming out of your comfort zone, and then definitely ask for help. I mean, I shamelessly asked help to a lot of people. I literally knocked the doors of people who can give us money. Literally knocked the doors, and literally went to alumni of different colleges and asked for the help, asked for hiring, asked for money. So I think taking help, and there are people who are willing to help you. It's just that you just need to reach out to them. So I think ask for help. Definitely people are there to help. First, take the first step towards coming out of your comfort zone, and you can figure out. Even our journey is like 10 years. First 2-3 years we also struggled. But now, yeah, maybe we made some mark.
Well, from that day to today, where you are a big company known for the valuation, and 9,000 crores from a first start to trying to gather a few crores to get a startup. It's been a long journey, but it's actually not been that long. It's just been 10 years. But your name is Rapid, so yeah. Rapido. Thank you so much, Arvind.
Thank you. Thanks, Chetan.
Thank you. Thank you, Chetan, and thank you, Arvind. To felicitate Arvind, may I request Mr. Saurabh Yagnik, Chief Operating Officer, ABP, to kindly do the honors. From ABP and Tenali Double Horse. Happy Diwali. Thank you very much, Arvind. Thank you, Chetan. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, next up we begin with a very interesting session, and the topic is revisiting history from Savarkar to Tipu Sultan. Dr. Vikram Sampath, author and historian, as all of us are aware, who is noted for his writing biographies of Gauhar Jan and Vinayak Damodar Savarkar, and this session will be chaired by senior journalist Kaveri. Over to you. Thank you.
So first, of course, I don't know whether to read this or to use it for weightlifting. It's quite something. Chetan was saying just a little ahead of this that all his books could possibly fit into this. But really, I wanted to ask you, because all... Is your mic working? So I wanted to begin by asking you, do you choose your subjects or do the subjects choose you? Because they tend to border on not just the controversial, but the explosive.
Thank you, Kaveri. A great pleasure to be here and always a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks to ABP for inviting me here. No, that's always been something I've also been thinking about, that very varied characters, right from the Mysore family on whom I started writing on, to Gohar Jan, who was India's first woman and artist to record her voice on the gramophone, to Balachandar, to Savarkar, and now Tipu Sultan. And in the middle, I also did something on Kashi Vishwanath, and also 15 unsung heroes and heroines of India. I think we don't choose our topics. Whatever I've planned, that never happens. Serendipity has been the, leitmotif of my life, so to say, at least of my literary career. And so I think I choose topics or people whose lives are interesting. It's not monochromatic. Something that either people have forgotten about, or someone who is much maligned, misunderstood, and misrepresented. So somehow this onus of putting them in perspective and context, destiny seems to always give to my very slender shoulders.
But I must say, and by the way, I must say that this is, we are very privileged because I think this is one of the first times you're discussing this book.
That's right.
So thank you so much. Copies of it are available outside along with your earlier books as well. And please do take a look at them and get them signed. It's very rare to have an author like Vikram here. But Vikram, reading this book last night was really an eye-opener. Because there are two things. One, Tipu has been so much a part of our popular culture with the sword and all that auction. And I remember the Vijay Mallya auction, and became such a big thing, the Doordarshan series. So to represent someone who's so much a part of popular culture, and people look at him in a particular way, what is the kind of documentation that you have to go through to sort of deconstruct the person?
Yeah, a person like Tipu Sultan, and I'm really happy to have this first conversation around this new book, which has not yet hit the stand, so to say.
Yeah, so
and we've already gone for a reprint. So that's what my publishers told me. And so to have it in Hyderabad, because Hyderabad and its history is very closely intertwined to Tipu's story. And Hyderabad makes a lot of appearance in the book, considering the Nizam and he were blow hot, blow cold, sometimes allies, sometimes friends and enemies and all of this. And 18th century India was a mishmash of so much of chaos. And I think it was the very defining century where India lost steam. And that is when we succumbed to final, colonial occupation of the country. So the book, its content, and the geographical context, all that becomes very important. To your question, Kaveri, I think Tipu, I know, is a very, in-your-face kind of a character, both in popular media, but more so, unfortunately, in politics. Because all sides of the spectrum use him to appropriate him for their own political agendas. I come from Karnataka, in Bangalore, where the Congress government there raised a lot of heckles by celebrating Tipu Jayanti, which caused a lot of anguish among several communities who to this day have intergenerational trauma and memories associated with whatever Tipu Sultan had done. And on the other side, you had even the BJP, which in the run-up to the 2023 elections manufactured this total myth of Uri Gowda and Nanje Gowda, two people who they claimed were responsible for killing Tipu Sultan, something that no Mysore historian, British or otherwise, had even mentioned their name. And what was the reason to do that? You eulogize a Gowda chieftain and you get the Vokkaliga vote in Karnataka elections, which sadly backfired on them. So in the midst of this, where history becomes such a handmaiden for politics and for ulterior motives, I think it is the responsibility of a historian to put things in perspective, illuminate the archives, and bring them to public perception. Because the public is not generally so interested to go to all the papers. So for this book, I actually spent 4 long years rummaging archives both in India and more so outside, in France and in London. The British kept copious documents and documentation, so that also comes very handy. Lot of literature in Indian regional languages, Kannada, Marathi, the Peshwa daftars, which had a lot of documentation. So there's never a dearth of documentation. It just needs somebody who can go and tie that all together in an interesting narrative.
Which it is. It's a fascinating narrative, but also your own experience earlier of having your effigies burnt, etc., at a very young age, and your promise to your mother while she was still alive that you would not do anything to endanger yourself, because it is so contentious. Anything you write about Tipu, I mean, a 14-year rule, but still so 17, but so contentious.
Yes. Yeah, as you mentioned, my first book came out when I was 26 or 27.
Must be the youngest person to have his effigy burnt.
Yes, perhaps. So this was just a conversation like this I was having in some place in Bangalore, and suddenly, and I was talking about Tipu's attempts of conversions, destruction of places of worship, which is documented in his own letters. I was just reading his letter, and because of that there was a fracas in the audience. The function had to be stopped midway, and I was ushered to the green room. My poor father was sitting in the first row, and someone went and gave him a pamphlet saying, he's your only son, if you want him to live long, please ask him to mind what he talks. And so obviously that night there was a hullabaloo at home, and my mother asked me to vow that I will never talk about Tipu Sultan in public. I kept the vow with her. I'd actually written an article around the divans of Mysore, the first being Purnaya. And in that there was some reference to Tipu Sultan, which again created such a furore. And right in the heart of Bangalore city, in MG Road, in front of the newspaper office, people burnt my effigies, they burnt copies of my book, all of that happened. This was 2008 or 9, and I've come a long way since then, where I used to be so sensitive and scared about what people's reactions will be. But I feel, Kaveri, after 17 years of being in the profession of a historian, that if a historian starts worrying about all of this, nothing can come out. Because everything in this country is contentious. Sentiments getting affected is a very, very flimsy line. You don't know what will offend whom. So I think my only shield, protective shield, is my conscience and my utmost adherence to the craft of a historian. Right. So that's why 200 pages of this very bulky book are end notes and bibliography, references. Nothing I'm saying is from my hat. It's all based on facts and documentation, and I think that is how history needs to be. Itihasa, the Sanskrit word for history, translates to it thus happened. Ye aisa hua. So if it has happened this way, show the proof of that, and that seals the matter.
So we'll come to the report card of Tipu later, good, bad, and undetermined. But really what also comes through, as you were saying, is that India of the 18th century was such a fraught country. I mean, there were so many colonial powers here, contesting for the same riches, and a lot of greed on the part of the British as well, and the French. But I find, and increasingly a lot of historians like you are actually showing that the British were as vicious and as greedy as anyone else. They just had better PR. And you do that very well when you show how they painted, their painters sort of painted a particular version of the truth, and I don't know how many documents they translated, but how many they destroyed perhaps, we don't know. So I think that is a very interesting point, that the French, when you look at the way the French talk about this century, it's very different obviously from the way the British talk about it. And what was happening in the world at that time was also very significant. So please talk about that. And when you talk about 1799, the end of Seringapatam, is also in a way the seeds of the First War of Independence being sown there, right? So talk a little about that.
So the 18th century, as you said, was a century of chaos. I think none of the Indian players understood what was going on. Hyderabad itself was going through so many wars of succession. After the Asaf died, his son Nasir Jung, Muzaffar Jung, and finally, you know, all of them engaging the European powers in these wars of succession. They thought these were yet another player on the chessboard, not realizing the far-reaching, motives and designs that these people had, be it the French or the British, the Dutch, the Portuguese, everyone was hovering around. And you had the Marathas on one side, you had Mysore, you had the Arcot Nawab and the Nizam, all of them in a potpourri of disaster.
And very rich and thriving economies,
Yes,
right?
yes. And no scruples whatsoever. You had the Nizam also actually signing up with the British in the first Anglo-Mysore war. And without the British also knowing, on the side he was having parleys with Hyder Ali. And in the midst of the war, the British see that suddenly he is taking a retreat and going the other side and actually joining the person whom he's supposed to battle with. So scruples, principles, ethics, nobody. So that way everyone is on even keel. But what you said was right, but there was propaganda art everywhere, Kaveri. Even when Tipu and Hyder won this very significant war called the Battle of Polilur in the midst of the second Anglo-Mysore war, you have paintings of that on the walls of the Darya Daulat Palace in Srirangapatna. The British put it on a war footing and on an international scale, obviously. The conquest of Srirangapatna was something so significant for them. That probably laid the foundations for the British Empire, and Tipu and Hyder were one of their biggest obstacles. No two ways about that, that they were the last kind of bastions against colonial against British rule. I won't say colonial because Tipu took the support of French. He also invited Zaman Shah to invade India. He called the Shah of Persia, the Amir of Turkey, all of them to come and invade India.
It was the same strategy, right? Use foreign powers to attack your own, enemies.
I think, we give Tipu a lot of importance because of the larger narrative of anti-British equal to heroism. But if the British had lost, maybe the French would be ruling India. And in Karnataka, probably French would be the language that everyone would speak. It took us a lot more time to get, freedom for Pondicherry, to make it Puducherry. So the French colonial designs were no less than what the British had.
But are there still documents and books and letters? Because Tipu seems to have been a very prolific letter writer, and of course his book of dreams that you talk about. I mean, there was a lot of writing that he was doing.
Indeed.
Yeah. So are there still things that are not translated which could be surprising to us?
So in fact, there is the Dreams of Tipu Sultan is that famous play which Girish Karnad has also written. But what were the dreams? So every morning after waking up, it is said Tipu Sultan would spend about an hour or two in his toilet, and that is where he would sit and jot down all that he saw the previous night.
Precursor to Sigmund Freud.
Yes. So in fact, I got these dreams analyzed with the help of a psychologist, because dreams are the index of your mind. So there are violent dreams, everything about destruction, about kafirs, about how they need to be annihilated and all of that. And he wrote copiously. Now when the fort fell, Srirangapatna fell in 1799, all these books, all these papers, the British, for them, Tipu was an enigma, as he is to all of us today, even now, after 200 plus years. So they transported all of this back to London. A lot of it was translated, thick volumes of various, translations and annotations of his papers, his letters. They were all scrutinized. And a lot of that still rests in London. So as a researcher, when I was at the British Library, I had goosebumps when I actually held in my hand that diary, which he would actually write in his own hand. It is still preserved in London.
In
Farsi. Yes. A lot of it is translated, semi-translated. Some probably we wouldn't even know. I actually saw his own handwriting, the way the diary was. And there are translations of it, but some are lost in translation too. So I got all of that retranslated to get the original voice to speak.
But so, I mean, let's come to the crunch. Was he a villain? Was he a hero? Was he somewhere in between? And does that depend also on the community to which you belong, the caste to which you belong, and the time of, considering whether he's a hero or villain?
You finally brought the elephant into the room, which is, see, I mean, these tags of hero or villain is not something I subscribe to, because who defines what is heroism and what is villainy? If we are seriously trying to assess, particularly his social report card, I think that was horrendous.
Why is that? Yeah.
So Hyder Ali, he was actually bought by the Maharaja of Mysore as paying a ransom for him and freeing him. Within 12 years, this man, through his Machiavellian moves, manages to overthrow the Maharaja and take over, usurp the kingdom. But Hyder was very astute. He realized that it was a Hindu majority kingdom, and so he had to placate the Hindus there. So there weren't overt means of conversion or destruction in Mysore. It happened during conquest outside. But I think Tipu got the kingdom on a platter, and that also led him to a lot of hubris, the arrogance and the intoxication of power that comes in. He literally dug up his own grave. In the numerous conquests that happened in Malabar, in Kerala, to this day, I think a lot of people hate him. In Coorg, the Kodavas of Coorg, 70,000, 60,000, upwards of this number being brutally massacred. In Mangalore, the Christians as well, the Christians, almost 70,000 of them literally dragged, to the feet of an elephant all the way from Mangalore to Srirangapatna, many dying on the way, churches being destroyed, temples being destroyed. We are in the week of Deepavali. You have the Mandya Mayangars in and around Melkote, who do not celebrate Diwali to this day after 250 years, because 700 members of their family were killed on the day of Deepavali by Tipu Sultan.
It's the psychic memory, right?
Yeah, intergenerational trauma. So they, to this day, commemorate that as a day of mourning. So these are very, oral traditions which have survived generations. So that's why when the Tipu Jayanti was being celebrated by the Congress government in Karnataka, the BJP, the politics apart, they were individuals who, came out in protest. The Christians had nothing to do with the BJP's politics, but the Christian groups there opposed this. The Kodavas opposed this. The Mandya Mayangars, the Nayars in Kerala, who were brutalized. And there are lots of documented evidence in the chapter 20 of the book. I talk in detail about, all the temples that were destroyed across various parts of, in Coorg, even dead people were converted. There are letters of Tipu Sultan. Since he wrote so much, Hyder was illiterate. The only achievement of his life was to learn to sign the first alphabet of his name, which was her. But Tipu was a very educated man, so he wrote copiously. And there are letters, you don't need any interpretation. He writes letters to his generals saying, go there, destroy this, kill so many people, and also gloats about it. Saying, in this campaign, I converted 1 lakh people, I killed so many people, so many were circumcised. Dead bodies would be circumcised and declared as Muslim. So, on the one hand, we can say that this was a different era, an era of tortures, which is true.
Argument, yeah.
But was there a targeted, what is a genocide? A genocide is when you target someone selectively on the basis of their identity. Collateral damage in wars is something that is happening to this day. You see in the Middle East, you see in Russia, Ukraine, everywhere. But is a group being targeted only because of their identity, their religion, and so on? If that is that, then it is a double whammy here. So in the case of Tipu, the antipathy for people who did belong to his faith is very, very evident. His manifesto talks about that. The inscription on his sword says, this sword is to be drenched in the blood of kafirs. So when that is so explicit, I don't think we need to provide cover fire for that. And this Tipu Jayanti and other things, I think it's fine if some group of people celebrate it in private. A Tipu fan club, someone celebrates. But a democratically elected government on taxpayers' money actually eulogizing somebody who caused so much of harm to different communities whose memories last even to this day, I think that is a travesty. You won't have a Hitler Jayanti being celebrated back in Germany to this day, right? So I think that peace with the past, to be able to tell the truth as it is and not use these people as cover fire for your electoral politics, I think that is very important.
And yet he is the same person who advanced so much of science and technology. So you cannot ignore that as well, right?
Yes. So as I said, it is not a hero or a villain, white and black. I think characters of history are shades of grey. There are more than 50 shades of grey when it comes to human beings. And to understand...
Shades of Grey reminds me of a line that you've written about his taste in young boys, which could be interpreted in any way possible.
Yes, yes. So I think that was a common thing to have, bring them and make them eunuchs and so on.
Purchase
Yeah. So I think you have to not pigeonhole people by yardsticks and definitions of today, but at the same time, you should not whitewash their crimes to make them somewhat, appealable to people of today, communities of today. The Muslims of Karnataka need not have to look at Tipu Sultan as their icon or role model. And to win their votes, you don't have to erase his crimes. At the same time, using him as a ploy to target a community today, that also is equally bad.
Exactly.
So,
which is what I love about your work, Vikram, that you put it out there and it's the truth as it is, unvarnished. But anyone who wants to sort of appropriate you to their cause will find it. Yeah, will find it a little difficult,
Yes, because I end up offending everyone because I don't belong to either camp.
Which is, I think, the best way a historian should be. But tell me, when you look at Savarkar, Tipu, I wonder what is going to be your next subject, your next project. I mean, I really do.
Well, lots of things in the pipeline, but at the moment, I've actually established a foundation called the Foundation for Indian Historical and Cultural Research, FIHCR. Yes, to actually promote this. Probably, foster new scholarship, clone many more Vikrams perhaps in the process, so that more books come out. I think the answer to distorted history is only and only scholarship. It is not social media wars. It is not on Twitter fights that you are going to sort this out. Evidence-based, fact-based, truth-based history which needs to be written in a manner, spoken and articulated in a manner which the common people actually connect with. So FIHCR is doing this. We actually have given out a scholarship based on Sir Jadunath Sarkar, in the name of Jadunath Sarkar, to 9 scholars to actually write books. At the end of 1 year, there'll be 9 books coming out. We are also trying to collaborate with educational institutions, including Nalanda University, to do a project on very compelling issues of history which we'll revisit. And also reach out to young people, children and young adults, to make history interesting, exciting and inspiring for them. I remember in school, the maximum punishment I used to get was for history. I would always be found kneeling down outside class because I couldn't memorize who succeeded whom and in which year. So, whereas history is a mirror in which we can identify ourselves as a nation, as a people. And so it being taken to the younger generation in the best possible way is the imperative need. Governments are doing nothing about it. So private initiative is what we are trying to do.
And I think it's wonderful that you also recognized SL Bhairappa, the Professor Bhairappa, I think.
He's 94.
He's 94. And really one of the institutions in history who sort of had been ignored or sort of, so I think that is very significant. And talk a little about that.
Yeah, in fact, Dr. Bhairappa was someone who was on the textbook committee during, I think, Indira Gandhi's rule, and he writes that in the foreword.
And he writes that, and he writes the...
How he was summarily dismissed from the committee only because he said the true facts of history need to be mentioned. So the chairman of the committee says, let's not talk about destruction, all of this, because it will somehow upset social harmony today.
Right.
Now, a truth is a truth. I can't wish away my past. If I take my child to Hampi or Konark and someone asks who destroyed this, or the Martan temple in Kashmir, he's bound to ask who destroyed this and why. So what answer? Your school textbook is painting a completely different picture. Right. So tell the truth as it is. The onus or the albatross of the atrocities of the past does not lie on the communities of today.
Exactly, which is very important.
And conversely, the past need not be whitewashed to make communities today feel very secure and safe. We openly talk about the atrocities that the British did. We talk of Churchill as a killer.
We don't talk enough actually. We should talk more.
We talk. I mean, they are demonized in all our popular media. The British is always the bad guy. But we don't care that the Christians of India are going to...
played by Americans, by the way.
Yeah. No, but then when we do that, or we talk about the atrocities of the British, we never worry that the Christians of India will feel offended because they belong to the same religion. Why is that? But when we talk about the Mughals, when we talk about Tipu, Ghori, Ghazni, somehow this hyphenation, that talking about them will upset communities today. I think that is being very disingenuous. And communities today should also not hero worship these people. There are people who go to Aurangzeb's mazar and offer prayers. Now he was a demon of sorts who destroyed so many temples. He killed so many people, and the Sikh gurus included, the kind of tortures that were done. So place them as they are with warts and all. There is no black and white. Let the multiple shades of grey actually illuminate our understanding of our past.
Wonderful. Just the last point, I think about the Delhi-centric view of history, which is very important, that we have to overcome that as well. We're sitting in the south and we have to talk more about the heroes and villains and the shades of grey in the south as well. I think that's very important.
Yeah, the rising south is the theme of the
Yes.
summit. South Indian history or stories hardly feature in our textbook.
Yeah.
In the NCERT current textbook, I think the Cholas, Pandyas, all of these are disposed of in a map or
Right.
one or two lines. The Vijayanagar Empire hardly gets half a paragraph. The Northeast doesn't get featured. But the South particularly, considering such empires like the Rashtrakutas and the Shatavahanas and all of them ruled from here, the Vodayars, the Travancore rulers, I think when we talk of history of Bharat or history of India, every part of it needs to be included in that. Bharat needs to snatch back her history from the clutches of Delhi.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you, Kaveri.
Please
Thank you.
do look up the books outside, get them signed by the author, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vikram. Thank you, Kaveri. May I request Preeta Dandapani, Assistant Vice President at Sales, ABP Network, to kindly felicitate our speaker for this session, Vikram Sampath. Thank you, Kaveri. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next session. Resilience and Reinvention, a decade in Telugu cinema. Our very own Tollywood star, who's from the Mega family, known for his supreme presence, his charm, his versatile performance. May I take the pleasure to invite Sai Durga Tej, the popular Indian actor, primarily known for his work in Telugu cinema. He belongs to the Konidala family, the Mega family, which includes the stars like Mega star Chiranjeevi Garu, Power star Pavan Kalyan Garu. Sai Durga Tej is always energetic, young, and he reinvents himself each and every time and again. So honored to have you, Durga Tej, and yes, we have seen all his movies, almost Subramaniam for Sale, Supreme, Chitralahari, Republic, Virupaksha, and of late he's giving us social messages as well. And over to you, Kaveri.
Thank you. So I have to call you Durga, Sai, or Tej? Tej.
Whatever you're comfortable with. And before we start, can I just have 1 minute? How many of you guys ride bikes? Ladies and cameramen and who all? Please, in all languages, मैं बोल रहा हूँ. Please wear a helmet. It saved my life.
Oh yes, that's true.
So please, it's a request.
Very good.
मैं आपको सबको विनम्रता से बोल रहा हूँ कि आप हेलमेट पहनिए. తమిళలో కూడా சொல்றேன். మొన్న కెంచికి కేకరేన్ நீங்க హెల్మెట్ పోடுங்க. తెలుగులో చెప్తున్నా. దయచేసి హెల్మెట్ వేసుకోండి. Please, it's my kind request to all of you. Thank you.
In fact, I wanted to start with that, Tej, because, you know, that accident must have been life-changing, right? What did it do for you, and do you recall how it happened and what was going through your mind?
I can't recall what has happened in my
You
head.
were completely
I was
out.
completely blank. But then I stepped on sand on the road, and it was a complete accident like that.
You were on a motorbike?
Yeah, I was on a bike.
Right.
And bike
Were you
is-
speeding?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I was in a 40, 50 kilometers per hour.
You like riding a bike?
I love riding a bike.
Okay.
It's like my sense of freedom. So my sense of freedom is to ride a bike on a road without any complications.
Right.
Be safe. Yeah.
Right. So what bike do you have, or many bikes do you have?
No, ma'am, I still have a Royal Enfield 500 Bullet because it's my grandfather's dream bike. So that bike I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it something you inherited or you bought?
No, I actually stole it from him.
Stole it from him?
I was like, Tata, I need the bike kavali. I need the bike. He's like, okay, fine, take it.
What all have you stolen from your family? And what a family it is. You are, what? Allu Arjun is your cousin, Ramcharan is your cousin, Pavan Kalyan is your uncle, Chiranjeevi. What kind of conversations must you be having on your dining table?
Trust me, nothing related to films. We all have catch up to discuss about what can we do for the society.
Really?
Yeah.
Come on, you must be talking about films sometime.
No, ma'am. We actually talk about like hardly anything, like just like what is the next project. That's the max we do.
Right.
And then more of discussion about what are you thinking of doing for the society.
Right. So when you acted with Pavan Kalyan in Bro,
Yes,
and I mean that's really a fun film.
Yeah.
What was it like?
For me, it was more like Guru. I was able to give him Guru Dakshina.
Yeah.
Because he's the one who actually got me into acting. He was
Okay.
the one who actually got me into all the guided me through my acting career. Because I wanted to act, and then he said you have to go to all these courses, reduce your weight, go to this kickboxing class, and go to this dance class. So he guided me throughout my career.
Right.
So he was there like my guiding force.
What else would you have done born into this family?
I would have been unemployed.
Yes.
No,
But
no,
yet
basic-
it was still a struggle, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It wasn't very easy,
No,
despite
I took the
these
hard
powerful people.
I took the hard route.
Huh.
So I decided that if I'm really worth it of actually being on screen, I have to take the hard route. So my journey started when I was 2009. So not 10 years, it's been 15 years for me to
15
come.
years.
Yeah.
Right.
So 5 years, my first film was shooting, not shooting. They had some financial issues, and then my second film actually took off, and then I did an audition for it. One of the main actors in the film actually passed away in the last scale of the film.
Oh no.
Yeah, and then we shot with another actor, and then when the time of the release, the Telangana agitation was started.
Oh.
So the postponement of the film happened indefinitely.
So it never released.
Yeah, so the second film released on November 14th.
Right.
On 2014. Like,
Right.
it took me 5 years to actually get my film out.
Right.
So in the meantime, I saw many of my co-actors to release their films and become stars.
Right.
So for me, it was more like a learning experience. He taught me a lot of things. He taught me patience. He taught me how to be patient enough to make sure that you give the best.
Right.
Yeah.
But there must have been moments when you must have thought, why me? You know,
Oh,
why?
yeah. Exactly. Like I gave up one time. Like I had to fill in diesel for my car, and then I didn't have the money.
Really?
Yeah. So
And you can't say charge Pavan Kalyan for it, right?
I couldn't say anything of the sort. So I didn't have phone ka recharge bhi nahi tha.
Okay.
So I didn't have enough money, enough balance to call my mother also. I was literally lost. I just had to sit down on the payment, and then once I checked my balance in my account, there was some amount. I was like, Amma, how did this amount come? I thought that you needed the money, so I just put in that money.
Oh.
So in that way, my mom was my biggest blessing in my life.
No wonder you
Yeah.
changed your name.
No. The reason why I changed my name is because this is my second life.
Right.
And 2021, I was reborn again. So this time I was with experience. And for a mother to go through whatever has happened, she actually was my biggest supporter, biggest pillar of strength. And she made sure that I actually recovered. And on the hospital bed, I couldn't tell her some things. Like, all I wanted to tell her was, I'm sorry, Amma, I love you. My voice was lost.
Oh.
I lost my voice. I couldn't tell that. I couldn't tell my brother and my mother. So she was like, no worry, write down what we want to say. So for me to write down, I was like, it was going like ECG map.
Right.
graph.
It was like that.
Yeah, like that.
You
I
had
couldn't-
lost.
I lost the whole stability of
Right.
my this thing. So, and then when I came out of the hospital bed, I lost my balance.
Oh,
So it was literally like my mother made sure that I grew up again
right.
in her guidance. So it was more of an emotional decision of me actually having my mother's name into my name.
Right.
So when I lost my voice, she made sure that I got my voice back. It's not like I lost my voice. It's just that the pipes which went down my throat because of I was in coma for 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah. The doctors were like, he'll get up, he'll get up. But then it was something like very difficult for my mother to
Yeah,
take.
of course.
Yeah. And it's not
But
like.
but the doctors believe that you had the will to fight.
Yeah. They thought that I will come out of it, but it will take some time.
Right.
So they didn't know what time it was. But then for me, it was more like 2 hours of sleep. But then I slept for like for 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah, 14 days.
And when you woke up,
Woke up.
like in the movies, मैं कहाँ हूँ?
That was in my head, but not outside. So, but the first thing I saw was my mother and my brother, and I couldn't talk. That's what I told you. I
Right.
couldn't tell them, I'm sorry and I love you guys. I couldn't say that. I was like, I'm sorry, I love you. It was like that.
Right.
So for me, it was more like reinventing myself and making sure that I actually give that inspiration to people that you can start off whenever, wherever you can again.
So you're a very emotional and sensitive person behind that
Yeah.
macho look, right?
I'm more of a fun person, so I always look at it that way. Macho and all that, it's only for the screen.
Right.
But for me, it's more of that I'm a kid in front of my mother, a friend for my friends, and an actor in front of all my
I
people.
think, yeah, we should applaud
You should be, you
that.
should, you should be able to.
You haven't
dive-
talked about women, and what are you to women?
An actor?
A little more than
I'm
that.
scared. I'm scared to talk about women. Horror films and women are the same for me.
Horror films and women. That's a terrible combination. Why is that?
Exactly. I'm scared. That's why.
But it's interesting the variety of roles you've done
Yes,
as
ma'am.
well.
Yes.
Virupaksh, which I saw.
Yeah, it's a horror film.
That's a real fun
Yeah.
adventure film. Lots
Exactly.
of-
See,
yeah.
all the women actually feel it as an adventure. For me, it is more of that fear factor.
Right. So, but it's interesting the variety of roles that you're doing.
Yes, ma'am.
But is it important for an actor to develop a particular image and then do you have to sort of keep, once you're successful, then of course you're asked to repeat yourself and do that
Ma'am,
again?
I've done that. I had 6 flops, and people wrote me off.
Yeah.
They said, this guy's done.
This guy's
This guy's done, and they thought.
But your first film was a big success.
Yeah, first film actually, my second film released first, so it was a big
Right.
success.
Yeah.
My first film released second,
Yeah.
and that was a big flop.
Yeah.
And then I reinvented myself and I understood what the kind of films that people are watching, and I did those films. But then post that, I actually had 6 flops. There was something which was actually not happening in my control. Like what was it? The power to say no.
Right.
So with those 6 flops, I got to understand that God gave me the power to say no to bad films.
Don't do bad
Yeah,
films.
no.
And don't do it for friends
Yeah,
or relatives
exactly.
or whatever, for whatever reason.
Whatever reasons, please also guide them through to do the best things,
Right.
not to like worry about what might happen. No, just tell them, see, this film is not good. We'll get a better story for you guys. You should tell them. You should guide them
Right.
through.
Right. Now, I mean, when you see people like Ram Charan, and first, of course, I want to ask you, how were they when they were growing up?
It was-
Did you always know that
We
these
all-
guys are going to be superstars? or?
We never thought that we'll be into acting, ma'am. For me, example, I never thought that I'll be an actor. I thought I'll be just some other 9 to 5 job I'll do
Right.
and come back. But then in that 9 to 5 job, I was not happy with myself. I thought I was destined to do something more, something much more. So then I started to get into acting. Like that, I'm sure that Charan or Bunny or Varun or my brother.
Yeah,
we never-
Alu Arjun is called Bunny, right?
Yeah, at home.
At home.
Yeah. So we never had that thought of actually getting into acting. So it happened naturally.
Right.
So we got proper guidance and we got into this acting field.
But when you see their success, I mean, there is of course great joy, and I'm sure you're proud of them.
Yeah, of
But
course.
is there also a touch of envy or saying that
Uh,
I could do that as well?
No, ma'am. There's this. I used to say this before. I'm saying this again. Flowers of the same plant don't fight in competition. they just bloom. So in the same way, we all bloom in the same way, and we have our own ways of dealing things.
Right.
Yeah. So we're all flowers in the same plant.
Right. So if you don't talk about films when you all get together, what do you talk about?
We all talk about clothing or food.
Food. Food is a big thing, right?
Food is a major thing. I trust me, it's like the thing. So,
Last year, Rana Daggubati came to our conclave and he said he eats biryani almost every day of the day of the week.
He is a big foodie. Actually, he used to eat Charan's food in school also.
What?
His carriage used to be like this size. The Charan's carriage used to be like a small dabba, but then he used to finish off his carriage, and then he used to finish off Charan's dabba as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Were you all in the same school? Or?
Yeah, we were all in the same school.
Okay.
Like 9th and 10th, we had to be in the same school.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you used to eat anyone's tiffin or no?
No, ma'am. I used to not eat my own tiffin.
So I mean, there's cinema and there's politics. I mean, your family is into both. And the work that you're doing now, for instance, what you said about child abuse, the fact that, you know, the CMs of both states sort of endorsed it. So do you see yourself looking at a career in that, in politics as well, engaging more in social issues?
At this point of time, don't make me far away from films. I'm mostly focused here. And I love to have a actor's journey through, and then I want to, later on we'll see.
Right.
I don't have a thought about politics at this point, because there's a lot of things you have to learn to be into politics.
What?
Like understand what is a gazette, what is like a policy, what is a geo. So there's so many other things to learn from the basic stuff. So for me to do that, I have to study, I have to learn about the people's problems, and then maybe we can think about it later. You have to be well read.
Are you doing that? Are you going to invest some time in doing that?
At this point of time, I am mostly focused on my acting, and I'm very, very busy, so I don't want to divert my head.
Right.
And please don't push me away from acting.
No, we are not going to do that.
Thank you.
We want you in cinema.
Thank you.
But what is the kind of cinema that you think people like now? There's either the big screen, the big spectacle, or then there's streaming. There doesn't seem to be an in-between.
Ma'am, at this point of time, I think people are very much exposed to OTT platforms, and they are actually seeing different films. The world cinema has come to their remote, into their hands. So they are very much exposed into that. We have to develop our writing skills. I have seen in one of the interviews of Rakshit Shetty, the guy who did Saptasagarayallo.
Right.
So he said we have to invest more time into writing.
Yeah.
If we don't write properly, we lose films. He's not against remakes or anything, but what he said made sense. Because people are so exposed to world cinema, we have to improve the quality of writing, no matter what.
Right.
That is in our hands.
Right. What about streaming? Do you have a thought about doing anything in streaming?
Yes, ma'am. I am looking out for some few of the things which have been offered to me. So I'm still in the plan of considering what to do.
Right.
So, yeah.
What is the kind of cinema you now want to endorse? Because even the big screen spectacles that have been coming from here in the last year or so haven't done as well as they used to, right? There's this sense of diminishing returns has set in.
True.
And movies like Manjumal Boys, for instance, Chidambaram is going to be here in the evening. Those are doing fantastically. Malayalam cinema has suddenly discovered its mojo, you know.
We have to change our way of writing and change our way of making films, because people are exposed to all these kind of films very, very long back. So it's
they seem to love it.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
It is our responsibility to make sure that we actually do something new for the audience and make them come to the theatre.
Yeah.
So that in that way, I did this film called Virupaksha, where it was like a horror film.
Yeah.
And for me, doing a horror film is like a big no-no. But
you don't like to watch horror?
I'm really scared, ma'am. About life, matto. I'm really scared of girls already. Now this one more film, I can't take it.
Your equation of horror and girls, I will not
That's
forget.
That's a perfect equation. So for me, all that, we have to offer them something new for them to come to the theatre. You have to make sure that we give them something like in terms of visuals or in terms of music or in terms of writing, in terms of story, something new for them to experience. So without, I'm going to give you the same old juice, they won't like it.
Right.
They were like very bored. I'm like, yeah, we had that last time. Give us something new.
Right.
Yeah, and so we have to do
There's
that.
also been, while say Malayalam cinema is very progressive,
Yes, ma'am.
there's
Yes, ma'am.
also been the Hema Committee report and all kinds of, allegations which have now been substantiated against people who have taken advantage of women or, exploited them or assaulted them. And some terrible horror stories have come out as well. Do you think it's time for every industry to sort of start looking inwards and correct any practices that, have you ever seen anything like this happening?
Well, frankly speaking, I have not seen that in my films. I made sure that all the girls and the ladies who are working for my film are safe enough.
Right.
And keeping that aside, it's definitely something that all the industries have to look into and make sure it happens in every other industry, ma'am. Only because we are like into
You're
the
in the
fame.
spotlight,
Because we are in the spotlight, we actually come
That's
out.
the price of
Yeah.
fame.
And then we have to make sure that all the women are feeling safe in the film industry.
So are you doing anything, do you do anything in particular on your set to
I
ensure-
made sure that all my actors and my actresses in the film are feeling safe, and I actually asked them, "Oh, are you good? Is everything fine? If there's anything not good, please let me know."
Right.
Yeah. It's
So
the
what is your-
responsibility of an actor.
Right. So, you talked about the preparation for acting, the dance classes, kickboxing, but acting is also all about the mind
Yes,
and,
ma'am.
how you are disciplining your body and your soul and your
True.
mind. So, what is the kind of, do you do refresher courses? Do you do workshops? Do you engage with other actors? Do you work on yourself?
From Chitralahari onwards, I used to sit with the director. I used to learn my dialogues. I used to start to introspect more into the character. I used to do a lot of discussion. I used to talk about it. I used to behave like the character, like once I get back to the set.
Right.
On set, I used to behave like the character. Once I'm off set, I'll become myself.
Right.
So that differentiation is what I learned from my uncles. So
Right.
on set, they are like the character.
Right.
Off set, they're
regular
they are my uncles.
Right.
Yeah. So I have learned that, and I made sure that I did that in my films as well. So from Chitta Lahari onwards, I started to behave like the character on set. I started to understand what were the emotions behind the scene. What are the emotions, the kind of that they want true to the character.
So, what's next for you?
I'm doing a film which is the most expensive film of my career.
SDT what?
18.
Right.
Yeah, we haven't titled
You
it
don't
yet.
have a title yet.
We haven't titled it yet. I'm sure that it's going to be one of those films. Every Telugu audience is going to be like, yes, this film is from our
Really?
industry. Yes, ma'am.
What is, can you tell us a little more about it apart from the expense?
It's something. I don't want to reveal much, but we got inspired from the movie 300.
Oh.
So it's going to be something of that sort. And definitely, one thing for sure, people will be astonished. People will be shocked. They'll be
Right.
like, yes, this is our Telugu film.
And have you started shooting or are you still in prep?
We are almost finished around 30% of the film.
Oh, okay.
So another 70% to go.
That's why this buffed up look.
I have to now more. They won't give me
How,
money.
what do you do to be buffed up?
My
How much do you
inspiration-
work?
My inspiration is to get money. So for me to get money, I have to reduce my weight. I have to
But
look buffed up.
How do you work out? What do you do?
Mine is a different regime, ma'am. I do my training in the morning. And
How
then,
long?
2 hours.
2 hours?
Yeah.
Then?
Good. That's my investment for my future.
Right.
So that, and then evening I did do my kickboxing class, and then I do my dance class. So dance class
What
and
sort of dance is it? Modern dance or?
I do different forms. I did bachata, I did tango, I did Bharatanatyam, I did Kuchipudi. So for me, it's more of learning the lessons. So learning about culture.
Can you show us a few moves?
Not right now.
I'm not going to ask you to do natu. That's your cousin.
That's been done
but
too
what
much.
can you do? Just come on, be a sport.
Please, they haven't paid me
Yeah,
yet.
see, look, all the women whom you're scared of.
Yeah, exactly.
They want you to
Ma'am.
dance. Okay, is there a dialogue that you'd like to say or something that you'd like to recite? I'm not going to ask you to sing.
Ma'am, the only person who heard me sing is my mother.
Yeah?
And she's the only one, that's it. I would say my uncle's dialogue.
Sure. Which one? Which uncle?
Chiranjeevi sir.
Okay.
Mokke kada ani peekeste, peeka kotha.
Okay. What does that mean?
It says if you pluck the tree,
Uh,
I'll make sure that I cut your throat.
okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you so much, ma'am.
Tej. And I think you're one of the few men who's a feminist. So kudos to you. Even
Thank
though
you,
you're
ma'am.
scared of women, they're not as fearful as
That
you
was,
make
that was
it.
just
Yeah.
for the fun. ma'am.
But
Ma'am.
thank you so much.
Thank you,
and
ma'am.
I
Thank you.
really do wish you all the best.
Thank you so much,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kaveri. Thank you very much. And may I request Rupali Fernandez, Chief Revenue Officer, ABP Network, to kindly come up and felicitate Sai Durga Tej. Hamper from ABP Network and Tenali Double Horse. Thank you, Tej. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we quickly dive into the next session. Very, very interesting. And of course, let me take the pleasure to welcome 4 powerful ladies of the South. The session, Rise of Regionalism, Empowering Federalism. And we have 4 eminent personalities who will be the speakers of the session. A hearty and a warm welcome to all the ladies. Professor Jyotsna Tirunagari, a distinguished political strategist, social advocate, academician, a multifaceted career spanning over 2 decades. As the national spokesperson for the Telugu Desam party, she plays a vital role in articulating the party's vision, policies across Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Her extensive experience in academia, corporate finance, and grassroots activism positions her as a leading voice in South Indian politics. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Professor Jyotsna Tirunagari. May we have you on the stage, madam. Let me take the pleasure to invite Dr. Shama Mohammed, a national spokesperson for the Indian National Congress. She's a dentist by profession, a former journalist with Zee News. She hails from Kannur, Kerala, and she is the chairperson and trustee of Zoya Charitable Trust, an NGO that focuses on women empowerment, education, and healthcare. Dr. Shama Mohammed, welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I now take the pleasure to invite a great orator, an artist, a philanthropist, entrepreneur, a mother, a wife, woman, and with a great mission to usher peace and prosperity in Hyderabad. Early life was studying, learning dance, and more of spirituality. She's a profound Bharatanatyam dancer as well, and of course, a social activist who has collaborated with several Muslim women groups on triple talaq, becoming one of the very few Hindus invited to talk on abolition of triple talaq in the old city area. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Madhavilata Kompella. Welcome to you, madam. May I take the pleasure to invite Dr. Kanimozi Somu, widely acknowledged as a leader who belongs to the Dravidian stock, who has created a niche in both Indian politics and healthcare. Dr. Karnimozi, her politics is very much in her blood and DNA. Her grandfather, N.B. Natarajan, was a founder member of DMK, worked along with Periyar and Periyanagar Anna and many more prominent figures like Karunanidhi Garu. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Karnimozi Somu. Welcome to you, madam. And this session, Rise of Regionalism, Empowering Federalism, will be chaired by none other than Chetan Bhagat. Welcome to you, Chetan. Stage is all yours. And with all the ladies, Chetan, you're privileged.
Hi, I have the best job in the world or the toughest job in the world. I have 4 strong ladies and I'm supposed to moderate them, which is not going to be possible. So I will request you guys to be kind. We have a topic today which is on federalism. So we will talk about that, but I also think we have a very unique opportunity. We have 4 female politicians from different parties. So I think in the end, I will stop the discussion on wherever it is, and I can guarantee you it's going to be with many chilies. You know how the restaurants have 1 chili dish, 2 chili dish. However, it could be probably 4 or 5, but I will stop you and then talk about something which you will all agree on, which is on the issues related to women in politics. I think it's unique opportunity to spend some time on that. Lalita ji is in one end. I think, have they made it like deliberately, like BJP at one corner and Congress over there and, you know, regional parties, but are you sitting with your allies? No. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I don't think so much thought was put into it. So, you know, this federalism thing, I will play both sides because I'm the moderator. And then I'll maybe start with Shamaji and then go to Lalita ji and then come here. But let's say, why do you need federalism, yaar? Why do we need it, right? It's like an animal with 30 heads, you know. And because of this federalism only, there is this, everybody has to go to a different state, new policies, new rules, new, you know, people to impress, new people to all kind of regulations. And then you even have things like, you have to speak Kannada, you have to do this. All this is happening because of this only, right? So why do we need it, right? We have the army, we have a cricket team, they all are national. They work without federalism very, very well, right? That is one side of the argument. The other side of the argument is, can you run a country so complex like India entirely from the top? Do you need to preserve local culture, local places? You know, we have unity in diversity, or do we do unity in a blender? I compare it to, you want to eat fruit salad or you want to have a fruit smoothie. Both are nice, or both are like you can have a choice. So that's what we're going to discuss today. And let's start with Shamaji.
Chetan, federalism is about aspirations within aspirations. Let's go back to history. Let's go back in history, and we know that for Junagadh, it's a small little region near Gujarat. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel put everything out there to make it part of India, not just because it's going to Pakistan, because it's part of Bharat. Hyderabad, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel at that point of time fought and saw to it that Hyderabad remains in India because it's part of Bharat. Bharat is a mosaic, and nobody, no leader will change that. We have had it for years. There is the Tamil culture, you have Assam on the other side, you have Kashmir, you have Gujarat, Punjab, Karnataka, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh. Everybody is different. But at the end, we are all part of Bharat. We have languages which are very precious. We have our culture, we have food habits. But at the end, I wouldn't say it's these things which connect. It is about being Bharat, one Bharat. And that cannot change. If we go back in history, all our saints, gurus, everybody, the ones from Bihar are different from Tamil Nadu. The ones from Kerala are different from Punjab. So we have had these different regions. We have had, initially it was called Madras.
Got it.
Shamaji, let me finish it. So what I'm trying to say is, nobody can come and tell us one shoe fits all.
Okay.
Tawang is part of India, just as Chennai is. just as Srinagar is. And we are all different, I agree. But at the end of the day, one shoe can't fit the whole size. It cannot be one nation, one election. It cannot be one religion, and it cannot be one language.
Okay, Lalita ji, अब madam is saying one shoe doesn't fit all. अभी CM sir came, he said काम नहीं करने दे रहे. Like, he said, why can't I have a gift city? He said, like, you know, there is talk one nation, one election. There is talk of, you know, a certain culture that needs to be there of Hindutva. There is talk of Hindutva culture of India. So, how does it work with the BJP? What is BJP's view on this?
At the first instance, I would want to tell that Ativrushti, Anavrushti, they both of them do not stand for the prospect of this nation. Federalism always helps you to restore, ensure and secure your ethnic culture, which includes everything along with upbringing of children, family, festivals, food, which is very, very important for this nation. But what happens is that when it comes to as a union, as an entity, as a country, certain things are left as a nation because we need to represent Bharat at international standards. That's how a very good example of your cricket comes. We still pick up players from all parts of this country, which has nothing to do with the local culture. It's about the talent of being a cricketer. You can't represent as a Tamilian, as a Kannadiga, as a Telugu, as a Bengali, as a Punjabi at international level. You still have to represent as a Bharat. But what is happening, either because of an extreme federalism, also I would give an example of the endowments, the temples which are stuck in endowments. These are the kinds, what happens when the waters flow in your state, they get stuck. So what's very important here that BJP would want to tell at the end of the day is सबका साथ सबका विकास. आप अपने अपने जगह पे अपने अपने राज्यों को संरक्षण कीजिए अपने अपने संस्कृति के साथ, लेकिन जब भारत की बात आती है तो आप एक बन जाइए भारत को आगे लेके जाने के लिए, जहां फेडरलिज्म भी है और भारत एक राज्य के तौर पे भी है. This is exactly what BJP would want to communicate. That's the reason we do participate with a very local festival called Batkamma. At the same time, we also participate in Tej. We also participate in Sham Baba festivals, which come from all the way extreme Rajasthan.
Okay. Kanimuri ma'am. Lalita ma'am, I think I've never heard this term before, so she may have coined a new term. Extreme federalism. She said that. Now, DMK is regional party. The whole politics is around identity of that region. If federalism weren't there, maybe DMK wouldn't even be there. I don't know. So she's saying that you need to be one nation, you have to present one image, everything, yeah, little bit federalism is okay, you preserve the culture, but like, you can't have extreme federalism. So, what do you have to say?
Good afternoon to everyone. Bhagatji, like what Madam Shama and Madhavi has just spoken, as they mentioned, federalism is the need of the hour. India is a subcontinent. It is not just a country. It's a union of states with different ethnicity, different language, different country. From Kashmir to Kanyakumari, we vary with languages and culture. And every state has its own climatic conditions, language, which needs its own policy. So as we always, the DMK strongly stands for the state autonomy, which all comprises together and then forms the country, subcontinent, the India in diverse. That is the true India which we have been visualizing from all our birth. Not only that, as mentioned by Madhavi Madam, the cricket, yes, we have taken cricket as a major game of India. How are you going to converse there? You should have some language in common. That's why we need federalism. We cannot bring upon one nation, one country, one election, one language. Sorry, we are in diverse in unity. So we require a language to communicate it if we have to look upon in the international perspective, if we have to fight there, we do require state policies which would help the center to help them. That is federalism and that is the need of the hour right now.
All right. I mean, tell me something. It's all great, when, by the way, cricket has some federalism now. IPL is sort of different states of India over there. But when it's all good, like, okay, different cultures, they make paratha, we make dosa idli, okay, it's great. What if there is a clash? I'll tell you an example. And I think you've not personally spoken on this issue ever before, but I think it's really important because it just trended so much and people talk about it so much. In the north, at least for Hindus, Sanatan Dharam is a way of life. It's the idealistic way of life almost, right? It's held very dear. In your party, a very senior leader said Sanatan Dharam is like a parasite, and whatever else they said, I mean, we can look it up online. You've never commented on that, but here's a case where you say everybody should be allowed to be different. This is a very big difference to the point that there's a big clash. It's a divisive issue. So what are your thoughts on this before I move on to ma'am and let her have her opening statement? This Sanatan Dharam comment that has come from the DMK, which shook the nation really, at least in the north, where were they coming from? Can you explain to somebody in the north who doesn't understand?
Okay, first of all, what was spoken was totally misinterpreted in the North India is what I would like to put it across and clarify things over here. When you started the discussion, you also said we also have to talk about women in politics, what we need to do. I'm just reading out the exact words, what the Deputy CM, Udayanidhi Stalin, had spoken. Just give me the opportunity to read out. He asserted and that he echoed the views of Dravidian leaders like Periyar, former Chief Minister C.N. Annadurai and M. Karunanidhi. Women are not allowed to study. They were unable to leave their homes, and if their husbands died, they would have to die as well. Tandai Periyar spoke against all of this. I echoed what Periyar, Anna and Kalaignar said. In September 2023, the Deputy Chief Minister had compared Sanatana Dharma to dengue and malaria with this context and reference, stating that it should be abolished. He was quoting to the women's equality rights, to be very precise, but it was much badly interpreted in the North India, and it was more politicized with what I could say.
They just cut a little clip and just...
Cutting, clipping, all happens in politics. You must be knowing better than me.
We will cut and clip this also.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yes, so you think it was a quote, he was making a quote from somebody else in the past and they just used this as his quote.
Yes, it was basically what Tandai Periyar used to talk about women's equality, how they were treated. They were not allowed to study, not come out of the houses. The sati which he spoke about that in that conference and said it has to be abolished, and that is the one which he compared to the dengue and the malaria, which needs to be abolished.
And that is abolished now. We don't have
Of
those
course, yes. It was a conference of social justice. So I think all those points would be brought forward over there. It was one of the points. Okay. And we are, to be very honest, the Dravidian model government, which is run in Tamil Nadu under the leadership of M.K. Stalin, we are never against God. In fact, the HRNC department of Tamil Nadu, which is running, has almost taken up all the temples for renovation. More than thousands of temples have been renovated in Tamil Nadu. If we are against that, I don't think we would be doing that for the people. So it's not we are against that. We are against certain ideologies which brings injustice to the people. So the correct understanding is never onto the north side. It's always the south is looked upon in a different character. That's where we land up here.
That's true. And I'm married a South Indian, so I know the story. Every day it happens. Now, ma'am, CM sir came this morning. He said, I want to do this for Telangana, I want to do this. Nothing is like, they're not letting me, they're not going to let it become 5 trillion. They're not going to let my state go out. And you guys are helping them in the center by being in power. Yeah, ally, you're India ally. And that you are in this classic confluence of federalism versus center. When you support the center, you are being accused of not doing the right thing for Telangana. And I don't know how that is helpful when you see that if you become central, you're against federalism. If you're big, so how do you react to his comments really?
Chetan, I think I should probably pity them, I would say. I would say
You
pity them.
pity-
I would say I'll pity them. I'll tell you why. Because what's the meaning of federalism? True meaning of federalism. See, you're seeing me here as Jyotsna. I represent myself. I have a unique attire for myself. I have a unique nature for myself. And I represent my state. I represent my culture. I represent my entire, ethnicity and everything. So definitely if I'm coming here to ABP Summit, I'm here representing as myself. I'm not representing you and I'm not, aap mein mil nahi gaye hum log. I am what I am. And I'm here to be vocal, talk about my rights, talk about my state. That is true federalism, as simple as that, if you have to put it across. And if you're, agar aaj CM ne bole hain ki, I can't do this, I can't do that, probably, sorry boss, you're inefficient probably. I don't know. When other CMs can get it done, if you're not getting it done, something is wrong with you. It's not nothing wrong with the center as such. And again, see.
But he needs center's approval for certain big changes.
I'll tell you one thing, sir. I'll tell you one thing, Chetan. See, yesterday we got an approval for Amaravati railway line in Andhra Pradesh. Why did it happen? Because we put across the proper, funding, the entire project plan. We put across what was needed for the state, what the state would do, what the center is expected to do, and we had a leader who could put it across properly to the center. And it's not about we being a part of center. It's about how you put across your point to the center. And again, why did the entire point of federalism come? We have been seeing it, whether it is DMK or TDP for that instance, both of our parties, if you take, what was the requirement for our birth? Why did TDP take birth? Simple. We were, the voice of Telugus. Because we had to have a party which would represent the thought process of Telugus, which would safeguard the rights of Telugus, the interests of Telugus, which would stand by them and which would talk about them. That's the reason TDP came into existence. That's the reason Honorable ex-Chief Minister N.T. Ramarao Garu got TDP into existence. And we still see it. And today, when we have our Honorable Chief Minister Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu talk about Andhra Pradesh, he talks about what is the requirement for the state. He doesn't talk about communities, he doesn't talk about religions, he doesn't talk about any other thing. He talks about technology, he talks about what the state needs, he talks about what is the requirement of the state and what the center, up to what extent the center can help us and up to what extent we can help the center. See, earlier it was the thing, Chetan, we would say, I think Babu Garu used to say, Naiduji used to say all the time, think globally, act locally. He would always say that. Now, I think we have to change it as think globally and also act globally, because we are in a world where we have to act globally. Okay. We have to link ourselves to what's happening across the world.
Okay. Shamaji, earlier, even now we have joint families in India where there is one Dadaji and you have many sons and they are staying in the same house. And in a way, I compare it to like a country. And if the Dadaji is ultimately the big decision maker, and that's kind of central level decision making. And then you have different sons. Someone's wife says, I don't want to eat this vegetarian food in the house. I want to eat my kebabs. So let's make our own kitchen in this house. Someone says, I want to put a AC here. That living room, Dadiji doesn't let me put the AC on. I want my own AC. For example, like this, slowly, everybody should be allowed to think their own way. They have certain things. And then dhire dhire, they even sometimes fight and things like that happen. So just like that, we have talked of nationalism, nothing wrong with nationalism, but there is something called extreme nationalism, which many people now agree can be a little bit bad. Is there something extreme federalism, where you keep on going on and on about federalism, and it kind of holds the nation back? Should we also bring that term into existence?
No, you must understand now, the TDP spokesperson just spoke. We remember in 2018, when they did not get the special status, they walked out of the government. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is, they're assertive, but they've come back, because at the end of the day, let's understand that no one size does not fit all. I'm going to tell that again. I'll give you an example. Yesterday, 675 crore from the National Disaster Relief Fund has been distributed, 600 to Gujarat, 25 to Manipur, and 50 to Tripura. And the reason being given is there have been landslides, rainfall, etc. Fine, I'm happy about that. But what about Kerala? Kerala had in Wayanad a huge landslide. I visited there, and we got nothing from the center. In 2018, when the Kerala floods happened, we got nothing from the center. So our issue is, why are the BJP states like Gujarat, Tripura, Manipur given extra, whereas states like Kerala, which have had national disasters, are not given anything? So there, the federalism is weak. It is the center which is taking control of things. And let me make one thing very clear. Nobody from my party has called any part of the state Pakistan. But the Home Minister of the state has called Wayanad Pakistan, because he believes that there is a certain number of community which is higher. But honestly, Wayanad has 40% Hindus. That is the largest community in Wayanad. You had the, one second, let me finish this.
Yeah.
During the Karnataka election, there was the Kerala story, which was talked about, insulting Kerala. I am a Muslim married to a Christian. Neither has my husband converted, nor I have converted. I am from Kerala, and I don't know where this Kerala story comes from. So I can tell you that is demeaning Kerala every time. Federalism, you should hold each one of our states' hands and say, we are with you. We will help you out. We are one. And that's how India, you see, after independence, the Western countries said, India will not exist. Democracy will not exist. It's too difficult. Because a Tamilian is so different from a Kashmiri. You're a Punjabi, I'm a Keralite, you're married to a Tamilian. So they're very different because of our strength, our will, that we stood together.
Okay,
and
I'm going to have to
can take
interrupt you,
that.
Shamaji, because she's saying that Gujarat is like, I mean, all the states are the center's children, but some children are more favorite than others. And the double engine children are more favorite. Is that an accusation which has any basis, or is it not have any basis, or is it like to be expected कि double engine है तो थोड़ा तो प्यार होगा ही?
Before I could answer her, I have a small answer to be given to my adjacent, to my fraternity sister, that please tell me how many women in DMK's family have come out to show the equality for women, prosperity to women. Sati is a very long back thing that has gone, dead gone days. Now I come to one more point. Now tell me, in what federalism, power and strength West Bengal is not able to solve the death of a girl? All federalism is open to them to solve the problem. It is not being solved, it is being dragged. I come up to one more problem, issue in our own Telangana. Temples behind temples, endowments come under the state government. They're being vandalized. We are waiting for the state to give us justice. People come from Bombay, with whatever the name they come from. They come from an Islamic name. My point is not towards Muslims, but people who are vandalizing our temples. There is a case on him twice for vandalizing temples. They come here, 140 people, continuously. We come up with the names. We come up with the hotels that are conducting jamaats. They pick up people like us who sit with the right of constitution to sit on dharna. Third point, what is Hydra? When poor Muslim and Hindu, Dalit families are being demolished their houses, there is no say. All federalism, thanks. There's no one to come out. Here we have to raise voice requesting center, please come down to help us. Please come down to help us. Why? All federalism is left for the people to take a decision. In my own old city constituency, there are madrasas where children can get enough food, cloth under Article 32A. They can all be given CBSE and state government permissions to get educated. What's happened? Why the madrasas still hold to just go through the only religious education? Where would the bread and butter come for those children? In my same constituency.
Ma'am, we don't have time. Okay, I have to get to the.
I just want to say one thing.
Okay. I know.
I just want to reply. 2
10
things.
seconds.
1 second only.
Okay.
One is UP has enough and more madrasas. Tell Yogi to take care of it. Number 2 is, in the last 10 years, we are hearing Guspetia. How do these Guspetias, according to them, come? From outside. Who is in charge of the BSF? The Home Ministry. So why don't you ask Mr. Amit Shah, why are these people coming? How are they coming?
Okay.
It is not the other opposition
अमित शाह
party.
जी का
It is
काम
the, it is
अमित
the
शाह जी
Minister
का
of
काम
Home.
बॉम्बे से
It is
हैदराबाद
DSM
लाने
is
वालों
under
के
the Home
बारे में
Ministry.
देखना नहीं है, वो
Don't
यहाँ
keep
का
saying
होम मिनिस्टर का
घुसपैठियास.
काम था। वो
Stop the
जो
घुसपैठियास.
होम मिनिस्ट्री अपने
Stop the
चीफ मिनिस्टर
घुसपैठियास.
अपने
Home
जेब में
Ministry is
लगा
not
के
with the
फिर रहे
opposition.
हैं जो कांग्रेस के हैं। तो पहले कांग्रेस के चीफ मिनिस्टर
Okay, I said there will be
आपका
5
होम
chilies.
मिनिस्ट्री क्या कर रहा है,
Okay.
आपका सर्वेलेंस क्या
Ma'am,
कर रहा है?
I do want to, because we have very few time. I know. I told you there will be 5 chilies. I think we have reached that point. So we'll pause here. One by one, we'll go in sequence. I want to ask, you know, women and career is a classic debate, classic issue. Every women's conference about that. Work-life balance for women who want careers. Now, politicians' career is the toughest career in terms of the time demands. Even the CM sir said today, nobody wants a part-time politician. You either are full-time or you're not. Now, therefore, you're supposed to be full-time politicians, but you're all mothers, you're all having families. Do you feel, one, honestly, guilty when you do politics, as your domestic home stuff is concerned? And how do you balance it? It's just some advice for some girl out there who will be watching this and thinking, I also want to join politics. So maybe what advice you would give them? I don't think you guys have to fight on this one. So we'll start from that side again, Shama. 30 seconds to each. 1 minute, 30 seconds, 1 minute to each.
Well, it's tough being a woman. I mean, I remember when I started off, my younger one was 5 and the older one was 7, living in Pune. And being a spokesperson, I had to keep coming to Delhi. For 2 years, I was coming to Delhi every alternate week, spending 4 days here, and the other week would be in Bombay. So my children at one point said, you are a mother who's never here, you know. So I have heard all that. It's tough for women, and especially when you have a husband also who travels. So we have to task things. But I think the most important thing is we need more representation. We work very hard, and I know the bill is only going to come later on, but I believe each party should start giving the tickets, you know, to women, since the bill is already passed, but it is not yet, there are certain caveats to it due to delimitation and the population census. So there are caveats to it, but I believe the party should start giving representation to women, because women are much more transparent, let me tell you. When we are given, I see a lot of women here today organizing this, and I must tell you, the women do nothing against the men, but they do a fantastic job. And a big clap to the women out here. They do a fantastic job. They work hard. They'll be on time. I get the calls from the women in this exactly on time. Ma'am, this is ready, that is ready. So let's understand that we women work very hard. We leave our kids. It's not easy for any one of us to leave our children. It is the toughest part. Today is my son's 17th birthday, but I promised them that I'll be here. So I'm taking an early flight to be there in the evening with him. You know, so that's what we all have. And for a man, a question is never asked about all that. You know, usko karna hai. But you know, that's his thing. You know, the woman is taking care of everything at home. But when we do it, who takes care of everything at home? My husband's abroad. He doesn't live here. So it is tough. And I hope the political system, the parties understand what women do and how women can form groups. Even in Kerala, we have the Kudumbashri and various other cooperatives, how they can help out. So give women more tickets and understand the pain of a woman, how hard she works, and stand with them. That's what I would say.
Okay. All points covered, Shamaji. For the first time, I think I should accept what you say. But again, at the same time...
I will make you guys agree on something.
Good, Chetan. But again, I'll tell you one thing. What's different with women politicians? Women are in other professions too. They have problems there also. So women in any profession encounters problems and they fight it and they win it there because it's a woman. Trust me, only women can do it. Again, nothing against my brothers here, but only a woman can do it. Again, I'll tell you one more thing, Chetan. The major problem any woman in politics faces is acceptance of leadership. Acceptance of women leadership is still not done. We have to accept that. For the women or for the young girls who want to come into politics, I think we as a society have to change our focus. See, I'm glad ABP today has a session with 4 women out here, recognizing us as the leaders and voice of our parties, whether it is BJP or Congress or DMK or TDP. ABP has recognized 4 women spokespersons, put them out here, voice out for your party. So I think this is an acceptance of women leadership. And I'm really glad that ABP has done, and thank you so much for doing. But again, this is what has to happen. Women leadership has to be accepted. No one does that, Chetan. बहुत बातें होते हैं, बहुत बातें होते हैं. There are only very few parties like Telugu Desam Party, or I think I can up to some extent say Bharatiya Janata Party. When it comes to giving tickets to women, they have their say. We have a certain, not up to that 33%, but yes, we cross that percentage when compared to other parties. I'm here, definitely I'll have to accept that. But certain other parties, all the other parties have to do it. अरे यार बोलो मत, मांगो मत, पहले दो तो आप, दे के तो देखो, सीट दे के तो देखो. When you give seats to women, then they win and come back. You have a strong voice up there in the policy making and decision making stance. What happens is we keep telling, Chetan, I'll tell you one thing. I don't know how many years Shama has to tell me, but how many years the women reservation bill was pending, Shama? I think some
reservation bill was
some
passed
years
in
together.
2010 when the UPA government was in power.
Yes.
It was passed in the Rajya Sabha. Unfortunately, we didn't have a majority in the Lok Sabha. But in 2014, this government came, it was there in their manifesto, we'll pass it. They had 10 years time, they had majority in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, but they did not pass it, the BJP, the Bharatiya Janata Party. That is the issue. It should have been passed by 2014.
No, one second.
Let me
Let me
We have to give others
not
a
have a
chance.
majority.
No, I'll tell you why I asked Shama that question, because I knew Shama would get this. But the point here is, we have been rattling it on it. Why are we literally begging for the women reservation bill? We have to get our due. Sorry for any other parties. Whether it is 33% or even less or even more. We are 50%. And अगर आप पूछोगे ना चेतन, सीधी तरीके से अगर कोई भी पार्टी है, मेरे पार्टी से लेके कोई भी पार्टी है, बॉस 50% वुमेन को दे दो, because we are 50% out there. आधा, तो आधा देना है. That's when you get more women leaders, and that's when you'll have the acceptance of women leadership. My point is that it's nothing against, the policies or things like that, but when you have more women, the women leadership is accepted. Once you have the women leadership accepted, definitely things will change for women politicians as well. Today we are struggling, no doubt about that. Struggle is there for us, and the same struggle is there in other professions also. I can see Bhargavi here. I think I know what kind of a struggle she undergoes in her career, and I know what kind of a struggle others undergo in their career. The same struggle we are undergoing, but because we are less in number, probably the struggles are more.
Yeah.
थोड़ा हमारा number बढ़ा दो बस, इतना बोल दो ये बात.
I mean, women are very strong, man. I mean, ask any married man here, he will tell you. Ma'am.
This is a very wrong notion.
No, this is very correct. आप मेरे घर आके
I'm not
देखो.
going to accept that.
Okay.
I'm a
was a joke.
dentist, but
Huh.
in dentists we don't have this much patriarchy as we have in politics. This unbelievable.
Yeah, dental patriarchy is not a term I've heard. Yes. Okay, ma'am.
See, me being a member of parliament, I'm still a practicing gynecologist. I'm a spokesperson. I'm a mother of 2. I'm able to juggle behind all
How?
these things.
How?
How? Because we think tangentially. Men think one at a time. That is the problem. You can do only one at a time. We think tangentially in all parallels.
Oh.
Okay? Like how Shama said, I am sitting here, but still I think behind the mind, I have to go for my son's birthday. That is it. You are here, you will not think of your wife, you won't think of your kids. That is it. That makes us the leaders.
I'm trying to be focused.
So it is, why you guys don't bring women to the stage? Because we would capture the whole stage and you would have no place on it. That's the way men put us back. That is how I look at it. Okay.
I'm just a moderator. Power to आप लोगों के पास है.
But I have to say the truth, no?
But it's
I
true.
cannot be
No, I'm sure. And as I think you know this, that power, nobody gives you power.
So
you have to take it.
We take it. So that's the way we have to keep moving. So for the young girls also, Yes, we can all come into politics, but educate yourself, that which nobody can take from you, and that will give you a place on the stage, is what is the
Very
message which have to be conveyed to the youngsters who's looking at this. And to my sister who has just put a question to me, see, 50% of reservation of work was given in police department by the Dravida Munnetra Karagam under the reign of Dr. Kalengar, which we should not forget. And we were the first person to bring 30% reservation in the local body elections for women, and we had done that also. Okay. And not only that, we have also gotten reservations for all the students, for the women students. And we have also brought in for the widowers to get money from the, all these were brought first by the DMK pain. And ma'am has spoken about so many riots and communal rights. Madam forgot to say about the 2002 Gujarat riots, which has taken a toll on us, and the Ayodhya temple, which took a toll on us, which we should not forget. If Madam had mentioned that, I would have been more happy on that too. Now, anyway, all the women on the stage, the question which was put up last by you is accepted by all of us, stating that, yes, women have to be more in the forefront, and please, men, give us some space to stand on the stage is what the request. I would put it across to you.
Okay. Well put. Thank you. Ma'am, you'll have the last word and your comment on this.
The basic question was about whether women feel guilty when they get into politics for giving full time. That's actually the basic question was. So if you have, I have to answer this question, I'm a little different because for 21 or 22 years, I've been a homemaker with all my 3 children bringing up at home. And I always believed in one thing, it could be of any use to you or not, but I always believe that it's women who makes leaders. Even Shivaji also was made only by mother. So it's very important that I felt that women is such a superpower that she only can give good leaders to this country or to the world. So that portion of our responsibility is very, very vital. We often see very dynamic women, very dynamic men who have sacrificed themselves to the nation and for the good cause. But what happened to their children? Why is that genes not has been taken forward? And somebody who is capable of doing this as a Srishtikarta, as Brahma, is only women. So I know she has to undergo some amount of compromise. But who can think like her, like a mother for the nation, has to inculcate that seed within her children, is what I feel personally as a responsible woman. Now coming up, her difficulties to take up politics as a profession. I think similar issues are there with police officers also, because there's also a full-time job. Same issue even doctors have, because there's also a full-time job. What is very important that all of us have to understand that women have to come together to become as one fraternity, stand up for themselves. That's only speak up for our own selves, which is very, very important. My dear friend has just now told us that it's till 2010, the bill has never come. Who stopped Congress bringing the bill? Under the great leadership of Indira Gandhi ji, who herself is a woman, I think for 60 years, if people didn't act and people are questioning repeatedly what BJP is doing, then it's also time BJP question back that what did Congress do under the great leadership of a stalwart, legendary leader called Indira Gandhi ji. Maybe the women bill should have passed by then itself and made the country and the world feel proud that, you know, that women are very important for this nation. So it's nevertheless that who have done, who haven't done. It's a time that women all, irrespective of parties, irrespective of regions, come together to say that we make Bharat. So we all need that power to have the reservation, and especially freedom in politics. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I think we went over time a little bit, but it was totally worth it. We had some great insights from all of you, and we managed to agree on something, at least in the end. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much. I invite Mr. Rakesh Kumar, National Sales Director, ABP Network, to please come up and felicitate all the dynamic ladies. That was indeed a very interesting session on the rise of regionalism. Thank you so much. Jyotsna Garu, Jyotsna Tirunagari. Dr. Shama Mohammed, Madam Madhavi Lata, Dr. Panimosi Somu. Dr. Shama Mohammed, thank you very much, ladies. All right, next up we have another interesting session. We've covered politics, we've covered literary, we've covered entertainment, and now it's time for sports. Creating champions and transforming communities. This session will be chaired by Chetan, and the speaker has already created champions and he is a champion himself. We've seen him since years, who has been awarded with many national championships, international championships. He's an Arjun Awardee, Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna Awardee, sports star. In fact, Hyderabad is known for many, many people, including our badminton champions who've made records and earned Olympic medals. To name few, our Saina Nehwal, our PB Sindhu, our Srikanth, our Kashyap, and many, many more. We all know him fondly as Pullala Gopichand Garu. Hearty and a warm welcome to you. Creating champions and transforming communities. Over to you, Chetan.
Hello, hi. This is much, much simpler. I'm very relieved. Hi, Pulila, how are you?
Very well, thank
Should
you.
we talk politics? No, thank you so much for coming, and thanks for even listening to the earlier session. We'll talk about a lot of things, but one thing I'm generally top of mind curious about, there are many sports people who retire and they become coaches, but very few, I can't even, hardly become a brand like you. Like you're known, like people know your name, you are out there. How do you think that has happened, and why do you think that has happened?
Well, when I won the All England in
Just a
2001,
little mic closer. Yeah.
when I won the All England in 2001, I kind of was reflecting back on what I did. And some of the things made me feel that what I have done has been good, but it can be replicated. Because today when I look at the sport and when we talk about sport, people talk about sports science, nutrition, physiology, psychology. These are the problems which people encounter. But when I won the All England, I had a journey where going to the stadium, watchman aaya ya nahi, that was the problem. You go into the stadium, current hai ya nahi was the problem. Shuttles hai ya nahi, coach hai ya nahi. So the basics were not there. And I could win the All England. So in my mind, it was like if I can win the All England, and I had about 3 knee surgeries by then. If I can win the All England, maybe many others can. And that is literally the only reason why I actually started to coach. Because I felt a lot of them around me had the potential. And when I was playing, and a lot of them when I was finishing my career, actually had the career, had a prospect to be world level. So I just took up coaching with that in mind.
Okay. Well, you've done a lot of things. You're most famous for badminton. You're most famous for Saina. But we know that you've done a lot of things. Firstly, it's not just badminton. And it's not just the Olympics, it's Paralympics. You've been doing things in Mizoram. You have some very interesting slides, which will be very interesting for you guys to see. You've been spotting talent, moving to other sports. What are you most proud of? And if you could just tell us things that are keeping you passionate these days, because the Olympics are over now.
Well, I think it's a whole journey. For me, sport has been everything in my life. But for me, Olympics is not everything of sport. The way sport transforms lives is important. Many people look at sport and say many things, but many of them only look at the shine of sport. The reality of sport is kind of left off. To get a grassroots level picture, I remember I have my friend coach Ramesh sir also here. I remember having trained with him, and some of the women actually would really love to see this transformation. Because I remember going to training, and some of the girls were actually missing in training for a few days. And I asked them what went wrong. And the answer was something which really shocked me, and which even today brings tears to my eyes, because the answer was they can't afford napkins, so they can't come few days in a month. And these were national level athletes training and playing for the country, literally. And this was the state of Indian athletics in 2000, or this is the way I remembered it. So when I won the All England, when I had a chance to do something, we organized some training camps and gave money. And I'm happy that many of those girls got jobs. And that is the big achievement. It's not the Olympics which gave me happiness, it's that lives which were changed which gave me life. Back in the day, in 2016, when a company called Maitra, Vikram and Ravi Kailash, they came up to me and asked for me to come to their office to give a lecture. I said, why should I come? And I would rather not come and help something else, do something else, because it's not worth it. But I asked them something. If you do my athletes a favor, I will actually come to your office and give a corporate talk. And they said yes. And we started off with a bunch of 10 athletes then. Later it became 40 in 2017. And if you actually see from that group of people, we've had Duti Chand, who won 2 medals at the Asian Games. Of course, she was already a player by then. But if you see Jyoti Araji, who won an Asian Games hurdles medal, silver medal, in the last Asian Games, she was part of it. Her father is a security guard. Agasari Nandini, who comes from a social welfare school, and who won a bronze at the heptathlon in the Asian Games last year, whose father is a T. Bundy. That's the man. This girl, Deepti Jevanji, who won the Paralympic gold, Paralympic bronze this time around. Her father was a laborer in Warangal. She was part of that group. In fact, there are people in the group who are his Ramesh sir, but there are people in the group who were actually collecting firewood in Bhadrachalam forest. Rajita, who's actually been 4th at the Junior World Championships. This is Sri Teja, who is from a tribal village. This is Deepti on the corner. But there are these girls who are actually coming from absolute poverty, who made a name for the country, and that's been phenomenal. We look at the shine of sport, But the reality of sport, I think Shanmuga Srinivas, you see him, his photograph, picking up paddy bags because he couldn't afford food during the COVID times. We sent him home from the hostel. He couldn't afford because his father is not there, and he had to fend for his family. And for $500, he was actually picking up. And he's the under 23 national champion in 200 meters. Each of these events, I have seen a lot of corporates work hard and tell you that they have really worked hard. But trust me, what they have gone through, you have not gone through. The pain which they have gone through, the suffering which they have gone through, the passion which they have pushed this event is unparalleled. And today, they are struggling, they've always struggled in this journey for 3 square meals. And they have brought glory to our country. We are talking about a Deepthi or a Jivanji or a Yaraji today, but truly the moments when their parents have supported them with little of whatever little they have. They had 100 rupees, they have spent all the 100 on them. I think that very few people have done. And they have actually got us the name for the country, not many of us in the corporate schooling structure. So this gives me an immense pleasure. This gives me going. It's a fantastic journey. For me, badminton has been a huge journey. 1994, we started off. I remember I was the #1 player in the country. We were not sent to the Commonwealth Games because the government norm was that you have to be in the top 6 nations in the Commonwealth Games. And we were not fitting that criteria. 30 years later, we become the Thomas Cup champions to be the world champions of men's badminton. And last year, we won the Asian Women's Team Championships. That, I believe, is transformation which we've been able to see. 2018, after my Olympic medal with Sindhu, we had a Facebook request, and we started a program in Mizoram. In 2019-20, we lost time because of COVID. In spite of it, 872 kids play badminton in Mizoram, and last year's under-17 national champion Lal Tajwala is from Mizoram, from a state which never had anybody reach the pre-quarterfinals of a nationals forever. So I think there have been stories which have actually helped transform people, transform communities, and basically telling us that we have the potential to become huge in the world. And I think that's what keeps me going, and that's what's truly been something which is very gratifying and very satisfying for me in my work.
Yeah, that is an incredible journey. I have 2 questions actually. On the tribal and the people from really underprivileged backgrounds, and the second is on your Olympic winners. First question is, how do you, like, there is millions and millions of people in India with those backgrounds. How do you spot the talent then? It's like literally finding a needle in a haystack, that somebody's picking firewood somewhere and they end up becoming a champion. Do they come to you? Do you go looking for them? How is the talent spotting done? And then I'll come to the second question later, but maybe just answer this.
Well, I think about 3 years back, we had Kiran from the Inaugural group. They had come for me to become the brand ambassador to their sporting event, which started off as a conversation, which led them today to actually have 40 rural centers in the Bhadrachalam forest, in Srikakulam, in Karimnagar, in Warangal, in the interior places, where we have athletes, former athletes, who actually worked really hard but couldn't make a life out of sport, who are very depressed and wanting and searching for a job. Such kind of people we found, identified, and in their native places we've actually given them a salary and then they become the architects of a small ecosystem which they develop for. We train them for a week, we send them back, we mentor them. We as in, there is a group of people headed by Dronacharya Ramesh Garu, and they go into the forests, into people, and actually try to bring them to training in those places. We give them very little nutrition. It's not those fancy bars which we eat. It's basically peanuts, literally peanuts, jaggery, and bananas and eggs. And with that, actually, they come with a lure sometimes for food, but actually we try and pick talent from there. It's been a very successful model because we have many champions who have come. There are probably millions of them or lakhs of them in our country, in those pockets. I think it's very important that we actually go find them. And we need to have a system which can actually bring them to the top, and that would be important.
Okay. Okay, so the one is finding the talent. The next is you need to polish that talent, right? And polish till they reach potentially one day at the Olympic stage, stand on the podium, and that has happened for you multiple times. It's very rare still for anybody in the world to win an Olympic medal. And I think I'm very curious to know, because you are a coach. I mean, the players can give their own reasons how they made it. But for people who are not a sports person, most people watching this are not sports people, but they are working in an office, or they are studying for an exam, or they are just having some goals in the gym, I don't know. And if they want to reach that ultra high level of excellence, which is like the Olympic level of championship, or at least try to be, like they want to be CEO one day, or they want to be a big businessman one day, or they want to have a great body one day, become a topper one day, what does it take? What does it take? Like you said, you have no idea what they go through. What does it take to become a champion?
Passion. I think an obsession is what is needed. A drive so deep that every waking hour, minute, second, you dream of becoming that. It's very important. It's about believing that the unbelievable is possible. The impossible is possible, you have to believe. To be mad enough to realize that what you're pursuing might never happen, but you cheat yourself to believing that it is definitely going to happen. I think that needs a kind of a madness, a kind of an obsession, which is very critical in this journey. A rational mind cannot get there, because you're talking about one in an entire world. To be in that level, a rational mind is not. A plan B is not what is wanted. A plan A is the only plan which you have, and all your energies, after repeatedly failing and people telling you it's not possible, you're still going to pursue it, believing that you are going to do it this time, and this time, and this time, forever. I think that kind of a madness is what is needed for you to get to that level.
Wow. And not everyone has it. And tell me something, the flip side of this is when it doesn't happen, it must be really disappointing. I mean, emotionally to deal with that. In fact, let's take a very specific example, and I want your perspective, but the whole country got involved in that. We had Vinesh Fogart, who was guaranteed a silver, good shot at gold. It was just there, one fight away, few minutes of, and then she didn't lose, but she didn't what they call make weight. And it was 100-gram thing, and it's apparently, I didn't know this, I had to learn that wrestlers have to meet the weight category. They eat a lot, they're normally more than their weight, and just on the day of the weighing, they cut, run, sweat, not eat, and they do it. How would a coach and the player itself, when that happens, when you've been, like, that's all you've been thinking about every waking hour, you finally reach that stage, and over this, I would call it a technicality, it doesn't happen. How would it have been, and how would they deal with it?
Well, I think sports is probably the only one which is actually teaching you about failure the best. A 10-year-old comes on the field and loses in front of people at a young age, and he gets up the next day morning to fight again. I think the seeds of fighting actually come from that perspective. The seeds of getting up after failure come up from there. So many sports persons are trained to deal with failure. They're trained to believe that they're going to win, which is actually in many times a cheat by itself. But they're also trained to actually get up each time. And I think that's a very important part of training which people go through day in and day out. And I think that keeps them in steadfast when they actually get to a point like this of absolute disappointment. They still get up and pick up their life together and start another day fresh, thinking that tomorrow will be different. And I think that madness is what is ingrained in a true sports person, and that is what actually Vinesh probably had to go through. For many of us who won't understand what 100 grams means, I think it's literally the first time you make it. You would see boxers, you would see wrestlers, judokas, weightlifters. They at the at the cafeteria or the food place at the Olympics, and you would see them, they never eat. It's not that they overeat, they never eat. They're probably eating 5 to 6 kishmish or dry fruit, and that's all they're eating. And literally, to put things in perspective, they would, they were to put me through a weightlifting or a boxing or a wrestler's diet plan, I would probably lose 8 kgs within 4 days. That's literally how much they would squeeze you. They're literally running, they're putting on jackets and running, they're on a bicycle cycling, and then they're drinking electrol and then throwing it off. They're not even getting to drink, and literally people would carry them out and stretch them because there's nothing left in their bodies. You're thinking there's something, there's not even, after spending hours in the gym and the sauna, they're probably sweating few drops. So they're almost like a dried fruit. They have nothing left. So I think there's a lot of torture which goes in a weight loss. And I'm sure she must have gone through hell to probably that night to actually lose that 300-400 grams. And that 100 probably was just not possible because there's nothing left in there to give up. And I think that's what an athlete goes through.
Well, she did go on to fight an election and won. So yeah, you're right.
That's the easier job. That's the easier job, trust me.
Well, we'll have to ask the politicians whether they agree or not. But yeah, she did live to fight another day. Thanks, Pullela. That was very insightful and helpful and motivational for all of us. Thank you.
Thanks, Gopi. Thank you very much. May I call upon Mr. Saurabh Yagnik, Chief Operating Officer, ABP Network, to kindly felicitate Pullela Gopichan. All right, before lunch, we have another interesting session, and I hope all of you are enjoying, guys. Let's put our hands together for Gopi Chand. Thank you so much. We have a very interesting personality for the next session, weaving a new story, updating textile tradition. And let me take the pleasure to introduce the National Award winner, Gaurang Shah, a self-taught designer and textile savant. He has been traveling to traditional textile and weaving clusters across India for 40 years to interact and collaborate with artisans and invigorate the weaving tradition of India. His work presently spreads across 16 states and engages about 7,000 weavers, artisans, and others in ancillary traders in a committed relationship that provides them steady work and income. And let me also take the pleasure to welcome Radhika Bajaj, our chair for this session, and over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to paint a little picture for you. Imagine a space where you can smell incense sticks, you can smell dhoop, you're looking at marigold flowers everywhere around you. There are people walking bare feet. The music is almost spiritual, right? You could think I'm talking about a temple, but it's not. It's many of the shows, the fashion shows that Gaurang does. He had one very, very recently in Mumbai as well, and that's what it looked like. It's spiritual. And Gaurang, so my first question to you is, we know your love for Indian textile and handloom, but you're always telling the India story, even through your shows. So please talk to us about that.
Namaste and good afternoon to all. I started at a very young age. I must be about 10, 11-year-old. My father had a beautiful small store for matching center. In those times, I'm talking about 83, 84. Women used to get their saris to match blouse pieces, blouse material. And at that time, it's a small store with, like you say, red, hundreds of red shades, greens, like full colorful. And people get their saris, women get their saris to match, and that's where I started. I got fascinated about the saris, this whole 6 meters of canvas. This artist started growing in me. There were different kinds of weaves all over India. And you get that sari and I have to match. My father taught me between the 200 thans of red, you have to match the exact shade because the lady will not compromise. Mujhe exact chahiye karke. Yeah. And that's where I learned about the textiles, the textures, the colors, the different weaves we have. And believe me, what India has, nowhere in the world we have.
Absolutely.
Every few kilometers you go, you get to see different kinds of textiles, different weaves, different textures, different techniques. And that's what started growing in me when at that age. After a few years, I opened my own store. Continuing the textiles, instead of the plain fabrics, people now wanted to have some design blouse pieces. So I went all over India to source for those fabrics, but could not find anyone weaving fabrics. I bought saris from the weavers and started rolling them into thans and started selling them as blouse material. And then when people loved this whole concept of a design blouse fabric, I went back to the weavers and gave my design inputs and color inputs. कि आप ये डिजाइन बना दीजिए ब्लाउज के लिए बहुत अच्छे तरीके से चलेगा. People loved that whole concept. And some of my customers started pushing me, कि Gaurang, you have such a good eye for the textiles. You know what colors to do, what designs are. So why don't you weave saris?
Right.
And that was a big push I got because I was always fascinated by this whole 6 meters of textile in front of you, where you can design any kind of thought you have. And I met a weaver from Upara, Andhra Pradesh. This is the year 2000, 2001. And I bought some saris from him to sell. I said, let me start with this. But then my customer said, why will I buy a sari which you are buying from a weaver? We want something which you have put your thoughts and your process into it.
Your signature in that
My
sense.
signature.
Yeah, yeah. So, I'm interrupting to ask a question. You started in a way innovating right at that moment when you decided to put the sari weave in a than, right? So is there resistance? Because what happens with traditional art forms like handloom and textile, people have been doing it as generation. Mere papa ne mujhe aise sikhaya, mere dada ne aise sikhaya. So was there resistance when it came to artisans and weavers in adapting to the methods that you were teaching them?
See, whenever I start working with any new cluster, any new weaver, there will always be that resistance. Immediately they will not take up a new design or a new yarn to do or a new color. So what I have to do is I have to work with their designs, what they have been weaving since long time, with what their heritage is, what they say. Slowly get the weaver into confidence कि देखो अभी आपका ये जो चल रहा है बहुत सालों से ठीक है चल रहा है, but to sustain you need to change also. लोगों को लेडीज जब आती हैं खरीदने साड़ी तो दे वांट समथिंग न्यू एवरी टाइम दे बाय. कुछ नया डिजाइन चाहिए. सेम ओल्ड डिजाइन सेम कलर सेम टेक्सचर नहीं चलेगा. सो आफ्टर अ फ्यू months or so I explain to them, देखिए आपने ये डिजाइन बना लिया बहुत टाइम से, अब लेट्स चेंज इट इनटू लिटिल मोर न्यू कंटेम्पररी डिजाइन, या कलर चेंज करते हैं, यान चेंज करते हैं, कुछ डिफरेंट लुक आते हैं. सो यू ऑल्सो गेट कंटिन्यूस वर्क, माई कस्टमर इज ऑल्सो हैप्पी, एंड देन दे अंडरस्टैंड दैट. So that is a slow process. Within a year or two, then they are agreeing to changing the design, then changing the colors, then changing the yarn. And then when I tell them, chalo, aapki jo jamdani ki saadi hai, let me add some more different kind of a different weave technique to this.
Right.
So I do the fusion. I get a weaver from Srikakulam who does the jamdani on khadi, with a Pathan weaver who does the Paithani in silk. Both different kinds of jamdanis put together.
Right.
Or I do a Kanjivaram with a kota from Rajasthan.
So that's what's beautiful about your work, right? He literally can bring weaves from any part of the country and put them together in a way that only he can. That is now your signature. That's what your customer is coming to you for. So tell me how, I mean, ये mix match क्योंकि पहले साड़ी और blouse करते थे. Is it
so
because of that?
I do fusion of different weaves, different, I can do hand paint textures on a different weave, I can do embroideries. It's just that मुझे ये है कि I need to sustain, my weavers need to sustain, and ये जो धरोहर है हमारी जो इतने पुरखों से आ रही है हमारी, I don't want it to get lost.
Right.
People tell, कभी भी बात होती है हैंडलूम की, people say वीवर को काम नहीं मिलता है, वीवर सुसाइड कर रहे हैं, उनको कोई काम नहीं ले, कोई हैंडलूम की साड़ी नहीं खरीदता है. That's all wrong things what is going spreading around. Weavers are there. You need to give them work. You need to come up with ideas. Weaver का काम है weaving करना. उसका काम डिजाइनिंग करना नहीं है. डिजाइनिंग हम देंगे हमारा. मार्केटिंग हम करेंगे. वीवर अपने लूम पे बैठ के वीव करेगा और हम उनको आगे लेके जाएंगे साथ में.
Right. आपने काफी जगह इन्वेस्ट भी किया है. I think you've put up your own manufacturing unit as well. And I want to understand how has that been as a business decision for you? Because of course, you know, there is the art part of it, but running a label is also a business decision. So take me through if that's actually resulted in an improvement in your goals.
So generally any village you go to, the weaving sector you go to, हर weaver के घर में उसका loom है, घर में बैठ के weave कर रहा है. Those are the traditional weavers who have been weaving since their ancestors. I needed to get in more weavers because that was not sufficient for me. तो हमने क्या किया, वो गांव के जो विमेन हैं, स्पेशली विमेन, यहाँ पे मेल नहीं, विमेन, हमने विमेन को ट्रेन किया है, who have never been from any weaver family, any weaver community.
Oh.
They were working as laborers in fields या सब्जी बेचती थी. हमने उनको जमा किया, एक फैसिलिटी तैयार किया, वहाँ पे we have trained them. एंड उनके लिए फिर एक बड़ी फैसिलिटी किया प्रोडक्शन करने के लिए, बिकॉज उनके घर इतने छोटे से हैं और उनकी फैमिली कभी अलाउ भी नहीं करती कि मेरे घर पे हम वीवर को रखें और लूम लगाएं और काम करें. तो हमने क्या किया, एक पूरा एक फैसिलिटी तैयार किया. एंड फॉर मी टू मॉनिटर ऑल्सो बिकम्स ईजी. ये क्या होता है, छोटे छोटे गांव पॉकेट्स होते हैं. आई कांट कीप गोइंग टू ईच एंड एवरी वीवर्स हाउस टू मॉनिटर कि कितना काम हो रहा है. सो इट बिकम्स ईजियर कि हम सब लोगों को एक जगह एक शेड में काम करते हैं. उसमें एक और काम एडवांटेज हमारा हो जाता है, आई गेट वीवर्स फ्रॉम डिफरेंट अदर सेक्टर्स to come and train them into different techniques also. So for that also it becomes easy. We do regular training sessions and it becomes like a whole textile hub of India. I try to get it into this community.
Well, that sounds wonderful, and you're obviously empowering a lot of communities through that. But we're sitting in a hall where there are a lot of young people as well, right? And I want to get your take on how you would like to communicate to younger generations what the value of our looms is, because we do live in the world of fast fashion.
See, as I said, this is our traditional, this is our heritage, what has come in. And wherever I have gone to give talks, I give lectures at these design schools where all these young upcoming students are learning about textiles and fashion. I said, when we have so much of richness here in India, so much of variety, Like take the case of our khadi fabric. Khadi is such a versatile fabric that you can do anything with it. You can dye, over dye, print, embroidery, painting, weaving, जो करना चाहो करो, कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. When we have such a beautiful textiles of India यहाँ पे जो है, why to copy the West, right? We have a sari for Indian women. वो उनके लिए ही बना है, उनकी body shape के लिए ही बना है. Then why do we want to go and wear those gowns which the Western country जो बनाती है पहनती है? Why do we need to copy that? हमारा खुद का ही इतना अच्छा heritage है यहाँ पे. Why do we want to get those fabrics from China which are all machine made? Our hand woven fabrics have life in it.
But truth is that hand woven is also expensive, right?
That's a wrong notion.
No? Okay.
A big, good, basic khadi
So,
fabric.
can you compare that with an H&M t-shirt, for example?
Good basic khadi fabric costs about 150 rupees per meter. And उसको धोते जाइए and it becomes so soft and so soft at every wash, you will not feel like throwing it up after wearing so many times. Like the matka fabric, like the linen what I am wearing.
Right.
It's so beautiful, so hand woven, and it is all basic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whereas your China ka crepe and all, nothing is less than 1,000-1,500 per meter.
So, I understand from the design process what you're saying, but I'm saying for people who consume fast fashion, because I understand for you sustainability is also a big driver, right? But fast fashion, we know what it's doing to the world around us. So what's your message to younger children who do want to literally, change designs?
इसमें भी तो fast है, इसमें भी तो fast है. क्या slow है बोलो? क्या slow है? यहाँ पे भी तो सब कुछ fast है. Your basic fabric, how much time does it take to weave? और यहाँ पे तो you are giving life to those weavers, no? You're giving daily wages to your weavers. उसको काम मिल रहा है. मशीन तो नहीं है ना यहाँ पे.
Right.
सब लोग जो बनाते हैं, चाइना वेना जो बनाता है, सब कुछ इस मशीन मेड देयर, राइट? दिस इज हैंडमेड. योर टू पीपल आर सिटिंग, हस्बैंड वाइफ, फादर सन, दे आर सिटिंग, दे आर पुटिंग देयर स्टोरी इनटू इट, दे आर गिविंग लाइफ टू अ फैब्रिक.
So there is an education required for the customer.
Yes.
How do you do
I
that?
had to told this government, the present central government, the textile ministry also, कि आपके गवर्नमेंट में जो ऑफिसेस में काम करते हैं, उनकी यूनिफॉर्म शर्ट्स पूरा हैंडलूम कर दीजिए ना.
What a brilliant idea that is.
आपके स्कूल यूनिफॉर्म से बच्चों का खादी का दीजिए, हैंडलूम दीजिए. अपना पोचमपल्ली का जो कॉटन इक्कत है, उसको धोते रहिए, कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. एंड इट इज सो फ्रेंडली टू योर स्किन इंस्टेड ऑफ दोस टेरिकॉट पॉलिएस्टर शर्ट्स व्हाट दे टेल देम द पेरेंट्स बाय. सो व्हाई नॉट हैव दिस हैंडलूम? तो कितना काम मिल जाएगा.
राइट. अच्छा, ये बताइए, अभी आपने कुछ साल पहले डाइवर्सिफाई करना भी शुरू किया. You've gone into restaurants, you've gone into home. What was the motivation behind that?
See, this is all part of a design. I am not, education wise, I am an architect. I have done architecture. I went off into textiles. So then I started a restaurant where I designed my food. Then I have started a home collection. Again, it's design. So for me, its design is not restricted to only for me, for my textiles. It is a big knowledge कि design है, and you can do anything with your design, your thought process.
Is it also to expand the market for yourself?
See, I'm a very bechain person. Huh? I get up 3:30 in the morning. Then that's when I start getting ideas. By 8 o'clock, I'm in my office. My design team comes, my drawing team comes. I have 15 artists who draw for me, or my thoughts are put on the paper. I give them the work, then they start doing that. I attend to clients, whoever wants to meet me. Otherwise, I'm free then. So I have that बेचैनी कि मुझे और नया करना है, मुझे कुछ और explore करना है. And that's why I get into wherever design is possible. I have designed houses, I have designed food every day. My menu is made set by me every day. Then I do this home collection. I have done many, many things.
Wow, we all want your energy, don't we? Gaurang, हम देखते हैं कि in the digital world, the way fashion is sold has changed incredibly. How have you adapted to that?
I don't sell online. ठीक है, मार्केटिंग हम करते हैं सोशल मीडिया पे, but I'm against this online thing.
Why?
Especially for my product, what I create. I want people to come to the store, and when you are purchasing a sari, see, it's a very emotional thing for a lady to purchase something. कोई भी कपड़ा खरीदना हो. I am not sort of a person कि मुझे भी एक शर्ट खरीदना तो at a click of button मैं खरीद लूँगा. I would like to go to the store, feel the fabric, पहन के उसका हम fit देखना चाहेंगे. That same way the lady would like to come to the store, एक 30-40 साड़ी खोलना चाहेगी, उसका डिज़ाइन, तो उसका कलर उसके ऊपर सूट होगा या नहीं होगा. बट आजकल ये बहुत हो चुका है सोशल मीडिया और ये डिजिटल ये सब के ऊपर से कि ओके दीपिका हैज worn दिस ड्रेस सो इट विल सूट मी, आई विल आल्सो वांट टू वेयर दैट.
Right.
एंड आई सी दैट्स अ रॉन्ग थिंग. वो नहीं होता है एंड देन दे रिग्रेट ऑल्सो. सो आई एम अगेंस्ट ऑल दैट. मुझे ये है कि हम आई एम वेरी ओल्ड टाइम पर्सन, जो हमारे जमाने का था अभी के नहीं, कि आप दुकान जाएंगे 4-2 घंटे बैठेंगे उसके साथ वहां पे पूरा देखेंगे.
पर आपको लगता है उससे आपका स्केल जो है वो कम होता है बिकॉज देयर आर ओनली दैट मेनी ब्रिक एंड मॉर्टर स्टोर्स दैट यू कैन ओपन.
Yeah, at one point of time before COVID, I have 12 stores running all over India, all over the world I had. But it's okay. No, I'm not a digital person. No, it's not possible.
Okay, good, good. I like hearing this different philosophy from you. Also in recent years, we've seen that fashion designers are now thinking one of scaling. You know, we've heard your view on that. But they're also thinking about what their legacy is, right? कि आगे business कैसे बढ़ेगा. Some of them have gone into the corporate world. They've got investment. They're doing, you know, adopting other methods. So when you think of your legacy, how is the Gaurang Shah label going to move forward?
I don't think so. It's going to move forward because I have not found anyone. I have not found anyone second to me to take this forward. See, what I have learned is I'm not from any textile design school. No one has taught me this. That passion, that fire, what I have not seen in anyone till now. I have hands down learned every technique of weaving what is possible in India by staying in the villages, going to the looms. पूरा एक टेक्निकल डिटेल मैंने सीखा है. I have been to so many this NIFTs and I was on the board of governor of NIFTs or NIFT also. I have been to this so many design schools. I have spoken to hundreds of students. Not even one person I could find who has that fire कि मुझे हैंडलूम में काम करना है, मुझे जो वीवर्स जो करते हैं उसको एक चेंज लाना है या उसकी आगे बढ़ा के लेके जाना है. I have got these 3-4 big companies who wanted to invest in me, but their first question was, after you who?
Right.
When I said no one, छोड़ के चले गए. So I don't know till I am there.
But then that's worrying, right? And
it is worrying because we have so much, but we don't have anyone who will take this.
Again, I'm going to repeat the question, but it's scary, right? And this is why I was referring to the fast fashion bit, because the next generations are not being able to value perhaps what we have in terms of these art forms. So, उसका क्या solution है?
I see that next generation जो अभी है और आगे आने वाली है, वो लोग नहीं खरीदने वाले, नहीं इसको आगे बढ़ाने वाले हैं. I see that. When I started with the saris in 2003-4, I was in full production and all. It was almost 20 years back. When a bride used to come, उसकी ट्रोजो के लिए तभी at least 15-20 saris लेते थे. धीरे 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 now is the time they buy only one sari. एक साड़ी पे आ गए क्योंकि mother in laws insisted you have to wear sari for the main function, or else it's become all gowns, ghagras, embroidery, western clothes. So I have seen that it's going down slowly.
So what role can South India play in reviving these art forms? Because so many of these rich forms actually come from this region.
Most of the weaving sectors, what we call, are all in South.
Exactly.
The number of different techniques are in South. The innovation happens here. I am a Gujarati from Kutch, but based in Hyderabad, and believe me, this is what I can't be moved out of here. This is where the creativity is there.
Yep.
The
Let's
South
hear
is
it.
there.
Claps can be louder. Absolutely, yeah.
So,
no, I think we all need to get together, think hard about this, because these art forms, these textiles, these handlooms are priceless for us as Indians, whether you're sitting in the north or in the south. We will end this session here, Gaurang, with a thank you for doing your bit and doing it with so much passion. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Gaurang Shah.
Thank you, Gaurang. Thank you very much. Thank you, Radhika. May I request Mr. Shanmugasundaram ABP Nadu editor, to please felicitate Gaurang. A huge round of applause for Gaurang for doing his bit for the nation. And we shall quickly break for a 30-minute lunch and resume with another interesting session. And the speaker, eminent dance exponent Yamini Reddy. So we shall resume at 3:50. Thank you very much. See you soon. 2:50, my apologies. 2:50.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं दिबांग। हैदराबाद से सदर्न राइजिंग समिट में आपका स्वागत है और हमारे साथ बेहद खास मेहमान तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री रेवंत रेड्डी, आपका स्वागत है। चूंकि न्यूज़ चैनल है तो जो गर्म बातें आज हो रही हैं, जिसकी चर्चा देश भर में है, वहीं से शुरू करते हैं और साउथ से भी जुड़ी हुई बात है। हम देख रहे हैं कि प्रियंका गांधी पहली बार चुनाव लड़ रही हैं और दक्षिण के केरल राज्य से वायनाड सीट से लड़ रही हैं। 130 सीटें हैं दक्षिण भारत में लोकसभा की। आपको क्या लगता है कितना असर पड़ेगा इसका? कैसे देखते हैं आप इसको?
मैं राजनीति बेनिफिट के बारे में नहीं सोच रहा हूं। परिवार के जिम्मेदारी उठाने के लिए सोनिया जी कोशिश कर रही, क्योंकि जिस दिन केरला की जनता राहुल जी को चुनाव 2 बार जिताए, तो राहुल जी उत्तर प्रदेश से रिप्रेजेंट करने के बाद केरला जनता को ऐसी बीच सड़क में छोड़ने के लिए गांधी परिवार तैयार नहीं थे। इसीलिए प्रियंका जी को वायनाड से चुनाव लड़वा रहे। प्रियंका जी इज गोइंग टू परफॉर्म हर बेस्ट। मैं अप्रिशिएट करना चाहता हूं प्रियंका जी को। आई वांट टू कंग्रेचुलेट हर and I wanted to thank Gandhi Parivar. Why? Because they are trying to get South people to get equal share.
एक जब ये चुनाव हो रहे थे तो एक कोशिश ये भी थी कि सोनिया गांधी को चुनाव लड़वाएं और मरकाजगिरी जो आपकी सीट है वहां से लड़वाने की बात थी। आप लोगों ने रेजोल्यूशन भी पास किया, तो क्या हुआ फिर उसमें?
तो अनफॉर्चुनेट, क्योंकि सोनिया जी ने 70 साल के तेलंगाना दिया हुआ है। बिकॉज ऑफ हर वर्ड वी हैव गॉट दिस तेलंगाना। मैं बहुत कोशिश की है सोनिया जी को यहाँ से रिप्रेजेंटेशन करवाए, तो जनता का जो सोच है, सोनिया जी इस तेलंगाना 4 करोड़ जनता को उनके परिवार मानती है। वो परिवार के तरफ से लोकसभा में रिप्रेजेंट किए, तो हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा एक प्राइड। But because of other reasons, they have not contested from Telangana. Even I have proposed for Rajya Sabha from Telangana, but party has taken a decision to take Rajya Sabha from some other place. फिर भी यहाँ से रिप्रेजेंट नहीं किए, तो भी राहुल गांधी जी ने भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में कन्याकुमारी से लेकर कश्मीर तक जो 150 days 4000 किलोमीटर्स तब तेलंगाना में आया था। 22 days he has walked in from तेलंगाना। तो तब ये कहा हम तेलंगाना के सिपाही बनकर दिल्ली में लोकसभा में हम आवाज़ उठाएंगे। तो जब भी ज़रूरत है राहुल गांधी जी इज़ देयर टू रिप्रेजेंट तेलंगाना। वी आर हैप्पी फॉर दैट। मगर आज भी हम लोग थोड़ा दुखी में है, सोनिया जी यहाँ से रिप्रेजेंट नहीं किए।
इसका मलाल है आपको। एक बात जो हम दिल्ली से देख रहे हैं और दिल्ली के अखबारों
मगर
में
दबांग जी अगले बार सोनिया जी को यहाँ से रिप्रेजेंट करवा देंगे।
जरूर करवाएंगे। अच्छा, इस पर ताली बजानी चाहिए। हैदराबाद के लोग हैं, मुख्यमंत्री साहब कह रहे हैं कि एक बात जो दिल्ली से हम जब देखते हैं तो एक बड़ी चौंकाने वाला बयान आया साउथ के एक मुख्यमंत्री का, स्टालिन साहब का। कह रहे हैं कि साहब 16 बच्चे पैदा कीजिए। और हालांकि उन्होंने बाद में कहा कि एक कहावत है तमिल की, उस पर उन्होंने कहा, और डीलिमिटेशन से एक बात जुड़ती है। जानकार बता रहे हैं कि अगर डीलिमिटेशन जो आबादी के हिसाब से होता है वो लागू हो तो केरल जिसकी 20 सीटें हैं वो 20 की 20 रहेंगी, और उत्तर प्रदेश जिसकी अभी लोकसभा में 80 सीटें हैं वो बढ़कर 143 हो जाएंगी। हाउस का टोटल साइज 848 का हो जाएगा। क्या रास्ता है इसका?
It's a policy decision. Our constitution is written constitution. हम लोग जो चाहिए वही हिसाब से बनाना है। अगर साउथ का फेयर शेयर नहीं मिले तो उसका मुकाबला करना पड़ता है। कोई भी डिलिमिटेशन का अगर बिल आए, कुछ सोचे, इट्स ए सिंपल कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट फेयर शेयर देने के लिए। अगर 80 सीट्स वाले को कितना प्रोपोर्शनेट बढ़ रहा है, 17 सीट्स वाले को उतना ही प्रोपोर्शन से बढ़ना चाहिए, क्योंकि आप पनिश नहीं कर सकते। क्यों? जो सरकार जो रास्ता दिखाए, सरकार जो आदेश दिया हुआ है, हम तो पालन किए। मैं गुड बिहेवियर को आप पनिश नहीं कर सकते कि जो सरकार के बात नहीं सुना है, आप उन लोगों को फाइनेंशियली एंड पॉलिटिकली यू वांटेड टू एम्पावर जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ योर पॉलिटिकल रीजंस। तो ये मामला नॉर्थ साउथ का मुद्दा बन जाएंगे, तो वो देश के लिए ठीक नहीं है।
तो क्या करना चाहिए कि इसको?
नहीं, हम लोग तो रिप्रेजेंट करेंगे यहीं से, क्योंकि साउथ से हम लोग अक्रॉस द पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज, ये सबका मुद्दा है। मतलब कोई पॉलिटिकल कोई पार्टी के लिए अलग अलग नहीं है, हर पार्टी के लिए, इंक्लूडिंग भारतीय जनता पार्टी हु आर रिप्रेजेंटिंग फ्रॉम साउथ, दे हैव टू रिएक्ट, दे हैव टू टेक ए पॉलिसी डिसीजन। नॉर्थ में जो हर प्रदेश का जितना सीट्स है, जितना बढ़ रहा है परसेंटेज ऑफ द सीट्स, इक्वली तेलंगाना के लिए भी उतना ही बढ़ना पड़ेगा, उतना ही आंध्र प्रदेश में, कर्नाटका में। अगर चुनाव में कौन जीतने वाले कौन हारने वाले वो बात अलग है। अगर आप लोग वो फेयर शेयर में अगर नहीं दिए तो विदाउट साउथ ऑल्सो दे कैन फॉर्म द गवर्नमेंट, देन वी डोंट गेट आवर रिप्रेजेंटेशन। तो हमारे वोटों से हमारे इलेक्टेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स का जब जरूरत नहीं है तो हम नेग्लेक्टेड कम्युनिटी बन जाएंगे। हम लोग राजी होने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। नेग्लेक्टेड कम्युनिटी जैसा काले स्पेक्टेटर देखते हुए हम प्रेक्षक नहीं बनना चाह रहे, हम हिस्सेदार बनना चाह रहे हैं। हिस्सेदारी के लिए, हमारे हिस्सा के लिए हम जम के लड़ेंगे।
एक और मुख्यमंत्री हैं, क्या हो रहा है साउथ में? एक और मुख्यमंत्री हैं आपके बगल के राज्य आंध्र प्रदेश के, चंद्रबाबू, वो भी कह रहे हैं कि साहब बच्चे पैदा कीजिए। वो बोल रहे हैं कि नहीं तो हमारी जो पॉपुलेशन है वो एजिंग हो रही है, उम्र बढ़ रही है, बूढ़े लोग ज़्यादा हो जाएंगे, यंग लोग कम हैं। और उसकी जो बात है वो इससे जुड़ती है कि आबादी का जो रिप्लेसमेंट लेवल है वो 2.1 है, 2.1 है। लेकिन हम देख रहे हैं कि दक्षिण भारत में, तेलंगाना में 1.8 है। उत्तर प्रदेश की बात करें तो वहाँ 2 से ऊपर है, बिहार में 3 है। तो क्या ये एक बड़ी समस्या है कि लोग बूढ़े हो रहे हैं और रिप्लेसमेंट नहीं हो पाएगा?
सही है, देश का मुद्दा है। तो मैं जब आज़ाद मिला था तब लाइफ स्पैन वाज एवरेज इज 32 ईयर्स। नो वन नोज दैट। जिस दिन हमको 1947 में आज़ाद मिला था, उस दिन लाइफ स्पैन ऑफ इंडियन एनी अदर पर्सन एवरेज वाज 32 ईयर्स। रिफॉर्म्स के बाद, हेल्थ के ऊपर कांग्रेस पार्टी ने जो लगातार जो कदम उठाए, 56 ईयर्स को आगे, आज के तारीख में ऑन एंड एवरेज लाइफ स्पैन इज 80 ईयर्स। तो धीरे धीरे लाइफ स्पैन बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। आने वाले 15-20 ईयर्स में इट विल रीच अप टू 100 ईयर्स। तो जो यंगर जनरेशन कम होते गए तो वी विल बिकम अनदर जापान। जापान में रोबो क्यों वो लोग इन्वेंट किए? नेसेसरी। तो इस देश में यूथ का बहुत जरूरी। आज तो नियर अबाउट 50% इज द यंगर जनरेशन, मगर गोइंग फॉरवर्ड ये यंगर जनरेशन पूरा आफ्टर 20 years they'll become 60, 70, 80 years. सो इस देश का जो पॉपुलेशन है, ओल्ड एज का अगर पॉपुलेशन बढ़ते गए तो इस देश में जो यूथ के कम हो जाएंगे, फैमिली प्लानिंग के वजह से हर परिवार को एक अगर लड़का लड़की कोई भी हो, तो ऐसे देखते देखते पॉपुलेशन कम होते जाएंगे, ओल्ड एज पॉपुलेशन बढ़ते गए तो देश के लिए नुकसान है। इसीलिए चंद्रबाबू नायडू जी ने कुछ कहा होगा, मगर यहां पर अब देश सोचना है, इट इज नथिंग टू डू विथ पॉलिटिक्स अकॉर्डिंग टू माय ओपिनियन। तो ये देश को जो अच्छा है, जिस दिन फैमिली प्लानिंग का जरूरत था, क्योंकि फूड सिक्योरिटी का मुद्दा था, एजुकेशन का मुद्दा था, पानी का मुद्दा था, सब कुछ मुद्दा था, हेल्थ का मुद्दा था, तब पॉपुलेशन कंट्रोल करने के लिए देश सोच रहा था। आज के तारीख में सरप्लस फूड हो गए, सरप्लस कंट्री, पावर सरप्लस। तो ये जगह में अभी आज के तारीख में देश के लिए क्या अच्छा है, हम लोग सोचकर अक्रॉस द पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज, पार्लियामेंट एज वेल असेंबली में चर्चा होना है। देश के लिए जो अच्छा है वो कदम उठाना है।
एक और बात है, जब हम ये दो मुख्यमंत्रियों की बात से तो आप सहमत लग रहे हैं, एक और बात है जिसकी भी दिल्ली में बड़ी चर्चा होती है और वो आपसे जुड़ी हुई है। वो बात इससे जुड़ी हुई है कि अगर आप देखें तो जीडीपी में कुल दक्षिण के 5 राज्यों का, केरल, कर्नाटक, आंध्र, तमिलनाडु, तेलंगाना, जीडीपी में करीब 30% जो हमारी जीडीपी है, हमारे देश की जीडीपी है, वो इन राज्यों से आती है। आबादी अगर हम देखें, पॉपुलेशन देखें तो 19.6% है, आबादी काफ़ी कम है, लेकिन जो आपको वापस मिलता है 30% देकर, वो करीब 16% है। आप कहते हैं कि मैं 1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनना चाहता हूं,
तो
कैसे होगा?
फाइनेंस कमीशन आया हुआ था तेलंगाना को हमारे राय लेने के लिए, तब मैं ये कहा 50% फॉर मेरिट, रिमेनिंग 50% फॉर अदर थिंग्स बेस्ड ऑन द पॉपुलेशन। नाउ आज के तारीख में जो भी केंद्र सरकार को जो राज्यों से पैसे आ रहे हैं, पॉपुलेशन के हिसाब से बांटने में लग गए। पॉपुलेशन के हिसाब से बांटने की वजह से उत्तर प्रदेश एंड बीमारू स्टेट्स, बिहार, मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, उत्तर प्रदेश, बीमारू राज्यों को ज्यादा पैसे जा रहे हैं। जो साउथ के हम लोग हैं, पॉपुलेशन कम रहने के वजह से हमको पैसे कम मिल रहा है। इसीलिए आई हैव रिप्रेजेंटेड टू फाइनेंस कमीशन, जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट गाइडलाइंस है, जजमेंट्स ऑन रिजर्वेशन, सुप्रीम कोर्ट इज सेइंग दैट 50% फॉर मेरिट, 50% फॉर अदर बैकवर्ड हिस्सा। तो मैं आज यही वाई कांट अप्लाई फॉर फाइनेंस थिंग, 50% फॉर मेरिट, हु आर कंट्रीब्यूटिंग फॉर द कंट्री, they have to get at least 50% on merit, remaining 50% on the population। क्योंकि एक बार आवाज उठाने के बाद, एक बार कदम उठाने के बाद, एक बार चर्चा शुरू होने के बाद ये मामला तो आगे आएंगे। इसीलिए मैं केंद्र सरकार को मैं साफ कह दिया कि 50% हैज टू गेट ऑन मेरिट। व्हाई? बिकॉज आई एम कंट्रीब्यूटिंग मोर देन एनी स्टेट, देन आई हैव टू गेट माई फेयर शेयर। नहीं है तो एक दिन ये मुद्दा बन जाएंगे। तेलंगाना भी ऐसा ही हो गया, आंध्र प्रदेश तेलंगाना के बीच में जो बंटवारा था सही तरीके से नहीं हो रहा था, बहुत बार बोल बोल के थक जाने के बाद हम लोग अलग राज मांगे। तो इस देश में अनरेस्ट किसी को आए तो केंद्र सरकार ने वो अनरेस्ट को अंडरस्टैंड करना, अनरेस्ट को दूर करने के लिए कोशिश करना है।
दक्षिण में कई जो राज्य सरकारें हैं वो विपक्षी सरकारें हैं। क्या कुछ मुख्यमंत्रियों की आप कोई ऐसी योजना कि सब लोग मिलकर बैठे हैं, इस पर सोचें, मंथन करें? क्योंकि मुझे मालूम है कि फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर तो केरल में बैठे थे, दक्षिण भारत के सारे। ऐसी कोई योजना है, आप कुछ करना चाहते हैं इस पे?
यस, आई हैव इनिशिएटेड दिस इशू। सिद्धरामैया जी से मैं कहा था, वाई? बिकॉज साउथ में वो बड़ा सीनियर नेता है। सिद्धरामैया जी अगर लीड किए तो साउथ के लिए अच्छा होगा, मगर अनफॉर्चुनेट ही इज फेसिंग सम पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा केसेस, तो नहीं हो पाया। साउथ में तो खाली चंद्रबाबू नायडू जी एनडीए सरकार में शामिल है और बाकी के सब लोग एंटी केंद्र सरकार के जो सरकार है, तो इसीलिए हम लोग सोच रहे हैं आगे अभी हम कदम उठाने का बहुत ज़रूरी है। अगर सिद्धरामैया जी अगर ये कदम उठाए तो ठीक रहेगा, नहीं है तो मैं आई विल कोऑर्डिनेट विथ एवरी चीफ मिनिस्टर टू कंडक्ट ए साउथ सेमिनार फॉर आवर फंडामेंटल राइट्स, वॉट एवर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल ऑब्लिगेशंस आर देयर।
लोग ताली बजा रहे हैं, लोग आपकी बात को अप्रूव कर रहे हैं। अब लौटें तेलंगाना पर। 2 साल पहले तो कोई सोचता नहीं था कि आप मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे। मुझे याद है 3 दिसंबर सुबह 2023 की बात है, सुबह सुबह हम लोग स्टूडियो पहुंचे और मैं सबसे कह रहा था कि भाई अनुमूला नाम का एक आदमी है, वो देखते हैं आज कमाल करेगा कि नहीं करेगा। और आपका पहला नाम अनुमूला ही है, आपने वो कमाल किया। और एक तरीके से मेरी बात सही हुई, उसका धन्यवाद है। लेकिन मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं कि 3 बड़ी वजह क्या हैं आपको लगता है कि आपकी जीत हुई तेलंगाना में? 3 बड़ी वजह।
तो ये जीत मेरा जीत नहीं है। पहला यह जीत है तेलंगाना की जनता की जीत, क्योंकि बहुत उम्मीद से लड़कर शहीद होकर तेलंगाना हासिल किए। बहुत उम्मीद से चंद्रशेखर राव को एक बार नहीं 2 बार मुख्यमंत्री बनाए, मगर 2 बार मुख्यमंत्री बनने के बाद जो बेरोजगार तेलंगाना आंदोलन में जो लीड पार्ट किया था, किसी तेलंगाना युवता को नौकरी देने के लिए कोशिश नहीं किए। उनके परिवार में बेटा बेटी दामाद उनके रिश्तेदारों को जितने भी है पूरे परिवार को हर 21 years plus who is eligible for nominated post or election, he has given everything to his family. He is thinking that Telangana family का मतलब है उनके परिवार. He is thinking that KCR is Telangana, Telangana is KCR. तो वो तरीका से 10 साल यहाँ के 4 करोड़ जनता का जो उम्मीद था उम्मीद तोड़ दिए। तो जनता ने डिसाइड कर लिए जब निजाम सरकार को हटाए, केसीआर कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है, तो जनता डिसाइड कर लिए केसीआर को हटाने के लिए। उसके बाद हमारे कार्यकर्ता 10 साल जितने भी केसेस प्रॉपर्टी लॉस वो लोग लड़ के जेल में गए, कुछ लोग डेथ हो गए। तो पूरा कांग्रेस कैडर ने रिजनवेट हो गए कि इस बार केसीआर को हराना ही हराना, नहीं तो ये प्रदेश ये राज्य के लिए ठीक नहीं है। वो 2 मिलने के बाद मैं आगे खड़ा रहा, क्योंकि आई एम ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द अफेक्टेड पर्सन। टाइम एंड अगेन आई वेंट टू जेल। टुडे ऑल्सो आई एम हैविंग 182 केसेस। So being an MP, being an PCC president, being an working president, he has booked hundreds of cases. तो वो नतीजा ऐसा निकला कि केसीआर ने एक फ्यूडल माइंडसेट से अनडेमोक्रेटिक बिहेवियर से राज्य चलाने के लिए सरकार बनाने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं, इस बार उनको हटाने के लिए। तो ये 3 मुद्दे कांग्रेस को प्रजापालना जो हम लोग మార్పు రావాలి, మార్పు కావాలి, కాంగ్రెస్ రావాలి, दिस इज व्हाट आवर तेलुगु स्लोगन। तो चेंज के लिए कांग्रेस सरकार बनाने के लिए हम लोग 6 गारंटी दिए। सोनिया जी सितंबर 17, 2023 हमारे 6 गारंटी को तेलंगाना में हाकर सोनिया जी ने जो वादा किए थे कि हम वादा किए तेलंगाना दिया। इस बार मैं वादा कर रहा हूं 6 गारंटी हम जरूर तेलंगाना जनता वेलफेयर के लिए डेवलपमेंट के लिए बात दिया हुआ। इसीलिए आज के तारीख में फ्री बस, हम फ्री बस दे रहे हैं। 1 करोड़ के ज्यादा महिलाओं ने ये फ्री बस फैसिलिटी यूज किए। आई हैव पेड टू आरटीसी 3,500 crores फॉर फ्री बस एंड 500 rupees cylinder and 200 units free, 10 lakh rupees for Rajiv Arogyasri. I have given last 10 months 50,000 government jobs. I am challenging in this country, any राज्य में including Gujarat, within 10 months I have given 50,000 jobs, government, not in private. तो जो बात दिया हुआ है हम लोग 6 गारंटी में हर गारंटी को, एंड किसान कर्जा माफी इस देश में आज तक फ्रीडम से लेकर आज तक 18,000 crores within 25 days I have paid to किसान लोगों को। 22,22,365 किसानों को up to 2 lakh खर्चा माफी किए। I have paid 18,000 crores within 25 days। इस देश में मैं सवाल कर रहा हूं नरेंद्र मोदी जी से, कोई राज्य सरकार ने 18,000 करोड़ रुपए कोई किसान कर्जा माफी कौन किया? मैंने किया, तेलंगाना सरकार कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया हुआ है। तो ये सब सारे बातें हम लोग जो वादा किए थे चुनाव के समय पर हम कर चुका है, करके दिखाए।
पर आप ये जो बोल रहे हैं कि केसीआर अनडेमोक्रेटिक थे, उसमें तो हम देख रहे हैं कि आप भी कुछ वैसे ही नजर आ रहे हैं। केसीआर भी पूरा विपक्ष खत्म कर देता था। मैं गिन रहा था कि 9 हैं, फिर मुझे पता चला कि नहीं 10 एमएलए वहां से इधर आ गए। तो ये सब क्या हो रहा है?
कभी जो जीता वही सिकंदर। अच्छा, आपको तो पता है ना। तो मद्रास कैफे में आप ही कुछ कहा था ना?
जी बिल्कुल।
तो मैं सरकार मानने 30 दिन से पहले बीजेपी और बीआरएस ने यह कहा इसका सरकार को हम गिराने वाले हैं। तो मैं इतना लड़कर, हमारे कार्यकर्ता लोग इतना लड़कर सरकार बनाने के बाद एक ही महीना में केंद्र सरकार और यहाँ के अपोजिशन दोनों मिलकर सरकार गिराने के लिए कोशिश किए। तो ये 10 एमएलए ये कहा अगर भाई आपको गिराने के लिए कोशिश करो, हम खड़ा करने के लिए कोशिश करते हैं, हम रेवंत जी को, कांग्रेस को मदद करने के लिए हम हाजिर है। तो इसीलिए 10 लोग वहां से इधर आ गए कि सरकार को जो गिराने वाले को मुंह तोड़ जवाब देने के लिए हमारे साथ में है।
ये बताइए कि अगर आप देखें चंद्रबाबू नायडू जिस तरह से वो थे, टेक्नोक्रेट जैसे थे, खुद को सीईओ तक बोलते थे, वाईएसआर बिल्कुल ऐसे जो बहुत पॉपुलिस्ट मेजर्स लगाते थे, ये उनके बाद जो आए वो बड़े बड़े सपने देखते थे। आप किस तरह का मुख्यमंत्री दिखवाना चाहते हैं? किस तरह की आपकी ड्रीम्स हैं? किस तरह की योजनाएं हैं आपकी अपने राज्य के लिए?
मैं मुख्यमंत्रियों से कंपैरिजन नहीं कर लेता हूं। मैं ये कंपेयर कर ले सकता हूं जरूर, इंदिरा जी, राजीव जी, पीवी नरसिंह राव जी। वेलफेयर एंड डेवलपमेंट, 2 पैरेलल्स। सो वेलफेयर एंड डेवलपमेंट के साथ साथ माय पॉलिसी इज दैट हेल्थ, एजुकेशन एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट। सो आज के तारीख में लोगों को खाने का कोई ज़्यादा दिक्कत नहीं है, एवरीवन इज गेटिंग देयर फूड और देयर जॉब, बट हेल्थ इज़ वेरी एक्सपेंसिव, एजुकेशन इज़ वेरी एक्सपेंसिव, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, क्योंकि यूथ को एम्प्लॉयमेंट के बहुत दिक्कत आ जा रहा है। इसीलिए वी वांटेड टू एक्सपेंड अवर तेलंगाना। जो पॉलिसी है चाइना प्लस 1 कंट्री, जो नेशनल इंटरनेशनल जो पॉलिसी चर्चा हो रहा है चाइना प्लस 1 कंट्री, व्हाई कांट चाइना प्लस 1 कंट्री इज तेलंगाना? तेलंगाना इज द डेस्टिनी ऑफ चाइना प्लस 1. So I wanted to urbanize. That is why I planned for regional ring road. Urbanization is the one solution for economic growth. तो इसीलिए हम मूसी रिवर डेवलपमेंट फ्रंट लिए, इसीलिए हम लोग फ्यूचर सिटी बनवाए, इसीलिए हम लोग रेडियल रोड्स ले रहे हैं, इसीलिए हम रीजनल रिंग रोड बनाने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं, इसीलिए हम लोग साउथ कोरिया गए, इसीलिए हम लोग यूएस गए, इसीलिए हम दावोस गए। सो इन्वेस्टमेंट लाना, यहाँ पर इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन लेकर आना, हर यूथ को नौकरी दिलवाना, यहाँ पर इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ करने के लिए, इसीलिए आई हैव टोल्ड दैट $1 trillion इकोनॉमी इज अवर टारगेट फ्रॉम तेलंगाना।
मैं वो कहता हूं जो मैं अक्सर अपने शोज में, जब आप जीते चुनाव उस दिन रात को भी मैंने कहा, बार बार मैं कहता हूं कि एक तरीके से आप कांग्रेस के लिए एक नया रास्ता खोलते हैं। कांग्रेस की राज्यों में इकाइयां हैं, वहां आप जैसा लीडर होना चाहिए, यानी एक एग्रेसिव लीडर जो जनता से जुड़ा हुआ हो, 24/7 पॉलिटिक्स करे। वो पार्ट टाइम पॉलिटिक्स की अब जगह नहीं बची है, 24/7 पॉलिटिक्स करे, बड़ी आक्रामक शैली में बात करे, यूथ को अपने साथ जोड़े। ये एक फॉर्मूला बनता है, रेवंत रेड्डी फॉर्मूला, और ये मेरे ख्याल से अगर और राज्यों में भी लागू करे तो कांग्रेस का झंडा वहां भी फहराया जा सकता है। आप अपनी तारीफ सुन के क्या कहेंगे? आपको लगता है कि ये इसकी गुंजाइश है?
शायद राहुल जी तो वही काम कर रहा है, 24/7 पॉलिटिक्स कर रहा है, हर दिन क्षेत्र में जा रहा है। सो जरूर वो देश की प्रधानमंत्री बनने वाले हैं, क्योंकि मैं एक बात साफ कहना चाहता हूं, नरेंद्र मोदी जी गरीबी से आए, गरीबी दिखा के प्रधानमंत्री बने। मगर राहुल जी, मोतीलाल नेहरू जी, जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी, दे हैव सैक्रिफाइस्ड thousands of crores. They have come from very rich family. And Indira ji, Rajiv ji, they have sacrificed their lives for the country. शहीद हुए इस देश के लिए। सोनिया जी, राहुल गांधी जी प्रधानमंत्री और राष्ट्रपति पदवी त्याग किए। तो 6 generation they have sacrificed their money, their lives, their positions. Now, जब राहुल जी डिस्क्वालीफाई हुआ था एमपी, आफ्टर 75 years, great grandfather, grandmother, father, everyone was represented as a Prime Minister of India, but he doesn't have any house to stay. सरकार ने बंगला खाली करवाया तो राहुल जी को जाने के लिए घर नहीं था। अमीर से लेकर गरीब बन गए। मोदी जी गरीब में था, गरीब से प्रधानमंत्री बने। मगर यू कंपेयर विथ नरेंद्र मोदी जी एंड राहुल गांधी जी, जो सैक्रिफाइस किया था, दो रिचेस्ट फैमिली से लेकर पूरेस्ट ऑफ द पोर को भी आजकल हम तो इंदिरम्मा हाउस दे रहा है। राहुल गांधी जी को इंदिरम्मा हाउस भी नहीं है। तो ऐसा नेता इस देश का प्रधानमंत्री बनने का बहुत जरूरत है।
रेवंत रेड्डी जी, आपने सभी सवालों के जवाब दिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। बहुत कम ऐसा होता है कि हम जो सोच के जाते हैं कि ये नेता इस तरह का होगा, इस तरह से बोलेगा, उस पर खरा उतरता है, लेकिन आप उन कुछ नेताओं में हैं मेरे अनुभव में जो उस पर खरे उतरे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू। मैं एक बात कहना चाहता हूं दिबांग जी, 2006 June I have got elected as a Jilla Parishad member independent. 2007 I have got elected as a MLC independent from local bodies. 2009 June I have become an MLA first time. 2014 June I have become an MLA second time. 2019 June I have become a member of parliament. 2023 December में मुख्यमंत्री बने। ये 17 साल में एक दिन भी मैं छुट्टी नहीं लिए। एक बार मैं जनता के साथ गया, ये 17 साल में एक दिन भी छुट्टी नहीं लिए। जनता लगातार जनता से मिलकर, सुनकर, उनके राय से, उनके सोचधारा से हम लोग काम किए। कोई भी आगे अगर राजनीति करना है तो पार्ट टाइम पॉलिटिक्स से कुछ होने वाले नहीं है। पार्ट टाइम पॉलिटिशियन को लोग भी वैसे ही देखते, पार्ट टाइम। तो जिम्मेदारी अगर निभाना है तो कोई भी आगे राजनीति में तरक्की करना है, कुछ बनना है तो फुल टाइम पॉलिटिक्स करो, जनता से मिलजुल के काम करो, एक ना एक दिन मौका मिलने वाले। धन्यवाद।
So first of course, I don't know whether to read this or to use it for weightlifting. It's quite something. Chetan was saying just a little ahead of this that all his books could possibly fit into this. But really, I wanted to ask you, because all... Is your mic working? So I wanted to begin by asking you, do you choose your subjects or do the subjects choose you? Because they tend to border on not just the controversial but the explosive.
Thank you, Kaveri. A great pleasure to be here and always a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks to ABP for inviting me here. No, that's always been something I've also been thinking about, that very varied characters, right from the Mysore family on whom I started writing on, to Gohar Jan, who was India's first woman and artist to record her voice on the gramophone, to Balachandar, to Savarkar, and now Tipu Sultan. And in the middle, I also did something on Kashi Vishwanath, and also 15 unsung heroes and heroines of India. I think we don't choose our topics. Whatever I've planned, that never happens. Serendipity has been the leitmotif of my life, so to say, at least of my literary career. And so I think I choose topics or people whose lives are interesting. It's not monochromatic. Something that either people have forgotten about, or someone who is much maligned, misunderstood, and misrepresented. So somehow this onus of putting them in perspective and context, destiny seems to always give to my very slender shoulders.
But I must say, and by the way, I must say that this is, we are very privileged because I think this is one of the first times you're discussing this book.
That's right.
So thank you so much. And copies of it are available outside along with your earlier books as well. And please do take a look at them and get them signed. It's very rare to have an author like Vikram here. But Vikram, reading this book last night was really an eye-opener. Because there are two things. One, Tipu has been so much a part of our popular culture with the sword and all that auction. And I remember the Vijay Mallya auction, and became such a big thing, the Doordarshan series. So to represent someone who's so much a part of popular culture, and people look at him in a particular way, what is the kind of documentation that you have to go through to sort of deconstruct the person?
Yeah, person like Tipu Sultan, and I'm really happy to have this first conversation around this new book which has not yet hit the stand, so to say.
Yeah, so
and we've already gone for a reprint. So that's what my publishers told me. And so to have it in Hyderabad, because Hyderabad and its history is very closely intertwined to Tipu's story. And Hyderabad makes a lot of appearance in the book, considering the Nizam and he were blow hot, blow cold, sometimes allies, sometimes friends and enemies and all of this. And 18th century India was a mishmash of so much of chaos. And I think it was the very defining century where India lost steam and that is when we succumb to final, colonial occupation of the country. So the book, its content, and the geographical context, all that becomes very important. To your question, Kaveri, I think Tipu, I know, is a very, in-your-face kind of a character, both in popular media, but more so, unfortunately, in politics. Because all sides of the spectrum use him to appropriate him for their own political agendas. I come from Karnataka, in Bangalore, where the Congress government there raised a lot of heckles by celebrating Tipu Jayanti, which caused a lot of anguish among several communities who to this day have intergenerational trauma and memories associated with whatever Tipu Sultan had done. And on the other side, you had even the BJP, which in the run-up to the 2023 elections manufactured this total myth of Uri Gowda and Nanje Gowda, two people who they claimed were responsible for killing Tipu Sultan, something that no Mysore historian, British or otherwise, had even mentioned their name. And what was the reason to do that? You eulogize a Gowda chieftain and you get the Vokkaliga vote in Karnataka elections, which sadly backfired on them. So in the midst of this, where history becomes such a handmaiden for politics and for ulterior motives, I think it is the responsibility of a historian to put things in perspective, illuminate the archives, and bring them to public perception. Because the public is not generally so interested to go to all the papers. So for this book, I actually spent 4 long years rummaging archives both in India and more so outside, in France and in London. The British kept copious documents and documentation, so that also comes very handy. Lot of literature in Indian regional languages, Kannada, Marathi, the Peshwa Daftars, which had a lot of documentation. So there's never a dearth of documentation. It just needs somebody who can go and tie that all together in an interesting narrative.
Which it is. It's a fascinating narrative, but also your own experience earlier of having your effigies burnt, etc., at a very young age, and your promise to your mother while she was still alive that you would not do anything to endanger yourself. Because it is so contentious. Anything you write about Tipu, I mean, a 14-year rule, but still so 17, but so contentious.
Yes. Yeah, as you mentioned, my first book came out when I was 26 or 27.
Must be the youngest person to have his effigy burnt.
Yes, perhaps. So this was just a conversation like this I was having in some place in Bangalore, and suddenly, and I was talking about Tipu's attempts of conversions, destruction of places of worship, which is documented in his own letters. I was just reading his letter, and because of that there was a fracas in the audience. The function had to be stopped midway, and I was ushered to the green room. My poor father was sitting in the first row, and someone went and gave him a pamphlet saying, he's your only son, if you want him to live long, please ask him to mind what he talks. And so obviously that night there was a hullabaloo at home, and my mother asked me to vow that I will never talk about Tipu Sultan in public. I kept the vow with her. I'd actually written an article, around the divans of Mysore, the first being Purnaya. And in that there was some reference to Tipu Sultan, which again created such a furore. And right in the heart of Bangalore city, in MG Road, in front of the newspaper office, people burnt my effigies, they burnt copies of my book, all of that happened. This was 2008 or 9, and I've come a long way since then, where I used to be so sensitive and scared about what people's reactions will be. But I feel, Kaveri, after 17 years of being in the profession of a historian, that if a historian starts worrying about all of this, nothing can come out. Because everything in this country is contentious. Sentiments getting affected is a very, very flimsy line. You don't know what will offend whom. So I think my only shield, protective shield, is my conscience and my utmost adherence to the craft of a historian. Right. So that's why 200 pages of this very bulky book are end notes and bibliography, references. Nothing I'm saying is from my hat. It's all based on facts and documentation, and I think that is how history needs to be. Itihasa, the Sanskrit word for history, translates to it thus happened. Ye aisa hua. So if it has happened this way, show the proof of that, and that seals the matter.
So we'll come to the report card of Tipu later, good, bad, and undetermined. But really what also comes through, as you were saying, is that India of the 18th century was such a fraught country. I mean, there were so many colonial powers here, contesting for the same riches, and a lot of greed on the part of the British as well, and the French. But I find, and increasingly a lot of historians like you are actually showing that the British were as vicious and as greedy as anyone else. They just had better PR. And you do that very well when you show how they painted, their painters sort of painted a particular version of the truth, and I don't know how many documents they translated, but how many they destroyed perhaps, we don't know. So I think that is a very interesting point, that the French, when you look at the way the French talk about this century, it's very different obviously from the way the British talk about it. And what was happening in the world at that time was also very significant. So please talk about that. And when you talk about 1799, the end of Seringapatam, is also in a way the seeds of the first war of independence being sown there, right? So talk a little about that.
So the 18th century, as you said, was a century of chaos. I think none of the Indian players understood what was going on. Hyderabad itself was going through so many wars of succession after the Asaf died, his son Nasir Jung, Muzaffar Jung, and finally, all of them engaging the European powers in these wars of succession. They thought these were yet another player on the chessboard, not realizing the far-reaching, motives and designs that these people had, be it the French or the British, the Dutch, the Portuguese, everyone was hovering around. And you had the Marathas on one side, you had Mysore, you had the Arcot Nawab and the Nizam, all of them in a potpourri of disaster.
And very rich and thriving economies, right?
Yes. And no scruples whatsoever. You had the Nizam also actually signing up with the British in the first Anglo-Mysore war. And without the British also knowing, on the side he was having parleys with Hyder Ali. And in the midst of the war, the British see that suddenly he is taking a retreat and going the other side and actually joining the person whom he's supposed to battle with. So scruples, principles, ethics, nobody. So that way everyone is on even keel. But what you said was right, but there was propaganda art everywhere, Kaveri. Even when Tipu and Hyder won this very significant war called the Battle of Polilur in the midst of the second Anglo-Mysore war, you have paintings of that on the walls of the Darya Daulat Palace in Srirangapatna. The British put it on a war footing and on an international scale, obviously. The conquest of Srirangapatna was something so significant for them. That probably laid the foundations for the British Empire, and Tipu and Hyder were one of their biggest obstacles. No two ways about that, that they were the last kind of bastions against colonial against British rule. I won't say colonial because Tipu took the support of French. He also invited Zaman Shah to invade India. He called the Shah of Persia, the Amir of Turkey, all of them to come and invade India.
It was the same strategy, right? Use foreign powers to attack your own, enemies.
We give Tipu a lot of importance because of the larger narrative of anti-British equal to heroism. But if the British had lost, maybe the French would be ruling India. And in Karnataka, probably French would be the language that everyone would speak. It took us a lot more time to get, freedom for Pondicherry, to make it Puducherry. So the French colonial designs were no less than what the British had.
Right. But are there still documents and books and letters? Because Tipu seems to have been a very prolific letter writer, and of course his book of dreams that you talk about. I mean, there was a lot of writing that he was doing.
Indeed.
Yeah. So are there still things that are not translated which could be surprising to us?
So in fact, there is the Dreams of Tipu Sultan is that famous play which Girish Karnad has also written. But what were the dreams? So every morning after waking up, it is said Tipu Sultan would spend about an hour or two in his toilet, And that is where he would sit and jot down all that he saw the previous night.
Precursor to Sigmund Freud.
Yes, yes. So in fact, I got these dreams analyzed with the help of a psychologist, because dreams are the index of your mind. So there are violent dreams, everything about destruction, about kafirs, about how they need to be annihilated and all of that. And he wrote copiously. Now when the fort fell, Srirangapatna fell in 1799, all these books, all these papers, the British, for them, Tipu was an enigma, as he is to all of us today, even now, after 200 plus years. So they transported all of this back to London. A lot of it was translated, thick volumes of various, translations and annotations of his papers, his letters. They were all scrutinized. And a lot of that still rests in London. So as a researcher, when I was at the British Library, I had goosebumps when I actually held in my hand that diary, which he would actually write in his own hand. It is still preserved in
Farsi?
London.
In
Farsi.
Farsi.
Yes, yes. A lot of it is translated, semi-translated. Some probably we wouldn't even know. I actually saw his own handwriting, the way the diary was. And there are translations of it, but some are lost in translation too. So I got all of that retranslated to get the original voice to speak.
But so, I mean, let's come to the crunch. Was he a villain? Was he a hero? Was he somewhere in between? And does that depend also on the community to which you belong, the caste to which you belong, and the time of, considering whether he's a hero or villain?
You finally brought the elephant into the room,
Yeah.
which is, see, I mean, these tags of hero or villain is not something I subscribe to, because who defines what is heroism and what is villainy? If we are seriously trying to assess, particularly his social report card, I think that was horrendous.
Why is that? Yeah.
So Hyder Ali, he was actually bought by the Maharaja of Mysore as paying a ransom for him and freeing him. Within 12 years, this man, through his Machiavellian moves, manages to overthrow the Maharaja and take over, usurp the kingdom. But Hyder was very astute. He realized that it was a Hindu majority kingdom, and so he had to placate the Hindus there. So there weren't overt means of conversion or destruction in Mysore. It happened during conquest outside. But I think Tipu got the kingdom on a platter, and that also led him to a lot of hubris, the arrogance and the intoxication of power that comes in. He literally dug up his own grave. In the numerous conquests that happened in Malabar, in Kerala, to this day, I think a lot of people hate him. In Coorg, the Kodavas of Coorg, 70,000, 60,000, upwards of this number being brutally massacred. In Mangalore, the Christians as well. The Christians, almost 70,000 of them, literally dragged, to the feet of an elephant all the way from Mangalore to Srirangapatna, many dying on the way, churches being destroyed, temples being destroyed. We are in the week of Deepavali. You have the Mandya Mayangars in and around Melkote, who do not celebrate Diwali to this day after 250 years, because 700 members of their family were killed on the day of Deepavali by Tipu Sultan.
It's the psychic memory, right?
Yeah, intergenerational trauma. So they, to this day, commemorate that as a day of mourning. So these are very, oral traditions which have survived generations. So that's why when the Tipu Jayanti was being celebrated by the Congress government in Karnataka, the BJP, the politics apart, they were individuals who, came out in protest. The Christians had nothing to do with the BJP's politics, but the Christian groups there opposed this. The Kodavas opposed this. The Mandya Mayangars, the Nayars in Kerala, who were brutalized. And there are lots of documented evidence in the chapter 20 of the book. I talk in detail about, all the temples that were destroyed across various parts of, in Coorg, even dead people were converted. There are letters of Tipu Sultan. Since he wrote so much, Hyder was illiterate. The only achievement of his life was to learn to sign the first alphabet of his name, which was her. But Tipu was a very educated man, so he wrote copiously. And there are letters, you don't need any interpretation. He writes letters to his generals saying, go there, destroy this, kill so many people, and also gloats about it. saying in this campaign, I converted 1 lakh people, I killed so many people, so many were circumcised. Dead bodies would be circumcised and declared as Muslim. So on the one hand, we can say that this was a different era, an era of tortures,
Which is the usual
true.
argument, yeah.
But was there a targeted, what is a genocide? A genocide is when you target someone selectively on the basis of their identity. I mean, collateral damage in wars is something that is happening to this day. You see in the Middle East, you see in Russia, Ukraine, everywhere. But is a group being...
Topic Sringara Rasa, separation and union. And post this session, popular politicians, Mr. Madhu Yashki and Mr. Raghunandan Rao will be speakers for the bipolar or multipolar, the politics of tomorrow, chaired by Dibang. And post that today, Anu Acharya will be speaking on the topic Knowing Yourself, Why It Matters. She is the CEO of Map My Genome, and this session will be chaired by Radhika Bajaj. Another interesting session by speaker Bindu Subramaniam, singer and co-founder and CEO of SAPA, on new notes, blending tradition and modernity. We also have the franchise model, nurturing entrepreneurship, will be speaker Dinesh Victor, Managing Director, SIP Academy India, and Charminar and beyond, Hyderabad as Muse, our very own Hyderabadi, Muhammad Ali Beg, theatre and film actor and director, will be speaking. And post that about entertainment, the very famous Manjumal Boys, maker Chidambaram, the story behind the huge success. Post that, young and dynamic politician Ram Mohan Naidu, Kinjarapu, will be speaking on politics for impact, from MP to minister, taking flight. And we also have another interesting session by singer Shilpa Rao about soul singing, the soundtrack of our lives. Post that, we have another interesting session. Spokesperson K.T. Ramarao, member of Telangana Legislative Assembly. Power of the people is the topic. Being a responsible opposition. And then Gautami Tadimatla, actor and costume designer, very popular Gautami madam, will be speaking on women in cinema, the very, very hot topic of current Indian cinema, writing fresh roles. And also another popular actor, Prakash Raj, will be joining for the topic One Man, Many Talents. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ABP Networks, the Southern Rising Summit 2024, the second edition in Mana, Hyderabad. Coming of age, identity, inspiration and impact. This beautiful session, Sringara Rasa, it's a very, very important rasa in our Navarasas, and the spokesperson, 3 times national awardee, one of the most sought after Kuchipudi artists in Indian classical dance sphere, born to the legendary performers and gurus Padma Bhushan, Dr. Raja and Radha Reddy and Kaushalya Reddy. She is a flag bearer to the legacy of the indomitable Kuchipudi masters. She began her career as a young star in the world of Kuchipudi. Stepping into the spotlight at the age of 3, since then, Yamini has developed a unique creative process that merges modern innovations and traditional compositions through her years of dedication, learning and expert. May I also welcome Radhika Bajaj to chair this session. Let's put our hands together to Yamini Reddy, the classical dancer and 3-time national awardee.
Thank you very much for that, Bhargavi. And quite a wonderful introduction has already been given, Yamini. Welcome once again. Thank you for joining us on the Southern Rising. Here. So, Yamini, of course, we've heard about the legendary family that you come from. Your parents introduced you to the world of Kuchipudi at a very, very young age. Was there a time when you realized that I want to do this as my own person? I take the decision to dedicate my life to Kuchipudi.
I was always crazy about dance since I was little. I used to, in fact, really eat my parents' head that I day in and day out. It's a very funny story. But anyone who would come home, I would make them sit. I was very little, 3-4 years old, and I would say, "Here, watch my performance." So I was always very passionate about dance, and I knew that this is what I wanted to do from very early on. But my parents, they know that how much of a struggle it is to be an artist and how long the struggle can be. So they were keen that I have more comfortable life. And so they wanted me to become, maybe take up some other profession. So my mom especially. And she kept insisting for a long time that I don't dance and I do something else. And so I studied. I finished my master's for her. And then I finally gave her the degree and I said, "Mama, now can I dance? Because this is when I want to now dedicate my life to dancing." So at that point she was, "Okay, I can see that you are very serious about this and you go ahead, make this your profession."
But of course you were training all the time when you were
All that
growing
time
up.
before that I was training, performing constantly since the age of 3. So I was doing all of that. But the conscious decision to do nothing else but this, that was the turning point in my life.
Yamini, we say that there are legacy businesses and we say that the young generation is now doing something different with the business, right? Or they are diversifying the business. This is an art form that is coming through generations and through ancient texts. As a young person, the youngest person in your family, were you able to innovate with this art form at all?
Yes, of course. I think as artists, we always bring something of our own to the table. If you see Kuchipudi right now in its newest form, is a link between the heritage and history of our Telugu people and the present day that we have, the modern day that we have. So Kuchipudi is kind of, in its newest form, a modern link to that. And so it becomes any artist, like even my responsibility or my parents, to carry on that rich heritage of centuries that has been passed down to us, to keep it intact and pass it on. But at the same time, as an artist, we always bring our own flavor to the art form. For instance, when my parents moved to Delhi, by virtue of being, having stayed there, Kuchipudi is typically performed to Telugu and Sanskrit verses, right? So, but because they've stayed there for so long, they saw the beauty in the Hindi language and in Hindustani music and Sufi music. So they did a lot of work with respect to that. And because I was born in Delhi and raised there, and I'm, of course, of a younger generation, right? So I see things differently. So when I see things differently, I try to bring that freshness to my Kuchipudi when I perform. So I try to, like, maybe contemporize the presentation, but I never try to mess with the grammar of the art form, because I feel that that should be kept intact. So if you see, if English is not written the same way and spoken with the correct grammar, it will not be English. But you can write many stories of your own using that grammar. So that's what I try to do with Kuchipudi as well.
Well, that's lovely, because you are kind of passing on the traditional art form with the contemporary sensibility to the next generations as well, because I know that you teach the dance form as well. How do you teach the language of Kuchipudi to your students?
So Kuchipudi, or any classical form for that matter, it's a very arduous training. It takes many, many years to learn it and then master it, of course. So I try to make this art form relevant to the younger generation so that they enjoy it when they are performing. I have a little surprise for you.
Okay.
So I have requested some of my disciples. It's very impromptu.
Oh, how
I've
lovely.
asked them to join me. I just want to give you a little demo about how our training begins in Kuchipudi. So I would like
It'll
to...
be wonderful. Let's welcome the students.
So as you see, the audience, when we go to school, the first thing that we learn are alphabets, right? So in Kuchipudi also we have alphabets. And we learn first, begin with positions of the feet, leg, hands. So for instance, they're standing in Samapadam. Then we have a position on the heel, Anchitam. We have a position on the toe, Kunchitam. On toe, and then Swastikam, cross. So these positions we then combine to form aduvus, which we call as words in our style. So for instance, now when they'll combine those positions, they'll show you a few aduvus. Takka dhinna tom, takka dhinna tom, takka dhinna tei hi. Hi da, tam, tat tei, tei hitta tam, tei hi da, tam, tat tei, tei hitta tam, tam, tei hi da, at ta, tat tei, tei hitta ta, tei hi da, at ta, tat tei, tei hitta ta, ta. So this is how we combine.
Beautifully done. Thank you. Thank you.
So after words, we have sentences.
Okay.
So when we put it together in a sentence, for instance, ditta, dimita, kitataka, talangutaka, dimitaka, tadinginatum, ta. Now that's a sentence in dance. So visually when you see it in dance, the same thing. Takadinatum, takadinatum, takadina, ditta, dimita, kitataka, talangutaka, dimitaka, tadinginatum, ta. So can you guess what came at the end of the sentence? The full stop. So in dance, the ta was the full stop. So it's very grammatical and it's very nuanced, the
And
training.
it's beautiful, and I can tell why it takes so much dedication and time to learn this language of Kuchipudi.
Yes, in fact, what you just saw is pure dance on Nritta. And I wanted to show you a small glimpse. I have requested Ravikant here to join us, just to give you a glimpse of, I think all of you might be knowing that Kuchipudi uses Telugu and Sanskrit verses.
Yes.
And the system of music that we use for our dance is the Carnatic system of music, right? It's the southern Carnatic style of music. So here the pure dance, when it is done, this is Ravikant, and he will be, the dancers will dance, and you can see how melodious notes, rhythmic patterns, and beautiful gestures are used to create a magical world of dance. Taka dinna tom, taka dinna tom, taka dinna, takita, 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 taka dimi, taka digi janu, tadi kita tom, taka digi janu, tadi kita tom, taka digi janu, tadi kita tom, ditta, dimita, kita taka talangu, taka dimi, taka tadingina tom, ditta, dimita, kita taka talangu, taka dimi, taka tadingina tom, ditta, dimita, dimita, kita. Ditta, dhimita, dhimita, kitata. Ditta, dhimita, dhimita, kitataka. Tadiginatum, tadiginatum, tadiginatum. Tajam, tajam, tajam.
Tari, taku, tarita. Dana, janu, tajam, tarau, takatarita, tadigina, tata. Harijam, taka, nam, tari, ta. Ta, harijam, taka, nam, tari, taku, tarita. Dana, janu, tajum, tarau, takatarita, tadigina, tata. Harijam, taka, nam, tari, ta. Ta, taku tarita dana ta janu tajum tarum takatarita tadigina
tajum 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 tatajje.
Beautifully done.
So Radhika, what you just saw is pure dance. There is no storytelling. There is no meaning. It's
But
just
to us watching, and I couldn't even see their faces properly because I'm sitting behind, but just the expressions, right? The beautiful movement of the eyes. So much of it is about storytelling, right?
Yes.
How are you able to pass that down? Because the expressions remain consistent, right? Through the ages.
So what you just saw was pure dance, nritta, where there is no storytelling. But dance has its own language of gestures, which we call as hastas or mudras. For example, when we want to show a deer, we'll use the simha mukha hasta. Okay? So when we want to show a bell or a flower, we also use this kangulascha or an ala padma. And for a bee, we use brahmari hasta.
You make it sound so easy.
So these gestures, we develop this language of gestures, and then we use these to tell stories. So once again, I'm going to call them. It's a very interesting piece where I'm going to show you how we use these gestures. So I'm going to narrate in English, and they're going to do the hastas in dance. So this is a story of Gajendra, an elephant who was roaming in a forest, and he's caught by the crocodile. So it's a story from the Bhagavatam. There was a forest. There were different kinds of flowers in the forest. One day, an elephant was roaming in the forest. Dhim tadhi tajanu tadhanatta natta janu tam taritta janu takadinatum takadinatum. There was a lake in the forest. The elephant stepped into the lake to drink water, but the frogs in the lake started croaking. Nagana, naga, naga, nagana, naga, naga, nagana, naga, naga, nagam. There was a crocodile in the lake. Digi, 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 digi. There was a fight between the elephant and the crocodile. Digi, 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 ta. Digi, 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 tay. Digi, 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 ta. Digi, 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 tay. The elephant was caught. He prayed to Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu threw his chakra and killed the crocodile. The elephant was now free to roam the forest. So as you can see, this was a short story. And the use of hastas and gestures to communicate, this has been coming from the time of the Rig Veda, and then it has been slowly developed and adapted towards dance, and dance then became more complex.
Well, it was a beautiful presentation. When there are young students who show interest in classical dance, and children today have the choice of picking various Western dance forms as well, contemporary jazz, how do you convince them to take up Indian classical art form like Kuchipudi, especially because perhaps it takes much more time to master it?
Actually, contrary to belief, there are a lot of students who come to me to learn dance. There's a lot of interest in classical dance, especially for learning. I have a lot of students who come and I teach them. But what is important is, as a teacher, to make it relevant for the current generation. So it's very important to explain the context to them, to explain the history of this beautiful art form that has been passed down for us, and how this is even relevant today, and why it is not something ancient and forgotten. Because we dance a lot about our gods, right? The gods are a very central theme of our dance. But why do we dance a lot about gods? Now, the reason being is that if I tell you a lot of moral, ethical things, if you just tell people very plainly and I say, you have to be good, you should not be doing this, it's a very bad habit. And if I keep telling you something like this, you'll be bored, you won't listen after some time. So they devised a way of making up these beautiful stories, and then they wanted to pass this message on to the common man. And so that's how a lot of stories about gods or the goddesses, ultimately it's about the victory of good over evil, whether it's of oneself, within oneself, or it's outside oneself.
So a lot of Kuchipudi is also based around the theme of Shringara Rasa, right? Again, the fact that there is emotions of separation, emotions of union. As a dancer, as a performer, how have you trained yourself to master those emotions and expressions on stage? And do you sort of, when you're practicing, do you go in a zone where you have to center yourself and think about those expressions?
Yes, of course. I think as a dance is actually meditation and movement. So when you're moving, you're going to a very meditative state. So it's very important to be in that zone. And the Navarasas are a very central theme of our dance, the 9 emotions. Of this, the Shringara Rasa is believed to be the king of rasas. The reason is because all the other rasas are believed to have emerged from or merged into the Shringara Rasa. Then again, the Shringara Rasa is also treated in 2 ways. One is separation, about mad love, when we are separated from our lover and there is no union there. And then we have the Shringara where there is union, Sambhoga, with our lover. So here I would like to show you a small presentation of the rasa of Krishna and Radha. I think Krishna and Radha are the ultimate representation of union, of love and union. So they will just demonstrate to you that. And Ravi will sing this, of course, very beautifully. Marakata Manimaya.
Marakata Manimaya Chela Marakata Manimaya Chela Krishna 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 Marakata Manimaya Chela Vanajanayana Radha Mukha Madhukara Rasika Rasika Vara Rasa Vilasa Vanajanayana Radha Mukha Madhukara Rasika Rasika Vara Rasa Vilasa Vanajanayana Radha Mukha Madhukara Rasika Rasika Vara Rasa Vilasa Vanajanayana Radha Mukha Madhukara Rasika Rasika Vara Rasa Vilasa Vanajanayana Radha Mukha Madhukara Rasika Rasika Vara Rasa Vilasa Vanajanayana Radha Mukha Madhukara Rasika Rasika Vara Rasa Vilasa
So I think that is the epitome of Shringara Rasa.
And that's, I think, a beautiful way to bring this session to a close as well. Thank you so much,
It was
Yamini,
my
and thank you
pleasure.
to all the wonderful students who've also given us an education today. Thank you very much.
I think it's been my pleasure to bring this Telugu, the art form of the Telugu people. Kuchipudi is the art form of the Telugu people. And culture, see, every culture is unique in its own way, and every culture has stories to tell. And I'm very happy that I was able to present my art form before all of you. Thank you so much for
It's
having
been our
me.
privilege. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Yamini Reddy, please.
Thank you, Yamini. Thank you so much. And may I request Rupali Fernandez, Chief Revenue Officer, ABP Network, to kindly come up and felicitate Yamini Reddy. Thank you very much, Radhika. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to another session, and the topic is bipolar or multipolar, the politics of tomorrow. I take the pleasure to invite two eminent politicians in a short while from now. They'll be joining us in a few moments. Shri Madhu Yashki, Senior Leader, Indian National Congress, and Raghunandan Rao, BJP State Secretary, Telangana. And this session will be chaired by Dibang, Senior Journalist, ABP Network. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the session topic, bipolar or multipolar, the politics of tomorrow. Eminent speakers, I take the pleasure to invite Shri Madhavneni Raghunandan Rao Garu, Member of Parliament representing from Medak Lok Sabha constituency, a lawyer by profession, former MLA for Dubaka Assembly constituency, a strong supporter of Telangana state ideologies, BJP Telangana State Secretary. Welcome to you, sir. And I also take the pleasure to welcome Madhu Yashki Garu, National Spokesperson Congress, Chairman Campaign Committee, TPCC, former Secretary AICC, former Secretary Indian National Overseas Congress, and Member of Parliament during 2004-9 and 9-14. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome Dibang, the chair of this session. Over to you, Dibang.
Hello viewers, welcome to Southern Rising Summit. For this session, I have two very special guests, Madhu Gowda and Raghunandan Rao. Welcome. We'll talk about whether India needs a coalition government or there should be a two-party system, one-party rule. If you want to start, Raghunandanji, from Telangana, it seemed that your party would replace TRS, or BRS now it's known as. What do you think went wrong?
The opinion of the people was something different. till the elections of Karnataka Assembly, the opinion of the people was towards the BJP. And after the Karnataka Assembly elections results, there was a change, slight change in the options that were left before the people of Telangana. There they got two options. One was Bajapa and the second one was Congress. They opted it. We respect the opinion given by the people of Telangana. And now the Congress is ruling the state.
Do you think there's a possibility of having two strong regional parties in Telangana like you have in Tamil Nadu?
So there is no scope in Telangana, sir. At present, there is only one regional party in Telangana. They changed their name from TRS to BRS, and the people have given them the CRS. That I think you might be familiar with the word CRS. Compulsory Retirement Scheme. The people of Telangana have given to the TRS or BRS party. I think that this party may not remain, this BRS may not remain till 2029 intact, sir. Till the next elections, this party may not remain intact because the people of Telangana have given CRS. Why I am insisting on the word CRS is, in parliament elections, they have a lot of hope from the people of Telangana, but the people have given them a big zero, saying that you better take rest in your farmhouse which you constructed for the last 10 years. You just cultivate and encourage the people of Telangana how to cultivate and get more income, as the farmers of this country are facing a lot of confusion in cultivation. So the BRS will not survive as far as my opinion is concerned. So there is no question of two strong regional parties in a state like Telangana. Only two political national parties will survive in this state.
But don't you think, considering the diversity in terms of ethnicity, language, in terms of culture, regional parties are important?
So the question is, to rule the state or to rule the country, whether you are a regional party or you are a national party, the people will think that who are in favor of the needs of the people. Whether you are regional or national, that the people are not thinking. In the case of ruling and the governance, the people's expectations are something different. They want their ambitions or their limitations or their expectations should be fulfilled as early as possible. But when you come to the question of regional parties, the ambition of the leader of a regional party is he want to survive, he want to make his son as the next CM, and he want to prepare his grandson also to become the same chair. They want to make the politics as a hereditary politics.
But that's the ambition of all the political leaders. They want to survive.
So, but a state, the state of Telangana is something different, sir. The state of Telangana got independence. From that time also the people were, the blood of the people of Telangana itself is a revolutionary blood, sir. We don't accept somebody's rule or somebody's governance or somebody's, what we can say, that arrogancy. Yes, we want the democracy to be prevailed, sir. But the earlier TRS or BRS, whatever you are calling it is, there was no democracy. Whatever the leader says, it is the democracy. Okay. That was their opinion. That is the reason why BRS lost its ground in Telangana.
Okay, Madhuji, what do you think happened to BRS?
Well, generally we don't agree. We both represent two different political parties. But on one thing I do agree with my friend Raghunandan. BRS they started the party as a TRS to fighting for Telangana state. Once they came to power, there's absolute arrogancy and corruption. Like in Assam, see the Assam Gana Parishad who fought for separate state. But over a period of family rule or autocracy and corruption, slowly diminished the entire Assam Gana Parishad party. Here the BRS, the core Telangana name itself has been removed from in their party name. And instead of working for the people's aspirations, the people of Telangana fought for jobs, water and the revenue to be distributed equally when combined state of Andhra Pradesh. That aspirations were not fulfilled, and Mr. KCR worked for Kalakalam Kalvakuntla family, means for he wanted to establish his family rule in the state. That's where they failed, and the failure of in the last parliament elections. But over a period of people of Telangana have realized the autocratic, aristocratic, corrupt rule of KCR, they don't want it, and they looked for Congress an alternative. As BJP, they missed the chance after winning. My friend has won in a by-election, but later in Munugodu, BJP has lost. After Karnataka Congress has won, the people of Telangana believed Sonia Gandhi ji and Rahul Gandhi leadership, and Kharge's leadership. So we worked as a team, Revanth, myself, and Patti Vikramarka and the entire Congress leadership. And people have trusted and voted. And I don't see a bright future for TRS party, unlike in Tamil Nadu or Andhra Pradesh.
Yeah. Raghunandanji, don't you think the regional parties can raise the local issues, the regional issues much better, much more sharply than a national party? I'm talking about things like fund allocation to the regional, to the southern states. They contribute 30% of the GDP, 90.6% of the population. Fund allocation only 16%.
Sir, the regional parties may raise the issue of the local issues, but ultimately who is the one who has to solve those issues? For example, Telangana was a movement which was built up by the parties, by the people. But ultimately a political party represented the same thing in the name of TRS. But who has given the solution for Telangana? The two national parties with an understanding that it is the desire of the people of Telangana, it is the desire of the 4 crores of the people of Telangana. They can blame the national parties, they can try to get something, they can shout on certain issues which may be legally right, but the issue is from where does they get a solution? The solution should come from a national party or a party which is ruling this country. So for the sake of raising a voice against the nation or raising a voice against the party which is ruling in the center, the regional parties may be looking like good, but the thing when it comes to the country as a whole, the nation should have a national party which rules the country so that all the states will be given equal importance, sir. It does not mean that when we are ruling in the center, we are taking part of only one state, sir. We look after from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, it is because we will consider it as a total body, sir. We will not give money to, as alleged by some of southern state chief ministers, that the money is being given to one state, money is not being given to another state. It will never be like that, sir.
Madhuji, why is it that if a regional party raises a demand, a legitimate demand, it's always seen as, like he said, raising a voice against the nation?
Well, this is the problem under Modiji's government. Honorable Prime Minister is all by I, me, myself. Whoever speaks, they don't believe in the equal rights or freedom of speech. If you raise your voice for genuine concern, you think that you are speaking against the country or you are anti-national, you branded as anti-national. What is our democratic values teaches us? What is our constitution teaches us? India is thrived in the diverse democracy, different voice, language and political fabric which is created a strong democratic, being a largest democratic country. So in the last 10 years what's happening? A government by 2, for 2, run by 2, sold for 2 people. That is in the last 10 years resulted. That's where the local aspirations are coming up and asking for an equal distribution of the wealth. What is Gandhiji has said it? Your decision should result to touch the poorest of the poor, which is not happening. That's where the regional aspirations are growing. The Prime Minister of the country doesn't speak when Manipur is burning. Isn't it responsibility of the Prime Minister of the country? He's not the Prime Minister of the BJP party, BJP ruled states. So that's what I believe Congress party believes in.
Raghunandanji, you must speak up on
Listen
this.
to the different voices of the country, different voices of the citizens.
So the voice of the Congress is always like this only, sir. From Kashmir to Kanyakumari, they will say only one word. 2 are ruling or 2 are benefiting. But out of the 2, whom they are blaming? One is Mr. Adani. They are not ready to take the name, but I want to take the name, sir. Because both of us are advocates, I know how to advocate myself. So Congress is blaming that 2 are ruling and 2 are getting benefited. Out of the 2, who they are blaming is one Mr. Adani. If you go through an interview of Mr. Adani in the year 2022, he came to Delhi and he was given an interview like the Bang sir, as you are doing here, some national reporter has taken an interview. What Mr. Adani said clearly is, I was doing my business in a state, whether it is Gujarat or Uttar Pradesh, but I was called to Delhi by the then Prime Minister, Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, and he encouraged me like anything he promoted my business to do it in all the states. So I came to Delhi. So now the Congress should answer how the Adani came to Delhi. Whether after Modi ji came to Delhi, Adani came to Delhi or not, that I have to say. And coming to Anna's contradictory statement, they are blaming Adani in Hyderabad, they are blaming Adani in Parliament, and the Chief Minister of Telangana is making some agreements with Adani in rest of the countries where he is going for business summits, and he has taken and he has accepted a check of 100 crores for the development of Telangana. If you are saying that gentleman is a corrupt gentleman, how you can take money from that current place?
Okay, let Adani be. We'll move further in the detail. See, one contentious issue is the delimitation issue, where the southern states, where the population has not gone up the way it has in some of the northern states. There's a lot of concern. You know what Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, has said. What is your view on this? Do you think there should be delimitation in 2026?
So we respect the constitution which was written by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. What Indian constitution speaks as far as the reorganization of the constituencies is concerned, 2026 the constitution itself says that the reorganization of the constituencies should take place. So as far as the constitution, we people who respect the constitution, we are going for the reorganization of the constituencies. In a state like Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, because Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act 2014 also clearly speaks that the assembly seats in Telangana should be increased from 119 to 153, and as well as in Andhra Pradesh from 175 to, it should be increased to some 225 or 237, sir, it is, subject to correction. So we avoid constitution, we respect the constitution. So in constitution it is clearly and categorically mentioned that there should be a reorganization of parliament constituencies in 2026. We are for it. As far as the concern of the southern states and northern states in relation to the population, you are saying that the population of southern states is being controlled in very good manner. So southern India is going to get less number of parliament seats, and the northern India is going to get more number of the parliament seats. This is the argument put forth before the public by some of the our regional party leaders. My straight answer to this is not only the population, sir, there are so many other factors to be taken into consideration while reorganizing the constituencies. For example, in the year 2009 when UPA 1 was in governance and they did reorganization of constituencies in Andhra Pradesh, at the time it was Andhra Pradesh, it was called as an Andhra Pradesh only. They reorganized it in very well manner for Telangana and Andhra Pradesh also. It is the reason why I am saying is, don't think in the angle of only population. If you compare the population of Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Meghalaya and Tripura, and if you take the population of Malkajgiri Parliament, the total Malkajgiri Parliament consists of 32 lakhs of voters, sir. If you compare like this, and if you take only population of a parliament into consideration, it does not work, sir. So the reorganization committee, which is going to be formed by the parliament or the country or the ruling party of this country, it is going to consider all the concerns of Stalin, Revanth Reddy, Siddaramaiah and southern state chief ministers' opinions, and as well as northeast states also where the population is very less.
Yeah. Madhuji, do you agree with what he's saying? Or would you say what Stalin said, that till all the states follow family planning procedures, if till there is awareness, this delimitation should be kept at an abeyance?
No, I do agree, because delimitation has to take place. It's a constitutional necessity. Take an example of Malkajgiri Parliament. It has 38 lakhs voters. My assembly constituency has 6 lakh voters. So this has to be divided. It's difficult for an MP, MLA to serve these vast, big constituencies. So that has to take place, and especially Telangana, the state, AP state reorganization bill also indicates that it has seats has to be increased in Andhra and Telangana itself. Well, while doing that reorganization, as he is a member of Parliament Lok Sabha, at that time the ruling and opposition parties also members in it. What we are worried is the Honorable Prime Minister doesn't believe in the consultation and deliberations and debate. He believes in doing whatever he feels, whatever he thinks is right, he thinks is right for the nation. So I hope my friend's party will agree, includes all political parties. And I hope Mr. Raghunandan will advocate in his party to take all the opposition rules, state, chief ministers and stakeholders into the consultation and to take proper decisions.
So if you see after independence 47, till Nehru was there was a lot of consensus politics. 67 Congress lost 8 of the states in the assembly elections. After that there were many regional parties. Now we have seen coalition in the center. Before Modi government, there were 2 coalitions of the BJP and the Congress. Do you think coalition at the national level is good for the country?
Absolutely good for the country. Be it in a coalition government of Narasimha Rao ji or Vajpayee ji or Manmohan Singh ji, resulted taking in a great decisions, most difficult economic liberalization taken during the Narasimha Rao ji's government. Vajpayee's government has seen the national building and taken parties into consideration by wide consultations. And Manmohan Singh government, you have seen the resulted into the most revolutionary decisions of RTI Act, Right to Education, Manrega. There are certain SEZ Act. So these all taken during this coalition government itself. What you need is strong political will, strong leadership, and has ability to take wide consultation with your partners, be it in a smaller or big, and take a proper decision in the interest of the nation, not in the interest of the political party which you represent.
Raghurandaji, you agree? Because this one is a coalition government, Modi 3, and you've already taken 4 decisions, you had to take a U-turn. Congress is saying it's a U-turn Sarkar.
So for the sake of getting publicity and for the getting some slogans, they might write or they might say some slogans. If it is one party or if it is a singular party which gets the decisions in the center or state, then they can rule the state or center in a proper way. For example, a decision like abrogation of Article 370. It is a demand of the people. In the year 1950 itself, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, in the capacity of a cabinet minister, he travelled from Delhi to Jammu and Kashmir. You know after that what it happened. It was a demand from 1950s here. So why the coalition governments? Some of the decisions which were taken by the coalition governments might be good, but Congress will always say that GST is our Manasaputrika, it is the Manasaputrika of Sonia Gandhi ji, it was the dream of the Sonia Gandhi ji. Then what made and who objected Congress party in bringing GST into force in UPA 1 and UPA 2? They have not taken any bold decisions because there were compulsions by the partners, coalition partners. As you are well aware that UPA 1 and UPA 2, the people of this country have seen so many scams and scandals because Manmohan Singh is a good knowledge person. I can appreciate him as a good economist. But the thing is when he is sitting in the chair of Prime Minister and depending upon certain coalition partners, what happened to the country in the 10 years we all observed, sir. So as far as my opinion and my party opinion is concerned, that if a singular party comes into force in any state or center, it is good for that particular state or center, sir. We can run the coalition governments also. Earlier also we did it in the leadership of Honorable Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. And now also the people are thinking that Modi ji cannot rule. Modi ji is something else. The people's opinion is something different, sir. But you will see this is the third time. As a chief minister, he got his party absolute, Bharatiya Janata Party got absolute majority in states. And in center also 2 times he got majority. And the people are thinking that Modi ji may not run the coalition government. So don't worry, sir. He will run the coalition government also. He knows. As a chief minister he did, as a prime minister he did, and he is going to do the NDA 3 also in a very successful manner.
Please
as a coalition.
No, the problem here lies, the Modi ji's authoritarian rule resulted into the demonetization decision, not even consulting his own party colleagues. Then the finance minister was locked up in a closed door room and he announced it. And you see the result of demonetization, what happened. How the poor is suffering. The COVID, mishandling of COVID, he never believed it. Thali bajane se COVID dur ho jayega. You have seen what it resulted. The decisions of whether an abrogation of 370 or triple talaq, all this can be taken by wider consultation being in coalition too. So, but unfortunately Mr. Modi doesn't believe in it and he believes in authoritarian rule. You've seen the bad decisions taken by them. The GST, nobody opposed GST, but the way you are taxing, that resulted the middle class. Even after 10 years of their rule, 89 crores people depend on the government support for 2 meals a day. This is their governance after 10 years. What we opposed is you're waiving taxes for 20 lakh crores for few individuals, few companies, but you are refused to support the farmers. You refuse to give the financial aid for the minimum, small scale businesses, what in other countries have done it. So here the Modi's rule is, now they want to survive, they forced upon to agree. People have made a decision when they're arrogantly advocating ab ki baar 400 par, and the people have taught them. So people of this country doesn't accept arrogancy, doesn't accept absolute corruption, doesn't accept that unilateral decisions making.
Sir, no decision is taken unilaterally, sir. You should appreciate the decisions taken by Narendra Modi ji while abrogating Article 370 or with regard to the importance which was given to the Muslim Mahilas in the name of triple talaq. Supreme Court has given in the judgment in the case of Shabano that even the Muslim girls are also entitled for maintenance. What the then government, the then Prime Minister Honorable Sri Rajiv Gandhi ji did is he has thrown out the judgment given by the Supreme Court and they brought an ordinance that you don't have an equal importance with the Muslim Mahilas. You will think about only them as the vote bank. But whereas we, strongly the people will say that we are opposite of Muslims. But we never did like that, sir. हम एक ही बात बोलते हैं, every time we will say only one word. Everybody should be equal in front of the constitution. That is what we are doing, sir. एक घर देने के टाइम जाके आप कौन सा रिलीजन का है, आप कौन सा कास्ट का है बोल के हम कभी नहीं पूछा. It was not our intention, sir. Our intention is upliftment of the poor, sir. The reports of the World Bank clearly said in the last 10 years under the rule of...
आपकी मुख्यमंत्री यूपी में कहता है कि हर दुकानदार नाम लिखना चाहिए, कौन से रिलीजन का हो. आपने शुरू किया, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फाइनली स्टॉप्ड इट.
Sir, as far as the Modi's governance or the BJP's governance is concerned, sir, you cannot discriminate in one place where we have shown that as you belongs to particular religion, you will not get this benefit from the government of India. It is not like that, sir. We are seeing all the people equally. But the idea and attitude of certain people or some people is only to raise the slogans against us and blame us in the name of the religion. But we never ruled like that, sir. If that is the case, he cannot succeed as the Chief Minister of Gujarat twice, thrice, and he cannot become the Prime Minister of this country third time also, sir. Our interest, our intention is the party which our earlier party or today what we are ruling is, our slogan is one. Poorest of the poor should be served first. This is our interest, sir. But इसका नेता ने एक नारा दिया था, गरीबी हटाओ. इन लोग क्या किया, गरीबों को गांव से बाहर हटा दिया, सर. अरे हम एक वॉशरूम दिए तो गरीब को दिया, देवांग साहब को नहीं आया, मदन को नहीं आया, मेरे को नहीं आया. वॉशरूम किसको आ रहा? वॉशरूम ये है, ये कास्ट में है बोल के आपको वॉशरूम तो हम डिने नहीं किया.
मोदी जी समझते हैं कि पोरेस्ट ऑफ द पोर इन दिस कंट्री ओनली अदानी अंबानी. हम सोचते हैं कि 80 लगभग 90 करोड़ गरीब लोग हैं, उनकी दिशा बदलना चाहिए, उनकी बच्चे भी पढ़ना चाहिए, तो वो दिशा में काम करिए. हम किसी बिजनेस कम्युनिटी के खिलाफ नहीं है, but if you're concentrating only 2 families in this country or 2 big businesses houses are poor for the poor to be helped, and these business houses have waived off 20 lakh crores, which is not good for the nation. What we wanted is, be it in opposition, we continue to raise the voice. We only hope the Prime Minister listen to the poorest of the poor of this nation, not just the 2 business houses which supports him.
See, the meaning of democracy, one line I will conclude.
Thank you so much, sir. Raghunandan, thank you so much. Madhu Gowda ji, thank you so much. This debate will continue considering we have a coalition government. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I request Mr. Samrit Bhattacharya, National Sales Director, ABP Live Digital, to kindly... Sir, Raghu sir, okka nimisham. Felicitation. Thank you, Madhu sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Devang. All right, after that very high voltage session on bipolar and multipolar, the politics of tomorrow, we next begin with another interesting session, knowing yourself, why it matters. I take the pleasure to introduce the founder and CEO of Map My Genome, Anu Acharya, a company that offers preventive genomic services in India. She's a columnist, poet, and engaging speaker as well. She started her first venture, Ossimum Biosolutions, in 2000, which provided bioinformatics, LIMS, and genomic databases and solutions to global clients. She launched Map My Genome in 2013 to create the category in preventive genomics. May I request Anu Acharya to please come up onto the stage and give her presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me, right? Yeah. Thank you so much to ABP and to Kaveri and Radhika for inviting me here. I caught a line in while I was waiting for this session in the speakers lounge, and I think that sort of helps in saying why, why we are doing what we are doing. And it was more about, Devang said that, the one thing about human beings is that there is a gunjaish of actually changing yourself. And I think, in many ways, if you can know yourself and who you are, I think there's a possibility also that you can change. And how that translates into what we do in genomics and others is that when you think about who you are today, right? You look like your parents, you look like your grandparents, maybe you even eat like them, maybe you even, emulate a lot of the things that they do. A lot of things that you're doing is what is coming from your environment and so on. So when you think about it, what is it that we are doing? And why is it that understanding your own genetic self is important, right? So I'll just give a brief background. I started my journey 24 years ago. And around the time that the Human Genome Project got completed, I decided that, this was an area which was very interesting, and I jumped into it without having much knowledge, even though I came from IIT and I studied physics over there. So I think over the last 24 years, I founded 2 companies. I started more with working with pharma and biotech, and then eventually went on to doing things where we were the first consumer genomics company, and we started moving in that space. And eventually, I think today we are doing more about health span and longevity, because people understand that if they can find ways to fine-tune their own behavior and lifestyle, they are able to actually make those changes and see that in their health. And today, I think the great news is that there is a lot of information that we have that we can actually record and study. So for instance, I think many of you probably use watches or rings or monitors to measure your blood sugar levels, blood pressure levels, and so on. But the basics, where you want to understand who you are, I think starts from very simple things, which is your DNA, right? And from that DNA comes things that change your DNA, which basically says that, all of us are 99.9% alike, you and me are alike. But if we want to find out what makes me me and what makes you, the 0.1% is what will make the difference between you and me. But what happens, we all grow up in our 20s, we are fine, we eat, we drink, we do all kinds of things, everything looks great. But after a few years, things start to, crumble. What happens? So I think that's where you see that now there are 12 places where you can see what causes aging. And some of the most simpler ways to be able to measure and actually alter that is by 3 means, right? One is to say, can I understand what predisposes me to a particular disease or to a particular, nutrition, how do I metabolize something? Can I find out, anything about my behavior and things like that? The second aspect is also about understanding your gut microbiome. And the third is to say, all the lifestyle that you have done, has that made a difference? So I think one thing I wanted to point out was that a lot of people say, ye to meri family mein it runs, I can't do anything about it, right? It will eventually happen. But the truth is, 80% of cardiovascular diseases are preventable, 60% of diabetes is preventable, and 50% of cancers are preventable, which basically means that when you understand and you know who you are and what creates and what causes that behavior in you, if you can change that, there is a huge possibility of being able to control the whole epidemic of chronic diseases in our country. So these are the 3 elements, right? The part that you can change is the ability to be able to change your environment and your lifestyle. What you are born with remains. So many people, like I said, is DNA your destiny? it is not, because you might be born with something, but you have the ability to change, because a large portion of what happens to you is determined by your actions and your decisions. So these are one interesting thing. We did a longevity study in India, and it was interesting. We looked at people who were over 90, and we found some very interesting genes that were there, which were associated with cardiovascular and neurological conditions. But habits make a huge difference, and gender makes a difference. So it was found that women live longer, and short women and stubborn women live longer, which was a very interesting thing that we found, right? So for a lot of people to say, fine, you're giving me all this knowledge, give me a solution. So I think that's where you can start with, which are 3 or 4 things that you can today do with great amount of certainty. The first is a simpler one, to say, what genes did your parents give to you, right? What did you inherit from them? And I think that's the basis. It starts when you are a baby until you are an adult. I think that continues. The second part is the microbiome. I think a lot of times we talk about our gut feeling. I think your gut really has a feeling. And yesterday I was in some session in Singapore, and it was interesting. I found out that in the Chinese medicine, your tongue is also a great way of looking at it. You can also do a microbiome testing of your tongue as well, and of your saliva. And that last part, which is still a fairly new thing, is to be able to understand with a fair amount of precision that you have today. You might be, let's say, 50 years old, but biologically you might be 45 or you might be 55. And you can also understand whether your brain is aging faster than your lung, your heart is aging faster or not. So you can actually look at all of this with different ages for different parts of your body. So if you're not looking at a lot of this information today, I think there are things that you can do today to be able to change. And I'm looking forward to a discussion, so I think I'll leave you with this thought. Inherited genes don't change. Microbiome doesn't lie. So even though you're saying you're eating right, your microbiome might tell you that you were actually eating sweets and carbohydrates. And the third is that epigenome carries your truth. So thank you.
That's really, really very interesting. Which part of the body gets aged faster? Very interesting. And to more about it, I request Radhika Bajaj to join us on stage to chair this session. And yeah. In fact, Anu has got a lot of plans. She aims to make preventive healthcare accessible and affordable for people through genomics. She has received many awards and honors for her entrepreneur and social impact. Over to you, Radhika.
Thank you very much, Bhargavi. Anu, welcome. I think the information you gave us right now was educational. It was fascinating. I think the first thing I want to understand is, are you still making people aware? Because I'm quite sure that many of us sitting here did not know that you could get tested this way. And these are the different kind of genome-based tests that can actually happen in India now.
So what I've found is that, should I use this?
I think your mic's fine.
Mic's fine, okay. So what I've found is that there is a gradient of people who sort of on the awareness level. So 10 years ago, it was like pretty much almost no one knew, right? 10, 11 years ago, except for the few people who had probably gone outside India and tested themselves. Today, I think there are some people who are extremely well aware, right? So there are these people who fully understand epigenetics, they understand microbiome and all of that. But there is a large section of the population that still needs that education today. They're not yet aware. And I think it becomes harder and harder, especially for those where we are not speaking in English or in Hindi, I think, and that's a very large part of India, right? So there is still a big portion that I feel we still need to do awareness in terms of how do you actually prevent and know yourself.
Absolutely, and I'm interested in knowing that since you started till now, who is buying your test? And what is the intention of people who are actually going for these tests?
So there are different types of people, right? There are some people who say, okay, I want to find out where I came from, right? I want to know if I have a little bit of French DNA or some other country, or am I 100% from Telangana? Do I have some DNA from? So that is one set of people. These are people who just want to know where they came from. The second set of people, and I think that we see a large number of them, is people who want to make changes to their diet. They find that their food doesn't work the way they want it to work. They feel bloating or they want to lose weight or otherwise. So that's a large number of people who do the test. Then there is people who know that there is a disease in their family that is genetic, that runs in their families, like diabetes and cardiovascular diseases, or even cancer for that matter. So we are able to then find all of that. And now I think we get pretty much samples from across the country and also abroad, because it's a saliva test. So you just place an order online and the kit comes to your house. So we are not restricted by geography. I think we are restricted today more by awareness than by geography.
How much does it cost?
It doesn't cost much. I think the tests are starting from 5,000 to 8,000 on an average for the preventive tests. There are also tests that are more expensive, like the aging one is still very expensive. The microbiome tests are typically, you would find, between 10 and 15,000. The epigenetic tests currently are still 40 and above. So that's the one which is still, because the awareness is at a very small level, the cost of the reagents is still very high. But I think a large part where you can actually do a full understanding of your genome and take necessary steps, I think those are very, very, for a lifetime you get information for less than 7,
Yeah,
7,
but
8
is there also a sort of trust deficit in tests like this? Because, and I'll tell you why I asked this, because in India, I think many people would say that genome testing is still in its nascent stages. You are there are a few other players there, but like you said, awareness is limited. So where is the data coming from on the basis of which you're giving us results? Because I would imagine that in the West, since it's more advanced in this particular field, the data bank would be Caucasian. So
that was true 12 years ago.
Okay.
Right? It is not true now. I think today we have enough data on our own. We have enough data that's coming from Indian scientists. There's enough data that is there in like the UK Biobank and others. So for instance, one of the recent things that we did was to be able to connect the dots from your genetic information, your blood information and others. We are more advanced than many other nations. But somehow in India we tend to, ghar ki murgi dal barabar, right? That's the truth. But I don't think today there is a difference really. But 12 years ago, I agree. That was part of the reason I wanted to start this, right? That we didn't have enough data points. It was primarily Caucasian, and there were lots of things that were changing in the Indian population. Today, I think we have understood the frequency of that. One area which I forgot to mention, which is very popular with the doctors, is where you can actually understand which medicine will work, right? And I think for that, today there is very clear guidelines for that. So there, if you look at the FDA website or you look at CPIC or other such organizations, I think we're very clear understanding of saying, is this medicine going to work in the standard dosage? Do you need to actually change the dosage? And is it going to not work for you based on your metabolism of that particular medicine? So I think today there is a lot more, I don't see the trust part. I think there are a couple of people who are probably worried about, one, if the knowledge will make them anxious, right? Now that's, there's been enough studies now done that that is not true. The other set of doubts that people have could also be where they say, okay, what happens to the data?
I was about to get to that.
Yeah.
So what happens to the data? I mean, who else knows?
So nobody else knows. I think it depends on whether you want to share it with someone, right? So you have to, there are guidelines that you keep the data, like your personal data, separated from the actual genetic data. Now, if you want to share it with your doctor, that's something that you are doing, right? But it doesn't get shared with your employer, it doesn't get shared with your insurance, it doesn't get shared with anyone, except if you consent to do so, right? So that is ultimately dependent on the consumer. If they give consent for the data to be used, it will be in an anonymized form. So it never will be saying that, we will never have data that would say, Radhika has this gene and therefore you should...
Yet to get tested,
Yes.
but I think
I'm
she's
just-
here to
yeah,
convince
yeah,
us. So, Anu, we spoke about data privacy, we spoke about what kind of data banks exists. Can you think of examples where people have actually found a real solution to whatever medical issues they were facing because of a test they took with you?
Absolutely. I think there have been many examples. I think one, we had a very top level athlete, I'm not able to say the name, but we were able to find out or fine tune their nutrition and others based on their genes. Did go on to win a lot of laurels for the country. So that was one easy thing to understand. In many cases, we've been able to find out and make people change their medication, right? So my own mom was an example where she got diabetes fairly late, but when she did, the doctor had prescribed her some medicine, which she suddenly started feeling like not as energetic, and she was a little bit down. And when she came to visit me, I said, what happened? You don't seem like your normal self. And then I said, did you change anything? And one of the things she had changed was her medicine. So I looked at her medicine, I looked at her reports, and I said, let's go and visit a doctor here, in Hyderabad. We went and visited, and I showed him the report. She changed the medicine, and I think, from then she's been fine. So I think there are many such cases. I mean, this is something that was close to my heart. There have been cases where people who looking at specific medication for cancer, I think that you find that has been a very clear understanding of saying which will work for this patient. And I think today a lot of the doctors are recommending those tests. And I think for a lot of people, my own case, I think it shows, a lot of things that were there which are confirmed by blood test. But I think I also use that information, and I think I know I'm an extreme data hog, but I think it has been very helpful for me to be able to say that I have a predisposition for something, and how do I actually, I have twice the risk of an average person to get diabetes, but I don't, right? So I think it's a matter of knowledge, and it's a matter of how do you actually use that.
Do you feel that, in recent years, I think especially after COVID, we've seen a rise in how aware people want to be about their bodies, how they are focusing on health and fitness. Has that sort of helped your business grow?
Absolutely. I think it also helped that people knew what DNA was, what RNA was. I think that every day on TV, you heard DNA and you heard saliva, like you heard about a swab. So suddenly after COVID, you didn't have to explain to people what is a swab, right? Because the only thing you have to tell is you're not going to shove it down your nose or your throat. We're going to just get it gently from your cheeks. So it definitely helped in just this basic logistics. But the second thing is that people started hearing all these stories about young people dying of a heart attack and others.
A lot of anecdotal incidents like that, yes.
Many. There have been a lot of rise, and I think people also realize that there are solutions to that. I think it's not enough to know that this happens, but I think what is interesting for people is to say, if we know, can we prevent? And I think COVID really helped because it helps in introspecting and finding out who you are, and therefore we saw that huge change in behavior.
Let's focus a little bit on you as an entrepreneur. I think the fact that you entered genome testing in India at a time when there was even little, awareness around it, you've kind of gone in category creation, right? Which is challenging for any entrepreneur, but in an industry like this, perhaps even more challenging. So tell me why you took the decision to go this way, go this route.
I think, taking risk is in my genes. and I constantly was telling someone about how I write in the night, to understand who I am, right? And if you go through your journey from when you are a child, you can start seeing those behavior. If you write it down, you map it, you will be able to see, what kind of a person you are. And I think that's what I realized, right? Like I enjoy doing new things. And I think that love for this curiosity, I think all of that came from my dad and I'm sure, and my mom as well. My dad was a scientist. So I think constantly did new things, and that joy of creating something, the joy of finding something new was always exciting for me. So I think when we started in 2000, I really didn't know much. I came from IIT Kharagpur. We had worked for a startup, and when we heard that this bioinformatics and Google wasn't even there, I found that fascinating. The fact that you can decode your software, your own software, I think for me was that challenge is very exciting. So I think if I did something more standard, I would get bored. But there are many others who probably that doesn't work for them. So it depends. I enjoy roller coasters. Not everybody does, right? So
I'm very interested in knowing what your pitch meetings with investors were in the earliest days.
That used to be very funny because I had to keep explaining that what is DNA and RNA, and every time, and I remember IFC, the World Bank also came on as an investor. So the initial interest was very high because we were one of the earliest, but it was very funny because people kept changing. And every time you had to start with what is DNA, what is RNA. And then I started explaining it in very simple terms. I said, think about it as a toothbrush. Right? And then you have these, these bristles that are like your, the markers that are there, and then what you get from it. So you had to really start breaking it down. And I think many of those investor meetings, because it was difficult for them to understand, you start breaking it down. And I think in the end, I think that really helps you, because ultimately communicating to the average consumer also requires you to break down a complex subject into simple things. So I think, those initial meetings were interesting. Everybody loves it, that we are doing something, but I think it's hard for them to understand. And so you bring it down to the level that maybe hopefully they can understand.
Yeah, so I do want to read out this one stat that I picked up about Map My Genome, which was that I think around 2015, you raised $1.1 million. And that was one of the seed funding rounds. And there are 26 investors now.
No, there are only 13 investors.
Only 13. Yeah. Okay. And how is the company valued now? Would you like to share that?
No, I mean, we mostly self-funded it. After that, we had Mr. Tata as an investor. That was a great meeting and a great investor to get. But now we are hoping that we'll take it to the next level. So we went through this interesting time during COVID as well. I think in Hyderabad especially, because we were also in the airport and we did COVID testing, more people thought we were a COVID testing company than a genome company. But I think, today I think it's a very different thing, and hopefully we'll take it to the next level in this coming year.
Okay, so there is always that question mark when it comes to investors reacting to female founders. Did you face that as well, and especially given that people didn't have a lot of understanding about genomics in India?
No, I don't think necessarily that they had a problem with me being a female founder. I think it was more about them not understanding the category, right? It was more about a newer area. I don't think that people think that I don't understand the subject. At least maybe in the beginning they might have thought, but now I don't see that problem.
Yeah.
But certainly I think it is more about, and we've stayed on course for 24 years, so it's not like we haven't been there. But there is probably more than being a female founder. I think we'll start seeing ageism more than the...
Ageism?
Yes.
There's one more thing we have to tackle.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
That's why I don't want to become old. So you want to stay healthy, because you continue staying young.
Sure.
I'm constantly still a startup founder, right?
So, I also want to understand if cheaper tests are in the works, because, even if you say roughly a test starts at 6,000 or 5,000 rupees, it's still expensive, and that's the most basic one.
It's not that basic. It still covers more than 100 and something conditions. So if you break it down...
But if I want to do that longevity test that you're taking, how much would that cost me?
So your longevity is multiple things, right? So you start with the basic test, like a genome patri, which is our more popular product. That is retails today at 8,000 with, and a lot of Diwali and other offers are there. So they're not that expensive, right? And you look at it as something that is coming for once in a lifetime. You're looking at 100 conditions. It's a fairly comprehensive product. If you're looking at the epigenetics product, that is definitely expensive. And I think it's expensive because there are very few people buying it. And today we are working with a partner in the US because there are not enough such tests that people do in India. But once we start doing it here, we'll start seeing that come down, right? But it'll not be hugely down because the people who manufacture these reagents, I think, it still needs enough awareness. Once it does, the cost of the test, like the chip itself, is not that much for them. For us, it still is. So India, I think the problem is nobody manufactures these in India. We are still importing a lot of the reagents. And today, I think we end up paying more customs and GST and everything else, more customs and all for importing any of these, right? So you pay 30% more than your average person who sits in the US or otherwise, and the Indian customer pays less than half of what anyone pays outside of India. In Canada, the same tests, I think we're at $800 when we are pricing it at $90, right? So I think there is a huge mismatch today. And
But is there also an opportunity, for example, for India? So talk to us about that. I mean, globally.
I think there is I keep telling people that, in India we wait till you fall sick, like seriously sick, and then people spend lakhs, if not crores of rupees in hospital bills. And once someone has a stroke or otherwise, you see that, I'm sure it's there in every family in India, that there is somebody who's had, that sort of, and they end up spending so much money and they don't get back in return. But if they did this intervention up front, you're more likely to be able to save that, right? So you have to calculate the cost of what is the opportunity cost for you really, right? Because if you're going to spend, lakhs and crores versus spending 5,000-6,000, I think there is a,
So clearly a huge scope in terms of preventive testing, but I think my final question to you would be that, do you think innovation in genetics can actually help healthcare policies in India?
I think it can. If today, let's say, if we spend today in, let's say, wanting to do a genetic test for everybody in the country, right? I think that information will be so valuable. Iceland did that. There are a few, Abu Dhabi is doing it. The value that you will get from there in terms of how do you design your nutrition policy, how do you design a lot of your systems, and how do you train these doctors or nurses or otherwise, even in the smaller communities and states, I think that can have immense value. But we are not doing that. But we'll still spend on many other things that come much later in their life. So I think, today we are seeing that insurance companies want consumers to do it because they find there is behavior change, and behavior change means lower claims.
Correct.
Means ultimately, you win, the insurance company wins. Same thing, I think, when you look at it from for a doctor, it still might not be as useful.
Right.
But I think that requires, we are seeing changes that are happening for corporates, for insurance, and for others as well.
I think in so many aspects, like we say, prevention is better than cure, right?
We say actually prevention is not just better than cure, prevention is the cure.
Prevention is the cure. All right, on that note, thank you so much for joining us here today on the Southern Rising. Thank you.
Thank you, Anu Acharya. Thank you very much. I request Preeta Dandapani, Assistant Vice President at Sales, ABP Network, to kindly come up and do the felicitation. Thank you, Radhika. Thank you very much once again. We're also streaming live on abp_live.com. Kindly let your loved ones know that, and you can watch us live. We are streaming. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Southern Rising Summit 2024, the second edition, post-lunch. We are moving on to the next session. It's on new notes, blending tradition and modernity. Gives me great pleasure to welcome Bindu Subramaniam, an entrepreneur, singer, songwriter, and educator. She is the co-founder and CEO of SAPA that works with over 40,000 students a year, and the lead vocalist of Subramaniam and Tayar Sadam project. She has traveled the world performing solo with her family, her bands, and with orchestra for her students of up to 5 lakh. And she has 8 degrees. Oh my God. Wonderful. Co-authored 24 academic books, delivered multiple TEDx talks, and writes for numerous publications. She has been named among GQ's 25 most influential young Indians and BW's 40 under 40. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Bindu Subramaniam.
Okay, great. Welcome, Bindu, once again. So, multiple degrees, and you wear multiple hats. You're a singer, you're a composer, you write, you teach, and that's just you on the professional front. There's lots going on personally as well, but I want to understand which of those hats are you enjoying wearing the most?
I think that that's an answer that sort of changes based on the time of the day, time of year, time of whatever. And I think I'm very fortunate to be able to juggle these things, and in some sense they all inform the other. So being a music educator informs my art, which informs my ability to write, which informs my ability to run a business. So I think, and that's something that comes naturally. I'm going to be slightly politically incorrect here, but something that comes naturally to women, right? Where we're so used to doing different things in different spaces and somehow figuring out how to do them together. One thing I enjoy a lot is being a mother to cats. So I have 5 cats, and I think that they are stress relief. But yeah, I think that it's all about balance. I'm sure many of us can relate to that.
Right. So, of course, you come from a very well-known family, also from the world of music. You started very early traveling abroad, collaborating with foreign artists. How has that kind of shaped the music that we see coming from you today?
Well, I think what I like to say, I was raised in a very normal environment because everyone's family is normal to them, right? So at some point, I didn't realize that having incredible musicians as parents wasn't normal. But what it showed us, my siblings and I, was that that's the level of excellence that you aspire for. And fortunately, we come from a family where there isn't emphasis on fame, but more emphasis on the hard work that goes into being a good artist, right? So fame is something that you don't have control over, and it's sort of unrelated, but what you do have control over is the ability to show up every day and do a good job. And when we, as kids, were able to travel the world and learn a lot about different musicians and different cultures and different styles, we sort of understood that this, I think instinctively, that this intercultural competence is something that we all need to develop, right? So when you go to a different place, whether you look at differences between the north and south of India, or the difference between India and Africa, or India and Australia, if you're able to approach different cultures with a feeling of familiarity or a curiosity, this cultural curiosity, then you're immediately in a better space. And as an artist, I've tried to sort of incorporate these different fun pieces into the music that I make.
So while you were traveling and collaborating with foreign artists and having this cultural exchange, did you also feel that Indian classical music is unique? And what role do you think it sort of plays in India's soft power globally?
I think music, food, dance, all of those are really things that India has an opportunity to emphasize more, because they're things that have become sort of, and film of course, have become fundamental in our relationship with other people. When we went to Russia, we heard people, talking about Raj Kapoor all the time. Right? And you realize that this love that gets created through art, culture, music, film is something that's so strong. And you can have sort of political discourse that doesn't align with it, but if you re-emphasize sort of cultural ties, cultural collaborations, then you're on a much stronger footing. And if you appreciate someone else's music, someone else's culture, someone else's food, it becomes that much harder for you to dismiss them as a people or a culture, right? And I think as Indians, because we have such a rich and diverse culture, because we have so much of an unbroken line of culture, right? We have culture that goes back to the Vedas, but we're able to look at classical music as it existed then and classical music as it develops now in an unbroken tradition. And we're able to look at contemporary music, we're able to look at film music, and all of these things have a place. So the more we present that not just as entertainment, but as something that is representative of us as Indians and our Indian identity, I think we are able to create a more stronger picture of India.
Yeah, but is it also difficult to find that balance between keeping the traditional aspect alive while making your music more global and, you know, perhaps palatable to younger generations?
So I'm going to answer this one a little bit more as an educator, because at SAPA, what we do is we work with kids as young as 1.5 or 2 years old, and we sort of try to get them excited in Indian classical music to start with, and then of course global music, Western classical music, African music, different things. And I think the point there is the music has always been great, but where most people, and tell me if you've had an experience like this, most people disconnect is, when I was a young child, I went to a music class, and the music was great or whatever, but my teacher asked me to sit still, you know, I had to be obedient. The context, so for me, when we were learning music as kids, we would go straight from school, so we'd be in uniform, right, and you're already tired and you're icky and you've been running around on the field, and then you're sitting on the floor, and then you've got this pokey little bamboo mat that's digging into your legs, and then you've got the mosquitoes that are biting you, and you know, then the teacher is saying, I'm going to sing and you're going to repeat, and then no, you're wrong, I'm going to sing and you're going to repeat again, and by that time your brain is sort of off. And that has nothing to do with the music itself, it's the methodology. So I think classical music has always been alive and well, and there have always been audiences that appreciate it. What we need to do to stay relevant comes upon us as educators and artists to work with a methodology, right? Like if in a place like this, a 4-hour exposition of a raga might not be the best thing to do, right? Sure. There is an audience and there is a space for it. Similarly, when you're working with 3-year-old children, maybe start with lullabies or start with something that is relevant to them, accessible to them. But that doesn't mean that you have to compromise on the music, I feel.
Yeah, but I would ask then that, you know, the purists would say that film music has perhaps corrupted our taste for what was classical and traditional. Would you agree with that?
I do not agree. Because again, and this is something that can be debated, what is classical, right? We talk about the music that has come from the Vedas, but if you look at the Vedic tradition, it started with one note, right? So everything was a monotonous chant, and then you decided that this is a word that needs to be emphasized more, so I'm going to sing it one note above and one note below, and that became the tritone. You had the Rig Veda, and then in the Samaveda you had 7 notes, and then around the 12th century you had this division of Carnatic and Hindustani music, because Hindustani music had more Islamic influences in the Mughals, and the Carnatic musician became the music of the temples, and at what point did we decide that it shouldn't develop further than that, right? We're not singing monotones, we're not singing tritones, we are willing to accept that classical music has developed way beyond that, and in Carnatic traditions, for example, we think the 18th century is where it peaked. But if it's a living tradition, why shouldn't it develop beyond that? And when you bring classical music into areas like film, you make it so much more accessible to wider audiences who then might come back. In our own artistic practice, sometimes we have raga-based music, and then we'll have people come up to us and be like, I didn't realize that classical music could be fun, and maybe that's a trigger to go and listen to some other kind of music.
I think we're all sort of keen to understand this through an example, you know, if you could, you know, something that you teach at SAPA, which is a blend of contemporary and classical.
Sure, absolutely, if we're set up over here. I think maybe one thing, I'm happy to invite my friend Frija, who's come in from Kerala over here. Frijo's a wonderful jazz pianist, so
Welcome.
he sort of represents this mix of different traditions. Maybe what I'll ask, maybe what we can do first is a Ganapati bhajan, Frijo, if that's good for you, and sort of this idea of a very traditional topic or a very traditional song and how it can be presented in a slightly more
Looking
modern,
forward to it.
contemporary, fun way. Check, check.
I think we can do better than that. Slightly better than that. That's beautiful. A gorgeous melody. Your voice is beautiful as well. I see that on social media. You have people following you, loving the kind of music that you're putting out. Do you feel that artists like you now have more control over the kind of music they're able to put out and also find an audience for it?
Absolutely. I think while we spend a lot of time worrying about the dangers of AI and how that's going to impact the creative economy, the reality is social media has made things more accessible, right? And I think in my father's generation, the challenge was distribution. So if you weren't signed to a label, it would be very hard to be seen at all. Now the challenge is not distribution as much as discoverability. So I think it's really amazing that you can do anything and find a tribe. And that's a beautiful thing, right? Your biggest audience might be in Iceland or Bangladesh or somewhere so far physically removed for you, but you can still find them and they can still find you.
And what's your tribe been liking of late on social media, stuff that you're putting out?
Honestly, I feel like my tribe has been liking my cats the most. But musically too, there are a few interesting things. I have the good fortune of working with musicians like Frijo. Normally we have a bigger band. We have two bands that we work together with. One is called Subramania, and in Subramania we have myself on vocals, and we have my brother Ambi who does Carnatic violin and global violin styles, Frijo on the keyboard, and we have drums as well. And sometimes we do a fair bit of jazz as well.
Right, so do we get to hear some of that now?
Sure. Can do a little jazz standard. I think Frijo's getting his steps in going back and forth. And so this song is called Baby, I'm a Fool.
It's called?
Baby, I'm a Fool.
All right, let's go.
This was always only just a little game to you. All the time I thought you'd give your heart, I thought that I would do the same for you. Tell the truth, I think I should have seen it coming from a mile away. When the words you say are, baby, I'm a fool who thinks it's cool to fall in love. If I gave a thought to fascination, I would know it wasn't right to care. Logic doesn't seem to mind that I am fascinated by your love affair. Still, my heart would benefit from a little tenderness from time to time. But never mind, 'cause baby, I'm a fool who thinks it's cool to fall in love. Maybe I should hold on just a moment and be sure it's not for vanity. Look me in the eye and tell me love was never based upon insanity. Hear the way my heart is beating. Hurry up, the moment's fleeting. Kiss me now, don't ask me how, 'cause baby, I'm a fool who thinks it's cool to fall. Baby, I'm a fool who thinks it's cool to fall. And I would never tell if you became a fool and fell in love.
Absolutely beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And I don't think we should send your colleague away just yet. Yeah, so this was absolutely beautiful. And tell us a little bit more about this song and why you love it so much.
I think as an artist, it's always really fun to be able to find different genres to play in. So one thing about jazz is that it kind of allows you to be creative. And even if you're saying the same words, the spacing can be a little different, or the way that you feel it, right? And a lot of that also comes from the space and the audience that you're with. So if we were to do this in a large open air thing with drums and bass, and it could be a totally different song. But in this context, it's a nice, very intimate, fun song.
And what's a song that you love teaching your students at the academy?
So the first song that we did is is very popular with students at the academy. A lot of the other songs that we do sort of depend on the age. So for example, when we start working with very young kids, we do a lot of lullabies. And I think that that's intentional because you talk about cultural sensitivity, cultural familiarity, cultural curiosity, and that comes from not looking at somebody else as other, right? So if you were to tell kids, this is a song that a mother in Africa sings to her, just like your mother sings to you, then you start with a feeling of familiarity. And so lullabies are great. And then when you get a little older, you find kids fascinated by more rhythmic things. You find kids that, you know, in middle school and high school wanting to write their own raps and communicate. And
so it seems to me that at the academy, it's encouraged to join the dots, join the globe, looking at the different kind of music that may be coming from that region.
Absolutely, because
Yeah.
I don't think we're just teaching music. I think we're working with young people in order to create a more aware generation, right? We want the next generation to be better than what we are, more culture. We want them to be leaders, right? When you look at so many companies around the world being headed by people from the Indian diaspora, people of Indian origin, and when they go out into the world as leaders, their culture or their awareness of other cultures is something that we want them to carry with them. So I think that's the context in which they should understand and appreciate music. It's not necessarily to be a musician, but to have that with you.
You also, I think, collaborated with Mahesh, and that collaboration also, you know, took off really well. Mahesh, by the way, was here at the Southern Rising Summit last year. So the East meets West fusion music. Is that something that you feel has got a fillip just because there is social media and, you know, people from different regions are sitting in different parts of the world and enjoying that fusion?
I think there has been an audience for fusion for the last 40 or 50 years. I mean, like my dad was doing fusion in the 70s, and I think coined the term global fusion. And it's always been interesting to see the interplay of Indian music with different styles. Working with Mahesh and sort of creating the Taisadam project with him and Ambi and Akshay has really been fun for us, because what is new is this idea of electronica and classical music and different languages. And so it's always fun for us to see how we can play in different spaces. Even, for example, when you don't understand the language, how do you communicate in a language that you don't understand? So.
Absolutely. So is there an example of East meets West that we could perhaps sample now?
Sure. Maybe we'll do a song which is, you may have, if you're a Netflix person, you may know this song, but that's all I'm going to preface it with. Okay. And it's a song in a language that I don't understand, and it's actually a song of protest, which most of us don't realize, but it's to me a really fun song.
Okay.
Una mattina mi sono alzato, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Una mattina mi sono alzato e ho trovato l'invasor. Oh partigiano, portami via, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Oh partigiano, portami via, che mi sento di morire. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. E se io muoio da partigiano, tu mi devi seppellire lassù in montagna. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Seppellire lassù in montagna, sotto l'ombra di un bel fiore. eleganti. Oh bella ciao, 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 eleganti che passeranno, mi diranno che bel fior, che sta il fiore del partigiano. Oh bella ciao, 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 che sta il fiore del partigiano, morto per la libertà. Che sta il fiore del partigiano, morto per la libertà.
Thank you so much for that. I think that's the perfect note to end this on a high. So thank you very much, Bindu.
Thank you
and
for
thank
having
you
me.
for giving us company on stage as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Bindu Subramaniam.
Thank you. That was good.
Fantastic. Wish you sang more for us. Our Telugu song, actually, we wanted to ask you because you're in our Hyderabad, but due to time constraint, please. Thank you so much. May I take the pleasure to invite Mohit Roy Sharma, Senior Executive Editor, Outreach, ABP Network, to felicitate Bindu Subramaniam. Come, come. Next up, we will have a session on the franchise model, nurturing entrepreneurship, followed by Charminar and beyond, Hyderabad as muse, and then another interesting session which all of us love, all about cinema, the Manjumal Boys, the super successful movie, the story behind the success. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next topic for the session, as I mentioned, the franchise model, nurturing entrepreneurship, and the speaker for today, Mr. Dinesh Victor, Managing Director, SIP Academy India Private Limited. Mr. Dinesh Victor is an alumnus of India's top institutions, IIT Mumbai and IIT Ahmedabad, with over 8 years of corporate experience, including as a regional manager at Standard Chartered Bank. Dinesh chose a path less traveled. In 2003, he founded SIP Academy with the SIP Abacus program. The early years were challenging as the concept of mental arithmetic was new in India. But the vision to make a significant impact on children's mental potential guided him throughout. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I now welcome Dinesh Victor, Managing Director, SIP Academy, and Radhika Bajaj will chair this session.
Welcome, Mr. Victor. Thank you for joining us today. Now, you're of course an entrepreneur who has built an empire of sorts, I think. 21 years ago you started, and I think now you have over 1,100 branches. I'm sure that was not the plan when you started, but how has it evolved over the years, and when did you realize that it can be this big?
Firstly, thank you, Radhika, and thank you, ABP, for inviting me here. See, when we started, or when I started this, I really didn't think so much about the size, but I really thought more about making an impact. And I knew that if you make an impact, size will follow. And we are very fortunate to be in India. It's the largest population in the world, so there's no problem of the market. So it's only a question of doing something right and getting that model right in the early phase. And if you ask me, the first, maybe the 6-7 years of we started was really getting the model right in terms of the quality delivery.
Yeah.
Because that's a huge challenge in any business, and especially more so in a service business. You can get a lot more easily things right in a product business because you just have to get the factory part right. And you just have maybe 1 or 2 factories, so it's kind of easy to control. But in a service business, it's extremely hard because you've got it running across so many different centers, and what your teachers do every week is the quality. How do you manage that? So that took a long time for me to figure it out and get that right. And then once we got that right, it was only a question of simple math. You've got so many children in this country, so it's going to scale up.
You're skipping the operative part. Once you got it right, so how did you get it right? I think that's the question. You know, there are a lot of
We've got only
entrepreneurs.
15 minutes here, so.
But perhaps the
Okay.
2 or 3 big errors you made and then rectified.
Okay, I think there are lots of errors you make as you go along in any business, but I wouldn't say they're errors as much as they are learning processes which every entrepreneur would go through, anybody running a business would go through. So let me tell you, the first thing is initially we didn't realize the importance of quality so much in the first phase. Actually, I ran this in 2 phases. So one is when I started this, but I had run about a year and a half before that. And at that phase, we didn't realize the importance of quality so much. But when I ran it the second time, I really understood that it is so much more important. So the first thing we did was, I spent personally a lot more time on quality than on marketing. I mean, just to put it in a very broad form. And getting the process right of quality required you to actually sit down with your team, the trainers basically, and have a small group of trainers initially and ensure you have a documented process for each day of training. And that's a very basic thing, but it took a lot of effort to get that right. And ensure that, how do you ensure that simple thing is delivered with the teachers everywhere? So we went to, as I would say, mundane things like getting a photocopy of the teacher's notes to see whether the trainer has done the right amount of training as much as expected. So like as mundane things like that. But sometimes the mundane things are the more powerful things in the long run. You don't have to do jazzy things sometimes to do well. You need to do the simple things, but do them consistently and do them. And you just need simple ideas sometimes. You don't need complicated ideas to do well. So we just figured out simple ideas to ensure quality is done right. And how do we scale that up? So other simple idea is, I mean, it's a simple looking back, but at that point of time, it wasn't simple. Like, to become a trainer, it was not easy in our system. So to give you a simple example, we started off in, let's say, Chennai, and if I have to start a training in Hyderabad, so one couldn't just make a trainer in Hyderabad, and we had to do the training in Hyderabad. So we would fly down or, send somebody by train from Chennai and get the training done, not just for the first or second training, but maybe for the whole year or maybe even for 2 years.
Right.
And that kind of investment in training, most people don't usually do. And I think those are the things which actually, looking back, helped us get the quality right. So it was, again, simple, mundane things, but just done that over consistently.
Right, but education, you're you're touching children's lives on a daily basis, and one aspect is, of course, getting the training of the teachers right. But when the business is as scaled and as spread out, 1,100 branches, what kind of quality checks do you continue to make?
So you just do the same things over scale. So the challenge is, how do you do that? You just have to build people who are passionate and who can scale that up. And if you can't scale it up, don't scale your business. I mean, it's as simple as that. If you can't get that right, don't grow your business there. So it was a little bit of a discipline to get that right. Only then you scale your business.
Right.
And sometimes if you're scaling it too fast, slow it down so that you can get the quality right. So again, simple things, but not everybody actually takes that very seriously.
But so, of course, each company has a different policy in terms of how they would pick up a franchisee. But for example, what are the top 3 green tick marks when you see an application of a franchisee? And
Again,
the 3 red flags as well.
So let me tell you, when we started off the business, it was very simple. Anybody wants to start a franchise, he could start because we were starting it off. So if anyone is starting a business, anybody who believes in you, wants to take your ideas, you'll have to go with that. But as you go along, you refine your ideas because you figure it out, these people don't do things so well, this profile doesn't work. So each of you have your own data. So for us, when we look back and when we have it today, maybe in 5 years we may have a different model. But right now, our model is reasonably simple and straightforward. Any person who wants to give full time has a certain amount of capital and certain amount of experience, either it's working or maybe run a small business. That's it.
And red flags.
Very honestly, we don't have too many red flags except time. The person should not be doing multiple things. The person should be willing to get fully involved. So if one is willing, because education is a business where you need to be involved. You can't run it remotely.
Right.
And there is an element of passion in getting children right. You can't, there's an element of time and passion. So we want people, that's it. So it's a very simple thing. You need to be, but it looks simple, but it's not easy. But getting people to spend time on a Saturday, Sunday, year after month, year after year is not easy.
Yeah.
So getting people who want to spend that, because that's the only time kids are free to come to class. So getting people who can give the time and willing to sacrifice their weekends month after month, year after year is not that easy. Especially, another thing I can tell you is we've got about 1100 plus franchisees, but you'll be surprised to know that more than 1000 of them are women.
Wonderful.
So
Is that by plan, by design?
I think it's a mix of both. In the early phase, we got a lot more women because it looked part-time, just working on weekends, so it was easier to get. But over time, it became logical also because parents who want to put their little kids to a center to learn, they would trust a woman more than a man.
Sure.
But lately, we've got a lot more women coming in. But that's a little bit to digress. But you can imagine in India to get women to spend Saturday, Sundays out of home and not cook food for their husbands when they're at home, because that's the time they're at home, is not very easy.
Of course.
Because obviously husbands say that usually that they would expect their wives to be at home when they're at home. But to get that in the initial phase was little challenging, and it still is challenging in many parts of the country. But over time, we've kind of slowly built that up. So when you say red flag, just the time is the red flag for us.
Right. So, you know, creating 1100 franchisees means that you've helped 1100 small businesses. You're creating entrepreneurs as well. So, is there one-on-one training with them? I mean, besides the curriculum aspect, but how to run a business?
Obviously, because while we have got 1100 people who come to start a business, maybe more than 1000 of them have never run a business before. And you know that in India, women don't have agency as much as you would like them to have. So even to spend money, many of them may have to check with their husbands. So you want to spend on a business, they may have to check. But you got to slowly and surely get the confidence of both the family as possible, but get them the confidence to learn how to invest. In any business, you got to invest, take risks. So whether it's in your place, in marketing, how do you do the simple math numbers to show your profitability? So there's a whole lot of trainings. So we have to do that. There's no other way you can get the franchisees to be scale up and be successful. It's not that just sign up a center and then they're just done. That's where you start the work. So there's a lot of work, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, so I think it'll be great if you can share stories of people whose lives have, turned
Lots
around.
and lots of stories I have to share. Let me tell you one very interesting, three interesting stories. One is, there was a lady who started a franchisee with us in 2005 at the age of 55. And she's still going strong now at the age of 75.
Oh, wonderful. I think that deserves a round of applause.
And she's among the top 5 centers in India for us, with close to 800 to 900 students she's managing. And you meet her, she's still energetic. She will inspire any of us in this room. And I meet her, I get inspired. There's one more story I can tell you of a guy from a very small town in Maharashtra. And he came to us at a time when he was struggling in life, so much so that he wanted a job in a local cooperative bank in a small town, paying him just 3,000 rupees a month. And he applied for the job and he was rejected. And he was really dejected and he didn't know what to do. And that time somebody told him about our program and he's kind of started in a small way, struggled. Fast forward 18 years later, he's got about 800 center students with him. He got a large office of his own property. And 2 years back, the same bank invited him to be on the board of the bank.
How things turn around, yeah.
So even now when he speaks about it, he's got tears in his eyes. And there's a whole lot of stories. We have so many women who, especially during the COVID time, there was a lot of challenges in families. And many of our women centers, because of the fact we could do it online, were the prime earning members for at least a few months till their husbands got back their business. And many of them, I would say from anywhere, any part of the country, I would say, are very thankful that that period of a year or so was something that they could be the key provider at home than anyone else.
So I have, two final questions. I think one to do with the fact that unemployment is a major issue in our country. And, when you tell us this story about how this young man's life turned around because he took up this business. So do you think there is a solve there? The franchisee model can be a good solve for a problem as massive, or at least solve part of the problem?
Absolutely. I'll give you some numbers. See, India has got about, there was a KPMG study done recently. India has got about 1 million people employed in franchising in the country. The US has got about 9 million people. And the US is 1/4 the size of India in terms of population. So you really see we can grow not just 9 times more to match their number, but into 4. So we can have 30 to 35 million people employed through franchising if we just do what US is doing right now. Not to do any better than them.
And then, can this also be a model to solve the problem of quality education in the country, and especially in, the country's tier 2, tier 3 towns and cities?
Well, I'm not qualified to answer that. Because education is not, there are multiple factors. So the most important factor is school education. And whether you like it or not, we are just doing after school education. School education requires the government to do a lot of changes in the way they handle the school. Because today private schools are doing quite well, but they're out of reach for many people. But no doubt the private industry and the education industry has done enormously well by filling up the gaps. So we really asked me the solution to education in India, the state has to get involved a lot more. And that's why it will be reasonable and it will be accessible to a lot. And they have the power, they have the money to do it. People like us can surely do something, but still, I think they would do far better than us. But no doubt we can do certainly reasonable amount, like we reach about 150,000 students, but that's nowhere for the size of the country.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Victor, for speaking with us today, and thank you for being here at the Southern Rising Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Radhika, and thank you everyone for being here.
Thank you, Dinesh. Thank you very much. And may I invite Mr. Samrit Bhattacharya, National Sales Director, ABP Live Digital, to please come up on stage and felicitate Mr. Dinesh Victor. Thank you, Radhika. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Hamara Sheher, Hamara Hyderabad. The next session, very interesting, about Charminar and beyond. Hyderabad as muse. Hyderabad is known for biryani, pearls, and, of course, Muhammad Ali Beg. The director, Qadir Ali Beg Theatre Foundation, conferred the Padma Shri in 2014 for his work in global theatre, stage and a screen actor, and Hyderabad's most celebrated theatre personality, Muhammad Ali Beg, hails from Hyderabad's first family of theatre. He is known for his plays that are larger than life, with an accent on visual aesthetics as much as meaningful content, staged at forts, palaces, historical venues globally. Recipient of various global honors in USA, UK, France, Canada, Turkey, and many more. Muhammad Ali Beg, Padma Shri, theatre and film actor, director of Qadir Ali Beg Theatre Foundation. It gives us great pleasure to welcome you onto the stage. Welcome, sir. And may I also call upon Dibang to chair this session.
Good evening. Welcome to Southern Rising Summit. I'm Dibang, and we have a very special guest for you. Theatre director, actor, Mohammad Baig. Aapka swagat.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome to the show and welcome to your own city. Your city is very important for you, I see. And it's a city known for Charminar and known for biryani. But it's more than that.
Let me also welcome you to the city of Hyderabad. Khush Amdeed, as they say, aapka istiqbal hai. And
Yes.
Adab and welcome to everyone present here who's come to listen to us.
So how is it that you decided to do theatre? What brought you to theatre?
Well, born into theatre, had nothing else to do. You know, grew up in wings, grew up in green rooms, watching Baba do theatre at forts, palaces, etc. At a time during 1970s, 80s when it was in a very nascent stage. So it was an automatic thing for us. Brother was into theatre, mother was into, everyone was into theatre, and it was more of, as they say in Hyderabadi, ghar ki murgi for me. So I in a way groomed into theatre and naturally grew up in it, but ran away from it. As I said, it scared me initially. Theatre as a medium is very intense, and what also sort of put me off was that Baba and his group would put up months of rehearsals, of costumes, of set making, costume making, etc. And in a couple of shows, it will all be done. It will be relegated to the storerooms. There's no concept of multiple shows or traveling theatre then. No, it was not like West End on Broadway where you start a show, announce a show, and you go for months together, at least 40 days run. So it was very heartbreaking to see all that hard work get over in just a couple of nights. So I went away, I ran away. Moving images caught my attention, and I got attracted to ad films. I didn't have the aptitude for feature films then, so I got into ad films where you would turn your idea, your vision into, storyboard to first cut would be just 3 weeks. You see your baby taking shape in 3 weeks. So that had what excited me there. But it so happened that 20th anniversary of Baba, I came back to theatre. The government of Andhra Pradesh then was commemorating his 20th anniversary. And when I went there, just chaperoning my mother, late Begum Razia Beg, who we lost this March, I realized that everyone was speaking there, best of directors, writers, actors from the country, speaking about Baba, paying him tribute as if he lost him the previous day or the previous week. And then I realized that this is a legacy that I have to carry. There's something I ran away from, but that is something I should give the city. And Hyderabad was not known for theatre before Baba. There were stand-up comedies, there were sporadic activities. And that's how my journey in theatre began. My second homecoming into theatre.
Hyderabad is a very special city, considering the multiculturalism of the city. In this day and age, how far has the city helped you to do whatever you do?
See, first of all, Hyderabad has a huge legacy of culture, of lifestyle, of cuisine, of language. And though every introduction to Hyderabad or every conversation with Hyderabad begins with Charminar, biryani, pearls, Hyderabad is much more than that. Hyderabad is beyond all that. Hyderabad, I would say, is something like Venice or Istanbul, where you have a mix, something like Delhi, where you have a mix of old world grandiose, old world charm, and the vibrancy of a new city. The parts in Hyderabad, I wouldn't like to call it old city because that's the real city, which are real Hyderabad. There are parts which are completely, today beyond Singapore, almost on par with New York, if those are benchmarks, as our Chief Minister Revanth Reddy Saab was talking about with you in your session with you in the morning. So Hyderabad is much more than that. it's very interesting to note that the very formation of the city is based on love, on pluralism, on syncretic culture, on a pot Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb. The founder of the city, Quli Qutub Shah Sahab, who was the fourth ruler of the Qutub Shahi dynasty, was a poet himself. He was of Turkish Iranian descent, so he wrote in Persian, he wrote in Telugu, he wrote in Urdu and Dakhni dialect. So he was the first Sahib-e-Diwan poet. His wife was a dancer, a consort, who became the queen. So Hyderabad would have been the first practicing performing arts center in the world, because the very citadel of power, the Golconda Fort, was such. So what I'm trying to say is, the Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb is not just a phrase for us, it's ingrained in us, it's imbibed in a culture. And that's how we grew up, knowing Hyderabad. Hyderabad was the first cosmopolitan city in the world historically. You had business exchanges, you had defense exchanges and defense, you have trade, you had marriages across Iran, the Middle East, African countries, Europe, France. So Hyderabad is much beyond biryani and Charminar and pearls.
And then how did you take your father's brand of theatre global? You did that also.
His theatre, my whole theatre is modeled on his theatre, on larger than life, spectacle theatre. Theatre, spectacle, जो Greece में होता है, Greek theatre में होती थी traditionally. So he performed at Golconda Fort, he performed at what's now called as Jomola Palace, the Khilwat Mubarak then. So I took it, I sort of modernized it. I took it on global stage, Khuli Dilon Ka Shehzada, that we do based on Quli Qutub Shah's life and his and Bhagmati's love legend, to Edinburgh, to France, to UK, Canada, Turkey, Pakistan, everywhere. I mean, I feel lucky and I feel blessed to have done that, to have taken Hyderabadi theatre, original theatre, theatre with essence of, our regional flavor at global stage. There are festivals where we performed at, and we had two versions of those productions, Urdu and English. So when we offered to perform in English, those guys said, no, let's get the flavor of your language, so let's stick to Urdu. So it's very fulfilling when you do something which is your own heritage, which is your own culture. I mean, you're not doing a 500th show of a Shakespeare or a Bernard Shaw play. I'm the 100 people who can do that. But if we as Indians, we as Hyderabadis don't take pride in our own culture, I mean, who else would? So we have to show to the world what we have, to offer to them. And that's how I took it to a global stage.
So one of the criteria when you choose a play is whether it blends well with the city or not. How do you choose which play to do? Do you have that in mind when you're choosing to do a play?
I don't pick plays off the shelf to do it. I don't connect with them, and I feel that as a theatre maker, as a theatre director, if I can't connect with a certain piece of writing, how would I make my audience connect with it? It's very important that you have a certain belief system, and I'm not talking of ideologies here, a certain conviction to what you present on stage. So what we do is we write plays, though they are history based, they are heritage based, the premise is historical, for the present generation. So my wife writes it, Noor Begu sitting here, plays Baba had written, plays that we have written together, plays translated by late Khadij Zama Sahab. I read a monologue from one of his plays which is about the city. So what is important for me, and what many theatre makers, filmmakers forget, is that in a visual medium, you're talking to audience. It's theatre, it's cinema, it's television. It's not a piece of art. It's not painting that you do for months and hang it in your living room and 5 of your friends see and say, wow, wow, kamal kar diya. It's for audience. And if I sit on a high horse and say, 8 people sitting here are the intellectual lot who would connect with my theatre, and others are politicians, IT guys and all, I'm mistaken. As a theatre maker, I need to communicate with 90% of people sitting in this auditorium. And that's where I pitch my theatre. Theatre has to connect with the audience. Today, at the touch of a smartphone, you have every form of entertainment, every form of infotainment, sitting at home, sitting in your car, sitting in a, in a metro, sitting at your office. If the audience takes the trouble of coming to the venue, spending an hour, driving an hour back, spending hour and a half, couple of hours at the venue, devoting 3 to 4 hours of your time for you, you better respect their time. You better respect their presence as theatre maker. Don't take them for granted. At the same time, don't sell out and don't sell to galleries. So you have to have that fine blend of intellectualism, of art and commerce, which Baba had done, which I base my theatre on. So you have to connect. We do Kholi Dilon Ka Shehzada, which is a love story of 17th century. But we do it for today's audience because it has to connect with people, like an ad film. You can't say, oh, I made a humorous film, but he doesn't have a sense of humor. He lacks sense of humor. You better, cater to them. Yeah. So that's where I pitch my theatre, and that's why Touchwood, it's sort of a brand today.
Yeah. You talked about technology. We will talk about technology and modern life later. But what I want to know is that when you do theatre at such a grand scale, do you think people criticize you to say that his theatre is just spectacle, nothing else? Meat nahi hai, usme sirf dikhawa hai. What do you face that kind of criticism?
To each his own. अगर आप ये समझते हैं कि एक मारुति 800 ही गाड़ी है, ऑटोमोबाइल है, और कोई आपकी बेंटली या मेबाक ऑटोमोबाइल नहीं है या दिखावा है, I'm saying to each his own. It's what you can pitch to your audience. It's what you can create as a theatre maker. आपका फोते क्या है? उस हिसाब से आप theatre करेंगे. I mean, people label it as page 3 theatre, as designer theatre. In fact, when we started Khader Ali Beg Theatre Foundation to revive theatre as a tribute to Baba, many people came to me and said, why are you flogging a dead horse? थिएटर तो ख़त्म हो चुकी है, अभी YouTube आ रहा है और फला इतने channels आ गए हैं. Same people come now backstage and thank us. And you know what's fulfilling is when I go to these universities or colleges and schools, they invite me for their annual days. From the time when theatre or performing arts was extracurricular, to parents coming up and saying, sir, this is my son Rahul, this is my daughter Najma, tell me how do they grow up to be like you? And that's completely, flattering, that's completely fulfilling. Because I'm not a Bollywood star, I'm not a IPL icon. To be able to get 1,500 people, 1,200 people, when we open a show at Golconda Fort or Chomola Palace, people buying tickets, driving all the way, coming, is because they value what we're giving them, because it's theatre. अब आप कहिए उसको page 3 theatre है या brand है या designer theatre है, it's a compliment. I mean, I feel nice when people dress up. People are in their Gucci's and Pradas, driving their Bentleys and Prados and coming to watch my theatre. I mean, why not?
And buying tickets for your place.
Buying tickets and lining up for invites. It complements theatre.
So modern life, forever moving faster, scattered, more scattered, it drives away concentration, and technology is blamed for that. Do you face this challenge where people can just watch things in 20 seconds? There's TikTok, there's YouTube, there is OTT. Is it a challenge for you as a theatre director?
It is. As I said, you need to not let people shy away from coming to your shows. As I said, there's everything available at home, at workplace, in your car, in public transport systems. they look for that intellectual stimulation, and hence they come and watch theatre. You see everything available, if you look at cuisine, if you look at any culinary delight, it's available today. You can make it in few minutes. You can microwave them, right? You can order them on your food apps. But why do you, talking of biryani, why do you spend 4-6 hours making biryani or anything else? Because you want to experience, you want that experience, you want to feel that experience. Theatre is something like that.
What would you say to people, who say that language itself is dying today? You exchange messages, and messages you don't even write the full words, you just do emojis. It's, as if we are in the cave age.
Yeah.
Thumbs up, heartbreak, smiley, applaud.
You send someone a very serious message of someone passing away, and then they say RIP. That's it. I'm on the way. Okay. As I said, literature, performing arts needs to be taken beyond the niche audience. And it's up to theatre makers, to writers, up to filmmakers to make it more palatable. I mean, there's that divide in cinema, which is commercial, which is art or art house. The similar divide in theatre, which sells to galleries, which sells to front benchers, and some which is completely art house stuff. But when you do a blend of both, that's where you meet the trend.
But for this we have seen before independence, there were Nababs, there were Maharajas, Maharaja of Patiala, for instance, Nawab of Rampur. They patronize these arts, singers, classical singers. Do you have that kind of patronage from the state now?
Yeah, so even the Asafjai dynasty, the Nizams of Hyderabad had patronized art. Wajid Ali Shah Sahab patronized art in Awadh and Lucknow. We're lucky to have the state government supporting us. We're lucky to have the tourism department supporting us, the new CM supporting us. We are lucky to have the best of brands supporting us. And it's a win-win situation for both. It should be like that. When brands come on board, why should they support theatre? Why should they support heritage theatre? Unless they get something out of it. There's enough support if you seek support. There's enough support if your theatre, if you raise your theatre to an extent, to a level where any brand in the country would say, hey, listen, can I come and associate with you? Can I be your title sponsor for this? And touch wood, that's happening. We pick the best of brands around the country. They are with the Khadili Beg Theatre Festival. They are with our place. So one is to say we don't have venues. In a place like Hyderabad, we don't have a single dedicated venue for theatre. We have everything else. We have the largest expressway in Asia. We are best IT hub here. We have best incubation centers. We are pharma capital. We are a hospital, health capital of the country. But we don't have a theatre venue. So one way of doing theatre is to say, I don't have this, I don't have support, I don't have actors because they are being sucked up by OTT. The other way is to say, listen, I'm doing it, are you coming along? And when you lead the way, people follow, and that's what is happening here.
Do you get actors? Because theatre for a lot of people is just like a stepping stone, and then they are lured by OTTs, cinema.
We do get actors, and I'm also an accidental actor because of that. When I came back into theatre, producing and directing, I never wanted to be an actor. I never trained to be an actor. So all the actors I had in my previous productions were hitting jackpot and being very busy, so busy that they weren't available to us. So as a result, I had to put myself and say, listen, 15 days to the show, who's playing the lead? So that's how I became an actor, and we get actors. But I have friends in Bombay, friends in Delhi who are complaining that people don't come for rehearsals anymore, people don't spend time in theatre because there are other platforms which are attracting them, paying them well. that has been, theatre has been a casualty ever since cinema came in. Black and white cinema, Parsi theatre, talent went there. Then, the color television came in. A lot of your best of theatre people, technicians, actors went there. It'll continue, it'll grow, it's a symbiotic process. People who are committed to theatre, who work in theatre with conviction will stay in theatre.
CSR is a huge fund which is given to different charitable things. Do you think it should be open to arts and culture also? There should be a new policy to say that CSR fund should also be allowed to things like theatre?
Unfortunately, mandate of CSR with most corporates doesn't permit theatre or performing arts patronage. It's more towards health, more towards education. But it depends on who's sitting to sign the check. If the person there who approves it thinks that yes, this purpose, this cause has to be supported, then they are with you on board. But as you pointed out, probably CSR has to come in, sponsors have to come in to support theatre, to support performing arts.
What gives you satisfaction? The whole process of doing a play, the applause at the end of the play, the fact that you could connect with the audience during the play, what gives you the most satisfaction?
More than the process, it's what I get center stage in my productions. Hyderabadi heritage, Hyderabadi history, heroes of our history. And by heroes, I don't mean the gender guy, man himself. Most of my plays have been women-centric. Central characters, women characters have been heroes of history. Thanks to my mother, who was my hero. So that gives me a great satisfaction that you're bringing alive heroes who have contributed to history, who have contributed to the kind of shape or grooming the city has had and its culmination. And we have to pay tribute to those heroes, those heroines on stage. So when they come alive, if I'm doing something at Golconda Fort, bringing their story alive, or at the other iconic venues, they come alive, and when the audience says, Bixab, for 2 hours, we were lost into that era. It took us, half an hour to come back to reality. We were lost in 17th century, 15th century, whatever the theme was. That gives you satisfaction. That gives you an immense applause. Yes, every artist works for applause, for acclaim. The process for me is a day's job. And my approach to theatre is like an architect's or a bureaucrat's or an engineer's or a doctor's. It's not a pastime for me, it's not a hobby for me. It's a full-time activity, and so it is for everyone involved with Khalid Ali Beg Theatre Foundation.
Another big chapter of your life are the ad films you did.
Right.
And people still talk about your 2004 ad film for Aditya Birla. Tell us about it.
That was the biggest film that year, because $1 million film wasn't heard of in the country, and I'm proud to say that that was shot in Hyderabad. That originated from Hyderabad, India's biggest film. That was the first film where the company, Aditya Birla Group, was going high profile. The Ambanis were high profile, the Tatas were high profile there with the communication. Birlas weren't. They were very conservative, and that was the first piece of communication. They were, and that line they still continue that line, taking India to the world. So that was an experience where we worked with a 150 member crew. We worked with technicians from everywhere, from Hollywood, from France, from Israel. So that was a very fulfilling exercise for me. And all those 400 ad films that we did, sent benchmarks, won awards, sold brands. Because the best ad film, they say, is not what gets you the award or what you put on your show reel, but what moves the product off the shelf. That's successful advertising, as they say.
And then you have acted in films also. What is it that draws you to films? What do you like about film acting?
That again is accidental. My wife, who hails from Chennai, had a lot of friends in the film industry, and when they won't find an actor to fit the character, they would call me, and I would, obeying wife's orders, right? And secondly, obliging. That's how I started getting into films and got into OTT. There's a lovely piece of audio that I have, a song on Hyderabad, that is very meaningful, that I would like to play before. Can we have it?
Please.
It's called Ye Hyderabad Hai Dosto. If you play, then I'll read out the lyrics and tell you what it means. This I composed for a play called His Exalted Highness, which we did at Chowmohalla Palace. It says, ये हैदराबाद है दोस्तों, यहीं हमेशा क़याम कर लो. गली गली दामन मोहब्बत, वफा के बाजू यहाँ की राहें. गुजरती सदियों की मुस्कुराहटें, यहाँ के महलात सहर गाएं. लगाए सयाहों को गले से हमारी सनदगिरी की बाहें. खिले खिले दिल फरेब चेहरे, मसरतें बांटती निगाहें. ये हैदराबाद है दोस्तों, यहीं हमेशा क़याम कर लो. It says, this is Hyderabad, make it your abode, and it talks about how love and everything is found in every nook and corner of the city.
On Big, thank you so much. That's all the time we have. Wish you many, many successful openings in future. Thank you.
Thank you, and my gratitude to ABP, particularly Kaveri Bamzai ji, who invited us here, and thank you so much for letting me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beg Saab. May I request Mr. Shanmugasundaram, ABP Nadu editor, to kindly come up and felicitate Mohammad Mr. Beg. Thank you, Devang. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, how's it going on? Can we have some Josh? Saripodu energy. I want some more Josh. Come on. Yes. Where are the boys? Come on. Okay. Now the boys, let's all put our hands together. Let's see girls versus boys. How is the energy? All right, boys. And the girls? This is louder. Okay, together, let's put our hands together for a wonderful session which we were actually waiting for. The story behind the success. Have you all watched this movie, Manjumal Boys? Yes, right? What a movie. After the movie, what all we went through. Did we all connect to our friends, our outing, our picnic? And certainly, yes, it was scary at a point of time. This was a simple story, a true story, which was made into a fantastic film, and the success was humongous. Mr. Chidambaram, a filmmaker and screenwriter predominantly working in Malayalam film industry, his first feature film, Janiman, received both critical acclaim and box office success. Manjumal Boys, his second film, went on to become one of the biggest hits in South Indian film industry. His film narrates myriad hues of human relationship and how they evolve through trying circumstances in life. And yes, please put your hands together for Mr. Chidambaram. And Kaveri would chair this session. Hearty and a warm welcome over to you, Kaveri.
So first, how many of you have seen Manjumal Boys? Great. And those who haven't, better watch it. It's on Netflix?
It's on Hotstar, Disney Hotstar.
It's on Hotstar. So you better go and watch it. But of course, the best way to have watched it would have been on the big screen.
Yeah, of course, because of the sound design,
Yeah.
it demands a theater experience.
And you know, especially the caves and the way you show all that is amazing.
Thank you.
So, are you a rich man now, Chidambaram?
On the way. Getting there.
Because the movie made what, 230 crore and its budget was what, 20 crore.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, but I'm not the producer.
But I'm sure he must have shared some profit with you. But well done. I mean, how fantastic is it that a movie that is so good is also commercially successful? Because the two are not necessarily synonymous, right? Yeah. But I think Malayalam cinema is slowly proving us wrong and is doing wonderful films that are also commercially viable. So what's going on in Kerala? How are you producing these making these fantastic films?
In fact, I really don't know how I do it because it's just my second movie. Basically, we go behind the story and rest everything follows. That's how we work back in Malayalam. Yeah, at least that's how it is for now.
And it's not that you don't have big stars. I mean, your stars are big, but they surrender themselves to the story rather than the other way around, which is usually the case in other industries. So what's in the water of Kerala that is making all these huge stars and huge stars look for great stories and submit themselves to these great stories?
Because I think our limitation is our superpower, I think. Because financially we are limited to making small films like throughout the history of Malayalam cinema. So we have to go really strong on the content. We have to write like really small stories, very domestic stories like in the family, in the house and stuff like that. And we usually didn't have the money for the huge spectacle or the big fights and the end climax sequence
and
also.
VFX and
Yeah,
all
VFX
that.
and everything. But now it's changing.
Yeah.
So that's our limitation, and by that training, we started going behind good stories and instead of this spectacle. So and I think that's the training, and that's how the stars are also conditioned to surrender to the director and go look for the story. That's it.
And look at your two biggest superstars. I mean, at this age, they're doing such amazing work, which is continuing to push boundaries, right? Yeah. Talk a little about what a great inspiration they also must be, right?
They are inspiring all the young actors in Kerala on what subjects to choose. And for example, take Mammootty.
the characters he has done in the last year is phenomenal. Katal.
I'm sorry.
He is playing a role of a homosexual man. Another film the same year, he is doing a black magic, an occult practitioner, and so it's really inspiring. And I don't know, because also they all worked with really great filmmakers back in the younger days. You know, we had great writers, great directors, which are very content oriented, very emotional drama. So I don't know, like I think they crave it, like still,
Right. And I think the younger generation is just following that.
Yeah, the younger generation is trying to follow that, because at the same time there are you have to be you see the stars from other industries, like from Telugu, from Hindi, from Tamil. You have to dance, you have to fight, you should have a fit body and stuff like that. It was not the case in Malayalam some time back, but now it's suddenly changing. Every actor has to put in work, like has to go to gym in the morning, has to go to dance classes. It's hard work.
Yeah, I know. I speak to Tovino Thomas sometimes, and either he's in the gym or he's taking some dance classes or kickboxing or something or the other.
Yeah, Mohanlal and Mammootty got away with good acting for a long time.
Let's come to Manjumal Boys. The idea, of course, for those who've not seen it, it's a true story. It happened in 2006, I think, right? And there were these 11 boys, I think considered losers by most people. And they went on this holiday where this tragedy happened, and you know, one of their friends was stuck in this cave, and the way you show that cave is amazing. So how did you think that this would make a great story?
Of course, it is already a great story. It would make a great film.
It is a great story, but how did you think it would become a great film?
Because I know those boys in person, so I went to their house.
How do you know them?
Because it is my producer's friend, and Kerala is a small place. Everyone knows everyone. So yeah, I went to the. So I heard it's like an urban legend in Kochi. Like everyone knows about this story, but. One day my friend was telling me like, oh, why don't you make this? And so, okay, it's interesting, so let's go to their house. So I went to their house, so almost all the boys were there. So they were all like chilling at Kuttan's house. So I went to his house and then heard
Explain to the audience who Kuttan is.
Kuttan is the guy who goes down and rescues Subhash. So I was chilling with them, talking, and they told me the story. And they were all excited to tell the story. To a point that it was.
They must have told the story many times.
Yeah, now and they have perfected it. Over 15 years of telling people, they have perfected the story.
Right.
So I heard it from them, and there's some points that really struck me. So I decided this story has to be told. The world should know about this story. Because the story, what I heard and what I take away from it is like, it's a story of an atheist becoming God.
Yeah.
Subhash was an atheist, and he becomes God after he is saved from the pit. So I found that travel very interesting. And also this is a very real story, and it changed the history of a place where nobody has come out alive, dead or alive. This is the first person is to come out, alive from that cave. So it's actually a very historical moment. So I think it has to be told, and Kodai is always a very fascinating landscape, and yeah, a lot of mystery, and I think it had all the ingredients for a good film. And as I always say, there are 7 plots in movies, and one plot is a man falls into a pit. So it's a perfect story for a movie, I think.
Right. But 11 characters, and you did justice to all of them. You also kept all of them.
Yeah.
You didn't compromise with, the idea that you could have 4 people, 5 people. Because telling the story of 11 people in a movie is very tough. So for you, what you kept out must have been more interesting in a way, or a harder call than what you kept in.
See, the decision to include all the boys came to me naturally, because I'm telling a real story. And I know all the boys in person. And if I can't condense into 5 people, because all boys are like very different, and their characters are never different. And I know and after I make the movie, I'll be watching it with them. And they will ask me, where am I? So I can't answer that. So, and almost everything you see in the movie like is happened. And I reduced some of it, like the police station sequence and all. Like I've reduced the reality. Like in reality, it was much worse.
Really? They were beaten up?
Yeah, we were beaten up. Like all the money was taken and everything. But I didn't. I thought it was very deviating from the story, so I kept it like that. Still, it was a bit brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So so a lot of people ask me, why can't you just do it with 5 boys? It's easy to shoot.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I took it upon myself to shoot with 11 boys. It's very hard. To give everyone space, like 3 is a mob, 4 is a crowd, and 11 is like
11 is, I don't know, many crowds.
Yeah, so so the way I shot was like I didn't restrict them. I considered the cave, that's the main place, as a stage, and asked them to behave and like go stand wherever you will naturally go stand. Then I fixed that positions. Then I divided the shots.
Okay.
And then also I had to. And it was very crazy. I don't want to go back there. And then I was cursing myself. Why can't you just go do a simple family movie? Why are you doing this?
Do a simple story, yeah.
And yeah, it was a very, very tough shoot.
Right. Where was it shot? It was shot in Kodai or?
It was shot in Kodai. Yeah, all the exteriors were shot in Kodai. And the dream sequence were Subhash wakes up and explores the cave. That is the real Guna cave. Rest, everything was, we built the cave in Kochi. We found a warehouse because in Kerala we don't have big studio floors. We can find big studio floors in Hyderabad or Chennai. But if we shift our unit here, it will be very expensive for us. The project won't be. So we scouted for a factory warehouse. We actually found one outside the city. Then we had to build it from scratch, like the flooring, the toilets.
Build an entire cave.
Yeah, starting from the infrastructure. We have to like, first of all, light proof the whole thing.
Right.
Then we have to put it was mud, so we had to make flooring. Then we had to dig 15 feet for the pit, for the main cave area.
Right.
So there were 3 sets.
You have to make it so high? Or?
No, there were 3 sets.
Achha.
So one is the main chamber with the pit that you can see.
Right.
That's where the most of the drama happens. That is the main set. And the pit, that is 120 feet.
Right.
So we built 3 pieces of 50-50 feet.
Okay.
And we cut it open in the middle. And we used the jeep to track the.
Wow.
So even if it was acting, the actors were all already like 40 feet high. So it was very dangerous for them. It was a very physically demanding shoot it was.
Right.
So yeah, so that's how we had to make the green room, the toilets and everything, edit room, everything we had to build from. Like it was making a small film city.
Yeah. What's happened to that set now?
It demolished soon after shoot.
What a pity.
Because the rent is so high. Yeah.
It would have been nice to have kept it and...
Yeah, but to maintain it is because the lighting, we have to maintain all these movie lights up there, that and the electricity and the rent, everything. So it was better to scrap it, cheaper to scrap it. Yeah.
So when you decided to make it, and you did a lot of documentation of it, right? You shot the actual boys, right?
Yeah. So coming
and
back
you're
to
a documentary filmmaker by training, or?
yeah, coming back to the cave. So the cave is an exact replica of Guna caves. So we went inside the real Guna caves. We scanned it using laser and radar. And we had a lot of artists with us, like texture artists, fabric artists, everyone.
You took them with you.
Yeah, yeah. I went there down like 10 times or something like that, like in different weather, different lighting conditions. So to know
It
really.
also must have been dangerous.
It was very dangerous.
Yeah.
Like the first time I went inside the cave, I stepped on the actual pit. There was a grill, because it is on the natural path.
Right.
Anyone will fall there. Because thank God there was a grill there. I didn't go. There will be Manjumal Boys 3.
You would have been the 12th man.
So yeah.
So very dangerous.
Very dangerous it is, because not just that, there are like 100 of holes like that. Very well hidden, like waiting for you to go. So yeah, and before writing my screenplay, I interviewed all the boys separately, like an interrogation, like so that their stories will be very unique.
Right.
So and then I come.
How long did that process take?
Take 2 months or something, like because all the boys So then I used that to write my screenplay. Then I shared it with all my actors, the corresponding individual interviews only. So it was easier for the actors also to understand who they are playing. So that was the process. And documentary.
Did they meet the real people?
Yeah. I made sure that they all know each other very well. So I invite both the batch, the real batch and the real batch. Real batch. So they come, they party together, and they have arguments. They talk loudly. It's like the same boys. Like
right.
So and the boys who acted, they are also good friends in real life. So it was like having 24 crazy boys like under the roof, and I was the 25th man, like
the madman.
The madman, yeah. So yeah, this documentary was, of course. I've been a cinematographer for a lot of documentaries. I used to work for CEDIT, which is a government establishment of Kerala, which does documentaries and things like that. It's a lot of filmmakers in Kerala who's worked in that. So documentary was always a passion, and documentary is a very good way to learn life. As filmmakers, we are recreating life. So documentary trains you well to where to point your camera, why to point, and how to point. So that decision comes very good if you're doing a lot of documentaries. So when you're coming to films, all the subject is in your control.
Right.
So it is easier for it to emulate life, I think, like in realism. So documentary gives you as a filmmaker, it's a huge study class.
You're not a trained filmer in the sense, did you go to film school?
No, I didn't go to a film school, but I was assisting for 12, 13 years. I was both an assistant director and assistant cinematographer.
Okay.
I tried going to college, but college was not for me, so I quit in the first year itself. Or you can
Which
say I was
college did you go to? And they must be very happy to claim you now.
No, I don't know. I went to St. Aloysius, it's in Mangalore.
Right.
I tried learning BCA, which is computer coding. I don't know why I went. I know why I went, because a lot of my friends went to that college, so I was like, okay, I will also go. Why not? It will be fun.
What made you realize this is not for you?
First day itself, it's a lot of coding, C++, Java and stuff like that. It's not me.
Did you make any Manjumal boys? Were there any friends like the Manjumal
because
boys?
we all are Manjumal boys or Manjumal girls, like at one point of time.
That's true.
At one point, that's why the movie
resonated
across
the
with
world.
a lot of people.
Yeah.
And because in every part of the world, even in India, in Bihar, in Tamil Nadu, in Kerala, these bunch of reckless boys are there. Like, and who do
and they're very bad for each other, but they still want to be with each other, right?
So I think it resonated with and a lot of mothers went to watch the movie because there's a and the last scene where the mother comes and tries to put, and I think it connected to a lot of people. And while shooting, I didn't feel much because I'm so jaded. I don't feel the emotion. So, but it really worked for a lot of people.
Yeah,
so
and people were weeping. It has tremendous resonance with so many people. Is it because, I think, as you said, all of us in a way are Manjumal boys or girls at some point?
Yeah, of course.
Because everyone needs some kind of, even if we don't say that, we need some kind of validation from the world, right? That we are not so bad.
Yes. See, at one point of time, I don't know, if I look back at myself when I was 23, I don't know, what were you doing, man? Like, I will go back to myself and...
What did you think you were going to do?
I don't know, I was aimless, I was jobless, and when I see my assistants who are 23 and stuff, I tell them, at least you know what you're doing. When I was 23, I don't know, I was a Manjumal boy, like, I don't know what to do. Just breaking laws and stuff like that, doing crazy things.
Yeah. What is the worst or the most outrageous thing you've done? The most Manjumal boy act?
A lot.
Like, give us a...
I don't know.
You've...
But I'm sure I've done a lot. You should ask my mother.
That will be some conversation.
Yeah, I got into a lot of trouble when I was a teenager.
Were you ever arrested?
Of course.
Yeah. What do you mean, of course?
Of course I was arrested.
It's not like everybody gets arrested all the time.
Come on, really?
Yes, there are people who don't get arrested all the time. What did you get arrested for?
A lot of things, like when you're students, you bunk the class, you go to movie theaters. I was a very, I don't know, I was very tough child to like bring
Handle,
up.
yeah.
Even my brother. So I had a lot of friends in the city. We had bikes and stuff like that. We bunk classes and you go to the movie theater. Then there'll be an opposite school gang. Then we went into a fight. I don't know why we are fighting, but then we end up in the police station. Parents has to come to bail you out. A lot of things like that happen.
Yeah. What is the, what was the thing that you remember the most? Where you really got it from your mum?
I lot of times.
Yeah.
It's countless, like now I'm a very good boy.
She's happy.
She's
she must
happy.
be very
Finally, I
proud
have a
of you.
job. Like she is happy.
Actually, yes. All mothers are grateful when they're boys, not girls. They're fine with girls. So let's talk a little about Malayalam cinema, because I find it so interesting that they make some of the most progressive movies, and then they also have issues like has been brought out by the Hema Committee report. And yet the new, I think, your generation of directors is trying to make, they made some fantastic films like The Great Indian Kitchen. I love Jaya Jaya Hey. I thought it was so funny but so cool. And Attam, right? Attam. I'm sorry about my pronunciation. So these are filmmakers who are really trying to, they're not maybe redressing the balance consciously, but it's happening. So what was going on and what is it now like in the industry? Are things better for women, safer, more secure?
Of course, it is much safer for women, as far as I know. Because the report, if you're referring to Hema Committee report,
Right.
it was made 6-7 years ago, at least 5 years ago.
Yeah.
A lot of things have changed after
Yeah.
that. A lot of things.
Because also the women have spoken up, unlike in other industries.
Yeah, and it will only happen in Malayalam. Nobody will come out like this.
Why is that? What makes the women also so kick-ass?
I don't know. There may be something in the water.
Right. Because see, people like Parvati and Beena, they've all really worked hard to bring out these issues. You don't see it elsewhere.
No, because we set a precedent. So then it went like a chain reaction to Tamil, to Telugu and Indian. And
But nothing really happened there. People just talked.
yeah, but we just brought
You
it out.
did.
We brought our dirty linen outside, like, yeah.
Right.
So I think I'm very proud of that, like for WCC and everything. They did a very fantastic job for bringing this out and making much safer environment for women. Because I don't know, in my family, like everyone, like I don't know, the woman I know has to go to, not just in movies, in every workplace, they should have a reasonable security and like, it should feel safe for them to work. Then only they can open up and like express.
Right. The other wonderful thing about, this is not so wonderful, the misogyny, I hope it's changing. But the really wonderful thing about the Malayalam film industry is that all of you stand up for each other. You're always either promoting each other's films or talking about them, or, it doesn't happen everywhere else, na. So again, this solidarity, where does it come from?
Yeah, I told you before, Kerala is a small place. Kochi is a very small place and the industry is so most of us know each other.
I know. Once Prithviraj told me that he lives in the same building, I think, as Mammootty or Mohanlal,
Yeah.
right? So he says he meets him every day.
Yeah, then there is another building where almost all the youngsters are living.
Okay, they live, so it's
Yeah,
like...
we see them like, so everyone has worked together at one point of time. Like I might have assisted in his movie and everyone works with each other and a lot of directors act also. So,
yeah, like Basil, right?
Yeah, Basil, yeah.
Yeah. He's so cool again. He was in your first film.
Yeah, he was.
So your first film, in a way, also is a lead-in to Manjumal Boys, because those guys are also a bit of kind of loser type boys.
Yeah. I don't know, I have a thing for losers, I think.
And you directed your brother as well.
Yeah.
How was it?
It was just...
He's older or younger?
He's younger.
Okay. So you can boss him, boss around.
No, it's very easy working with him. He's a professional and like you don't have to take... And it's very... Because he also works as an assistant director for me. He's an executive producer for me. So it's very easy for me when he is around. And he's a very senior actor. We call him very senior. Even though he's young, we call him very senior actor because he started so young.
Oh, really? So are you from a film family, or are you a Nepo baby, or you're a non-Nepo baby?
I don't know. I'm from a film family, you can say, because my father was an assistant director for a long time and he was a documentary filmmaker.
Okay.
He used to assist TV Chandran, Jairaj and stuff like that. Only my mother is the sane person in the house. She's a teacher.
She's a teacher in a school or college?
In a school, yeah.
What did
She was a teacher. Now just she took a retirement.
What did she teach?
Hindi.
Hindi?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you speak Hindi well or?
No, I can survivable Hindi.
Which brings us to the obvious question, is Bollywood calling? Because they love to pick up successful directors from other industries and then spoil them rotten.
One of my projects is in Hindi. Next project, it's with Phantom Films.
Oh.
And also one more project with Maitri Films from Hyderabad. Yeah,
Right.
So that is also happening.
Yeah, some applause there. So we'll see Telugu. Is it going to be in Telugu or bilingual or?
Bilingual, I don't know. Maybe Telugu only, I don't know.
Yeah? So what is the most fantastic message you got after someone watched Manjubal Boys and they, something that was totally unexpected?
A lot of unexpected things happen after releasing of Manjumal Boys because I got to meet a lot of people who I just like only seen, like I never thought I will meet. One day I was in Dubai, I was promoting Manjumal Boys after the release. I get a call from Chennai, land number, and I take the phone and get the signature laugh. That was from Rajnikant.
Rajnikant has called you? Yeah. You know it's a very rare thing.
And he's like, he's left. So he's like, sir, and he was like, and he talks fast, and I was nervous, and I also talk very fast. It was all over in 10 seconds.
What did he say?
He said he watched the movie, he loved it, and come meet me in Chennai. So I took the boys and I went to Rajni Sir's house in the morning. So we spoke for an hour. So also Kamal sir, that is
he
Kamal.
called you as well?
Of course, Kamal sir promoted a movie like his own movie.
That's true.
Actually, it's his own movie, and so Kamal sir invited us to his office. All the boys, so we went there. And Kamal sir is a very big inspiration for me because he's not just an actor, he's a filmmaker and he's a pioneer of Indian films. He's 20 years ahead of
and he knows every aspect of
everything.
film.
And so Kamal sir and a lot of actors, Vikram, and I saw a lot of Bollywood actors also.
Who called you from Bollywood? Very interesting. Do they want to be in your movie now? If you had taken Manjumal Boys to them, they would have said, cut out all the 10, cut out the 11, just leave me there.
It's not like that. Yeah, I met like very senior, great actors in Mumbai. Yeah.
Did you get a call from Mr. Bachchan?
No.
No? Okay. I'm sure that will come soon.
Sure, I wish.
So, is your next movie, are these two projects you're talking about going to have big stars? Or?
Yeah.
Talk about it. Tell us.
I don't know, but I haven't signed anyone yet. It's
How
still
does
in
it
the
matter?
development-
You can tell us. Who?
No, like I'm just still in talks. It's in development stage. So I think both will be big movies and it will have big stars. I can't confirm right now because it's not signed yet. But we are in talks. It's in development stage. Yeah.
Wow.
And
great.
I can't wait to shoot. It's been long.
I'm sure. Yeah, it's actually, you've been promoting
it's been
the
a
movie.
year. Yeah, I'm done with Manjumal Boys.
Yeah. I think in Malayalam you do 4 films, then take a week's break, then do another 4 films.
Yeah.
Great.
But I take a lot of time between movies. I
Yeah.
take 2 years at least.
Thank you so much. It's been a delight and what a fantastic film.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. That was such an interesting.
Watched it, please do.
And may I call upon Rupali Fernandez, Chief Revenue Officer, ABP Network, to kindly felicitate Mr. Chidambaram. Rupali, may we request you to kindly come on stage and may I request Rupali Fernandez, Chief Revenue Officer, to kindly come onto the stage and felicitate Mr. Chidambaram. Next up, we have another interesting session, understanding the soundtrack of our lives. and the session titled Soul Singing. May we all put our hands together for Mr. Chidambaram. Many more movies, direct Telugu movies for us, please, sir. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce a Grammy-nominated singer, exceptionally talented Indian singer who has left a mark on the music industry. With a career spanning over 18 years, she continues to captivate audience with her melodious, earthy voice and versatility. Shilpa's ability to stay relevant in the ever-evolving music scene is a testament to her remarkable talent and dedication to her craft. She is the voice behind some of the most popular Bollywood gems. To name a few: Anwar 2007, Amir 2008, and recently Fighter, Kavala, and many, many more. Please put your hands together for the one and only Shilpa Rao to kindly come up onto the stage for this very interesting session, Soul Singing, the soundtrack of our lives. And may I request Chetan to chair this session.
Okay. I must say, I've attended your concerts, and I mean, people would rather you just sing for the next half an hour, I think. But
sure, we can do that.
So we'll do some singing in the middle, huh? But how's life? How's it going?
Good. Little underslept, but rest okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So you were saying you're underslept. It's quite busy. You're doing around 8 shows a month, which means at least 16 flights, sometimes more, and a lot of driving and getting to places. And I guess, is it hectic? It must be hard, and you have to do a show and everybody's dancing and you have to give that energy to them, right? Again and again and again. How is it? Is it a very hectic life being a famous singer?
As much as you get tired with the logistics, but then once you're on stage and you're there and then you look at people's faces and their eyes, I think you forget everything. It just is so worth it. Looking at their faces light up when you sing and the connection that you have. So yeah, that's what we do it for. Yeah.
And you're married, no kids?
Yes. I'm the kid here, so.
You're the kid?
Yeah.
Okay. So how about work-life balance? Do you get to see him? Your husband, I mean? Much?
Yes. In fact, the work-life balance is also possible because he helps me balance it a lot. A, understanding. B, he travels with me a lot of times when we can. And yeah, we take care of each other. I mean, if I'm a little occupied, I start cooking because I love to do that. It just kind of de-stresses me. And I'm sure that everything is taken care of that I have to go. I think, in fact, I'm a very bad packer. He's great at it.
He packs your clothes?
He packs my clothes and my suitcase like no one else can. He's so good at it.
A man can pack a woman's clothes?
He's so much better than I am.
Wow.
For sure.
I mean, I can't even imagine that situation. I mean, my wife won't even let me, like, touch her closet. She'll be like, please, you don't do this. You don't know what all it, like her cosmetics and which dress and when.
That makes two of us then.
Yeah.
Because you don't know how to pack, I don't know how to pack. Therefore, we are here.
Okay, so you got lucky there.
We can talk about packing for the next half an hour. It's a big art form.
No, but you really got lucky there. Okay, I want to talk about some things which are commonly discussed about music, and I thought, as you're not only a singer, and we will make you sing a little bit, but also discuss some of these things that are discussed on social media a lot. Everybody is accused of using auto-tune a lot. Okay, firstly, tell me, what is auto-tune? And can it really make anybody a singer? Like, if I put an auto-tune software on, I start singing and I'll sound like a professional singer? Is that, what is it?
So, first of all, auto-tune is something that, for example, you need to walk on a straight line. Some people can really bang on walk on it. Some people might stray one step, two steps. If you're really drunk, probably you can't see the line also. So an auto-tune just brings you back to the line. So there's nobody on this planet who is perfectly on that line. It's not, that's human error that we are born with. Now, auto-tune is like a symptom. It's not the main disease.
Okay.
The main disease is coming from the fact that people are not learning the art form. People are not learning how to sing. They're not being trained at it. Or even, again, not necessarily Indian classical music, but it could be Western classical music. It could be jazz. It could be opera, anything. I think getting that formal training, that kind of brings everything together. Having your diction correct, pronouncing words properly. Auto-tune is one of the symptoms of it. Getting more feel into the song, being more expressive. I think everything will fall into place once you start learning the art form. So I think the real problem is not the auto-tune, it's actually people not learning music.
And just skipping it and jumping and using auto-tune, like depending on auto-tune more than you need to.
It can bring you to pitch. It can't, आपके अंदर feeling पैदा नहीं कर सकता वो.
Okay.
It will not make you a singer who can emote.
Okay.
ऐसा plug-in अभी तक बना नहीं है.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Speaking of that, ऐसा बनेगा, like we are talking of artificial intelligence, which can, create music and sing songs, or you can sing in this person's voice or that person's voice. Yeah. And there's been huge controversies in the West. People are saying, my voice, somebody has stolen my voice. Is it a real threat in the music industry, or say the jingles industry? You started with jingles long back. So, I mean, is artificial intelligence going to have a big impact on the music industry, you think?
I think right now it's like when you first meet someone that you have a crush on and you're so enamored. I think social media and AI is that for us right now. We are very enamored by it. Oh, this can do that, this can do this, and all of those things. But AI can obviously, it can create a voice, it can sing in a voice that is already created by somebody who's lived through life with experience, by successes, failures, a lot of gumption, all of those things put together. ऐसे एक्सपीरियंस के बगैर आप गा नहीं सकते हो. तो ऑफ कोर्स एआई अभी नया है तो सबके लिए बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है, बट I think it's fairly too new to take a really strong stance on it. I think we're still on the let's wait and watch. Let's wait and watch. Yeah.
Also,
but learning will never go old. It will never go out of fashion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're from the pre-internet era.
Yes.
You started long back. You've been around. Yeah. I've been around. We've been around a lot. Now we attend conclaves. So, and now you're in this super plugged in, networked, Instagram, Reels, YouTube Shorts era. So a lot of music is about that. There's literally charts of what's trending on Reels. Music on Reels means in 10 seconds it has to catch.
Right.
ऐसे पहले जब पिक्चरों में गाने बनते थे, long before 60s, 70s, एक धुन होती थी, पहले गाने की धुन चलती रहती थी, फिर करके फिर उसके बाद गाना आता था. If you do that in Reels today,
मैं उससे पहले की बात कर रही हूँ. एक विलंबित गाते थे खान साहब, 2 घंटे का एक ख्याल होता था. आमिर खान साहब 2 घंटे के लिए एक ख्याल गाते थे, एक राग गाते थे.
हाँ, and एक reel, अगर if you reel भी like people don't watch the full reel. If people get bored in 2 seconds, they just watch the next one. So we are living in that era of music. I don't know whether it's good or bad. Do you think, like in the 60s and 70s, some of that old music we hear, Kishore Kumar's, Mohammad Rafi, Lata ji, of course, was in both the eras. They sound more melodious. Is it because of nostalgia? Is just because I'm old and it makes me remind me of my childhood or something? Or is just, or even the 90s, you had like the Sajan and all those kind of music.
Rahman sir, 90s, yeah.
Like, do we have less melody and everything is like a quick snack now in music? Do you feel it, or is it something just we old people feel?
I think it's a mix of both. What happens is because people back then were using their own minds to take time to decide whether they like something or not. Like एक picture है, शोले शायद पहले
Hey.
फ्लॉप हो गई थी, फिर बाद में लोगों ने उसको
हाँ.
पसंद करना शुरू किया. तो लोगों को अपने टाइम से वो पसंद करते थे. अभी it's not just social media, it's also marketing, it's also something that is being really sold hard.
Yeah.
So it makes an impact. If you hear something 500 times, you start liking it. It's something like that. But then again, it doesn't stay for long. I think even with the phones, I think our focus is getting so erratic and you know, it's very spiky that people are losing their minds and they want to stay away from it, pick a book and start reading it, or go and watch a play where you have to keep your phones outside. In fact, there are many restaurants who are giving you a discount if you leave your phone outside. I think we're getting back to that era.
Maybe.
So yes, I think in a way, you're right. There are a lot of songs that you hear that are being hammered a lot. But then in that clutter, what's happening is there's a good song which you often miss. बट वो है उस एल्बम में शायद 6-8 गाने हैं, बट क्योंकि वो पहला एक प्रोमो गाना आपके लिए इतना ज़्यादा लूप में चल रहा है तो आप वो 6-8वें गाने पर पहुंचते नहीं हैं. सो आई थिंक इट वर्क्स both ways that why are we falling into the matrix? Let's break it. I will go and check out that full album on a music app and listen to every song.
Like
Take that half an hour.
Really enjoy the music, not
Also, yeah, I mean, an album costs you lesser than a cup of coffee these days.
Oh, I mean,
You're spending more on coffee than
if you have one of the premium accounts on Spotify, you can just keep listening to as many as
being a huge coffee buff myself, I still feel that there's a lot of space in your life as well as your mind to read a book, to listen to an album. In fact, vinyls are doing a comeback. I think
there is a comeback, and I'll give you another example.
Yeah.
There is some people are having some fatigue, screen fatigue.
Yes.
So even books we are seeing are making some sort of a comeback.
That's true.
And in your industry, let's talk about some other phenomenon which is very popular these days. Certain concerts, their tickets get sold out in 7 seconds, and they are sold in the black market. So although there is a generation that is obsessed with their phone, when it comes to a Coldplay concert or a Diljit concert, it just went in seconds. What's going on there?
We were just talking backstage about this, and I will really not mince my words and say that this is a very elitist way of looking at life.
Elitist way?
Yes, it is, where I think we have sucked the coolness out of denims, lobsters, seafood, and concert tickets. We are just showing up for a Coldplay concert because हमको fix you के 2 लाइन के आगे नहीं आता है, but हमको वहाँ दिखना है. वो एक प्रॉब्लम है. हम क्लासिकल कॉन्सर्ट में कुर्ता पजामा पहन के जा रहे हैं क्योंकि हमको कल्चरल दिखना है, बट रागों का कोई नॉलेज नहीं है, ना ताल का ज्ञान है. कभी कभार ये भी नहीं पता होता कि वो इंस्ट्रूमेंट क्या है वो जो बज रहा है. हाँ, वो सितार टाइप लग रहा है, बट ये नहीं पता कि ये वीणा है. That's what I'm trying to say here is that there are so many of my friends who are genuine fans of Coldplay who actually have gone to different venues, not just in India, abroad also, to listen to them. They genuinely like what they make, but unfortunately they can't do it in their own country. We need to start retrospecting and asking ourselves some important questions. Do I really need to do this? Do I like doing it? Am I happy doing it? If tomorrow my phone, if tomorrow the phone doesn't exist, if social media just shuts down, would you live that same life?
I don't know if people want to live.
No, live the same life.
I don't even know people want to live if you take away their phone
No, no. You will be very surprised as what all you can live without. So I think
Correct,
I think
correct.
this
And
is-
even when they go to the concert, the first thing what people do, Coldplay comes on stage, phone is out, recording starts.
right.
So
Like for example,
Yeah.
lot of people come up for a selfie. In fact, I have this one odd request. So can you pout? I still enjoy that one person who comes up to me. Can you give me an autograph? It's so much more special, and I'm sure if they ask me that, I will actually write something more personal for them, and
Right.
I'll remember that person's face.
I won't
It's-
make you pout, but I will make you sing, and we all want to enjoy your singing, and that's why we are making you sing. So, mini free concert. So maybe you can sing two lines of 2-3 songs. Like we don't have time for the whole song.
Medley. Acha.
Medley, okay, medley. We call it a medley, yes. Whatever you feel like.
Okay. ఇది మా తెలుగు వాళ్ళు చాలా ఉన్నారు ఇక్కడ.
All right then.
ఈ పాటలోని మీ పార్టిసిపేషన్ కావాలి మటుకు. కాదు మటుకు ఒక yes. Okay. That was in Telugu. Okay. చుట్టమల్లే చుట్టేస్తాంది తుంటరి చూపు ఊరికే ఉండదు కాసేపు అస్తమానం నీలోకమే నామై మరపు చేతనైతే నువ్వే నన్నా పూరా నా నిద్దరు కులాసా నీ కలలకి చేసా నీకోసం వయసు వాకిలి కాసారా నా అసలు పోగేసా నీ గుండెకు వచ్చేసా నీ రాకకు రంగం సిద్ధం చేశా ఎందుకు పుట్టింది ఏమో నువ్వంటే ముచ్చట పుట్టింది పుడతానే నీ పిచ్చి పట్టింది నీ పేరు పెట్టింది వయ్యారం ఓణి కట్టింది గోరింటు పెట్టింది సామికి ముక్కులు కట్టింది చుట్టమల్లే చుట్టేస్తాంది చుట్టేస్తాంది చుట్టమల్లే చుట్టేస్తాంది రరే
Ma'am,
It was a perfect
if I may request,
Yes.
with lot of humility for us North Indians, okay, can you please sing in one of the other Indian languages, which
One of
is
the
called
Indian-
Hindi?
Okay, yes. I appreciate that line that you just said. One of the Indian languages, because yes, Hindi, Telugu, Urdu, Tamil, everything is one of the languages of India, and I love India for that. Yeah, I love it. Okay, this is brand new.
पुराना एक गाते हैं फिर एक नया गाते हैं ऐसा करें.
पुराना भी गाना है.
The one that made you big.
I still feel there's more to do.
नहीं, the one that
That,
made you proud, your first big hit.
Which one?
वो लम्हे, was it that?
No. Okay, we'll do one. नशा चढ़ा जो शरीफी का उतार फेंका है बेशरम रंग कहाँ देखा दुनिया वालों ने हमें तो लूट लिया मिलके इश्क वालों ने बहुत ही तंग किया अब तक इन ख्यालों ने.
Fantastic. You know, I couldn't manage tickets for the Coldplay concert, but this is the closest to a singer I've ever been in a concert. So yeah, that is amazing. So yeah.
In fact, I think I got to know this about Chris Martin. The last time he was in Bombay performing, so the venue was here and the hotel was here, and there was a big roundabout. The traffic kafi thi. Everybody took a roundabout, and he was like, "It's too much traffic." He just jumped over and went
came.
straight, walked in. Yeah, and I found that so cool.
I think he's.
Everyone who has a ticket, they should be asked at the counter. आपको कोई Coldplay के बारे में ऐसी बात बतानी पड़ेगी जो आप फैंस को
I think एक quiz होनी चाहिए.
एक क्विज होनी चाहिए, तब आप जाके बैठ सकते हैं.
I guess not a bad idea. Yeah, the Coldplay. Then you know what will happen in India? There'll be Coldplay coaching classes. And people will go to Kota to learn Coldplay.
This only cool people know. Only cool people know this.
But you know, that's how India works. There'll be like accounts, reel accounts, Coldplay.
कुछ और जुगाड़ बैठ जाएगा.
हाँ, कुछ का आ जाएगा. You know, a lot of singers, at least abroad, less so in India, but they have a big music industry, especially female singers. There's a lot of sexiness expected. That they use that to get engagement.
Right.
And say a Miley Cyrus or a Lady Gaga or the original Madonna. She did some really controversial, deliberately using her sexuality to get attention.
Right.
Along with her music. Music is also good.
Right.
Young girls are watching you. They are on Instagram. They are seeing other singers who get a lot of traction because they may be dressed a certain way or look a certain way, talk a certain way. And they have a certain quality of singing. And there could be this singer who doesn't know any of these tropes.
Right.
And just wants to sing. And she may not feel as confident. Like, you know, I know I love singing, but I don't know all this. As a role model for young Indians, and especially women, what would you say to them? Like those, where does all that come in? Like this whole internet persona of a singer, what path should they take to become a singer?
First of all, being sexy, please go ahead, feel free, it's your choice. I think I see vulgarity in the fact that people would tell someone what to do, what to wear, what to say, where to go. I think that's a vulgar way of life. But being sexy is completely your call. आपकी life है. आपको जिस तरह अपने आप को express करना आप कर सकते हैं. But when it comes to what you do, like if you're singing or if you're painting or if you're acting or whatever, do it for the love of it. ये दोनों चीज़ अलग आप रखें अपनी mental situation में. बाकी मुझे I don't think you or I or anyone has the right to tell someone how to be. But whenever you do something, choose a profession that feels like you're on a vacation every day and you love it, irrespective of anything. I'm just going to leave it at that. That's all. Yeah.
Ma'am, our time is up, but I will be greedy and ask you to sing one more song, and then we'll call it a day. So, जो भी एक कोई आप गाना गाना चाहें.
Oh, okay. We'll end with a newer one. मेरे दीदार को ये आईना भी खुद तरसता है. मेरे महबूब तेरा तड़पना तो बनता है. मेरे महबूब तेरा तड़पना तो बनता है.
Thank you so much. Big hand. And thank you for coming.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Shilpa. Thank you very much for that. May I call upon Samrit Bhattacharya, National Sales Director, ABP Live Digital, to please do the honors and felicitate the versatile singer, Shilpa Rao. Thank you, Chetan. Thank you very much. Thank you, Shilpa. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to another very, very interesting session of the day, Politics for Impact. From MP to Minister taking flight. It gives me great honor to introduce a leader with a great vision and charisma that has earned him the trust of the people. He was elected to the 16th Lok Sabha representing Srikakulam, the same constituency his father had so passionately served. He became a voice of reason and progressive thought in Parliament, speaking up on issues that mattered: rural development, the rights of the backward classes, and youth empowerment. He earned respect not just within his party but across the political spectrum for his thoughtful contributions and the fresh perspective he brought. 2024, this year, was a huge turning point. Recognizing his potential and rising stature, the Honorable Prime Minister entrusted him with a critical portfolio in the Union Cabinet, appointing him as the Minister of Civil Aviation. At just 36 years of age, he has become the youngest cabinet ministers in India, and that too from our Telugu states. Now leading the Civil Aviation Ministry, Mr. Ram Mohan Naidu stands at the forefront of modernizing the Indian aviation infrastructure, promoting regional connectivity and ensuring the growth of aviation sector aligns with India's development goals. He is not just a politician but a great visionary leader. With his international experience and the values he earned from his father, a leader who is uncomfortable debating in Parliament, he is walking the streets of his constituency, connecting with the people who first placed their trust in him. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to the Honorable Union Minister for Civil Aviation, Mr. K. Ram Mohan Naidu. And I request our senior journalist, anchor ABP, to please chair this session, and over to you. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for joining.
Ready? Namaskar, मैं हूं दिबांग. Welcome to Southern Rising Summit, and we have a very special guest, Ramon Raidu.
Thank you.
I have interviewed your father. I'm now lucky enough to interview you. Tell me, the big news is, the breaking news everywhere is this hoax calls to all the airlines. What have you done about it? What are you planning to do about it? It's a very serious matter.
I know the hoax calls have been happening for the past 8 to 9 days, and quite frequently, and we have been seeing it in the news also. But right from the first day itself, when these hoax calls started, our Civil Aviation Ministry, in concurrence with the Home Affairs Ministry and Ministry of IT, who are the nodal ministries addressing this issue, and in fact External Affairs also, we have been sitting on top of the situation. We are trying to assess it, what exactly is happening. And one thing we have done is, from our side, Ministry of Civil Aviation, we have little bit dug deeper into the legislation that we already had, so that what best can we do to make this event stop. So one thing we felt was that if we catch hold of a person who is behind these kind of acts, then what do we do with him? So one thing we thought was, let us change the legislation a little bit, especially the aircraft security rules, so that we can put him in the no-fly list. So that is one for a beginning. And second, we have a Suvaska Act, which is the unlawful activities regarding civil aviation. And when we saw the act, it was covering these kind of offenses when they were in flight. So we wanted to extend it to on-ground flight and at airport flights also. So that is another legislation that we are proposing, and it is getting vetted by other ministerial consultations also. So I feel that these two are going to act as a deterrent when you try to find out the person who is behind this. And other than that, all the law enforcement agencies who are in this department, let it be the local police, or let it be the Home Affairs, the Intelligence, the Ministry of IT, they are all kind of taking serious cognizance of this issue. And we are keeping the situation very dynamic. Day-to-day activities we are thoroughly following up, and we are trying to improvise on the kind of response system that we have. We are learning on the way, and when we see that, and one thing that I want to tell you, one fact that I want to tell you is that all these calls that have been made are hoax calls. So we are trying to see what kind of pattern emerges and what kind of responsive system we can have with two
considerations. One is to reduce the inconvenience of the passengers and reduce the inconvenience that the aircrafts or the airports are facing. So we are keeping a very dynamic view on this situation, and we are doing what best it is, and even the Prime Minister is encouraging us to handle this situation in a very good way.
Do we have any clue on who's making these calls? Where are they making these calls from? Why are they making these calls?
This has been thoroughly asked, and media talks about some kind of conspiracy, but as a minister, I would not like to comment on it unless we investigate thoroughly and the law enforcement agencies themselves come up with an idea saying that this is what has exactly happened. So until we have the investigation finished, a person caught or some organization, if it is behind this, until that happens, I don't want to comment on this now.
Are you also going through the laws in other countries for such hoax calls? Are you aware of them? Are you working on that?
Yes, absolutely. That is why I said the Ministry of External Affairs is also involved, because some of the international airlines are also facing these kind of threats. One thing I want to ensure is that we always keep, in the Ministry of Civil Aviation, we always keep the safety and security of the passengers the topmost priority. No matter how many times we see that these are hoax calls, even if our intuition says that 99.99% of it, this is a hoax call, we have to follow the protocol. That is something which we don't want to miss. So we have enhanced the security systems, we have enhanced the surveillance measures, everything at the airports double, because there is a festive season happening, and we have seen repeated these calls also happening. So one thing is that we have improved the security at the airports, and for that we are taking in the support of all the other countries also. We are trying to see how best, because these, some of the times, they're putting these threats on Twitter. And most of the times when you follow the IP address, they come from some other countries. They can be masked also through VPN and everything. So it is important for us to talk to other countries also in these kind of situations.
Are you happy that the government doesn't own any airlines? Also, not because of these hoax calls, I'm not talking about that. Otherwise also.
I mean, to be honest, we still have one airlines with us. It is Alliance Air. We have 20 aircrafts with us, 80 are still running, and we are doing a very good job of running them in the northeast areas where connectivity is very, very important. But it's usually the perception that we have sold the Air India, so we don't have any airlines, and I'm quite okay with that idea, because as a regulator, I feel our concentration should be more on the policy making. If you are able to concentrate on the policy making, bring in right regulations, because civil aviation, we have seen stupendous amount of growth in the last 10 years, especially more than 10% in some cases, in some years. So with that kind of growth already happening and so many private players already functioning in the industry, I think our concentration should be more on how do you regulate it in a better way, how do you make the policy making much more efficient, much more robust, so that your goals, ultimate goals, can be achieved.
Okay. One thing that has been seen is that whenever there's a crisis situation, there was a cyclone recently, cartelization happens and the ticket prices really grow up, double it becomes. Are you doing something about it? Are you aware about it?
In fact, I was bombarded by these questions in the Lok Sabha sessions I was, that have concluded in July. And I kind of agree to your point to one extent, where it is that when there is a festive season, when there is an increase in demand, or when there is some kind of alarming situation or some kind of calamity, then you generally see that the fares go up. That is again linking to the demand of the situation. And in times of these, we have tried to sensitize the airlines, and we issue a circular also. Whenever there is a calamity, we issue a circular to the airlines saying that this is a time of a natural calamity, so let us be all sensitive of the issue and let us not raise the prices. That is something which we usually do. And when it comes to the festive season, it is more a demand-driven market, civil aviation industry, especially the airfares industry. So there also we are trying to speak with the airlines in a very positive and proactive manner, kind of giving them a scenario of the middle-class passenger that is aspirational today and wants to travel through air. So to kind of give that connectivity to the common man, I think we are trying to do our bit according to the law, because law doesn't permit us to put a cap on the airfares for the government. So we are utilizing the relation that we have with the airlines. We are sensitizing them for the situation. And I can say that once we started doing it in the months of July and August, and we have observed that compared to the previous years, we haven't seen so much escalation in airfares this festive season.
cyclone kind of situation, do you think you need to do more than just a circular? Maybe have a law
No,
that in a disaster situation, in that emergency situation, you don't at least don't raise the prices, no?
No, definitely. It's not just about issuing the circular. We ensure that the prices are also not raised. So it is taking to a logical conclusion also, and we ensure every time there is a natural calamity, and even the airlines understand that position and they also cooperate. So it is taking to a logical conclusion and ensuring that the prices don't increase, rather than just saying that we are releasing a circular.
Despite Udan, air travel is still a luxury. What is the government doing to make it accessible to the middle class, rural middle class?
If you would have said this statement 10 years back, I would have agreed, but I think things have changed a lot after especially the launching of Udan scheme, and we have successfully completed 8 years of Udan scheme. Udan is the Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik scheme, which has been a brainchild of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And his whole idea was Hawai Chappal se Hawai Jahaj ka safar. He wanted to ensure that India is becoming more and more aspirational, and as people are getting aspirational, they want to travel through the air itself. And how should the government assist in meeting those aspirations? And that is how Udan came into play. Through Udan, we have connected the unserved and underserved airports of the country, and you would know that 74 airports in 2014, we have increased the number of airports to 157. No country in the globe has been able to achieve this kind of success in civil aviation. And we have increased the number of airports, and we have took the airport infrastructure to the remotest parts of the country. And once we have done that, the challenge for us was to how do we connect them? Because like I said, it's a market-driven industry. People, the airlines wouldn't go where people were not willing to pay that much money, or they wouldn't get the feasibility. So Udan ensured that the viability gap funding was given. The unconnected airports or underserved airports, they were all connected through the Udan. And one best example that I can give is the Darbhanga airport. In 2020, before 2020, Darbhanga was not connected to any place. There was no airport at all, let's say that. And after RCS, the Udan scheme came into play, we have constructed the airport. We have started with just giving 2 flights there. 2 flights per week we have started giving in Darbhanga. This is 4 years back. And through successful operations of Udan scheme, now Darbhanga is operating 70 flights per week. Look at how much growth demand we could create just by the Udan scheme. So Udan has been a great catalyst in kind of giving the affordability of the prices and also enhancing the connectivity to these remote regions. So which is why I say what else do you have from the government to ensure that these kind of things continue? We see that Udan has been a great success. 8 years we have finished. We have envisioned that Udan should be there for 10 years. But after me assessing the situation for the last 4 months, I am with the idea that we have to extend Udan for 10 more years. So we are, as a government, we are going to come up with another plan where we extend the Udan scheme for 10 more years.
Talking about your father, who I interviewed and used to meet regularly when I used to be a cub reporter, he was a minister in the Devagowda and the Indra Kumar Gujral ministry in the center. Did you always want to be a politician?
No, I never wanted to be a politician. I can say that I'm an accidental politician. It's a pun intended also. After my father met with an accident and his sudden demise, that was when I came into politics. I kind of took up the legacy that he has created. He has created so much, huge amount of goodwill amongst the Telugu people, and especially in the Delhi circles and through across parties and across regions. He has such great goodwill. And I felt as a youngster, as an educated person, I should take up that mantle and I should go forward. So it was an accidental decision that I made. But one thing I stuck on to was I wanted to continue the legacy that my father has built. And his whole principles has been, if I boil it down to 2, it could be honesty and transparency. That is how he has worked overall through his career. And I felt if I had to continue that legacy, I have to hold on to those principles. And I kind of gave 100% to the decision that I took, that I want to be into politics right now. And let it be me serving my people of Srikakulam as a member of parliament, or me serving my party, Telugu Desam party, or me serving the country as an MP. So I've tried to give 100% always. And now in this new job of being a civil aviation minister, I'm committed to give my 100%.
You are the youngest member of the Modi cabinet. You're the baby of the team. Is it an advantage or a disadvantage?
Youngest member today, I was, with personal curiosity, I was checking last 50 years, 75 years of independence, if there was anyone youngest. You should correct me, or people from the audience also can correct me. I didn't find anyone younger. So you can say that I'm the youngest cabinet minister ever also. But that's just for the record's sake. But I feel it is an advantage to a certain point where there is a lot of concentration on you. You get the kind of the limelight that you need to perform, and there is a lot of enthusiasm around you when you say that you're the youngest minister. There is a lot of energy flowing into the system. When I went to the Civil Aviation Ministry taking charge, everyone, the whole team in Civil Aviation Ministry was so charged up that we have a young minister here, we have to perform, he might be coming up with new ideas. So they were so accepting. And they were also kind of adjusting to coming up with new ideas and all. So I found it to be an advantage to be a young minister. Because when I was bringing out of the box ideas, they were willing to accept them. They felt that I was not carrying any baggage, or I didn't have anything behind me which was leading to kind of making a certain decision. So that was one. And also in the cabinet, I saw that the advantage of being a young minister was that everyone was willing to guide and mentor me also. Even if I was with the idea that I didn't know how to maneuver a certain issue, or how do I deal with a certain issue, there were many people who wanted to guide me, who wanted to encourage me to take the right decision. So being a young member, I would say that overall it has been an advantage for me.
Did you get any piece of advice from another charming, efficient minister, Jyoti Scindia?
Oh yeah, definitely. And he was also super excited that there was someone younger coming in after him to take charge of Civil Aviation Ministry. And one thing he has advised was that he kind of gave a brief on what he has done while he was in charge of Civil Aviation. He wanted the road to continue in that direction, so he gave a brief on how things were progressing, what the idea of civil aviation or what the vision of Honorable Prime Minister was, and he kind of gave a brief on how he functioned while he was the minister. But one good advice that he has given was that he said, don't stick with it. Okay. You bring what you want to bring to civil aviation. It is always what you believe or what you want to do with this. So entirely you are like the pilot now. I've taken it to a certain destination and I'm giving you the coordinates on where you want to go. But how you want to go, how you want to travel, which way you want to do, which plane you want to take, this is all entirely your decision. So that kind of freedom as a minister who has just finished his tenure and he's handing it over, I think that was a great idea to have that kind of freedom and not be shackled with some kind of restrictions. I think that was a great piece of advice he gave me.
Yeah, that's good advice. Coming back to the state, it is said that despite a strong liquor case against Jagan, the Naidu government is soft on him.
I don't
Probably
think
you feel that if you act, he may generate some sympathy.
I don't think there is any soft coming. Time will answer this, first of all. I think we are very early into things right now, and our responsibility right now, let me get it cleared, is that we have won with a huge majority, something which I don't think any state government would have achieved in the history of Indian politics. Out of 175 assembly seats, the NDA government in the state has won 164. So imagine the kind of expectations people have on you, the responsibility people have given you. So we want to give, it is how you want to keep your priorities. So our priority today is to get the progress and development of Andhra Pradesh back on track. So all the ministers, including the chief minister, including our deputy chief minister, even the prime minister, we are kind of assessing the situation on how do we get things back on track. How do we give back to the confidence that people have given to us in the mandate through the elections? So we are kind of focusing more on the developmental activities. And while law will take its own course, all the cases which you are kind of mentioning, the investigation is going on. It is not like, see, the government has changed and we want to go for political vendetta. This is not the message that we want to give to the people. We believe in constitution, we believe in democratic principles, so we will stick by it. If we put a case or if we follow up on a case on anything, it is going to be according to the law, it is going to be according to the facts and evidence that we find. So that clarity we want to maintain. So we will take time when we address these issues.
You know, after the Tamil Nadu Chief Ministers, Mr. Stalin, Chandrababu Naidu also has said that have more children.
See, there is first of all no controversy in the point that Chandrababu Naidu saying that we need more children, the families should have more children. you should see that Chandrababu Naidu is a visionary. When he talks about something, he doesn't talk about it in terms of how do you win elections or what is going to happen in the next year or next 2 years. He kind of thinks for the next 20 years, 30 years, and in fact 50 years also. That has been his way of functioning, and we have seen that also. He doesn't need to prove himself in that. And when he talks about this idea of having more children, this comes with his vision of seeing the developed countries like Japan, Germany, USA, or Nordic countries, no matter which country you take in, all of them are facing the problem of aging population, which is an advantage for India right now because we are the youngest nation in the entire world right now. But how long will you have that? If you look at the numbers, South India especially, the numbers of reproduction are very, very normal. And now North, you might have a little bit higher number, but those also seem to be kind of decreasing.
Yeah.
Now you might come to a situation in the coming future, maybe it might not be immediate future, but maybe 20 years, 30 years, that we also face the problem of aging population. So it is with that sense he wants to make the people aware that if you want India to still be an advantageous country of demographic dividend over the next 30 years, 50 years, 100 years or 200 years, our strongest advantage today should continue in the future also. So he feels he needs to create more awareness around this idea. He needs to propagate that idea. He is not forcing people to do anything on this. He just wants people to understand that India has an advantage over the entire world today because we are having a young population. Let that young population continue. So that is the idea he has.
Is there a suggestion that people who have 3 children, only they will be allowed to contest the local body elections?
No, I think it's a very, I mean, just propagating idea. He would have jokingly said that, but it's nothing like that.
Yeah. Just to give you the figures, you know, the replacement level to keep the population as it is 2.1, whereas in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana is 1.8.
Yeah.
So actually the population at this rate will
Exactly.
go down and there would be more old people.
Exactly.
So that's what...
He, in terms of vision, he feels that India should be always the leading country in the world. So we need young population for that. For the example, you can take other countries also which are facing the aging population. So it's as simple as that.
Yeah.
India should have young population. For that, we need to have more children.
Yeah. In other countries, it also includes China. There will
China
be
also.
labor shortage of
That's a
150
problem right
million
now.
people.
That's a problem right now. And these are people who look at other scenarios, learn from them, and make themselves not make the same mistakes.
Yeah.
So these are those visionary leaders.
Okay. As a last question, as you do all this, do you miss your father?
I kind of miss my father in one way where I can't share the physicalness with him. Like if, let's say, the kind of success that I've achieved today or the situation or the place that I'm in, I would be more happy to share this success with him when he's with me. So that is something I still miss. And when I see other people or other younger generation where they're able to meet the fathers, where they're able to talk to them, get their guidance and all that, it kind of is a very emotional thing for me. But I feel whatever I've achieved is because of the blessings, and I always feel his presence around me. Like now also you have mentioned, before I took his name, you took his name, that I've interviewed him and all that. So he's always there with me. That's what I feel. But when it comes to the physical aspect, that is when I miss him the most.
Thank you so much, Rammohan Naidu.
Thank you.
And wish you all the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. May I call upon Dhruba Mukherjee, Director, ABP Network, to kindly come up and felicitate Honorable Minister, Shri Rammohan Naidu Garu. Thank you, Debang. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in a short while from now, we will begin with the next session. What a moment, the Honorable Minister Ramohan Naidu Garu. Has shared real content and certain emotional moment also we were able to capture. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, next up, the session titled Power of the People, the most important. And let me take the pleasure to welcome our former minister, K.T. Ramarao Garu. And the session title, Power of People, being a responsible opposition. Under his guidance, Hyderabad has emerged as a vibrant global city. His emphasis on urban infrastructure, sustainable development, and digital transformation has set a benchmark for Hyderabad planning and a role model city in India. In today's rapidly evolving world, visionary leadership plays a pivotal role in driving comprehensive development and propelling nations towards unprecedented growth. One such exceptional leader is our KTR. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Kalvakuntla Tarak Ramarao. Formerly, we all call him KTR, sir. BRS Party Working President, former Minister for IT Industries, Municipal Administration, Urban Development, Telangana State. A hearty and a warm welcome, sir. May I call upon Debang to chair this session.
Looking to get out? Namaskar, मैं हूं दिबांग. Welcome to Southern Rising Summit, and we have very special guest, popularly known as KTR. Welcome.
Thank you, Dibang. You know, I saw your name and I looked you up. I thought Dabang movie आप ही के ऊपर बनाया गया होगा. So lovely seeing you, lovely meeting you. But then I realized, but then I realized you're also an actor. Yeah. You acted in Pink, Half Girlfriend. Yeah. You were also part of a number of other movies. So lovely seeing you in person. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Just tell me, if you talk about the last assembly elections, what do you think went wrong? Have you made an assessment? Have you been sitting together just to find out what went wrong?
Yeah, of course. And it's been 11 months. So, of course, we introspected. We had a lot of discussions internally. We've been meeting a lot of people, who are our well-wishers and not so well-wishers also. But I think one of the things where we went wrong, obviously, is आपको पहली बात तो ये समझना चाहिए कि 10 साल बाद कोई भी गवर्नमेंट के ऊपर थोड़ा anti-incumbency तो आ ही जाता है. I think 10 years, there's a fatigue factor, firstly. And secondly, I think perception management is where we didn't do well. For instance, I'll give you 2 examples. One, unlike any other state in India, Telangana is the only state to have completed recruitment of 160,000 government jobs in the last 9 years, despite being a new state. But unfortunately, we could not, thank you now, but unfortunately, we could not communicate that to the youngsters fully well. So I think we lost them. And then Telangana is the only state which also gave a 73% enhancement to government employees in terms of their salaries. But unfortunately, we also lost them. So it's an interesting thing, I think there is that saying, You can increase success by lowering expectations. I think we set the bar too high. I think the expectation was too high. Probably, I think the perception management is one issue. And second issue, of course, like I said, is fatigue. But I don't think we have done anything terribly wrong. Even if you look at the numbers, Dibang, the winning party, that is Congress, got 64 seats. And the percentage of votes, if you look at it, it's about 38.9, I think. And what we got was 37% which is only a difference of 1.8. So it's not like we lost by a huge margin after 10 years. And if you look at union government as well, their numbers came down from 303 to 240. So even in our case, we came down by a bit, but I don't think it was a big loss because we lost 14 seats by a whisker. But it's a good new experience. So going through a new role, new experience, it's all learning.
How much credit would you give to Revanth Reddy and the way he conducted his campaign, the way he fought the election?
See, Dibang, I'll tell you what, without sounding like a sore opposition leader, I'll tell you this as a matter of fact. Elections in India are 90% about rejection and 10% about selection. Now, what do I mean? बहुत बार ये हो जाता है ना कि अगर आप और मैं दोनों लड़ रहे हैं इलेक्शन, आप एक दो बार जीत चुके हो, फिर लोगों में अगर एक तनाव सा आ जाता है, एक फटीक सा आ जाता है, तो आपको हराने के लिए मुझे जिताते हैं. ऐसा नहीं है कि मुझ में कोई आस या मुझ में कोई नया चीज कुछ दिखा इसीलिए मुझे जिताया. बहुत कम, मतलब कम परसेंट इज अबाउट somebody else being elected, because Congress as a party is not new to Telangana. They've governed the state for more than 50 years. They've been given more than 11 opportunities. But I think what Congress has done very well, I have to give them credit where it's due. They could create a very imaginative campaign with their 6 guarantees. I think that captured the imagination of some people for sure. And I think people thought, KCR ने पानी दे दिया, KCR ने बिजली दे दिया, बाकी जो है वो तो हो गया, ऑटो पायलट मोड में चला गया, तो कुछ और ट्राई करते हैं, कुछ ज़्यादा मिलेगा हमें. 2000 अगर मुझे पेंशन मिल रहा है, 4000 कांग्रेस बोल रही है हम दे देंगे. So they thought maybe this is the time to change. So that's what I would say.
Personally, how do you read it, considering you were the IT minister, you were keeping a close eye on the numbers, on the ratings, and you completely misread it?
Well, these things happen, yeah. Devang, life is not a zero-sum game. Every single experience, every single election is a great teacher. I mean, if you look at it, the way I think honestly, when we launched Telangana Rashtra Samiti back in 2001, the goal was simple, formation of the state. उसके लिए हम कुछ भी करेंगे. हमने इस हद तक बोल दिया कि कांग्रेस में अगर ज़रूरत पड़ा तो हमारी पार्टी को मर्ज कर देंगे. ये 2010, 11 और 14 की बात है. So our whole goal was formation of Telangana. What happened post that is, of course, Congress could not manage the proposal. So fortunately for us, we remained as an entity. 10 years of being in government and being given the chance to govern a beautiful state like Telangana, and making it the #1 state on number of sectors. Per capita income, when in 2014, we were ranked 14th. By the time we relinquished office in 2023, we were ranked #1 in the country. Likewise, I can go on. There's number of indicators. Agricultural expansion, IT sector, green cover. There's number of achievements that I can very, very proudly say, are from my government. But the most important thing is you have to realize, I think in politics, there's always a chance that you will be thrown out, you will be given a new role. So in fact, if anything, I'm grateful to the people of Telangana for giving us 2 terms, eternally grateful. I'm not even saying this as a gesture, but eternally grateful. Now it's a new role, play the role of constructive opposition, hold the government accountable, make sure they don't do mistakes, make sure they deliver on the promises that they've made. So I think it's a great role. I'm enjoying my new role.
People say that it was the arrogance of the ruling family. It was the family and extended family that came in play. And also allegations of...
Are you talking about Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka? Or?
No, in your family. I'm talking about your family.
No, just making sure.
Yeah. And also with these 2 things, we have also seen that, there were allegations of corruption. Have you, in your internal review, did you also consider these things, and do you find there's some truth in it, or it's all made up?
No, I'll tell you what. See, when you're self-assured, sometimes you come across as being cocky. When you're very self-assured, when you're confident, sometimes you do come across. और कुछ लोगों में एक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग डिफेक्ट भी होता है. तो मुझ में मैं थोड़ा सेल्फ अश्योर्डली बोलता हूँ, थोड़ा शायद मेरी बॉडी लैंग्वेज, बोलने का ढंग किसी को पसंद नहीं आया, तो क्या करें? आजकल एक फैशन हो गया दिवांग कि अगर मुझ में कोई कमियां ढूंढनी है, कमियां निकालनी है, तो लोग क्या करेंगे? पहले शुरू करेंगे कि आप फैमिली से हो, फिर बाद में बोलेंगे इस वजह से आप मिनिस्टर बने, फिर बोलेंगे कि आप पप्पू हो क्योंकि आप कुछ कर नहीं सकते. बट जब सब चीज गायब हो जाता है, व्हेन यू आर अ परफॉर्मिंग मिनिस्टर, इवन दो यू आर समबडीज सन, व्हेन यू हैव डन वेल इन योर जॉब, then what do? Then they'll start looking for the intangible. They'll start saying you're arrogant, you're corrupt. Now let them prove. Where was I arrogant? कहाँ मैंने अपनी घमंड दिखाई, कहाँ मैंने किसी को मेरी घमंड से कुछ तकलीफ पहुंचाई, और कहाँ मेरी करप्शन की जो चार्जेस है, जो आपने कहा अभी, कुछ अगर प्रूव होता है तो बात बनती है. अगर आप ऐसे ही कुछ भी बोल दो और केस बना दो, आजकल हिंदुस्तान में तो फैशन हो गया विच हंटिंग ऑफ पॉलिटिशियंस. अगर आप बीजेपी के साथ हो तो कुछ नहीं होता आपको, ना ईडी आपके पास आएगी, ना आईटी आपके पास आएगी. पर अगर आप बीजेपी एनडीए के पास नहीं हो तो हर कोई आपके घर पे आ जाएगा. तो ये तो फैशन हो गया. पॉलिटिकल विच हंट has become a fashion. So what I would say is, like I said at the onset, I think what we did not do properly is perception management. When people were accusing us of being aloof, of being inaccessible, of being arrogant, I think we should have addressed it, shown by way of compassion, by way of action, by way of social media presence, by way of many other things, that we actually have listened, understood, and probably have also made some changes. Maybe that didn't come to the fore very clearly, but I do believe one thing very clearly, Devang. All these things, the short-term gains that people achieve by way of, fake propagandas and by way of, fooling around, I think essentially then people again, and the people of Telangana or the people of the country, when they sit back and start judging in terms of performance and in terms of governance, they will surely realize that our government performed better than any other government in India in the last 10 years, be it BJP or Congress. BRS government, I think, has outdone every other state in the country from 2014 till 2023. I think end of the day, that's what matters, if you ask me.
Your father, KCR Saab, named his party TRS, called it BRS, national ambitions. He had national party he wanted to make. And then he lost the elections against somebody who started his politics with him. Revanth Reddy, I'm talking about. Is it a big shock for him? Is he out of that shock? He's not seen anywhere publicly? Is he, how is he?
He's fab, he's fabulous. I think he's seen way too much life. He's seen way too much in life, I think, to be shocked by anything. Trust me on this when I say this. He's a man whose nerves are made of steel. That man cannot be shaken, that man cannot be deterred by anything. I assure you of that. KCR is, no matter what anybody would like to believe. But मैं सवाल एक आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, और I think all the media से भी पूछना चाहता हूँ. सवाल आपको ये पूछना है कि ये नहीं पूछना है कि KCR कहाँ पे है. मैं पूछता हूँ, सवाल आपको ये करना चाहिए कांग्रेस से कि आपके 6 गारंटी कहाँ पे है. आपने कहा 100 दिन में हर चीज हो जाएगा, हथेली में आपने जन्नत दिखा दिया. क्या हुआ? कोई शौक, कोई धक्का केसीआर को नहीं लगा. मैं वादा करता हूं आपसे, मैं उम्मीद दिलाना चाहता हूं आपको. केसीआर इज प्लानिंग, केसीआर इज थिंकिंग, केसीआर इज वरीड अबाउट तेलंगाना, केसीआर इज definitely concerned, of course, about Telangana, because it was never the agenda that we have to be holding on to power by hook or crook. The agenda was always well-being of Telangana. The agenda was always making Telangana great and greatest probably in the entire country. We have done very well in 10 years, of course. Sometimes, like they say, fool me once, fool me twice. So therefore, I think people have been taken for a ride by Congress. I think people have already started realizing their mistake. Hopefully, we'll be given another chance in 3 years. Then you'll certainly see KCR in the top seat again.
Do you think as a strategy it was a mistake to concentrate too much on urban seats, urban areas, big farmers, not so much in the rural areas? Because those are the seats you lost. You did quite well in the urban centers.
No, we swept urban. In fact, Hyderabad and GHMC, Congress did not even win one seat. We won the entire GHMC area thanks to people of Hyderabad for voting for development, for voting for progress. I think they have done exceptionally well. Now in the rural areas, I think what has happened is, like I was telling you, I think the farmers, despite receiving some tremendous support, in fact, some pioneering and flagship schemes which are hitherto unknown and unheard of in entire independent India, like Raitu Bandhu, first time in the world, farm input scheme has been launched. 73,000 crores of rupees have been dispersed towards 72 lakh farmers. But I think farmers, when they were told that KCR is only giving you 10,000, Congress will give you 15,000, they were a bit, I think, attracted. Likewise, when the couple, the people who are senior citizens, earlier before 2014, the pension in Telangana was 200 rupees per month. After KCR came in, it became 2,000. It was raised by 10 times. But when Congress said, we'll double it, almost like an auction, I think people were lured, people were attracted. So these are the few things that happen in rural areas. But in Hyderabad, I think we did really well. The strategy was not wrong. In fact, if you ask me, I think if you have to define KCR government in a few words, I'd say it was integrated, holistic, and inclusive development that we saw in the last 10 years, which included rural, urban, which included, I think, agriculture and IT. It was a fine balance between industry and environment. I can go on. I have a number of statistics to back them up with. It was a great vision and a great outcome. But I think 1.8% is the difference. If you look at the total votes, polled votes, the difference was 4 lakhs. So I don't think we've done badly, Devang. I don't think we should say that we've lost in the rural areas for lack of strategy or something.
Yours began as an agitational politics, then you came to power. We saw the same thing in Assam once, when AGP came to power. Somehow these parties run out of steam. They are basically good parties for agitations. Once they come to power, somehow they become arrogant, they become difficult, they lose touch with the people. Have you thought about that?
Well, I think you're being selective in terms of picking the parties. I think Congress also started as a party which was agitating for independent India. I mean, grand old parties, they're still around. They haven't lost any steam from what I see. So therefore, what I would say is, Assam Gana Parishad is a different example. Jharkhand Mukti Morcha is a very different example. TRS is a different example. The leadership styles are different. The people are different. If you look at, Tamil parties, both DMK and Anna DMK, they're the ones who are ruling the roost. I can assure you of one thing. In South India, I can assure you of one thing. Be it Tamil Nadu, be it Karnataka, be it Telangana, be it Andhra, or Kerala for that matter, I think regional parties are here to stay. We are not going anywhere. We have completed 24 years, and I assure you, we'll be around for a long, long time, and we'll be talking more often in days to come as well.
What is the revival plan? Is there any revival plan that you're working on? Would you like to talk about it? Say something about it?
भाई हमें इतना बड़ा धक्का भी नहीं लगा. एक इलेक्शन हारे हैं, बस उतना ही है. एक इलेक्शन हार गए. जीतेंगे. इलेक्शन में हार जीत होते रहती है. When you go into an election, there are only two outcomes. Either you win, you lose. You lose, you fight back. You lose, you go back to people, figure out what went wrong, figure out what strategies you had to pull out, probably which didn't work. So therefore, I don't think इतना बड़ा धक्का भी, इतना बड़ा झटका भी कोई नहीं लगा कि हम लोग रिवाइवल की बात करें. मैं तो बस इतना ही कहूँगा कि जो हम लोग काम करते आए 10 साल, हमने ज़्यादा फोकस शायद एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पे दिया. पार्टी को निर्माण, पार्टी कमिटीज, I think party leaders and how well we had to, because see, essentially the work done by the government has to be relayed to the people through the party cadre. Maybe we didn't do that as well as we should have. So there are so many things that I can reel out, but I can tell you one thing. Party leadership has been groomed in the last 24 years by KCR. The second leadership is good. And then we also have leadership in every nook and corner of Telangana. We are the principal opposition in Telangana today. And I assure you, we are giving both national parties a run for their money, both BJP and Congress in the state of Telangana. And you will see this in days to come when local body polls will happen, even when national elections will happen.
How do you see the fact that, 10 of your MLAs have now joined the Congress party?
आयाराम गयाराम करके एक कल्चर इस हिंदुस्तान में लाने वाली पार्टी है कांग्रेस. इंदिरा जी जब थी हरियाणा में, आई थिंक गयाराम जी उनका नाम था, वो पहले आए थे फिर गए थे. आयाराम गयाराम वाली कल्चर लाई देश में कांग्रेस. तो मुझे कोई सरप्राइज नहीं है. आजकल क्या हो गया कि आप देखो हर जगह, गोवा में, कर्नाटक में, आई थिंक मध्य प्रदेश में, कई सारे जगह आयाराम गयाराम कल्चर आज आ गया. आजकल पॉलिटिक्स भी शॉर्ट साइटेड हो गया. तो 10 लोग हमारे चले गए, बट वहाँ पे हर जगह 10 कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में हमारे काफ़ी सारे युवा लीडर हैं जो बहुत उत्सुक है कि हमें मौका दीजिए, हम जीत के आएंगे, तो फिर नया लीडरशिप खड़ा कर देंगे, उसमें कोई तकलीफ नहीं.
But you also crushed the opposition.
Of
You
course.
were also undemocratic in the sense that you went after the opposition. वो भी एक दौर था. I think no harm admitting it now. अब तो हो गया ये.
नहीं, बात वो नहीं है. हमने जो किया और आज जो हो रहा है उसमें फर्क है. फर्क ये है कि हमने जो किया वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली अलाउड मर्जर है. लेजिस्लेचर पार्टी में अगर 2/3 लोग ये मान के चलते हैं कि मुझे दूसरे पार्टी के साथ चलना है, वो मर्जर है. दैट्स कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली अलाउड. बट इन दिस केस दीज आर डिफेक्शंस. सो अगर डिफेक्शन है तो एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ भी है, जो आज कांग्रेस अमल नहीं करना चाहती. और सबसे मजे की बात तो यह है दिबांग जी, जो राहुल गांधी आज के लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन है, वहां दिल्ली में तो संविधान को दिखा के बहुत बात करते रहते हैं, ऐसे पोज करते हैं कि संविधान के रक्षक हैं. पर यहां पे जब संविधान की हत्या की जाती है, 10 लोगों को आज कांग्रेस में जबरदस्ती शामिल की जाती है और डिफेक्शन लॉ तक लागू नहीं होता, राहुल जी बिल्कुल खामोश हो जाते हैं. जब उनके पार्टी के साथ ये होता है तो बहुत शोर शराबा करते हैं, गला फाड़ फाड़ के बोलते हैं. पर यहां पे जब कांग्रेस वही चीज करती है तो राहुल जी बिल्कुल चुप हो जाते हैं.
Weren't there cases against the opposition members, assembly MLAs, MLCs by your party when you were ruling?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Weren't there cases against the opposition members when you were in power? You lodged cases against members, I think Revanth Reddy, there are more than 100 cases.
No, Revanth was caught with 50 lakh rupees in a bag, yeah. Was trying to purchase MLAs. You don't want us to file a case on that? ये कहाँ की रीत है यार? जब आदमी कोई चोर पकड़ा जाता है खुलेआम, तो उसको चोर ही बुलाएंगे और क्या बुलाएंगे? तो केस बना तो बना, अब चोर को नहीं पकड़ना, ये आप बोलेंगे क्या मेरे साथ?
मतलब कोई जाति नहीं हुई?
क्या चीज?
कोई जाति नहीं हुई, कोई जबरदस्ती नहीं हुई, कोई जबरदस्ती you didn't
जबरदस्ती तो उन्होंने
go
किया.
after.
नहीं, अगर मैं आपको 50 लाख का रिश्वत दे के मैं आपको खरीदना चाहता हूं, आप मुझ पे तो केस करोगे ना कि ये गलत हो रहा है. तो मैंने वही किया, हमने वही किया, उसमें क्या गलती है?
About the cases against you, आपके जो
यार मेरे पे तो कोई केस नहीं है.
आप पर जो केसेस हैं, फोन टॉपिंग, मैं आपके पिताजी की बात, फोन टैपिंग वाला मामला है.
कोई केस नहीं,
क्या
तो बकवास
उसको लेकर कोई चिंता है? फोन टैपिंग वाले पर क्या उस पर कुछ हो सकता है?
Let me tell you one thing. Revanth Reddy government and Congress government, they are a disaster in the state. 100 दिन में उन्होंने हथेली में जन्नत दिखा दिया, बोला कि 100 दिन में हम लोग छू मंतर कर देंगे और हर किसी को रईस बना देंगे. क्या हो गया? 100 दिन नहीं, आज तो 300 दिन हो गया. अब अगर हम पूछते हैं उनसे कि भाई क्या हो गया तुम्हारा 6 गारंटी? आपकी एक पिक्चर थी हाफ गर्लफ्रेंड. अब रेवंत रेड्डी का भी हालत वही है, हाफ गारंटी हो गया, 6 गारंटी हाफ गारंटी हो गया. तो इसलिए मैं कहता हूं, टू फूल अराउंड, टू डिस्ट्रैक्ट, टू डाइवर्ट, क्या कर रहे हैं आजकल? एक चला दिया, क्या चीज? सोशल मीडिया में कैंपेन, टैपिंग हो गया, कलेश्वरम में स्कैम हो गया, फलाना हो गया, ठिकाना हो गया. अरे यार तुम्हारे पास सबूत है तो लगाओ ना केस, कौन रोक रहा है तुम्हें? तुम गवर्नमेंट में लगाओ. मैं पूछना चाहता हूं दिबांग जी, आज रेवंत से पूछना चाहता हूं, और अगर रेवंत में दम है तो हिम्मत है तो आगे आके सवाल का जवाब दे. आज रेवंत रेड्डी की गवर्नमेंट उनकी खुद की मिनिस्टरों की और मेरी फोन टैप कर रही है, नहीं कर रही है, उन्हें बताने को कह दीजिएगा. आज रेवंत रेड्डी गवर्नमेंट इस राज्य में, तेलंगाना में, किस किस की फोन टैप कर रही है ऑपोजिशन में, गवर्नमेंट में, मैं भी जानता हूं, वो भी जानते हैं. मैं एक ही बात कहना चाहता हूं, कल हमारी गवर्नमेंट आएगी 3 साल बाद. आज जो हंसी मजाक के जरिए वो काम कर रहे हैं टैपिंग को लेके, ये उनके गले भी पड़ेगा, ये पक्की बात है. और दूसरी बात मैं कहना चाहता हूं, ऑपोजिशन में होके शोर शराबा मचाना, ऑपोजिशन में होके कुछ एक्यूजेशन, वाइल्ड एक्यूजेशन करना, वो एक तरीका है टू अट्रैक्ट अटेंशन, टू ड्रॉ अटेंशन. बट चीफ मिनिस्टर बनने के बाद हर दिन वही बकवास, वही बेवकूफ बातें, ये कहां की रीत है? ये गलत है. आप चीफ मिनिस्टर हो, चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं, तो ढंग का बात करो, हर जगह जहां जाते हो ठीक बात करो. अगर आपके बातों में दम है तो केस लगाओ, कौन रोक रहा है आपको? बिल्कुल लगाइए. वील फेस वॉट एवर कॉन्सिक्वेंसेज देयर आर.
Okay, whenever I meet the Chief Minister, Revanth Reddy, I'll ask him this question. But now that you're here, I'm asking you, did you tap the phones of opposition leaders?
बिल्कुल नहीं किया. मैंने एक और बात भी मुझे करना है. Government, an institution. Government is an institution. There are numerous departments. And intelligence gathering is also an important institution. That is left to well-trained individuals, well-trained cops, who are extremely good at, various tools of intelligence gathering, which has been happening since Nehruji's time. also continues in Narendra Modi's time, has been happening in Andhra Pradesh since 1956, continues today in Revanth Reddy's time also. So the question that you are asking, ki surveillance, tapping, etc., etc. All I'm saying is, there are professionals, there are professional agencies within the government which gather information. Now, how do they do it? The governments are not privy to it.
Intelligence gathering is fine. I'm asking you a straight question. Did you tap the phones of
Absolutely
opposition
not,
leaders?
but I'm asking you another question. Ask Revanth Reddy.
It's my day to ask the questions.
आप दिबंग हो, मैं दबंग हूं, मैं भी बोलूंगा. ठीक है, तो मैं यही बोलूंगा कि रेवंत रेड्डी जी आज उनके खुद के मिनिस्टर्स के, खुद के एमएलएस के और खुद ऑपोजिशन लीडर्स के फोन टैप कर रहे हैं. मैं आरोप लगा रहा हूं. आप उनसे पूछिए. मैं एक चीज आपको आज कहता हूं. मैं यहीं पे बैठूंगा. अगर आप यहीं पे हो, कल तक मैं यहीं पे बैठूंगा. लाई डिटेक्टर ला दीजिए. रेवंत को भी बुलाइए, मुझे भी बुलाइए. मैं लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट लूंगा खुलेआम लाइव कि हमने कभी फोन टैप नहीं किया. रेवंत को भी करने को बोलिए, मैं मान जाता हूं.
पर आप सीधा जवाब नहीं दे रहे हैं कि आप लोगों ने टैप किया कि नहीं किया.
बिल्कुल दे रहा हूं यार. हमने किया नहीं, इसीलिए तो कह रहा हूं. इंफॉर्मेशन जो हमारे पास आती है जब गवर्नमेंट चलाते हो, सरकार चलाते हो, वो कहां से गैदर, कौन कैसे करता है, इसमें हमारी कोई भागीदारी नहीं होती. इसी हद तक मैं कहूंगा. और मैं कह रहा हूं कि रेवंत रेड्डी गवर्नमेंट, मैं आरोप लगा रहा हूं, दे आर टैपिंग फोन्स. आई एम सेइंग आई एम willing to take a lie detector test in front of camera, yeah, live TV. What more do you want me to say?
Okay. When we look towards South India from Delhi, we find two chief ministers, Stalin Saab and Chandrababu Naidu Saab, asking people to have more children. And it's connected to the aging population. It's also connected to delimitation. What is the view of BRS on this?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. See, population degrowth in the south is a reality because family planning was a bigger success in south than in the north of India. But the question that one needs to ask, before saying that have more kids and our population is going etc., going down etc., Telangana's fertility rate is subject to correction is around 1.7. So the question that one needs to ask is, why are people not having more kids? That's the question that chief ministers, governments need to think of. What has happened, Dibang, is, I think in our country, because our infrastructure, our educational facilities, our Medicare facilities, today have become so expensive that middle class doesn't want to have more kids. That is what is deterring from people from having more kids. For working women, the environment is not conducive to have more children because there are not enough support systems in place which encourage working women to have more children. So there are no creches at workplaces, there are no, there are no nursery facilities, etc., etc. So before we say that, please have more kids, population kam ho raha, etc., etc., I think we need to answer some basic questions. You're not able to take up the existing population. Infrastructure is crumbling in Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad. Every urban metropolis, traffic is a nightmare. And now you want more children, more cars, more. What I'm saying is very simple. Governments, before they start making all these statements, need to introspect why people are actually not wanting to have more children. So therefore, and also I feel, I think it's a personal choice. Having a child or no is a personal choice, and I think that choice rests mostly with women, who actually has a uterus. So therefore, my point is, I think we need to ensure for the existing population, provide the best possible facilities. Delimitation is a separate issue. You can't solve it by having children right now. So therefore, what I would say is, let us fight together in Parliament as South that our voice and our representation does not go down because of our success in family planning. Let us fight with Modi ji and tell him कि उत्तर प्रदेश में आप सीट बढ़ा देंगे क्योंकि आपका पार्टी वहां पे स्ट्रांग है और साउथ में आप घटा देंगे क्योंकि यहाँ पे आपका पार्टी स्ट्रांग नहीं है. ये गलत बात है क्योंकि आप you're penalizing and you're disincentivizing those people who have actually followed government's advice back in 1980s and 70s. So therefore the immediate solution, instant gratification, Stalin ji, Chandrababu ji, जो भी कहेंगे, instant solution तो मिलने वाला नहीं है. Governments need to address this long term and medium term.
ये बताइए कि what is your plan as far as your party is concerned? What do you want to do in future to regenerate the party, rejuvenate the party, rejuvenate your workers?
मैं तो ये मानता हूँ दिवान जी कि Telangana's sole voice, because this is a party. You said agitation वाले party और administration. मुझे अच्छी तरह से याद है एक बार मैं अरुण जेटली जी से मिलने गया था 2016 में. उन्होंने एक बहुत ज़बरदस्त बात कही थी, वो आज तक मेरे मन में ताज़ा है. उन्होंने कहा कि I have seen many agitators. I have also seen many administrators. He said, and some agitators are really good and administrators are also really good. He said, your state is lucky that you have in one man the qualities of a great agitator and a great administrator, that is KCR. So, I would like to believe that my party's future is going to be brilliant, because I think as long as Telangana is there, people are not going to forget KCR. KCR and people of Telangana have a special love story. Now, his deputies, his people like us, his secondary leadership like us, I think people may not like us so much. Maybe we need to change a bit more. But I think KCRG is going to be around for a long time. And Telangana is in the safe hands of TRS, BRS now. And we'll continue to fight back. And you will see us in 2028 sitting right here and answering questions on behalf of Telangana government.
What are the challenges that you see for BRS in the coming years?
Well, first thing, I think today's government here in Congress has lost its marbles, because they're filing cases even on kids who post in social media यार. पता नहीं राहुल जी वहाँ पे तो बड़े बड़े लंबे लंबे भाषण देते रहते हैं ऊपर कि डेमोक्रेसी, मोहब्बत की दुकान, पर यहाँ पे तो बहुत ज़बरदस्ती हो रही है हमारे वर्कर के साथ. पहली बात तो हमारे लिए बिगेस्ट चैलेंज ये है कि कांग्रेस की गुंडागर्दी से, कांग्रेस की बुलडोजर राज से यहाँ गरीबों को कैसे बचाना है, हमारी पार्टी के काडर को कैसे बचाना है, ये हमारी पहली रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है. और दूसरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हमारी ये है, how do I make sure that we win the confidence of the people back? So therefore, we have to introspect, dig deep, see where course corrections have to be made. And I'm very confident that as long as we are going to, make the right kind of noises and right kind of moves, we will bounce back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for answering all the questions straight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon Mr. Shankar Ramchandran, CEO, Money Retail Private Limited, to kindly come up onto the stage and felicitate KTR, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next up, we move on with the next session, Women in Cinema. Writing fresh roles, and let me take the pleasure to invite the versatile actress, award-winning Indian film and television actress, host, a costume designer, a founder of Life Again Foundation. She's also worked extensively to great success in the Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Hindi and Kannada film industries, beginning in the 90s, resulting in an enduring creative legacy recognized by professionals, critics and audiences. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to the one and only Gautami Tadimalla, actor and designer. And I take the pleasure to call upon Kaveri to chair this session. Thank you very much.
So first, of course, I can only say, wow. You look fabulous as always. And we're not going to talk about aging, but yeah, we will talk about aging. But first tell me, Gautami, I mean, we've seen you in movies, we've seen you in television series, we've seen you in a talk show, we've seen you as a politician, and recently you were made Deputy Secretary Propaganda, right, of the AIDMP. What exactly does a Deputy Secretary Propaganda do?
Well, the term is one that holds huge significance. But I would say in a nutshell, it is about taking the fact of the party's relevance, of the ideology, of the track record of effective administration in the state through so many decades consistently to new and emerging generations of voters. So I think that's a very, very important thing that's there in front of us.
This is also a position occupied by no less than Jayalalitha.
It's an honor and a privilege. I mean, there are no words to think that, you know, it's a position that's even close to where she was at one time in her career.
So, what does Jayalalitha mean to you? Is that the reason why you joined the party? Is it her legacy, her politics, her philosophy? What made you join the AIDMK? And then I'll ask you, what made you leave the BJP?
Kaveri, there are some things that defy description. There are some things that just are. The bond that I feel with her, as I know so many do, I mean, maybe they respect her politically or as Amma or, you know, in so many different ways. But for me, it was something that was indefinable and that was just always there for almost as long as I can remember, right? So the first time I met her, I was very young.
You had joined the movies by then?
Yeah. And I met her at that time, then I met her maybe once or twice more after that. But there's something that I just felt an indescribable kind of admiration, a bond. I don't know how to define it. She's always been there in my psyche, and it was not political at all.
Right.
I think which is borne out by the fact that I never had anything to do politically with the party in all of these years.
Right. So, was she chief minister when you first met her, or no? She was just a member of the party?
No, she was in opposition at the time.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And talk a little about your meeting with her. You were talking about it the other day, and it was quite interesting. We forget how charming she was, you know.
Oh, she's...
Yeah. She was one of the most poised and sophisticated politicians we had.
And those that have known her, really known her, will say that she was a sweetheart.
Right.
She was very soft, she was very, very loving, very kind, very affectionate. But I think the Iron Woman, you know, that we saw, the sternness and, you know, all of that we saw, were definitely necessary for her to do her job effectively. But also it was about how do you make your place in a world like, you know, politics, and stand as a woman, stand alone as a woman, and establish control and keep it, and keep everyone united, and keep the people with you, and do it all out of love and affection.
Right. So it has to be a very clever mix of fear and love. There is a certain fear also that you need to inspire in the people around you, because they have to respect you. And women politicians aren't necessarily, you know, treated with great respect, right?
There are two kinds of fear, you know, that one could inspire in those that they want to have subordinate to them. One is this fear that makes your knees knock and you're petrified that, oh my God, they're going to go off with my head.
Which I think she also inspired in people.
No, it was not that kind of fear. It was not about, oh my God, my head is going to roll. But it's the kind of fear, like, for example, with my own mother, right? Amazing. We could talk about anything and everything, and she truly was my best friend. We used to fight like cats and dogs, and, you know, again, we'd be so close. But with all the indulgence, with all the understanding, with all of this amazing bonding, she just had to turn around from across the room and one look and my blood would freeze. You know, I love her. She's the center of my world. But she could do that, and I think that is because it's a mixture of respect and love. That you can't get without love. And that is what Amma has.
Right. How difficult is it to be a woman politician? And someone who's also been in the movies, like you. I mean, she was like you in many ways. She was in the movies and then she chose politics.
Yes.
Both are really tough professions. You have to develop a thick skin, but at the same time have a thin skin because you're an artist, so you have to be sensitive. But you also have to have a very thick hide, right?
Kaveri, I think, and sadly, I think this is coming more and more true of almost every profession today. Right. You know, especially the generation that's on track now to work. I see this happening with young women across all kinds of careers, and my heart goes out to them. Yes, it is very difficult. Yes, it is necessary to have a thick hide sometimes, as you said. But I think a large part of what happens around you and to you depends on how you carry yourself, depends on the perspective with which you come to work, depends on how hard and in what way you're willing to fight for what you want. I think all of these make a difference. Yeah, there is a sense of, you know, a woman can be sort of manipulated in a, you know, an easier way, or
because we're so emotional,
yeah,
which
like
is a very good thing, by the way. It's not a weakness.
I don't know if I'm that emotional, actually.
Ah,
yeah.
Smart. So you're
I am very sentimental, yes, but emotional, I don't think so. I'm very pragmatic.
Right.
And I'm very, very practical. And I'm able to see people, you know, in black and white and shades of gray and take it in perspective. I think that's so important.
Right.
That's so important.
I want to take you back a bit to when you began in the profession. I mean, you were a kid, right? I think, did you complete your engineering degree?
No.
You dropped out.
I just started my engineering.
You just started, right?
Yeah, I just started my engineering, and then I don't even know how sometimes it just must have been written, you know, like we have the sense of fatalism as in India. It was just written, I guess it happened. I found myself in the film industry. And
that too with Rajnikant in the first film, right?
Oh my God, oh yes, oh yes. And the biggest oh my God was no pressure at all. The only pressure that I ever felt on me was my own expectation of myself.
Of yourself.
Yeah. I came into the industry with a major advantage. As in, I was never in awe of anybody. I was never in awe of the silver screen. I was never in awe of stardom. I had no concept of what stardom was. I saw people as people, and I respected them for who they were, for their work ethic, what they brought, you know, to their space. I guess I've always been that way. I'm still that way. So it was never about being in awe of being there, you know, having the secret dream all your life to be on. No. Films were never a part of my...
So how did it happen, actually?
I have no idea.
Somebody spotted you,
it's like, you know, Alice in Wonderland went for a walk
in
the
and then
woods and tripped and fell down the rabbit hole. Yeah, that's kind of what happened to me.
But you didn't fall down, you fell up in a way.
I love it. I just absolutely have loved every step of my journey from the time that I said, why not? Let me do that first film. Why not? Let me see what it's about. So that journey that started with why not has brought me here, and I've loved every part of it. All the pain, all the little physical pain, the broken, you know, whatever, and sprained muscles and sleepless nights, and yeah, I've loved it.
I mean, there must have been times when you were doing double shifts and triple shifts. That was the norm then, right? I mean, everybody was doing it. Everybody was... I remember Shashi Kapoor being called the taxi because his meter was always down. That too by
I totally
Raj
get
Kapoor.
That. I totally get that because, I, you know, just for fun, someone sat down and did a calculation of the films I've done. And on average, I think I've done about 13 to 14 films a year.
A year?
Yeah, which means very little sleep.
Yeah, I
And I
mean, you
loved
must
it.
have, that means you did more than 2 films in a, no, 3 films in a month virtually.
And the thing is, the reason I was doing so many films and, going from set to set was that I was working across different languages. So, films that were being done in Tamil were on one particular schedule, and then in between something would start in Malayalam and then in Telugu and then Hindi. So, it was in that rotation that I was just like working all the time.
And were there times when you went on a set and you thought, hello, what am I doing? Which film is this? Which character is this?
That happened. Honestly, after I finished shooting and I saw some of them on screen and I like,
did I do this?
Thinking, yes, yeah. Especially with the kind of experiments I did with my hair and my look and all of that.
But you were always quite happy to experiment. That's good, no?
Oh, absolutely, because this has been about discovery. And it's discovering myself.
Yeah.
What can I do next? If someone says that, hey, great, clap hands and say, you've achieved one milestone. So I say, okay, great, now what next?
Yeah.
So it's never been about looking back and saying, oh, these are all the things I've done and pat myself on the back, right? It's not about that. You keep going. You need to do what next.
But then cancer striking you in your prime, I mean, that was most unexpected, and I don't know how you overcame it, but you did. And you then proceeded to talk about it as well. Would you like to talk a little about how that happened and what it took, what a toll it took on you?
Absolutely. Right in the beginning you said cancer was unexpected.
Yeah.
Actually it wasn't.
Really?
Because I went looking for my cancer.
Oh. Okay.
So I've been a single parent right from the time my daughter was born, right? And by the time she was like about 2 years old, I'd lost my parents as well. So it was just me and her. So I had this thing of, if anything happens to me, what happens to her? So I said, for that I need to start taking care of myself. And along with, all the regular workups and all of that, something popped into my head and said, all the doctors say after 50 you need to be careful and, do a mammogram and all of that. And, I was just beyond 30, 32. I said, what does it matter? It's just a breast self-exam and, keeping an eye out for any other kind of symptoms. What's the problem if I do it?
Right.
So I started doing it like that.
Oh.
And then one time I was doing the exam and I found a lump.
Right.
So I went to my doctor and, I did the ultrasound, then I did the mammogram and I did the biopsy, and everyone kept coming back positive for malignancy. So when you're doing an examination, right, when you go looking for something, which means you're 50% prepared to find it.
For it. Yeah.
Yeah. And also I have this very practical approach to life and to health, as in you have a problem, find a solution.
Right.
Understand what it is, find a solution, find your resources to fight it, keep yourself in a good, strong, positive frame of mind, because half the battle is in the brain.
Right.
It's in the brain. So you can physically heal your body with the way that you think.
Right.
Right? You can regenerate cells. So yeah, and then once I finished my treatment,
how long did it take?
I speak in a way a little over like 6 to 8 months or so. I speak a little maybe glibly about it now. It might sound like very smooth and hey, whatever.
Hey, I'm a survivor.
Yeah, and there's this whole thing. But there are two reasons why I do that. One is, there is life after cancer, especially if you catch it early.
Right.
And I'm almost 20 years.
Touch wood.
So I would say that's a really good advertisement for finding cancer early and for living I would say I'm a good model for that. And living your life well.
Yeah, I think so. And thank you. I think that's a very powerful statement. And also I think what you said, taking care of yourself, women don't do that. Women tend to put themselves last, right? You have your parents, you have your child, you have your partner, and you're always thinking of them, taking care of them. You're your last priority usually, right? So I think it's a very affirmative thing to say that, and to make women come forward and say, take the test, or, look after yourself.
It's not just about saying come forward and take the test and look after yourself. It's about telling every woman that she matters first.
Yeah.
She comes first and then the family is built on her.
Exactly.
So either as a way of self-preservation or as a way of protecting the family, whichever way she wants to look at it, she has to take care of herself first.
What they say, put the safety mask first and then think about your...
But then, I mean, I'm a
passenger.
really good candidate to talk about this because I was one of those women who, I went through cancer, I went through all of that, then I went through so much in life, like so many, things kept happening and there were so many challenges which I've shared openly with everyone.
And what I love about it is that you've always stood up for yourself and you've clarified, whenever people have gossiped about you or spread rumors, you're the first one to say, hey, this is the truth.
I actually try to tell them what the fact is before, any sort of, conjecture starts even.
Right.
Yeah, because I think there are far more important things to do in life than speculate
about
somebody's
famous
life.
people.
Yeah.
But people love that, no? I mean,
I think
as a famous person for what now? 36 years? More than 3 decades. You know that. Almost 4 decades.
Kaveri, there's a thing of, it's very easy to say people love to gossip, people love to live vicariously through, celebrities and all that. I don't think it's as simple as that. I feel very bad when I see these generations now and the way that they're reacting either to celebrities or to any kind of sensational things or the way they sensationalize news. I think it reflects a huge emptiness within themselves. I think there's a great deal of fear in society today.
Yeah.
And that is being shown out in so many ways. For example, one that disturbs me deeply, deeply is this aggressive resistance to aging.
Yeah.
It's not simply a fear of aging. They're reviling the whole concept of aging. The kind of, I have nothing against, and I do not pass judgment on anyone who chooses to do something to make their appearance look the way they want it to be, the nose or the skin or a few wrinkles or what. No judgment at all. Everyone needs to feel good about being in their skin. But the reasons why that is happening increasingly is very disturbing because it's no more about older people.
Yeah.
It's very, very young people. It's starting with teenagers.
Yes, I mean...
I am seeing such young people and another thing that so many people have the same kind of nose if you've noticed.
Yeah, I know. So you all end up looking like each other.
I find it disturbing because so many people are not feeling good being who they are.
Yeah.
They're not feeling confident and happy and in love with who they are in their own skin.
Right.
That is something that to me that's very, very disturbing because that is a huge crisis.
Right.
In many ways. It's going to impact us, as a nation, as a society.
As a family.
Families. Because how you are, your children are going to pick that up and they're going to be even more strong about that sort of self-flagellation, self-hate, self-blame, self-loathing.
Yeah.
So it's so dangerous. I realized this when my daughter was really young and, I caught her, I realized that kids look at whatever the parents do with eagle eyes and without us realizing they're doing it. So I made it a concentrated effort to say, I'd never say, oh, I'm not looking good today or I'm looking fat, have I put on weight, do I look? No.
You never said
I've never done that, never done that. Yeah. And by mistake today if I say that, my daughter scolds me. She says, however you are, you're healthy and you're beautiful.
How old is she?
She just turned 25.
How lovely. It must be wonderful to have a 25-year-old in your life.
It's a privilege.
Yeah, it is.
It's a privilege.
There's so much, people talk about unconditional love from parents, but there's a lot of unconditional love that we get from our children as well, right?
Yeah. And you know what, Kaveri, the beautiful thing about parenting is, every child does give unconditional love to their parent. I would say even more than the parent gives to the child.
Sometimes, yeah.
No, I beg to differ because most parents today are all about that many marks, get that rank, win this many medals, I hit that position. And it's very, very easy for the child to understand that love and approval is conditional to them delivering whatever the
All
parents'
this, yeah.
expectations are. Whereas the children have no expectation of the
Yeah.
parent except that they're there.
Yeah.
Just be there. Just turn
And
up and
maybe
just be there.
feed us and clothe us.
Even that, there are
Yeah.
so many children in abusive
Yeah,
environments,
of
they don't
course.
even expect
Yeah,
that.
they don't even
But still, when you ask them, they'll stand up for their parents, they'll
Absolutely.
first defend their parents. They'll first defend that mother or father who's not doing what they should do.
Right.
So the unconditional love is really given by the children to the
I
parents.
agree. You're absolutely right. I wonder, as a single parent, did you ever face any censure? One thinks of Chennai as a very conservative city and, one that's very uptight. I don't think so.
Oh, not at all. Chennai is the most
I think it's
wonderful
pretty-
place.
yeah.
Yeah, where you can live at your pace.
Yeah.
You can just be who you want to be in the sphere that you want to live in. You can make your life as slow, as fast, as intellectual, as
Culturally
if
rich
you
or
want.
not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can just be who you want in that side. There's no pressure externally that way. And that's something that stayed constant in all of these years that I'm proud to call myself a Madrasi.
Although you're actually from here, right? You're from, your parents are.
My parents are from Andhra, yes.
Right.
But Chennai is my home. 40 years in a place is definitely your home.
Hyderabad, you've lost someone very precious. But Gautami, what made you leave the BJP after what? From 1997 to 2023. It's a long time to be with a party and then decide that this is not the place for you. Is it its politics? Is it its leadership? What is it?
I'm not going to go into too much detail because this is again something that I've spoken about
Yeah.
in great detail. But I will just say when one has been committed, to an organization or a way of thinking or a way of working, ideology, approach, whatever, commitment to something, one has a trust that transcends normal boundaries, especially when something is so long-standing as I had. And it's something that does not happen to break with something so long-standing, such a long commitment, does not happen overnight. It has to be a series of things. So there was a point at which, as I said, my eyes are wide open. I'm very aware of the realities of any situation, and what finally caused me to say enough is enough is when I was going through a personal crisis, probably one of the biggest ones I faced in my life. I realized that the people at least that should have been hands off were actively going against me. Now there's a lot of speculation that I went to the party for help and they didn't. That's absolutely not true.
This is about the land dispute that you're talking about?
Yes. It's a case of a person that I had trusted had been along with me for so many years. I've seen, his children grow up and things like that. I realized he'd systematically been cheating me for a long, long time. So when I found that out, then I went hammer and tongs at it, took the proper route legally, with the criminal complaints, everything, and that's progressing very well. So right from day one, I never knocked on anybody's doors or, went to them for help or said, I need you to, put in a word or whatever. But when I say that even at that time of such a personal crisis, you actively undermine and betray, even my trust in everybody, I said, that is something that speaks to me very clearly of the timber of the people there on the spot at that time. And I said, enough. enough, I have a great deal of patience. I have far more patience than it's probably good for a person to have. And I give a very, very long rope. The problem with that is most people tend to hang themselves with it. Instead of realizing
we know
that
of
I'm
one
getting
person
space.
who's done that, who shall not be named.
There are a bunch of them, not all of them, like in different ways in life. But Kaveri, what I'm trying to say is that integrity is so important. Integrity is probably the most important thing, and that is something that one has to stand up for, and at the end of the day, that is the only thing that one should be judged by. Not by how much money they made, not by, how expensively they dressed, not by, how perfect their skin was, none of that. It's the integrity with which you live your life, and what you see is what you get. I am who I am at home, with friends, on the stage, on set, out in the field among people. I am who I am. I'm not perfect by any means. I'm figuring myself out. And I love my journey. I love where I am, how I'm going. I don't agree with every part of my life, but I keep going. And it's really wonderful. It's really amazing because every day you find something to do, to fight out, to figure out, to come to terms with, to feel great about. That's what it's about.
So how do you see yourself in the next few years? Are you going to be leaning more towards politics and less towards cinema? How do you see that panning out?
I have absolutely no idea because honestly nothing in my life has ever gone according to plan. Right, so if everything had gone according to plan, I would have had my BE, that's my engineering degree. I would have had an IIM Ahmedabad MBA degree, and I would have been running a, company
Some
somewhere.
startup or some company.
Yeah, I would have definitely been an entrepreneur. Nothing has gone according to plan. So the only thing that I will say is I definitely will be pushing my boundaries. I will be discovering new paradigms within which to work and, to just be and to discover. And the focus of that is definitely going to be children and young people.
Right.
That's the one thing I can say categorically. They're the people that deserve every support and every kind of energy and force and resources that we can bring. It's the ones that are starting out in life,
right,
and it's the children, and it's the young people.
The other thing that strikes me about you is how lightly you travel. You don't have a manager, you don't have an entourage, you do everything yourself. And, we know stars now who have entourages of 12, 13, 14 people, want to style their phone even, I heard. How does one style a phone? I don't know, but people do that. So, how have you kept yourself traveling so lightly?
Well, I will say to each their own, and again, I wouldn't judge. But speaking for myself, I've never been one to get carried away by, the jhanjat of anything. It's always been about me, my work, what do I do? And as I've, getting older, as, every 5 years, not even every 10 years, every 5 years, I find myself more and more impatient with anything that weighs me down. I like to get up, keep moving, do what I need to do. So often, like people around me tell me, my daughter tells me, I say, you know what, just do that for me and do this and call that person. And then I get up and I do it.
Do it yourself.
So I need to be doing things. I need to keep moving forward. And if I have 20 people around me hanging on for I don't know what, that's too much. And another reason I'm very, very wary about having anyone like that around me is I don't want any buffers between me and my world. I don't want to have anybody who wants to talk to me or even approach me in any way have to jump through hoops, go through 6 different layers, kind of get a gate pass from so many different people,
yeah,
and then get a severely edited version of exactly what it was they wanted.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. Communication has to be real, has to be immediate. And what do I have to fear?
Right.
They're all people like you and me, and everybody ticks with the same, good, bad, ugly pain, joy, laughter. It's all the same. You live in a village, you live in a hut, you live in a palace. It's all the same. That's one thing that I have realized through all of these years. And yeah, travel light, move quickly, keep, widening your horizon and explore yourself, keep learning. That's what life is about.
No better advice to looking and feeling like you do. Thank you so much, Gautami. It was such a pleasure, and I do hope that you continue to inspire people and live your life the way you want to.
Thank you,
thank
Kaveri.
you so much.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure, and thank you for having me. Thank you.
Absolutely, Madam Gautami. Your presence has seriously enlightened and made us really peaceful at the summit. Super, super colorful indeed. May I call upon Mohit Roy Sharma, Senior Executive Editor, ABP Network, to kindly come up and felicitate Madam Gautami. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, ABP Networks, the Southern Rising Summit, Coming of Age, Identity, Inspiration and Impact. After a whole day session, and now we move on to a very, very interesting session, and the speaker doesn't need any introduction. The topic, one man and many talents. ఆయన చెయ్యని భాష అంటూ లేదు, ఆయన చెయ్యని పాత్ర అంటూ లేదు. అలవోకగా నేషనల్ అవార్డ్స్ దగ్గర నుంచి ఎన్నో రకాల అవార్డ్స్ వాళ్ళ ఇంట్లో అలా ముస్తాబై ఉంటాయి. మహాభారతం దగ్గర నుంచి భగవద్గీత వరకు ప్రతిదీ ఆయన చదివారు. మనుషుల్ని చదివారు, మనసుల్ని చదివారు. ఇట్ గివ్స్ మీ గ్రేట్ ప్లెజర్ టు ఇన్వైట్ ద వన్ అండ్ ఓన్లీ వర్సటైల్ యాక్టర్ ప్రకాష్ రాజ్ గారు onto the stage. And Kaveri will be chairing the session.
I was just telling him a little while ago that this topic should have been just asking, right? I missed that big miss. But why do you ask so many questions, Prakash? What makes you so curious?
There's so many answers not answered, no? So you need to ask questions.
But what makes you so, so active on Twitter, so engaged with the world, so engaged with your art, and yet be able to commit to what's happening around you? Not every artist is like this, unfortunately.
Because I am alive. And it's very easy to flow with the flow. Yeah. Even a dead fish can go.
Yeah.
But to swim against, you have to be alive.
Right.
I am alive.
Yeah. And I think it's also a way for you to demonstrate to yourself that this is what I believe in, this is what I stand for, at a time when there are decreasing numbers of people like you.
It's very important because, especially because I'm an artist, and I believe that I have not reached where I have or on a stage just because of my talent. It's because of the love of the people, the investment of the society, the writers, the journeys which chiseled me. And I think it's my responsibility for the trust they have in me to be a voice to those who can't speak as loudly as me. So it's a conscious effort. It is my conscience which says that you need not be silent, you should not be silent, because I strongly believe history may forget who has committed crimes, but history will never forgive those who were silent.
Right. Absolutely.
I don't want to be silent.
Right. Yeah. What was your experience as a actual political candidate this time? I mean, you didn't just talk, but you actually walked the talk. What was that experience like?
You see, when I was in college and when I came out and when I was in theatre in Karnataka, I had this great opportunity to meet a lot of writers, thinkers, and my mentors were such, like Tejasvi from Karnataka, Kuvempu, who's a Jnanapith Award winner, a great poet, Lankesh, who was a great editor, who was this thing. So we were politically very strong then. Even we used to do a lot of theatre, street theatres, and we used art because I'm one of those guys who doesn't believe that art is for art's sake.
Right.
There's a very interesting Palestinian poem. The recent poem I would like to tell you is, somebody asked the poet that why is there so much politics in your poetry? And he says, if I have to write beauty in my poetry, I need to listen to the birds. And in order to listen to the birds, the roaring sound of the warplane should be silenced. So when I'm hearing the roaring silence of sounds of warplanes, naturally there will be politics. So I'm chiseled that way. And over the years, as I was growing, when I saw my friend, a co-traveler, Gauri Lankesh, the daughter of my mentor, when she's shot.
Just for speaking?
Just for speaking. So I said, when I was burying her, I said, I'm not burying her, I'm sowing her. To let the world realize that when you bury a voice, a stronger voice will be born.
Wow.
And that's my journey,
Yeah, I think we should applaud that. But, that was a very painful period. Personally, otherwise, you've also suffered a personal loss, I know, of your firstborn, I think, which I cannot imagine what that must feel like. But there's so much pain that you've seen also,
Why don't you look at it as I'm richer with pain too?
Yeah.
Okay, pain is a very personal thing, whether it is my friend Gauri or my son Siddharth. But then I just can't become selfish. I have daughters, I have family, I have a profession, I have people. As a human being, I have a life, and I am accountable for that too. I would rather share my joys than my pain, because it is a personal pain, and I don't want to brood on it.
Right.
Some wounds are deeper than flesh,
Yeah.
and I think you need to live with that.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think there must be some moments where you just...
Yeah, I'm human. It
Yeah.
disturbs me, it hurts me, it makes me feel very helpless. But then, let's find reasons to live. Death is eventually there,
Right.
always, yeah.
Let's talk about your work, because I think I feel you're one of our finest actors, but a lot of Hindi cinema goers only know of you as this larger than life villain, And I remember once Salman Khan told me that the villain always has to be larger and bigger than the hero, otherwise there's no fun in bashing him up. Is that... But your body of work is tremendous. And I don't think anyone can surpass what you did in Iruvar. I think Gautami will agree with it as well.
You did a wonderful film.
Yeah. So, that kind of cinema that you do, and then you also do the more popular work, does it take a tonal shift? How do you just walk across and do everything?
Where you are working, in an Indian theatre or cinema scenario,
Yeah.
both are audiences, a different entertaining element. I think actor, you just can't be arrogant and say, I'll do only art cinema, I'll
Right.
not do commercial cinema. I can do a Kanjivaram, I can do an Iruvar, I can do Singham, I can do Okadu, and I should be able to do. I'm an actor. Some are loud, some are subtle, and that's how you'll survive in this country. And I find all audience the same, and I find different genres to do. And thanks to my directors and the audience who have given me the license that you do whatever you want, we are going to watch you.
Right. You have a huge fan base, right? What are the most amazing things you've heard, or the most amazing fans you've met, who've told you things that have said that you have even surprised you?
A lot of films, like, they still call me Challam in Tamil Nadu.
Acha.
And I'm so surprised, when the Challam, the Gilli was done, the same time as Okadu, those youngsters have not even born. But I
Right.
love the way it has carried on. And a film like Iruvar, a film like Bomarillu, a film like, Singham, I've been lucky to have been with certain iconic films, and when they call you through your character, the minute they see you, there's a big smile on their face.
Yeah.
And it's 30 years of body of work, and I'm very, very happy and proud of that journey. And I just see love everywhere.
Right. And the directors you worked with. Some amazing guys, right?
Amazing guys, from Balachandar sir, Maniratnam to Krishna Vamshi, a lot of people, many,
Right.
many directors, Vetrimaran.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been lucky because I've been in different languages that I have been able to see many rivers within me, and since I speak a lot of languages, the literature has come to me. I read poetry and I have a lot of poets and friends. So it has enriched me, and I'm so thankful that they think that I'm still relevant in their films.
What worries you about the India of today? The India of today, what worries you about it?
Because of its intolerance, because of the politics today, I think that's what worries me. It worries me is that we are not reimagining the future. The way the people are brainwashed and the way they can use power. See, they ask me, are you a leftist or a rightist or a centrist? I say, I'm none of them.
Yeah.
I'm coming from down to up.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the downtrodden of the people, of the voiceless people, and I'm talking about equal opportunity. It's your comfort just because I'm right wing doesn't mean I'm the leftist.
Right.
So this whole trying to label people and the sort of image you want to, a narrative you build around.
Right.
The whole idea of silencing dissent, that you don't have a right to speak against, the arm twisting, which very, very disturbing. And at such situations, my responsibility is stand against it, not to be afraid of it, and give hope to people.
Right.
That there is somebody speaking for us, because
Right.
everybody can't speak up.
Exactly.
They may not be as strong as I am.
Yeah.
They may not be ready to lose as much I am ready
Yeah.
to lose. So you continuously say that there is somebody who is belling the cat, not taking sides, but for the right. Yeah.
Right. But you have lost. Have you lost a lot of work? Have you lost a lot of opportunities because of your politics?
Losing work and opportunity, that is what desperate cowards do.
Right.
When they can't sit and debate with you. It's okay to have a difference. But they don't want to debate you. They want to silence you. And the way to silence you is try to stop work or threaten. I tell those fellows, too late, because I am rich enough to lose.
Well said.
I am rich enough to lose. So I value for me is my integrity is more important. The truth is more important. I am answerable because my journey, my literature, the people who have chiseled me are omnipresent in me. And I need to follow the tradition. And if you see it in this country, the great sacrifices people have made.
Absolutely.
I'm just sacrificing little money. That's okay. That's okay.
Why does the Telugu film industry not like you? It keeps banning you for some reason or the other. What's
okay.
going on there?
No.
And yet you do so many
in Telugu, there
movies.
is a line, Pallunna chettike raalle estarani.
What does that mean? Sorry. What does...
People throw stones at a tree which gives fruits.
Ah.
That's okay. Sometimes probably I may not have been comfortable. I wouldn't say it is only their fault. It could be my fault too. I mean, you can't clap with one hand. So there is the differences of opinions, and suddenly they think the only way to silence me or stop me or making to listen to them is banning me. They tried 8 times, but they didn't
times
succeed.
they have banned you.
8. I want to do the 9th one. I don't know what I'll do. That's okay.
Maybe after today.
That's okay. There are differences. Everybody is not perfect. There will be frictions. See, I've always been an outsider everywhere. I come from Karnataka. I am a Kannadiga. Okay. My roots are from there. So wherever I work, if you see, it's not easy to work. You're always an outsider, and human beings, there is jealousy, there is uncomfortability. It is okay. It's the beautiful traits. They're all alive, and this sort of friction will happen. And I have survived it, and they have also survived it. I have yelled at them, they have yelled at me, and we are working together.
Yeah, you're still working together.
Yeah, life is beautiful.
Yeah, because they know that Prakash Raj in their movie is always a good thing.
No, it is not like that. happens.
Right. What makes you, I know, okay, what makes you angry, then we'll ask about what makes you happy. There must be lots of stuff that makes you happy as well.
I have, my farms make me happy, my children make me happy, my
You
theatre.
have one or more farms?
I have farms everywhere. I have one in Kodai, I have one in Chennai, I have one in Mysore, I have one in Hyderabad, because I don't have buildings in the cities.
Acha.
I want to say thank you, nature. So I'm just growing trees and to say giving back the oxygen. it
No
is given.
wonder you say you're rich. You can afford to lose a few rows.
That's okay. That's okay. That's what I'm fine with my life.
So what do you grow on these farms?
All my farms is my conversation with nature.
Right.
I've bought only those farms which were very bad situations. Now I have worked on the humus of it. So in Kodai, I have left many trees just the way they are, and I'm growing some avocados and pepper.
Huh?
In Hyderabad, it's mangoes. In Mysore, I have created a theatre incubating center.
Oh.
So I thought that I need to do, from my Prakash Foundation, what I have to do. The sort of exposure, the sort of horizons I saw, I thought my relevance to coming back to theatre was to give that to the next generation. So we curate a place. We have a lot of youngsters where I give them a fellowship. They come.
Oh, wonderful.
And that is a place for the youngsters to have the confidence and the freedom to lose,
Right.
to experiment, to unlearn. So we have had around 8 productions now.
Oh.
We are seriously working on education as a tool in theatre as a tool in
Theatre.
education. So we have a Shala Ranga where we created a group and we have now performed into 200 plus residential schools. And then we have 6 adopted schools where the last 6 months the theatre directors we have sent who are working on the curriculum of theatre. December we have a national seminar where I'm bringing in around 22 people who have worked for decades
Okay.
with children's theatre and literature. And by March, with all this process, we are coming out with a curriculum to tell the government and the institutions that how important theatre is as a tool in education. So there's a lot of work which is happening. A lot
That
of
takes
new-
you back to your role, to your roots in a way, right?
In the sense, when I was thinking that because my passion is theatre,
Yeah.
I came from theatre. So how do I go back to theatre? Will I go back as an actor? And I realized I'm not that desperate an actor to prove. Or I can start a troupe. Then I realized what is my relevance in theatre today? So I bring my experience, my money, my contact for the research. So I think that way to empower a dying theatre, the poverty of theatre, of malnutrition of theatre, was where I found myself relevant. Because finally at the end of the day, it is your relevance on this world or a society which matters. And my relevance I have found in this organizing and being an empowering entity with my experience to the next generation. Yeah.
What are the... Yeah, I think that's great. What are the things that you remember most about great people like Lankesh who were in your life, you know?
A lot of great people, who have chiseled me. It could be K. Balachandar, who actually handpicked me from wherever I was in theatre. And then one day I was acting many years later in his same film and he said, "How dare you tell me I mentored you, it's you who have come up. You call me I mentored." I said, "No, you showed me the way. You instilled the confidence." More than the experience with Maniratnam, with Vetrimaran, more than their work, these men have showed me how a man should be, how a creator should be, and what drives them,
Yeah.
and what is their hunger for knowledge, hunger to seek, hunger to, push boundaries, hunger to unlearn, hunger to be challenged. And they have inspired me personally,
Right.
working with them. Not the roles and films.
Yeah.
Roles and films happen. But these sort of like writers, like poets, for me, the sort of work I have done, there are memories which stay back with me, which
Right.
have chiseled me, which has made me unlearn, learn. I have great memories with all these people. Yeah.
I mean, you've had failures as well. You've had, you've reinvented yourself. Everyone has had that. What have those moments taught you? And have there been very dark moments?
No. I don't see it life like that at all because I've never had a destination in my life because I think my journey has chiseled me. I'm always in transit. I'm always in transit.
Yeah, and actually, if you have so many farms, you must be going from one to the
That's
other.
okay, jokes apart. I'm always in transit. And the farms are not just farms. One is in a hills.
Yeah.
I have a different valley there. I go there and they say, they don't call it farm, they call it Namakad.
What does that mean?
Our forest, your forest.
Acha, right.
And the whole food, the sort of culture they bring in together. I go to Karnataka, I have great conversations with my fam. I have Kripakar Senani, who's a wildlife photographer who have won a Green Oscar. I have great writers, poets coming down. We have translation. I'm seeing the younger generation acting there, rehearsing there. Now at present, now Gita, there's a major play which is happening there. So there's so much of theatre in this thing. And I go to Hyderabad. I have Tanikala Bharani, other poets coming down. Every farm is a conversation for me. For me, without a conversation, a day is not good.
Right.
So I get to meet different cultures, different people, different terrains, different birds, and the conversation with the earth is so beautiful.
Right.
And everywhere I'm in transit. I'm very, very happy with my transit journey.
What are the best conversations you've had recently, or which have really moved you, or inspired you, or sort of rejuvenated you?
No, it's always regular. Like when I sit with with Kripakar Senani, who are there, they talk about the sand, they talk about the origin of the earth, they talk about science, and the drama and theatre with nature. When I sit with certain poets, nowadays we were working on, we did a play called Wounds. So we had to write on the impact of war and communal violence on the people. So the whole Manipur we had to reenact. So I could read with the team the text of what happened, Pirandello's play in the First World War, or how a great poet, Kuvempu, talked about Smashana Kurukshetram of the impact of the Second World War. Then we had Monto stories which talked about the partition of this country. Then we had 18th century, 17th century Tipu's days where a great writer talked about it. And talking about Neruda's poets' translations. I know those so many things, and you just document and your eyes open up with these conversations. And this is now I'm talking about Palestinian poem. It comes suddenly out of the blue.
Yeah.
We are talking about a situation and that poem comes out. And the sort of music we are creating, the bands we are doing, and a lot of theatre groups coming. So every day there is no dearth of conversations, and its life is so beautiful.
It really is. But we don't see enough of that reflected. We don't see enough kindness in society. We don't see enough love. Love is...
We don't see enough, but should we stop?
Yeah.
Somebody has to keep belling. Somebody has to do it. I am so happy. Now there are around 100 actors in the last 1.5 years through Nirdiganta. I call it Nirdiganta. Digant is horizon. Nirdiganta is horizonless. So I'm seeing so many youngsters getting inspired, and through the foundation and through the theatre equipment, we had 2 major festivals in Mangalore and Chikmagalur. In St. Aloysius College, we had 2,000 students who came down.
Right.
And the way they got into the whole performances, the way they listened to the talks. And I think we are doing our bit to keep this, to seep into this disturbed society.
Right. And who knows who will go on to become what?
Your job is to do something
to keep doing that.
To be alive continuously,
Do you think, was there a plan when you contested the elections? Was there a plan for you to do something if you had won? Or
Electoral politics, I knew I would lose the election. But the point is just...
Why did you know that?
Because you don't win elections that easily. That's a different game.
It's not so simple.
So I wanted to know it. So I took a break for 7 months. I went in, talked to the people, but traveling to the slums, traveling to the city, traveling to the infrastructure, understanding this regional, this massive national parties of Congress and BJP, their vote banks. I could get in the first-hand information personally. And that was very important for me. And I wanted to go through it because when I'm an actor, I go through a script. And I need to experience it. I need to experience the heat, the travel, the people, the talk, the communication. And I wanted to do it, and I did it. And I have won.
For you, you won. Yes. What were the things that I think we can...
That's okay.
What was the most surprising thing for you in that journey? Was there things that you learned about people that surprised you, or?
I don't blame people. It is not the people. In this present political scenario, it is how they manipulate the elections.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not talking only about EVMs.
Yeah.
How they create narratives.
The
how
narrative,
they brainwash. And how we also, 50% doesn't vote at all.
Yeah.
You have to educate people
To vote.
also. So there's a lot of other things to be done. It has been done for the last, since the independence.
Right.
It's been pushed into that rut. It will take time.
Right.
There are a lot of other equations. And I could know it in the first hand. And now
Right.
I knew that whatever I do may not be corrected in my lifetime, but I will be known for being a process in that evolution.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I think it was wonderful to talk to you. I wish we could have a longer conversation, but the conversations that you are having sort of come through. So it was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prakash Raj Garu. Thank you so much. I now call upon Dhruva Mukherjee, Director, ABP Network, to please come up onto the stage and felicitate Mr. Prakash Raj. Thank you, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we come to the end of today's session, I'd like to call upon G.V. Nageshwar Rao, Digital Editor, ABP Desam, to please propose vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. What a great day, isn't it? So from the morning, we have seen sparkling debates, great insights, and the experiences from great actors like Prakash Raj and Gautami ma'am. We have seen more than 20 sessions today. It's a great day, and we have a lot of insights and grateful experiences from the renowned speakers and panelists. So I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the panelists, speakers, delegates who made this event is a grand success. So morning, Group CEO and Director Dhruva Mukherjee చెప్పారు why ABP కండక్ట్ చేస్తుంది, ఈ సెషన్ ఎందుకు కండక్ట్ చేస్తుంది, సమ్మిట్ ఎందుకు కండక్ట్ చేస్తుంది, సదరన్ రైజింగ్ అని చెప్పారు. సో సదరన్ స్టేట్స్ హ్యావ్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ డైవర్సిటీ, ఎంతో కల్చరల్ హెరిటేజ్ ఉంది, లాట్ ఆఫ్ డైవర్సిటీ ఉంది. దాన్ని అంతా కూడా సెలబ్రేట్ చేయడం కోసం, దాన్ని షోకేస్ చేయడం కోసం ఇవన్నీ కండక్ట్ చేశాము. పొద్దున్న నుంచి కూడా మనం సెషన్స్ చూసుకున్నట్లయితే రైట్ ఫ్రమ్ సీఎం అండ్ now we are having our last session with Rasi Khanna. So she is very well known actor, and she is about to share her experiences. సో మనం పొద్దున్న నుండి చూసుకున్నట్లయితే కల్చరల్ హెరిటేజ్ కానీ, లేకపోతే హిస్టరీ కానీ, హెల్త్ కానీ, ఇండస్ట్రీ కానీ, అన్ని ఆస్పెక్ట్స్లో సదరన్ స్టేట్స్ ఏ విధంగా గ్రో అయ్యాయి అనేది మొత్తం దాదాపుగా 10-11 గంటల సేపు పాటు జరిగాయి. అన్నీ కూడా సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా కంప్లీట్ అయ్యాయి. వీటన్నింటి వెనక చాలా శ్రమ ఉంది. మొత్తం దీన్ని సక్సెస్ చేయడంలో పార్టిసిపేట్ అయినటువంటి వాళ్ళందరికీ, ఇందులో ఇన్వాల్వ్ అయినటువంటి ఏబీపీ నెట్వర్క్ ఆర్గనైజింగ్ టీం అందరికీ కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలు. అందరికన్నా కూడా ఈ సెషన్స్కి అటెండ్ అయ్యి దీన్ని సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా ఒక గ్రేట్ ఈవెంట్గా సక్సెస్ఫుల్ ఈవెంట్గా మలిచినటువంటి ఆడియన్సెస్, ప్యానలిస్ట్, స్పీకర్స్, ఎవ్రీవన్, ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలు. ఏబీపీ జర్నీ సౌత్లో మూడేళ్ల క్రితం స్టార్ట్ అయింది. మొదటగా ఏబీపీ నాడు తమిళనాడులో ప్రారంభమైంది. అలాగే ఆ తర్వాత కొన్ని నెలలకే జూలై 30వ తేదీన 2021 ఏబీపీ దేశం ఇక్కడ ప్రారంభమైంది. లాస్ట్ 3 ఇయర్స్గా కూడా ఏబీపీ అనేది 2 తెలుగు రాష్ట్రాల కల్చరల్ హెరిటేజ్ను, ఇక్కడ ప్రజల మనోభావాలను ప్రతిబింబించేలాగా అన్ని రకాల వార్తలను తమ డిజిటల్ ప్లాట్ఫామ్ ద్వారా కానీ, వెబ్సైట్స్ ద్వారా కానీ, సోషల్ మీడియా ప్లాట్ఫామ్స్ ద్వారా కానీ ప్రజలందరికీ కూడా చేరువవుతుంది. దాదాపుగా కోట్లాది మంది ప్రజలకు వివిధ మార్గాల ద్వారా ఏబీపీ చేరువైంది. ఒక న్యూట్రల్ ప్లాట్ఫామ్గా లాస్ట్ 3 ఇయర్స్లో కూడా ఏబీపీ అలాగే ఉంది. ఏబీపీకి సంబంధించినటువంటి అన్ని వార్తలు కానీ ఎంత క్రెడిబిలిటీ ఉంది అనేది అనేక సందర్భాల్లో ప్రతి ఎలక్షన్ల సమయంలో కూడా ప్రీ పోల్ కానీ, పోస్ట్ పోల్ కానీ, ఎలక్షన్కి సంబంధించినటువంటి రిజల్ట్స్ తోటి వాటితో మనం చూస్తూ ఉంటాం. అవి ప్రతిసారి కూడా యాక్చువల్ రిజల్ట్స్ తోటి మ్యాచ్ అవుతూ ఉంటాయి. దట్ ఈస్ ద క్రెడిబిలిటీ ఆఫ్ ది ఏబీపీ అండ్ సీ ఓటర్తో కలిసి మన ఏబీపీ చేస్తూ ఉంటుంది చాలాసార్లు. ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఏబీపీ ఏ విధంగా సౌత్లో ఎంత క్రెడిబిలిటీ సంపాదించిందని చెప్తూ ఉంది. సో దిస్ ఈస్ ద సక్సెస్ ఆఫ్ ది సౌత్, celebration of the South. So we want to continue this. We will meet again next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nageshwara Garu. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Southern Rising Summit 2024 second edition, Mana Hyderabad ki vachesindi, and let's now call upon the versatile actress. Today's next topic, acting across platforms. It gives us great pleasure to invite on stage someone who has made her mark across genres and languages. Emerging as a true young pan-India star, she wowed audience with her stellar performance in the OTT hit Farzi and ended the dry spell of the Tamil film industry with her blockbuster hit Aranmanai 4. Please welcome Rashi Khanna, the actress who is slaying across platforms, proving her acting prowess. And this session will be chaired by Chetan. Over to you. Hi, Maunara.
Okay, yeah, please. Hi Rashi, how are you doing? Last session, we have the last session of the day.
Yes, I'm good.
Yeah, we are the ones stopping people from getting dinner right now. Congratulations, today your trailer is out. Sabarmati Report, right?
The teaser actually is out.
That's not the trailer?
No.
Oh, that's very 2-minute long, yeah, okay.
There's so much to say in the film. I think they've tried to make it compact.
There is so much to say on that right now. I saw those 2 minutes and I have to tell you this trailer or teaser, this film is going to be talked about.
Yes.
Okay? And people may not have seen it. So I'll just quickly describe what is in it. It's basically Rashi and Vikrant Masi, who are journalists, and it's called the Sabarmati Report. It is on the Godhra incident that happened, the Sabarmati Express. I'm, by the way, closely connected to that. I wrote a book called 3 Mistakes which became Kai Poche, which was on that. But what was very interesting in the trailer was, of course, your performance was looking good. But I have to get in. What made me really curious is I think the tagline is such, Mayus ho sakta hai, par Rajat nahi, something like that.
Such.
So like it's about seeking the truth, really. But it doesn't really tell what is that truth in that teaser. It doesn't say what stance is the film taking on Godhra. What happened? You'll discover something new about this. What happened there, or kya hai? Matlab, what is it about?
The thing is, if we tell you what that truth is, then there's no point in watching the film, because you have to watch the film to understand what truth it is.
So there is a different truth from what we know?
I don't know what truth you know, or
whatever is in the media, what happened and...
See, there are different versions that you'll see. Even when I was growing up, I knew there were different versions, so I didn't know what the absolute truth was. There can always be versions of it. I know people have different versions on it, and what we adhered to was the Supreme Court judgment. And I don't know if people are aware of what the judgment was, but we talk about that in the film. We have adhered to that, and that is the truth that we have tried to project in the film, staying true to the facts as much as we could.
So it is based on what the Supreme Court felt?
Yes, their verdict.
Okay. Rashi, you told me backstage you stay away from politics.
Yes.
You stay away from giving opinions, and now you've
See,
done a
I don't
movie.
stay away from politics. I stay away from giving opinions on things.
And now you've gone and done a movie on Godhra.
Yes.
In train burning and the riots. And in fact, in the teaser it says ki, you know, some things changed the world. Like September 11 was for US. This was for India. It changed the history of India.
See, me as a person is different from me as an actor. And when I get an opportunity like that to showcase the truth, which has shaped our history in some way or the other, I'll be right in the forefront, right? I got my facts right. It wasn't an easy decision, and I wanted to divulge into it. I wanted to understand what happened and become a part of something so special as Sabarmati is. I may not want to give you opinions of my political opinions because that's not the person I am, but you will see what I stand for through the films that I do.
Okay. Does the film get into, like, because right now what we understand, a group of writers attacked burnt the train at that station, and it led to, domino effect, and there were riots, Hindu-Muslim riots happened, and there was all that happened. Does the film take a view that there is more to it? Like there was a certain conspiracy on how the train was burned, it was premeditated or something like that, it was not spontaneous riots?
I think for a lot of that, I really don't want to tell you anything right now because I'll leave it at the teaser. There are a lot of things that will probably also be revealed in the trailer. And you'll have to wait for
teaser's
that.
job is to tease, and it has teased me
That's
very,
great.
very well. But you are prepared, it's coming on 15th November. People are going to ask these questions
So
on when the
film-
movies...
The film is releasing on 15th of November. We are very, very excited. The trailer will be launched very soon. And we are going to be having multiple discussions on it because it's not an easy film to be a part of.
So, are you standing with the politics of the film, whatever it is, we don't know yet, and the teaser doesn't say? Or are you saying that I am just an artist working as an actor in the film, I don't know the politics of it?
See, we do have a social responsibility as actors. I cannot just play something where, I know it's going to have an effect on the people who are going to be watching it. So, of course, we were aware of that. And is why I think our team also took a special effort. I think they worked on the film for years to come out with something which showcases the truth, and that's it. I don't think they're taking any sides there. And that's what attracted me to the film. Otherwise, I would have never done it. Yeah.
आप बताओगे कि शायद नहीं बताओगे, but basic point ये है कि film left wing leaning है या right wing leaning है?
देखिए वो आप फिल्म देखिए और आप फिर डिसाइड करिए आपके लिए वो लेफ्ट है कि
तो
राइट.
आने वाली है 15 नवंबर को. I can tell you that film is going to put social media abuzz. For sure, already it's happening. I was just seeing the comments you've seen in a few hours, right? So guys, do check out that teaser. And Rashi's looking great in the character of a journalist and everything. It was quite a dress down. Like today, you're in a made up, and like in that trailer, you're looking very like a journalists are, right? They're not like going on with a lot of makeup and things like that. Do you have to dress down for the film?
When you can see me as the character, my job is done. So if you can see me as the journalist in the film, then I think my job is done, because a lot of times I've been told that that the way I look sort of overpowers the character. I'm glad that people are seeing that side of me where, there is an actor inside me, and I was given the opportunity to play a journalist, which is not very easy to get, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I almost couldn't recognize you from the trailer to this person, to look two different people.
But that's great, right? Like we should be able to look different parts.
Now, Rashi, ये जो खन्ना नाम है, ये तो proper पंजाबी होता है. एक जगह है खन्ना, पंजाब में, and you are like the queen of Telugu, and of course you've done various languages. So how is that? Like, how does that work? You're from Delhi, from what I understand. You're from Delhi, like West Delhi.
I was born and brought up in West Delhi.
Which is very Punjabi.
Yes.
I'm Punjabi too, so I'm very curious. And you're from Paschim Bihar.
Yes.
And you went to Lady Shri Ram College.
Yes.
Which, from what I understand, is one of the most selective colleges in India. What was your class 12 percentage?
Okay, in those
And what
times,
was the best of 4? I think best of 4
Yes.
bhi hota na?
In those times, I got 91%, which was pretty decent. And my best of 4 was 94, and that's how I got into LSR.
94%?
Yes.
Okay, so my class 12 was 85, so you were ahead of me.
That's
And you were like the padhaku bacha,
Yes.
right? You were
Yes.
topper and all?
I was a front bencher. I was a topper. I topped my school. I topped my university. Yeah, so I was pretty
तो
good at
फिर
it.
ये कैसे हो गया? जो
देखिए,
acting and all
there
this.
is this favorite quote of mine which says that fate
हाँ.
leads the willing and drags the reluctant. And I was willing to surrender to fate. That's exactly what I did, because anything I planned in life didn't happen the way I wanted it to be, because I wanted to be an IAS officer and that didn't happen.
You wanted to be IAS officer?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, I think, when you're growing up in a middle class family, you always want a secure job. That's your cushion. You look for it. You look for security. And my parents, I think, first I wanted to be a teacher at one point, then I wanted to be, a nanotechnologist, completely different from that. Then I wanted to be a copywriter. And then it was my father's dream that I become an IAS officer. And I was like, okay, why not? It's secure. I'm very good at this subject. Maybe I'll really flourish in this. But God had completely different plans. And I ended up becoming an actor.
इंडिया में ना पापा के सपने और मम्मी के सपने पूरे करते करते लोग जिंदगी बिता देते हैं.
But I think they were, my parents have been very supportive. I think they were the ones who said, okay, it's like, ja ji le apni zindagi type. A friend of mine wanted to be an actor, and she's like, why don't you accompany me to Bombay and we both will chill, and you need to get out of your house. My father was very happy. He said, get out of the house because you're constantly studying and I feel like there's a lot of pressure on you. And I went to Bombay. I ran from my first audition. I got a call from Madras Cafe. They said, why don't you audition for this film? But I said, I don't know if I'm interested in films and I don't want to audition. I don't think I want to do this. And I was very shy. And I got a call again. I again refused. And then the casting director, Jogi ji, he called me and he's like, out of respect for us, please come and give the audition. You might get the film. I auditioned for it and I got the film.
Wow.
And I was like, oh my God, this is very easy. I mean, it has been very easy for me. But it is very difficult to be an actor.
Yeah.
It's the most insecure job in the world because you don't know if you'll have another film. You have to keep sitting, waiting for months, for years sometimes for it to happen for you. I've been just very blessed and I've just taken opportunities as they've come, and here I am today.
You've done so many films. Yes. So many years you've had like four releases.
Yes.
Right? The only person I know who's done that is Akshay Kumar. And
Prakash Raj sir was here.
He also is like that?
No, and he was the one who called me an Indian world actor. Because he's like, you have gotten into all industries. You have worked in all industries. You're still working.
Everywhere there's a release coming of Rashi Khanna.
See, I love working. I think I've just been fortunate enough for all the industries to have given me the kind of films that I have done. Yeah.
So from what I understand, Akshay is a workaholic. He's admitted it in many interviews. He wakes up at like 4 something. He works out, then he works. Because to release 4 films, you have to shoot those 4 films, do the promotions, do the dubbing, do the script. I mean, this is still, you're just working all the time. So is that what your life was those years? Like you're just working all the time?
I think even if you're working for 4 films a year, it's not that hectic because one film you finish in about 45 to 50 days. So it's not like you're constantly working. But when you're working, it's hectic. But 4 films a year is doable, quite doable.
It's doable?
Yes, very doable.
Okay. I mean, there is Amir Khan who does 1 film in 4 years. So there's all kinds of...
I think they're slowed down now, but I think when they were working, they were also really into it because I remember I was working with Ajay sir in Rudra and he told me, and I asked him, how would you do so many films a year? And he said, I would barely sleep. Like I would sleep for 4 hours from one set to the other, from the other set. Because there are no timelines, like there's no timing when you're shooting. Like it's crazy time.
It just goes on.
So he just would keep going on and he said, this is the age, you have to hustle. And I'm like, yeah, I agree.
So you're a hustler?
I am a hustler.
You're a big hustler. What do you want? What do you want in life?
Okay, I have another quote for this.
Okay.
You may choose as you want, but your wants are chosen for you.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't even want things anymore because I'm like, okay, let me just surrender to life and whatever comes, the only thing that is in my hand is the response to it.
Yeah. So, now, of course, the Telugu movies are very big. Films like Pushpa and all are like national films. But there was not so long ago, and even now a little bit is there, that this is regional cinema. And Bollywood is... Firstly, Bollywood also comes from Hollywood, which itself is an irony. But Bollywood is the real cinema. Bollywood is the real national cinema of sorts because it's in Hindi. And I guess Hindi is the most spoken language. It is one of our languages, but it's the most spoken. Do you feel that sometimes? I mean, you in a way like like do you feel like यार इतना अच्छा काम कर रही हूँ सब कुछ हो रहा है but like I'm not getting the kind of pink villa coverage or sorry can I not mention another media delete abhi they'll beep it now or like I'm not getting those coverage in the gossip columns or paparazzi here yes but at the national level maybe your talent your work your quality of your performance it's not getting as much as it would have if it was in Hindi. And you've done a few Hindi films too, and of course web series. Do you feel that? And is that a sentiment that is there in the industry with actors? This isn't just about you. This is about everybody who's here.
So what are you exactly asking me? That
I'm asking you that do you feel that being dominantly in one regional cinema, you get treated unfairly? You don't get your due?
Okay, honestly, I don't think any of the actors who are passionate about their job really seek fame is why they are actors.
Oh, okay.
So I don't think that their idea in life is that, oh, am I spoken about? That's not the whole point of acting. The whole point of acting is being in that journey and reaching your audience, which South films do. We have extremely loyal fans, and I have loved being a part of South films, and I'm really happy that today, we call it Indian cinema and it's not North or South anymore. But I have to tell you, when I was growing up in the North, I had this idea of South films being all about singing and dancing. I was absolutely wrong. We have some really good films here. I didn't know a lot of films were remade in Hindi when I was growing up. There's so many films I saw. I only understood that, oh, they were originally made in Telugu and Tamil, most of them. So I'm really happy that today people are talking about it more. But this sentiment is not there that, oh, maybe it hasn't reached enough people. Because there is a whole... all these dubbed films that you see on YouTube, I think a lot of North people know me through those dubbed films. So there is a huge audience for it even in the North. It's not like they were not accessible to the Northern audience before. And I'm more known as a South actor in the North than I'm known as a Hindi-speaking actor in the North. Yeah.
Right. Do you feel in general people go for ticketed movies less now? Because we have Instagram, we have YouTube Shorts, we have web series, we have OTT. It's just, there was a time we were starved for entertainment. We had like Doordarshan and one Chitrahar. I don't know if you remember Chitrahar?
No, I don't remember. I only know Doordarshan.
Chitrahar is basically a government-approved playlist.
Okay.
Basically. Which was, so anyway, it was just 6 songs. They would show one movie. And then a good Bollywood film or any film comes on the big screen, it would be like a different level of entertainment. Today we are always distracted. And very, very good films also sometimes. Some do very well. But very, very good films also sometimes do not get an audience in the theatre. People don't want to buy tickets. Sometimes they say the popcorn's too expensive. Sometimes they say parking's too expensive. Whatever it is. But the point is we have entertainment in our pocket now. Do you feel that it's there?
I mean, of course it's there. Like the ticketing public has reduced a lot. But I feel when some films do extremely well, there are some good films that don't reach those people and they wait for an OTT release. That is happening because I think there's a period of 28 days and then it just releases on OTT. A lot of my own friends say that, okay, we'll just wait for the OTT release. Why go and pay for the ticket? But I don't think that's something I'll have an opinion on right now because I think this is for the producers to talk about. They'll give you the actual story of what is actually happening because it affects them more than it affects any of us. Because if you see the film in the theatre or you see it on OTT, you're still watching us. But they are the ones who are bleeding,
Correct. But you're also one of the industry leaders. It's not like I'll ask producers that question, You are not married yet.
Yes.
But do you plan one day to be married, have kids? Is that something you think about? Or right now it's hustle?
I think about it. I do want to be married and I do want to have kids. I love kids. That's the phase in life that I would want to experience.
And what are you doing about it?
Well, you'll know.
I mean, do you just think about it? Do you like one prince is coming on a horse someday or what is happening?
I've never really spoken about that part of my life and I don't think I would want to. Probably I would get married sometime.
Okay, and the work is underway for that. Okay.
It's always in progress.
But my real question is, can a woman have it all? Can she be happily married, have a wonderful family, be a great mother, be a great actor? Can a woman have it all?
See, I can tell you this when I'm married and I live that experience to tell you the actuality of the situation. But I think I know of women who are married, who have kids, and who are doing wonderfully well. So when I look at them, I'm like, okay, I can also do this. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll wait
Yes.
for you to get some work-ex to answer that question. You know, Instagram is a boon in many ways, and we are all kind of somewhat addicted to it. But it also is defining beauty standards now. There was a time where, you could only see the people in your village, and therefore you know that this is the best looking person in the village. Today you have not only Instagram, which shows you literally the 1 in a million people or 1 in 10 million people, and then you have Photoshop, you have AI, you have lighting, you have all kind of things. And beauty is like so big on Instagram, like that's the one that gets traction. I sometimes think about like a young Indian girl who's 12, 13, just starting out on Instagram. Simple, lives in a simple town. How does she get affected by it? And what should she make of it? And you are in the business which is partly about beauty. I mean, it is acting, but it is where people expect actors to be good looking, and they set the standard in terms of looks. So where do you think, how do you think a girl should see that? Because she sees only pretty girls get millions of likes. The girl who's becoming a scientist is not. The girl who's wants to be a doctor may not be visible on Instagram. So then maybe I also want to be attracted to this, because this is what people like, this is what gets me likes. At that age, that's what you think. How do you see all this? Because you were also a very smart, studious kid.
I was very anti-social media when I started out and I was asked to be on Instagram. One, because I'm a very private person. But once I started coming on it, for me it was more of a means to get in touch with my audience, with my fans who wanted to know about my life. But I understand what you're saying. When you're 12 and 13, it really does have an impact on you. It really does have an impact on you. They look at you and they think that this is the beauty standard. Let me just tell you that when I was growing up, it's not like I was the most prettiest, or I was this girl who every guy had a crush on or anything. There was nothing of that sort. I always had self-belief in myself, and I knew I would do well in life. That is what drove me. Now when you see Instagram, I think even girls are intelligent enough to understand that it is all photoshopped. Now we are in that place where they do feel insecure, and they also try to Photoshop their own pictures. They want to look pretty because beauty attracts people. It can be as simple as a sunrise, or it can be a pretty girl. So I don't blame them for wanting it, for wanting those likes. It's an environment we have created for them, the millennials who created these apps. They are just stuck, this generation that's coming up, not being able to understand what to do about it. All I can do as an actor is tell you that it is not what you see is not what is. It's not real. And I think most of them are aware of it. It's just driving the generation. And there's nothing but words that I can give to that generation, or just the fact that it's not just that drives your life. Just try being off it for a while, and see when you're 21, 22, if you still feel like coming back to it, because that's not real life. You can still do so much more if you don't think you're pretty enough.
Yeah. There is talk, I don't know if there is in Telugu, but in at least in Mumbai, people think and there are, even in the West actually, a lot of people in show business get into substance abuse, alcohol, drugs, parties, and then that almost always leads to very bad consequences later on in life. You told me you just sit at home and read books.
Yes.
Why do you think that happens? Are people who are in the fame business, do they constantly need highs? How can these people suddenly do something like this, where they are some of the most successful people? Aren't they happy? Why are they doing alcohol or drugs? And how do you keep your head on your shoulders and just do your work, come home, read books, sleep?
So I'll tell you that not everybody can handle fame and money together. And when you get it, you think, okay, what next? Now you look for another high, right? You want to constantly keep looking for something which gives you a high. Some people sadly look for it in substances. and they get addicted to that. I think my addiction is spirituality. I'm addicted to meditation. And that is something that keeps me close to who I am, and that keeps my shoulders upright. And I don't have to look for any other high, but I still feel it's a high, and it's a better high than anything else. I do know that a lot of actors get into it, but it is again their choice, and they're adults and their decisions. I don't necessarily think that's important at all. And is why I probably stay away from everything. I go work, I come back home, and I sleep. That's it. Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about your spirituality and what meditation practice actually do you follow? Because someone might be watching this, they may benefit from it, right?
So 2 years ago, I went with my mother to the Art of Living. I didn't know what meditation was. I always thought meditation meant focus on a point. But that's completely anti-meditation because you don't focus on anything. You just let things go, which we are not able to as people. I did a silence program. I did a happiness program where they taught me how you meditate. There are these mudras that I do when I, for breathing exercises that I do. Then I get into meditation. And it's a 40-minute process on the whole in a day that I follow. All of this is available online under Art of Living. And there are really good teachers there who help you even through online classes who can take you on that path, but you have to be willing.
So you do 40 minutes of meditation every day?
Yes.
Yeah. How about your fitness and diet routine? Because that's big for people.
I am too disciplined. And my parents often wonder how she is like this because, nobody in my family is as driven as I am.
They are Punjabis. Punjabis eat,
No, I eat moderately, but I work out every day. I think my mother always used to tell me that your body is a temple. So look at what you're feeding it and take care of it. Take care of yourself.
Yeah. What is your workout routine? And it's because I know young people always want to know, should they do cardio, should girls lift weights or not lift weights?
I lift very heavy weights and that only happens.
Nobody can tell looking at this, but that's what.
There's a lot of hard work that goes into it. But I have to tell you this, that every body is different. So cardio might work for you, it might not work for me. That knowledge I had with years, and you need a really good trainer. You would rather give money to a trainer than give it to a doctor years later. When you're older and when your knees hurt, you'll anyway go to a doctor. So you might as well get a trainer who knows about training. So my body weight, the kind of body that I have demands aggressive workouts. So I work a lot on, I do a lot of weights and body weight training. Yeah.
Okay. And diet, Diwali is coming.
I will eat my laddus and I will eat meetha because I love meetha. It's not like I'm like, oh my God, I'm not going to touch this. I want to live my life happily. So I eat in moderation, but I eat everything.
Punjabi food or Telugu food?
Punjabi food.
Okay. And, okay. Well, Rashid, you've been very candid and very open. You said you don't normally share too many things, but you were very open. Thanks for all the things that you shared with us. We wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Now be prepared because this Sabarmati report, you'll get questions like you never had before.
That's fine.
Is this your first political movie? Sort of.
Yes.
I'm in Madras Cafe a little bit, but this was the big one. Okay. Wish you all the best for that.
Thank you so much.
And with that, we end the Southern Summit.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Rashi, thank you so much for sharing all those insights. And may I request Dhruba to please come up on stage and felicitate Rashi. Thank you so much once again. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Chetan. Thank you once again. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The Southern Rising Summit 2024, second edition in Hyderabad. Thanks for making it a huge success. And once again, thanks to all the speakers, moderators, and the team behind this success of the second meet. This is RJ Bhargavi signing off. Thank you guys. Thank you.